He was clearly just an ordinary Shanda deliveryman, earning a mere 3,000 yuan a month, with little left after paying for food, lodging, and transportation. Yet, in Zhao Kungan's rented apartment, which he had found at a bargain price, there were 7 women in ancient costumes living there. Whenever he came back from delivering food, these women would come forward to greet him, hand him their shoes, take the food from his hands, and whisper, "Thank you for your hard work." What's even more incredible is that there are 5 beauties living in his bedroom, and he can choose which one to accompany him to sleep every night. All of this happened because Zhao Kungan was accidentally bound to a mysterious ring after a car accident. This magical ring not only has the ability to connect to the Stone Kingdom, a low-level ancient dynasty, but also has a vast space inside the ring that can store everything. At this moment, a system notification sounded in my ears. Ding! You have entered the world connected to the Divine Ring Stone Kingdom. Recite return to the city world silently to return. Please note that while time in the Stone Kingdom world flows, time in the city does not. Each time you leave the Stone Kingdom world and re-enter it, the Divine Ring must recharge in the city world for a full day. After the subtitles faded completely, Zhao Kungan's eyes gradually adjusted to the sunlight, and he could hear the surrounding commotion. Have you heard? Today is the day Princess Jinju is seeking a husband. What? Princess Jinju? Isn't that the incredibly ugly royal daughter? Wasn't she already sent to marry into the Northern Ice barbarians? Hush, you're still too young and naive. Even the orcs of the Ice barbarian tribe disliked Princess Jinju and directly broke off the engagement. Even the orcs disliked her? How ugly must she be? What do you think? If the princess was pretty, why would she use an embroidered ball to recruit a husband? Nowadays, whoever is hit by the embroidered ball must marry her. How dare ordinary people refuse? So stay away from her. Someone in the crowd looked at Zhao Kungan curiously and asked, Young man, you're dressed so strangely and have short hair. Are you from the western regions? Zhao Kungan glanced around and was stunned speechless. What he saw was more real and shocking than any VR experience. He stood in a magnificent plaza, 1,000 square meters in size, his feet on white marble slabs carved with auspicious cloud patterns. In the center of the plaza stood a 9-story wooden building with a pagoda-like roof. Its carved beams and painted buildings exuded an ancient charm. Its glazed tiles shone with a multicolored brilliance in the sunlight. The roof, adorned with carved dragons and phoenixes, was a majestic sight. The entire square was filled with civilians dressed in a variety of ancient costumes. Surrounding them were soldiers clad in black armor and wearing silver masks. Each wore a long sword at his waist, 4 fingers gripping the sheath, a thumb lightly pressing the hilt, as if ready to draw at any moment. The gust of wind blew their black cloaks behind them, rustling and rustling, a majestic aura. A portly official speaking Central Plains Mandarin greeted Zhao Kun with a dry laugh. Zhao Kun nodded, then looked down at the white jade floor beneath his feet. A strange thought occurred to him. The cloud patterns on this floor are so exquisite. If I waited until the square was empty and secretly pried off a few pieces, I wondered how much I could get from them and sold them back in the urban world. The fat man seemed to see through his thoughts and whispered in his ear, Young man, you look unfamiliar, so you must be from out of town. Let me tell you, today there's a princess and 3 princesses throwing their embroidered balls. In fact, the emperor wants to marry off the difficult-to-marry Princess Jinju. Whoever she strikes down will have to marry her, and there's no room for regret. So, when she throws the bouquet, you'd better stay away. As for the 3 princesses, they're all top-notch beauties. When they throw the bouquet, you'd better seize the opportunity. Ah? Zhao Kungan was momentarily unresponsive. Isn't being a consort to a princess a good thing? Even if the princess is ugly, she'll still be very successful. The fat official shook his head, a look that said, You're just too naive. He said, Hey, you're obsessed with power. But you have to understand that if you marry the princess, you can only stay with her for the rest of your life. You can't even take concubines. Do you understand what it feels like to have to deal with a wife who even the beast men despise every day? Zhao Kungan complained in his heart, Do you know how difficult it is to find a wife in his world? Never mind the ugliness, as long as she's still alive. Even a 70-year-old woman can ask for tens of thousands of yuan in betrothal gifts. Although he complained in his heart, he nodded obediently. Brother, you have a point. He had just arrived in this world and listened to people's advice to eat his fill. Besides, he didn't think he would be hit by a hydrangea. How could such a good thing fall on his head? At this time, someone next to him asked, "Mr. Zhang, are you here for Princess Ginkgo?" Zhang Sai patted his round belly and answered confidently, "Of course I will. With my physique and handsome appearance, I am the only one who can be the Princess Ginkgo." Zhao Kungan was immediately puzzled. Handsome? What shocked him even more was that others actually echoed him. "I wish I had Mr. Zhang's appearance and figure. Mr. Zhang, you have to invite us to your wedding. Your Excellency." "Ha ha, no problem." Zhang Sai bowed and responded with a smile. Silence. Suddenly, a eunuch's shrill, long voice rang out from the wooden building. "By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees, today, Princess Jinju, Princess Hongtao, Princess Yingxing, and Princess Pingyan are offering embroidered balls to seek a husband. Whoever catches the ball will become their prince consort. There is no reversal of this marriage. This is decreed." As the imperial edict was read, the crowd in the square knelt one after another. Even Zhao Kungan followed suit, his posture perfect, comparable to that of a professional. "Long live the Emperor! Long live Dashi!" the crowd chanted, then stood up in unison. The eunuch announced loudly again, "Princess Jinju will throw the bouquet, everyone come forward." Before he finished speaking, the crowd retreated quickly like the tide. In a blink of an eye, Zhao Kungan was the only one left standing in the square. The wooden building has 9 floors, and it's located above the 8th. Princess Jinju Lingwan wore a white silk veil, a long scarlet dress, and white cloth shoes embroidered with lotus flowers. Her black hair was tied into a fairy bun, pierced only by a golden hairpin gifted by the emperor, and no other adornment. For a princess of the Dashi kingdom, her bare head ornaments were truly rare. Her slender figure didn't appear thin, and a small white lotus-scented sachet hung around her waist, a simple gesture. She sat in a chair, a cup of long cold tea in her hand. Her beautiful eyes, brimming with complex emotions, gazed intently at the rich brew. Behind Li Lingwan was her 28-year-old personal maid, Yuya, dressed in a pink palace dress. In her arms, she clutched a red, gold-threaded mandarin duck hydrangea, wider than her slender waist. She wore a nervous expression, concealing it. Behind them stood a group of golden-armored imperial guards, each of them a formidable figure, their duty to protect Princess Jinju. When the head eunuch finished reading the decree, Li Lingwan slowly rose, set down her teacup, and walked to the fence at the edge of the wooden building. However, as she approached, she saw the crowd below retreat like a tide, no one willing to stand within range of her tossing the embroidered ball. Her already pale complexion grew even paler. A wry smile played at the corners of her lips as she gently opened her whitened lips. "Even ordinary people despise an ugly princess like me and refuse to accept my bouquet. Forget it, forget it. I won't marry anymore. Why make things difficult for them? I'd rather enter a nunnery, be accompanied by the ancient Buddhas and chant sutras for His Majesty and the Empress." Before she finished speaking, 2 lines of tears slowly slid down her snow-white cheeks. She had expected she would be unwelcome, but when the moment finally arrived, the cruelty of reality far exceeded her imagination. She could no longer hold back. "Your Highness!" Maid Yuya, seeing her master's disheartened state, burst into tears. "Your Highness, why are you putting yourself in such a difficult position? Just throw the embroidered ball down. Whoever it hits will be the one to be punished. Anyone who dares to disobey will have their entire family killed. Princess Dashi has always chosen a husband with a single word. Why do you need their opinions?" Li Lingwan slowly shook her head, tears streaming down her face. "If I'm forced to marry someone else, how will I cope? The rest of my life is long, and if my husband doesn't love me, how am I supposed to get through it?" Yuya wept as she advised. "Princess, that's better than entering a nunnery." She continued to shake her head, her eyes filled with determination. "There shouldn't be a princess in Dashi who can't get married. I can't become a disgrace to the royal family. If I can't get married, I have no choice but to enter a nunnery. Firstly, this will save the royal family's reputation, and secondly, it will also prevent my sisters from laughing at me." At this moment, on the 7th floor of the wooden building, 3 princesses stood by the wooden railing, watching the crowd below disperse, their expressions varying. Alas, Princess Ginkgo sighed softly, unable to conceal the sadness on her face. A daughter of the same royal family, Jinju had been frail since childhood and too gentle to be forced into marriage. Instead, she insisted on mutual consent, leading to her current fate. Entering a nunnery is a lifelong commitment. Once inside, glory and wealth are gone. "Humph!" Princess Hongtao snorted coldly. "You know you're ugly, but why don't you just enter a nunnery early? Instead of humiliating yourself here? Who would like her, weighing over 100 pounds? Princess Pingyan chuckled sarcastically. "You're right. It's fine for her to hold out for herself, but it's causing us to lose our chance to marry a noble through our embroidered ball and have to settle for commoners. We're sisters, don't be so harsh. Princess Ginkgo frowned and advised. Princess Hongtao turned her head away. I don't have a sister as ugly as this. She looks like a country girl, not a royal family member. Look at Sister Ginkgo, she weighs 400 pounds, I weigh 300, and Sister Ping'an weighs 270, but she weighs less than 100 pounds. Don't you think she's an anomaly? It would be a wonder anyone would marry her. Princess Ginkgo sighed again. Though her words were harsh, they held true. The Dashi Empire measured beauty and ugliness by weight. For commoner women, a weight of 150 kilograms was considered passing, and 200 kilograms was considered beautiful. For nobles, a minimum weight of 200 kilograms was considered a minimum, with 250 kilograms considered exceptional. As for imperial princesses, 250 kilograms was considered passing, and 340 kilograms was considered a beauty. Li Lingwan was only 1.7 meters tall, but her actual weight was less than 90 kilograms. Even after wearing extra clothes and bribing the eunuchs, she barely registered as 100 kilograms, not even meeting the standard for ordinary people. Suddenly, Princess Ginkgo's eyes narrowed, as if she had noticed something. Wait, there's still one person downstairs who hasn't retreated. Princess Hongtao was munching on a 3 or 4 pound pork elbow on the table. In one bite, she swallowed the skin and most of the meat, not even feeling sick. Gulping, the entire elbow vanished in a flash. Her head, weighing over 300 pounds, was as big as a bucket, and her mouth, open to the size of a volleyball. Princess Ping'an sneered. Only a fool would be willing to marry Jinju. Or maybe she hired him with her own money to avoid being too embarrassed. At this moment, on the 8th floor, Yuya, Princess Jinju's personal maid who was in grief, suddenly saw a tall man standing downstairs. Despite his short hair and strange clothing, he didn't flinch. Yuya's voice trembled with excitement. Princess, there's another one! He's still standing there! Really? Li Lingwan was startled and quickly looked over. Zhao Kungan stood there in the middle of the field. Thump, thump, thump! Her heartbeat quickened, her beautiful eyes reddened, tears welling in them. Mother, has your spirit seen this? There's someone willing to marry your daughter. She held out her hand. Hydrangea. Yuya hurriedly offered the hydrangea, fearing the person downstairs would turn away, leaving her mistress with no recourse. Li Lingwan clutched the hydrangea in both hands, aimed it at Zhao Kungan, and threw it down with all her might. No matter who that person was, what their background was, or what their status was, she would not retreat today. She was willing to spend the rest of her life with him, without regret or resentment. Downstairs. Go back! Everyone, retreat! The black-armored soldiers drew their swords and advanced, trying to force the crowd closer to the wooden building so the princess could toss the ball. However, the crowd would rather face the sword than move forward. Unable to engage in a serious fight, the soldiers settled into a stalemate. Outside the square, the onlookers sighed softly, but no one dared to speak loudly. Only Zhang Sai, looking at Zhao Kungan, who remained standing, could not help but excitedly exclaim, Brother, you must be really hungry! Official Zhang Sai, now truly impressed by Zhao Kungan, even lost his accent as he spoke, switching to standard English. Zhao Kungan remained silent. Marrying a wife was simply too difficult for him. His family was already poor, and finding a wife was even more difficult. The girls in the village who were looking for a date were clearly waiting to see what would happen. If anyone readily offered a higher betrothal gift, he would be immediately excluded. At this moment, the men of the Stone Nation were generally terrified. But Zhao Kungan saw hope, no, opportunity. Ugly, so what? As long as she was alive, a woman, it was fine. Even if she weighed 800 kilograms, Zhao Kungan would accept her. This was no longer a question of hunger. His eyes glowed green, a light that seemed to illuminate the entire universe. You just won't listen. You'll definitely regret it. Zhang Sai looked disappointed. Whoosh! The hydrangea was thrown down from the sky. Zhao Kungan's eyes suddenly widened. Is this really possible? He's going to be a prince consort? Isn't this taking off? Even if the princess was ugly, she was still rich and prosperous. She had a wife and a family. After all, even if something unexpected happened, even if the outcome was dire, he could just flee back to the city. He could make a fortune simply by moving some items from this world to the city. If he could enter the palace and take something out of it, wouldn't his wealth rise to a new level? Bang! He felt a headache, his vision went black, and he lost consciousness. In a trance, he seemed to hear the woman's cry of surprise. Oh, I didn't kill him with the embroidered ball! When Zhao Kungan woke up again, it was dark. He opened his eyes and saw the wooden roof. His gaze slowly shifted to his side, where he saw a reddish-brown Nanma bed covered with a red wedding quilt. The bed curtains were embroidered with golden dragon and phoenix patterns. Looking around, the whole room has an ancient flavor, with big red wedding characters posted everywhere. There is a table and 4 chairs. On the table is a wooden box filled with red dates, peanuts, longans, lotus seeds, a golden wine pot, 2 wine glasses and a black wooden pole. The air was thick with the scent of incense, a bit heavy, but not unpleasant. His head still ached slightly. Zhao Kungan sat up and was surprised to find that he had changed his clothes too, a long, loose red robe with a white lining. Is I going to get married after passing out? He got out of bed in a daze. Feeling thirsty, he put on the black cloth boots beside the bed, walked to the table, picked up the gin jug and poured a glass of wine. The wine jug gleamed with gold, engraved with cranes, and felt soft and light. He instinctively took a bite. A light bite left a faint tooth mark. If he was right, it must be made of pure gold. The 4 wine glasses were engraved with grass patterns, clearly from a complete set. If I take this back, it'll be worth at least 18,000 yuan in gold. On the north side of the room stood a row of cabinets, on which stood 2 pairs of vases and several red quilts. In the corner, a stool sat an incense burner, from which curled clouds of smoke. There were 2 pine-shaped candlesticks on the north and south sides of the room, each one illuminating the entire room with red candles. That stove looks valuable, too. But is this the princess's bedroom? Why is it so small? It's not what I imagined. Could it be that this princess is from a small country in this world? That's not right. This world itself is called Stone World. Zhao Kungan was lost in confusion. Just as he was thinking, he heard a creaking sound, and the door was pushed open from the outside. A tall and slender figure appeared, wearing a phoenix crown, a shawl, and a green dress. He held a peacock feather fan in both hands and stood in front of him. The beauty of her figure stunned Zhao Kungan. She was clearly a beauty. How could she be ugly? Could she be like the northeastern spirit mediums, with a body made of various heads of various immortals? Even so, blowing out the candles seemed possible. The door opened. Zhao Kungan saw 2 long lines of palace maids behind the bride. They held red lanterns above their heads and carried various treasures in their hands. Some were leg-length jade rui, gold and agate crowns, red jade court plaques, purple qilin ornaments, antique vases, and calligraphy and paintings by famous people. The palace maids all held their heads high and chests puffed out. The only strange thing was that these palace maids, dressed in palace attire, were unusually plump, seemingly weighing over 200 kilograms. Further back, 20 men in black serving uniforms, divided into teams of 2, shouldered pinewood sticks and carried large black wooden boxes. Further back, there were also maids and servants. Some carried pots and pans, others held flower pots. Zhao Kungan saw it clearly. This wasn't a large courtyard, but the procession behind Princess Jinju stretched beyond his sight. It was quite a grand spectacle. But for a princess of this stature, Zhao Kungan felt it seemed a little shabby. As if she wasn't favored. If the Stone Kingdom wasn't a small nation. Beside Li Lingwan, Princess Jinju, was Yuya, dressed in a red wedding gown. Her gown was embroidered with magpies, and her headdress was much simpler than Li Lingwan's, lacking a phoenix coronet or a shawl. Yuya held no feather fan, but instead supported Li Lingwan's arms with both hands, clearly a personal maidservant. Li Lingwan pushed the door open but didn't step inside. She and Yuya stood there quietly. Zhao Kungan silently put down the wine jug and quietly placed the 3 golden cups hidden in his sleeves back on the table. It's quite cold outside, why don't you come in first? This was Zhao Kungan's first marriage, and in such a strange world. He had no experience, and didn't understand why the other party didn't come in, so he asked tentatively. Mo Yen, Li Lingwan said softly. Her voice was gentle, like the gracious proprietress of the village shop. Zhao Kungan pursed his lips and fell silent. The scene froze. He didn't move. They didn't move either. Zhao Kungan's eyesight was quite good. He could see the servants in the courtyard carrying large wooden boxes on their shoulders, sweating profusely, yet they remained motionless. Yuya glanced back, and seeing no one approaching, she angrily shouted, "Princess, the messenger hasn't arrived yet. It's clear they're deliberately neglecting you. The 4th daughter of the royal family is getting married today, so maybe they're a little busy." Li Lingwan's words were filled with disappointment, though she herself didn't believe the explanation. According to Shugua's rules, the princess should have been first. But her mother died young, and she had been frail and sickly since childhood, displeasing her father.
Her marriage proposal was even broken off, and she still hasn't been able to marry. Although a princess, she wasn't as favored as the daughters of princes. Time slipped slowly, and another half-hour passed. The wind was biting, and while the wedding dress wasn't flimsy, it couldn't withstand the winter chill. The eunuch who was supposed to deliver the decree still hadn't arrived. Zhao Kungan looked at the trembling princess and the palace servants, who were almost collapsing, and a sense of responsibility welled up in his heart. He felt it was time to do something. Zhao Kungan pointed at the bride and her maid and said calmly, "You two go inside. The rest of you, put down what needs to be put away, and put what needs to be put into storage." Everyone was stunned when he said this. Even Princess Jinju, Li Lingwan, had a look of surprise on her face. A son-in-law, how could he be so bold? According to Dashi ancestral tradition, royal marriages required a personal decree from the Dashi emperor before the ceremony could be completed and the couple could enter the bridal chamber. However, Zhao Kungan was still unconscious, so the ceremony in the front yard was performed by Li Lingwan and a rooster. The rooster was acting on Zhao Kungan's behalf. This was done simply to avoid delays. The kingdom of Dashi had an extremely strict system of ritual and music. To conduct the ceremony without an imperial decree would be utterly disrespectful to the emperor. The biting wind outside blew, and Li Lingwan shivered, yet she shook her head firmly as she advised. "No. My dear, don't be foolish. We've already endured this long, so it's not worth waiting a little longer. Disobeying the rules and angering His Majesty is simply not worth it." Zhao Kungan fell silent after hearing this. Indeed, this was a feudal dynasty, and he was merely a lucky guy who had accidentally caught the embroidered ball and become a prince consort. Unfortunately, without strength, there was no say. He picked up the already poured glass of wine, sat down, and drank it all in one gulp. The wine, unlike modern baijiu, is surprisingly not acrid, but rather mellow and smooth, evidently having a very low alcohol content. No wonder the ancients could guzzle wine and eat meat with such reckless abandon. They could handle this kind of wine, too. "My dear, are you angry?" Seeing Zhao Kungan drinking alone, Li Lingwan put away her peacock feather fan and spoke softly, a hint of worry in her voice. "I'm not angry, I just hate my own incompetence." Zhao Kungan looked up, but before he could finish his words, his eyes fell on her, and he froze. Her fair, oval face, as smooth and flawless as unpolished jade, seemed a masterpiece meticulously crafted by nature. Her eyebrows were arched, her almond eyes were full of affection, her nose was straight and delicate, and her small, cherry-like lips were daubed with rouge. The golden ornaments on her head complemented her bright green gown with gold threads, making her look even more stunning. Her worried expression made one want to hold her in his arms and cherish her. "Is this ugly?" It made the fat man Zhang sigh and the others avoid her like a tiger. A princess like this actually threw a bouquet, and no one dared to catch it? Zhao Kungan felt that everything before him was like a dream. He had never dared to dream of such a situation. Even when he stood on the stage, preparing to catch the bouquet, he had already prepared to marry the monster princess. Even if she was a monster, he would accept her. After all, no matter how strange the monster princess was, she was still a woman. But now, the contrast between Li Lingwan and him was so great that it was hard for him to adapt. His princess was clearly a fairy from heaven, breathtakingly beautiful. He swallowed hard before continuing in a low voice. "I just hate that I'm not capable enough." Li Lingwan naturally noticed Zhao Kungan's infatuated gaze and quickly raised her feather fan to shield her face. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks. From childhood to adulthood, no man had ever looked at her like that. But she knew it was a look of affection. She had seen her father look at his favorite concubine in the same way before. Yuya, standing by, also noticed Zhao Kungan's gaze. The little girl looked at him, then at her own princess's blushing face behind her feather fan, and a sincere smile suddenly bloomed on her little face. The prince consort really likes his own princess. This is really great. Perhaps it was an illusion, but Li Lingwan suddenly felt that this winter night wasn't so cold anymore. Zhao Kungan sat on the stool, gradually feeling a little bit of anticipation for this night. His princess looked so smooth. She had an upright figure, a graceful posture, a delicate face, a slender waist, and everything in the right place. Time slipped by silently as he watched the beauty. The candles on the candlestick shrank a few inches. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the courtyard. The maids and servants in the courtyard were all startled, their heads raised and their backs straightened. Li Lingwan and Yuya also stood still, whispering, "My dear, get up! The eunuchs in charge of ceremonies have arrived to deliver the imperial decree." Zhao Kungan immediately stood up. A portly eunuch wearing a black cylindrical hat and a red robe embroidered with snakes strode into the courtyard. His face was painted whiter than putty, and his cheeks were thickly rose. His flesh jiggled as he moved, giving him a rather comical look. Behind him followed 2 teams of young eunuchs in plain blue robes, and further back came the silver-armored imperial guards, though they stopped outside the courtyard and didn't enter. The fat eunuch walked along, calling out, "Ah, your highness, please forgive me. I couldn't refuse your kindness. I accidentally had a couple of extra drinks at Princess Hongtao's, missed the meeting, and am a bit late." His words were humble, but his face showed no shame. "It's not even late, it's almost midnight," Yuya muttered softly. Li Lingwan gently tugged at the corner of her clothes, and Yuya pouted, saying nothing more. "Ha ha ha," the fat eunuch laughed greasy laughter, bowing slightly. "It's really that Princess Hongtao is too enthusiastic, and we can't do anything about it. The princess is marrying the Major General of the Wayward General's mansion, and we dare not neglect her. I beg your highness to forgive me for neglecting the princess." Yuya opened her mouth, words on the tip of her tongue, but she couldn't curse, and could only hold her grievances in her heart. She was so angry that her princess was too soft-hearted, which allowed this damned eunuch to be so presumptuous. "No problem, eunuch, please announce the decree." Li Lingwan smiled in response. "We know the princess is kind and won't embarrass us." The fat eunuch smiled wryly, then reached back and the young eunuch knelt down, took out the imperial edict from the gold-threaded sandalwood box, and handed it to the fat eunuch with both hands. Li Lingwan held the feather fan, still smiling faintly. Normally, this fat eunuch wouldn't dare be so presumptuous. Today, he'd indeed enjoyed a few glasses of fine wine at the mighty general's mansion, and he felt a bit inflated. In the palace, women competed for rank and nobility, but once married, the measure of their status was the status of their husband's family. Princess Ping'an married an 8th-rank Imperial College official, and he could still look her in the eye. Princess Yingxing married a wealthy businessman, Zhang Sai, and he showed a little respect. Princess Hongtao married a junior general in the Wayward General's mansion, and he treated her with great courtesy. Princess Jinju, despite being a member of the royal family, had married a commoner of unknown status. Even now, this mansion was still private property outside the palace belonging to the princess's mother's family. Her future livelihood would likely depend on her dowry. Therefore, the fat eunuch made no secret of his disrespect and neglect. "Kneel!" The fat eunuch took the imperial edict, his expression proud, and shouted in a long, thin voice. As the eunuch's long, drawn-out voice rang out, almost everyone in the courtyard, young and old, knelt on the ground in unison. The princess only bowed, while Yuya bowed deeply. Zhao Kungan also knelt on the ground obediently, without complaint, not giving the other party a chance to argue. As for the idea that modern people shouldn't kneel easily, in Zhao Kungan's view, that was a matter of fact. The one kneeling now wasn't a eunuch, but the supreme imperial power of the Dashi Empire. He knew that his current obedience was temporary. He vowed silently in his heart, he, Zhao Kungan, would not kneel forever. He needed time, growth, and strength to acquire the capital to stand tall. The fat eunuch unfolded the imperial edict with a dignified look and read aloud. "In compliance with the will of heaven, the emperor decrees, my princess Jinju is getting married, and I am very happy hiccup." As he was reading, he suddenly burped, and his voice was full of drunkenness. Under normal circumstances, this would be a capital offense. But now Princess Jinju, fanning herself with her feathers, bowed and saluted, without getting angry. Knowing her temper, the fat eunuch simply continued reading. "I grant you 1,000 taels of gold, 1,000 dan of grain, 18 pieces of precious treasures, 100 rolls of silk, and 100 attendants. My son-in-law, Zhao Kungan, has a keen eye for talent and is hereby granted a sword, a set of calligraphy, 10 horses, 100 guards, 100 pieces of armor and weapons, and a small city in the borderlands. You may live in the remote city of Shidu and enjoy the food and fiefdom, or you may take up the position of city lord. If you become city lord, you will no longer receive a salary and will be self-sufficient. I decree this." After the imperial edict was read, the fat eunuch stepped forward, closed the edict, and was about to hand it to Li Lingwan. Li Lingwan held the fan in both hands, a hint of anger on her face. This feather fan could only be put down after entering the door. The fat eunuch knew this, but still insisted on making this assignment, obviously deliberately making things difficult for her. Yuya lowered her head and stepped forward, extending her hands to receive the imperial edict. However, the fat eunuch did not hand over the imperial edict, and said in a frivolous tone, "Ha! You are just a servant, and you are worthy of receiving an imperial edict?" The expressions of the surrounding palace maids and servants changed slightly, and their eyes were unfriendly. "Godfather!" The young eunuch behind the fat eunuch hesitantly warned, realizing that things seemed to have gone too far. The fat eunuch immediately glared and shouted angrily, "What do you want me to do? You want to teach me how to do things?" Seeing the situation at a standoff, Zhao Kungan rose from the ground, took the initiative, stepped forward, and extended his hand to receive the order. "Sir, I will take your order, how about that?" He sensed the uneasy atmosphere and was unwilling to let his wife be publicly humiliated. She had been left out long enough tonight, and yet he was still making such an impolite request? Zhao Kungan's anger was already rising. The fat eunuch sneered and looked at Zhao Kungan with contempt. "You! My lord, this imperial edict must be received by the person with the highest status in the family. You are not worthy." Zhao Kungan remained calm, walked to the side, snatched a golden toad from the hands of a palace maid brought from the princess's mansion, then walked back to the fat eunuch, smiled and stuffed the golden toad into the wide sleeves of his eunuch robe. "Oh ha ha!" The fat eunuch immediately laughed so hard that he couldn't stop. He turned around and handed the imperial edict to Zhao Kungan. "Although your highness has no power or influence, he is very polite. So I'll give it to you." Zhao Kungan bowed and took the imperial edict with both hands. "Thank you, sir. If I become successful in the future, I will never forget your kindness. Please speak well of me in front of His Majesty." The fat eunuch gave a comfortable tremor. "Of course I will." He was originally a eunuch in the imperial household department who was responsible for delivering imperial edicts. Although he had the opportunity to meet the emperor, he had never actually spoken to him. Now, being flattered by such a useless son-in-law, he really enjoyed it. Yuya was momentarily stunned as she watched Zhao Kungan's actions. A complex expression flashed across Li Lingwan's beautiful eyes behind her feather fan, but soon returned to clarity. She sighed inwardly. Her husband was adaptable, a true hero who knew the times. This was his true ability. Instead, she blamed herself. "It was because I was not favored by the emperor in the palace that I allowed this dog's slave to bully my husband." When she read the fat eunuch's order, and he even burped, Li Lingwan had made up her mind that when she returned to the palace to visit her relatives in 3 days, she would report him severely and make him pay for it. "Rewards, come in." The fat eunuch stepped aside and waved his hand gently. Instantly, a large group of people, who had been waiting outside, slowly entered the courtyard. The maids and servants who had accompanied the princess out of the palace hurriedly stepped aside to make way. The palace servants sent by the emperor to bestow rewards all wore arrogant expressions. Only the 100 attendants and 100 guards had grim expressions, as if they had lost their parents. They knew that being given the princess meant being exiled to the outskirts of Shidu, a life that seemed hopeless. Looking at Zhao Kungan, they felt even more dejected, powerless, without influence, without money, without courage, yet he was actually fawning over a eunuch. But under the imperial order, it was naturally carried out with great vigor. Not only were all kinds of items delivered, but even the 1,000 stone of grain mentioned in the imperial edict was also delivered. The only thing that had not yet arrived was the small border town. They could choose to enjoy the tax or personally take the position of city lord and become self-sufficient. The reward seemed generous, but for a princess, it was still too modest. That small city was merely a gift for face. Zhao Kungan's eyes swept over the rewards, especially the heavy gold ingots, and the light in his eyes almost brightened. 1,000 taels of gold, equivalent to about 60 kilograms, and at the current gold price of over 500 yuan per gram, a rough estimate would put it at over 15 million yuan. He was shocked. "I've made a fortune. I've become a multimillionaire. If I return to the urban world, I can live comfortably for the rest of my life." Zhao Kungan, who had originally planned to bide his time, now had a change of heart and momentum. This damn eunuch had just insulted his wife, and now it was time to pay him back. The fat eunuch looked at the boxes of rewards, especially the golden ingots, and his eyebrows were filled with joy. "My lord, you are going to be rich now. The reward from His Majesty is very generous, haha." Zhao Kungan smiled and waved. "Sir, please come here." The fat eunuch looked around and, seeing that most of the people were gathered, he lowered his head and remained silent. Although he knew he had been too difficult, the Dashi kingdom was like this. The weak willingly accepted being trampled upon. Moreover, Zhao Kungan had previously offered him a gift. He walked forward, feeling satisfied, feeling that this trip hadn't been in vain. "Prince Consort, no more!" Yuya said urgently. She knew that the princess would have no monthly allowance after leaving the palace, and Prince Consort had no family background. These rewards were their entire future wealth. Any less would mean a lack of future living. "In this family, the Prince Consort has the final say," Li Lingwan warned softly behind her feather fan. Yuya was on the verge of tears. Prince consort, please give me less. Zhao Kungan couldn't help laughing when he heard it. The little maid looked like a real miser, quite adorable. And Princess Li Lingwan, a princess without any princess syndrome. Excellent. He certainly wouldn't let them down. The fat eunuch approached Zhao Kungan, who still smiled, but suddenly pulled the sword bestowed by the imperial decree from the hands of an arrogant palace maid. The fat eunuch frowned, his eyes sweeping over the gold ingots. My lord, I'm not good at using swords. Ha! Zhao Kungan was amused by the fat eunuch. This old man was really greedy. He actually thought Zhao Kungan was going to give him a sword. He guessed that the sword was indeed a good one, but the fat eunuch was probably worried that he wouldn't be able to bring the weapon back to the palace. When the fat eunuch heard Yuya's words, he pretended to be concerned for Zhao Kun and said, If the gold is useful, then give us 1 or 2 more treasures, and we won't complain. In the future, I promise to speak well of you, my husband. Zhao Kungan waved his sword. He had killed Kun before, he had killed pigs before, he had even helped slaughter the village elders' cattle. But this was his first time killing a human. Why did he have to kill? Because eunuchs were something you either left alone or killed. Otherwise, they would never let you go. Zhao Kungan was a man of meticulous thought, and if he took action, he would show no mercy. The fat eunuch had just shifted his gaze from the jewels, preparing to select a few to start with, when he was suddenly blinded by a blinding cold light. The moonlight reflected from the sword in Zhao Kungan's hand. Ah! The fat eunuch cried out, hastily dodging. Swish! Zhao Kungan had intended to chop off his head with his sword, but the fat eunuch was surprisingly agile, dodging and deflecting the blow. But with Zhao Kungan's immense strength, the sword actually severed half of the fat eunuch's arm, sending the arm and the shoulder piece flying. Instantly, blood gushed out from the fat eunuch's wound, reaching a height of 3 feet. Along with the blood, white fat also flew out. The spurting blood splashed right into the face of the arrogant palace maid. She opened her eyes wide, screamed, Ah! And then fell to the ground in terror. Ah! Ah! The fat eunuch fell to the ground, screaming in a shrill voice. He looked at the half-shouldered arm in horror. The golden toad hidden in his sleeve also rolled out and fell to the ground, covered in blood and mud. This sudden change left everyone stunned. Ah! The young eunuchs behind the fat eunuch were the first to react. Instead of rushing forward to fight, they turned and ran. Zhao Kungan didn't try to stop him, instead shouting, Where are the guards for the prince consort's residence that your majesty bestowed upon them? The term, guards, was actually a regulation. In the Dashi Empire, not everyone was qualified to keep armored and bladed guards in the capital, Shidu. Wearing armor and carrying weapons without permission was tantamount to treason. Granting the prince consort's residence a private army was a high honor. Personnel could be replaced, but the number of armor and weapons was fixed and could not be increased. At this moment, the guards still outside the courtyard straightened their backs. They had previously considered Zhao Kungan weak and resented him. But now, seeing him dare to draw his sword and slay the eunuch who had humiliated the princess, their morale was instantly boosted. A servant, no matter how high his rank, was still a servant. A princess, no matter how unfavored, was still the emperor's own daughter. Ultimately, it was the fat eunuch who had gone too far. This was an opportunity to make a name for herself, a chance to show her face before the prince consort. As for being afraid, their lives had long been in the hands of the prince consort's mansion. If the emperor held them accountable, their master would be executed. How could they possibly survive? Thus, the fleeing eunuchs were apprehended by the guards and pinned to the ground. Oh, it hurts so much. Please spare me, my lord, please spare me. I was wrong. I didn't recognize you as an important person. My lord, I don't want it anymore. I don't want anything. Please spare me. The fat eunuch was already sober from the pain and no longer drunk. If a foreign official dared to kill the eunuch, it would be a grave offense against the emperor's authority, punishable by the extermination of their entire clan. But this time, they were members of the imperial family. Even if the emperor disliked them, they were still the princess and her husband, ultimately members of the imperial family. They, the eunuchs, treated people differently, bullying those who were easy to bully, and treating those who were not easy to mess with respect. Unexpectedly, the prince consort suddenly changed his face. He had been acting like a mean-spirited person before, but in the blink of an eye, he drew his sword and killed someone. Zhao Kungan raised his sword high, gazing at the fat eunuch's utterly miserable state. Seeing his pleas for mercy futile, the fat eunuch clutched his wounds and looked up at the princess standing at the doorway. Your Highness, please tell your husband to stop. I'm the eunuch in charge of ceremonies. Killing me would be a grave crime. He no longer referred to himself as Zanjia, even discarding the eunuch's accent. Zhao Kungan also looked in Princess Jinju's direction. Li Lingwan stood behind her feather fan, her face filled with surprise. She tilted the fan slightly, revealing one eye, just in time to see Zhao Kungan, sword drawn, asserting his authority. My husband has become so heroic? That's a good thing. Seeing the fat eunuch asking for help, Li Lingwan almost laughed out loud. You damn slave, are you no longer so arrogant now? When Zhao Kungan looked over, she coughed lightly, straightened her feather fan to cover her face, turned around silently, and pretended not to see. The fat eunuch screamed in despair. Ah! Swish! Zhao Kungan swung his sword down. The fat eunuch's screams stopped abruptly. The head fell to the ground, and blood splattered 3 feet. The eunuch in charge of ceremonies was dead. The captured young eunuchs were terrified. This prince consort was so scary, a true smiling tiger. Just a moment ago, he was fawning, but now he was slashing people with his sword. This kind of person is the hardest to mess with. After Zhao Kun finished killing the man, he coldly asked, Who's in charge of the household? I. A 50-year-old maid stepped out from the crowd, clutching a large rooster with its foot wrapped in red cloth. She swallowed. While the palace did kill people, such a direct, 2-stroke execution was rare and horrifying. Zhao Kungan ordered, Send all the valuable and small items to that room. For the rest, arrange for someone to put them into the warehouse and count them all. As for the rest, you can handle it. Do you understand? The old nanny looked at Li Lingwan and Yuya. Do as my husband says, Li Lingwan said. As for why Zhao Kungan placed the valuables in the bedroom, he had his own reasons, to make it easy to move them away and escape at any time. He glanced at the young eunuchs and said sternly, That eunuch in charge of ceremonies deliberately delayed the announcement of the decree, which is dereliction of duty. Burping while announcing the decree is disrespectful to your majesty. And letting the princess, who is the bride, receive the decree is disrespectful to etiquette. And finally, you still want to snatch the reward from his majesty. You are not treating me like a man. An uncle can tolerate it, but an uncle cannot acknowledge me. You can go back and report to your eunuch, or to his majesty, that it was I, Zhao Kungan, who killed the man. Your highness the princess has nothing to do with it. If your majesty thinks I am wrong, you can chop off my head. The princess was innocent after all. If he could clear himself of any involvement, that would be best. If not, he would have to flee with her back to the modern world. If these treasures were converted into money, they would be enough for him to support the princess, and with the addition of a maid as a dowry, it would be more than enough. With confidence, Zhao Kungan felt at ease. After all, Dashi's laws didn't extend to Earth. At midnight, the old nanny came to the room where Zhao Kungan and Li Lingwan were staying and reported to them about their arrangements. She was an old woman from the palace, and was very capable in handling the affairs of the servants. The important treasures were carefully placed in Zhao Kungan and Li Lingwan's rooms. The horses were sent to the stables in the side courtyard, and the grain was stored in the warehouse. She also arranged the various maids and servants in an orderly manner, each of them in their proper place. The guards were divided into groups, equipped with armor and weapons, and assigned to areas for guard duty, patrol, and rest. Since there are still insufficient accommodations, more will need to be purchased later. However, since it's already late tonight, the old nanny has asked the guards to squeeze in for now and make plans tomorrow. The account books were neatly organized, and with that, the night's affairs finally came to an end. Although the old nanny had been dispatched to handle the matter, Zhao Kungan, unfamiliar with the nanny, had secretly watched for a while as to the entry of treasures into the house and the storage of grain. Only now, after confirming that everything was safe, could he finally relax. Zhao Kungan returned to the room and saw Li Lingwan sitting on the edge of the bed, still holding the sun-K feather fan in her hand, while Yuya was sitting upright on the bench in front of the bed. For a moment, he was at a loss. This marriage was finally done. What was he supposed to do next? Should he just go to sleep? Zhao Kungan had never been married before, so everything seemed strange and new. He tried to break the silence, saying casually, Princess, everything has been taken care of. Yes, I just heard what the nanny said. Li Lingwan nodded gently, her voice soft and gentle, without the condescending attitude of a royal princess. Instead, she had a hint of shyness and gentleness unique to ancient women. In modern society, such gentle women are rare, especially those who are gentle from the inside out. Zhao Kun scratched his head and said awkwardly, Then what about us? Li Lingwan naturally knew what was going to happen next. A special maid in the palace had taught her the relevant etiquette and rules. Thinking of what was about to happen, she tensed up so much that she squeezed her calves together, her toes unconsciously straightening. She whispered, "My dear, come here first and take the feather fan from my hand." Zhao Kungan followed her instructions and gently took the feather fan. His fingers accidentally touched Li Lingwan's fingertips. At that moment, Li Lingwan withdrew her hand, her pretty face flushed with shame, like a ripe apple, delicate and lovely. Li Lingwan followed the etiquette of the Shi kingdom and said softly, "Now that you have accepted the fan from me, you can no longer regret it. I am your wife." Zhao Kungan shook his head repeatedly. "No regrets." The moment their fingertips touched had already sent his heart racing. Zhao Kungan had truly married a princess. Her hands were soft, warm, and incredibly smooth. This wasn't a dream. Yeah. Li Lingwan looked at Zhao Kungan's affectionate gaze, her heart filled with joy. He truly didn't dislike her, he truly loved her. For Zhao Kungan, this night was like a dream, and for Li Lingwan, it was even more fantastical and incredible. She had been weak since childhood, unable to gain weight and unable to eat rich foods. Imperial physicians repeatedly examined her, using countless prescriptions, but to no avail. From that point on, the women in the harem grew increasingly voluptuous and beautiful, while she remained thin. Her father, the emperor, who once deeply loved her, gradually distanced himself from her, ultimately losing all interest in her. His dislike for her reached its peak after she was returned to the palace, following a failed marriage proposal. Li Lingwan became a wasted princess, in everyone's eyes. Throwing the ball to find a husband was the emperor's last-ditch effort, born out of kinship. If this method still failed to marry her off, he would have to send her to a nunnery to cultivate her character, to preserve the royal family's dignity. She didn't really want to enter the nunnery, but she knew that if she didn't actively submit to her fate, she, Princess Jinju, would one day die of a sudden serious illness. Today, Li Lingwan met a man who truly loved her. Ever since her mother's death and her incurable illness, no one around her had treated her sincerely, except Yuya and the old nanny. This man, however, looked at her with a strange, heart-pounding gaze that didn't seem fake. As a woman, she naturally longed to be liked, to marry, to become a true woman. Yuya had already poured 2 cups of wedding wine on the table and brought them over on a wooden tray. "Princess, the next step is drinking the wedding wine." The little girl, dressed in a red gown, was charming and stunning, her face as bashful as Li Lingwan's. Although the princess is getting married today, according to dashi rituals, on the wedding night, her personal maid must first sleep with the prince consort to test his health and whether he has any undisclosed illnesses. Only after the prince consort is confirmed to be healthy can the princess consummate the marriage the following night. Yuya felt ashamed of this rule, but she knew she had to follow it. She handed a wine glass to Li Lingwan and Zhao Kungan respectively. They exchanged glances, their cheeks flushed. This was their first marriage. Following the ritual they remembered, they drank from the wedding cup. The wine was surprisingly sweet. After finishing his drink, Zhao Kungan pursed his lips, reached out, and gently held Li Lingwan's hand. He sat on the edge of the bed, inching closer. "My dear, ah." Li Lingwan stretched out her other hand and gently pressed it against his chest, and Zhao Kungan stopped. She lowered her head and said in a soft voice, "According to Dashi's rules, you and Yuya will sleep together tonight, and it will be my turn tomorrow night." "Yuya?" Zhao Kungan looked at Yuya in surprise, who was so embarrassed that she almost buried her head in the ground. He had no idea that Dashi had such a strange etiquette. My dear," Yuya bowed shyly and whispered, "when a royal woman marries, her personal maid must sleep with her on her first night to avoid any accidents." "My dear Yuya, you two should go to bed early. I'll go first." Li Lingwan knew that if she didn't leave, she would find it difficult to control her emotions and break the etiquette. So she fled out of the room and closed the door behind her. In her heart, she actually felt that it didn't matter if she didn't try. Even if Zhao Kungan really couldn't do it, she would accept it just because he liked her. The old nanny was standing not far away at this time. When she saw Li Lingwan come out, she immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Your Highness, the side room has been cleaned up." "Yes, I understand," Li Lingwan replied softly, but she didn't leave immediately. She stood there, as if she had something to ask. "Has there been any news from the palace?" "Not yet," the maid replied respectfully, bowing her head. "If there is any news, I will report it to your Highness immediately." The old nanny beside him smiled and soothed. "Please rest assured, your Highness. The prince consort's words are well-founded. That dog slave was the first to provoke us, so it is only right for your Highness to cut off his head. At most, he will pay some silver and the matter will be settled. Although the eunuchs in our dynasty are powerful, the chief eunuch would definitely not offend the emperor for a mindless subordinate." Li Lingwan nodded gently upon hearing this. Then I shall rest assured. Her brows softened, yet beneath her eyes was a firm, unbending determination. Zhao Kungan acted decisively, killing the detestable eunuch. He was her husband, her husband. His affairs were hers. Li Lingwan has always been gentle and weak, like a willow in the misty rain of Jiangnan. However, she was able to survive safely in the deep palace until now despite the emperor's displeasure, and was able to return home safely after the failure of the marriage between the northern border of the Dashi Empire. This skill is by no means ordinary. Everyone thought she was the weakest among the married princesses, 3 princesses, and 4 sisters, but in fact, it was not the case. On the contrary, she was the most difficult one to deal with. Therefore, even though the eunuch in charge of ceremonies had died at the hands of Zhao Kungan, Li Lingwan remained composed and composed. She had her own plans and remained calm. Her inquiry to the old nanny was merely to exchange opinions and further confirm that the matter was not a problem. She would never allow anyone to destroy her hard-earned happy life, nor would she allow anyone to hurt the only man who loved her, and whom she loved wholeheartedly. Having said this, the old nanny saw that Li Lingwan had not yet left, and could not help but ask softly, "Princess, it's late, why don't you leave?" Although she knew Li Lingwan's thoughts, she dared not speak out, so she could only remind her implicitly. Whether the prince consort was capable or not, she, an old woman, could just listen outside the door. The princess was a princess, how could she eavesdrop on what was going on in person? Li Lingwan, however, didn't take it seriously. She stood with her hands behind her back, turned her back to the room, and looked up at the night sky. The room is stuffy. I want to get some fresh air and look at the moon. Madam, are you going to lecture me too? The moon? The old woman looked up, but saw the sky was completely covered with dark clouds, not even a single star was visible. How could there be any moonlight? She could only lower her head and reluctantly agree. Yes, the moon is beautiful tonight. Li Lingwan remained calm, standing still, as if truly admiring the invisible radiance. Regardless of Zhao Kungan's behavior, to her, he was the perfect husband. She was willing to rejoice for him, to wait for him. Only in this way could she live up to his deep and unwavering love. Li Lingwan finally left. Only Zhao Kungan and Yuya remained in the room. Zhao Kungan sat on the edge of the bed, a subtle expression on his face, as if he had a headache. He couldn't help but curse inwardly. This Dashi's ridiculous rules are really ridiculous. As a modern man, he was at a loss for words as to how to praise the person who established the rules. It wasn't surprising, considering that Dashi was a feudal dynasty, much like the ancient times of his hometown. Imperial power was supreme, and rules naturally served those in power. In fact, he had imagined such a scene countless times in his mind: beautiful scenery, wedding night, beautiful lady. But when he really faced all this, he was like a foodie who saw hairy crabs for the first time and didn't know where to start. Yuya blushed and squeezed her eyes shut. But after a long moment of silence, she felt no movement. Unable to resist, she opened her eyes, only to see Zhao Kungan still sitting there, motionless, staring at her. Her mind went blank. This didn't match what the nanny had described, nor did it match the description in the storybook. The Great Stone Empire, the Imperial Capital, the Stone City. The Imperial Palace, the Stone Emperor's Palace. Kneel! With a commanding shout from Yangsen, the Great Stone Empire's chief eunuch, inside the vast, long hall, 500 feet long, 100 feet wide, and 30 meters high, 11,000 civil and military officials, all knelt, facing the dragon throne atop the 99-step platform. The clatter of flapping sleeves echoed through the hall, resonating with a creaking sound. On either side of the kneeling civil and military officials stood massive meteorite pillars, 30 meters high, piercing the roof, one every 5 meters. Carved with images of various rare and exotic beasts, they stood between the meteorite pillars. Countless golden armored stone imperial guards stood between them. They wore specially crafted bronze armor and wielded bronze weapons, their brilliance rivaling even that of gold. Within the Stone Emperor Hall, civil officials and military officers were forbidden from carrying weapons, and military officers were required to remove their armor, lest they be sucked into the meteorite pillars and even exploded on the spot. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Great Stone! At the front of the Stone Emperor Hall stood 4 elders wearing purple robes with 4-clawed dragon patterns. They were none other than the Emperor's 4 brothers, the 4 Great Stone Kings. Beside them were 3 purple-robed officials: Bu Dingtian, the Duke of Zhenghua, whose physique was as mighty as a mountain; Qin Wenjin, the Imperial Censor, whose hair was white and yellow, and whose literary bearing was particularly evident; and Gu Shi, the Right Prime Minister, who weighed 500 pounds and whose official robes were almost torn, but was known as the most handsome man in the dashi officialdom. The 7 men shouted in unison. The king and the purple-robed officials were exempt from kneeling, a privilege reserved for the highest nobility. But this generation's emperor, Li Hongwen, was ruthless, cruel, and decisive, a terrifying figure. No one dared to cross the line. Unfortunately, Li Hongwen, in his prime, was plagued by illness and gradually became dependent on eunuchs, showing signs of incompetence. The treacherous ambitions of the feudal states surrounding Oishi were gradually exposed, and they frequently tested Oishi's bottom line. "Long live the emperor! Long live Oishi!" Thousands of people shouted in unison, their voices resounding like thunder and shocking. This was also the first emperor in Oishi history to put himself before Oishi. "Stand up!" From the high platform, Li Hongwen watched as over 10,000 of the world's most distinguished people bowed sincerely to him, offering their blessings. A hint of sarcasm played at the corner of his mouth, and he waved his hand calmly. Over 10,000 people rose to their feet, and the stone emperor guards slowly lowered their right fists from their chests. Cough, cough, cough. Li Hongwen was about to speak when he suddenly started coughing violently. The maid beside him quickly handed him a golden handkerchief. He covered his mouth and nose with the handkerchief and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself," Gusher cried out in grief, falling to his knees. "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." Everyone in the hall knelt again, shouting in unison. Li Hongwen waved his hand angrily. "Dismiss the court!" The chief eunuch Yangsen shouted. "Dismiss the court!" Immediately, he stepped forward to support Li Hongwen. The surrounding guards rose. The chief eunuch sang, "Your Majesty, please return to the palace." On the way back to the palace, atop the dragon chariot, Li Hongwen tossed aside his half-stained golden handkerchief, his brow furrowed. He was angry, worried. He wasn't afraid of death, but he worried that if he died, the great rock would collapse with him. Most of the civil and military officials in the court wished he'd die soon. Of his 300 sons, not a single one was up to the task. He could only trust the eunuchs. Eunuchs couldn't bear children, so they wouldn't seek the throne. If he gave power to the eunuchs, his son wouldn't be able to control the ministers. While Oishi would be safe, the throne would fall to someone else. If he didn't give power, his son would ascend the throne but wouldn't be able to control Oishi, a super-powerful chariot with millions of soldiers and horses, and the vassal states would surely rebel. He searched for a long time, but still couldn't find anyone with a clean background who could be entrusted with his son. All those who came before him were connected to aristocratic families. This troubled him, even more than his own impending death. Suddenly, he thought of the ugly daughter who had never been able to marry yesterday. It was a happy thing that she finally got married. "Yangsen, how are those girls who got married yesterday?" The white-eyebrowed eunuch followed the dragon chariot with small, quick steps, and replied softly, "Your Majesty, everything is excellent, especially the princess and her husband, who have a very close relationship. If Your Majesty is willing to listen, there is indeed an interesting anecdote." Yesterday, Yangsen had heard the truth from the young eunuch and concluded that the fat eunuch had brought his own destruction upon himself. He knew full well that although he now held the emperor's favor, he was merely a tool in his hands, and that favor could fade at any moment. How could he take the initiative to speak to the emperor about the affairs of a mere subordinate? Moreover, the emperor had been in a bad mood recently. Yangsen had suppressed the matter until today, when the emperor asked about it. This wasn't to plead for the fat eunuch, but to demonstrate his unwavering loyalty, reporting without reservation. If the emperor wanted to hear, he would speak; if not, he would say nothing. "Oh? Tell me about it." Li Hongwen, sitting idle, became interested. Yangsen narrated the whole story in detail. "This happened because I, your servant, failed to discipline you properly. Yesterday, the eunuch in charge of ceremonies went to announce the decree. Not only did he neglect the princess, he even burped and demanded money." "Interesting?" Li Hongwen frowned slightly, showing no interest in such trivial matters. Seeing this, Yangsen immediately quickened his pace. "But how do you think the princess and her husband will respond?" Li Hongwen said indifferently. "Given Jinju's personality, she will definitely swallow her anger. That prince consort is just an ordinary person. You should discipline your people properly. Even if I don't like Jinju, she is still my dashi princess." Yangsen glanced around, then leaned in and whispered, "Your Majesty, I wouldn't dare call that a joke. The prince consort finished off that eunuch with 2 sword strikes. One slashed off half his arm, and the other, his head fell to the ground." Li Hongwen's eyes suddenly lit up. "Good. Interesting, very interesting. Well done. With Jinju's personality, I will feel relieved if she marries someone who can protect her." Yangtze announced the decree. The eunuch Yangtze immediately knelt down to receive the order. Prince Consort Jinju has been instrumental in protecting his master. I reward the pharmacist with 2 longevity pills and 5,000 taels of gold. I order him to come to the palace tonight to see if he's truly interesting. Oh, and by the way, the princess doesn't need to come. Her ugly face puts me in a bad mood. At noon, the winter sun slowly rose from the eastern sky, a bit slower than usual. A ray of golden light penetrated the cracks in the oil paper window of the main room and quietly shone into the house, but was blocked by the spread bed curtains. Behind the curtains, Zhao Kungan was still lost in a sweet dream. After every strenuous effort, he always slept soundly. Yesterday, he had truly exerted himself. Yuya had long since developed a habit of waking up at dawn in the palace. Working in the palace didn't tolerate even the slightest laziness. Even when exhausted, she still woke up on time. However, the prince consort held her so tightly that she dared not move, fearing she might accidentally wake him. So Yuya silently watched Zhao Kungan, watching him sleep peacefully, and the more she watched, the happier she became. She thought to herself, Prince Consort, he's so handsome, he's truly a man worthy of our princess. Outside the courtyard, a bustling scene had already begun. Swish, swish. Someone was fetching water, someone was splashing water, someone was sweeping the floor, someone was wiping the dust. The old woman, holding a broom, smiled and said, "This will be our home from now on. Everyone, please work hard and clean this yard inside and out. Her Royal Highness is so concerned about us that she asked the kitchen to buy a pig early. I guess they're already skinning and chopping the meat. When we're done, everyone can enjoy the delicious meat, the kind that's dripping with fat. Don't be lazy." Upon hearing this, the servants were stunned at first, then worked with full energy. Meat was something only the rich and powerful could enjoy. They served in the palace, and only on the emperor's and empress's birthdays, when a great general returned triumphantly, or when one of the emperor's concubines gave birth, would there be a decent amount of oil in the dishes. As for eating meat, that was unthinkable. Just being able to enjoy a bit of oil was like celebrating the new year. At this moment, Li Lingwan, dressed in a plain white gown and a white fox fur coat, slowly emerged from the side room. "Good luck, your highness!" The servants bowed as they saw her leave. She nodded in response, as affable as ever. Except to those she deeply disliked, she never put on airs like a princess. This time when she left the palace, she brought along close relatives whom she had carefully selected. They had strong relationships with her, and were not afraid of hardship. When the old nanny saw her coming out, she quickly stopped her and said, "Oh, my highness, why are you out? Come inside quickly. The yard is still being cleaned, and it's dusty and dirty." Li Lingwan smiled softly. "Madam, it's okay. I'm so bored in the room, I'm going out for a walk." She was never spoiled. When she was young, she was imprisoned in the cold palace. The palace maids deliberately tortured her and didn't give her food for half a month. She was left alone to guard a pile of corpses, surviving by eating rats, snakes, and insects. The old nanny looked at the dark circles under her eyes and guessed that she was probably looking for a prince consort, so she said, "Your Highness, are you looking for a prince consort? I'll go call him." She knew that the princess she had raised was not one who could sit idle. "Don't!" Li Lingwan hurriedly stopped her. "He worked hard last night. Let him rest for a while. I'll just take a walk around." After that, she walked around the old nanny and continued to stroll around this small new home. Although the ground was sprinkled with water and swept, the vast expanse of space still left dust thick in the air. Li Lingwan, however, showed no distaste for it, instead breathing in the urban air, with a certain enjoyment. The palace was spotlessly cleaned daily, its brick floors practically dust-free. But that cold, tidy place never made her feel at ease. But now, this messy, slightly grimy little home was the place she longed to return to even in her dreams. Here, she didn't have to worry about being framed again. She didn't have to spend her days trying to figure out the emperor's intentions. She didn't have to fiddle with those hypocritical palace maids and concubines. Here, she was the master, free to breathe and do what she pleased. Just as she reached the left side of the courtyard, she heard a sharp pig squeal. "Chase! Chase, chase, chase! Get out of the way, princess! Damn pig, don't run that way! Oh my God! Princess!" The people in the courtyard were in chaos. Some were shouting, some were cursing, and some were praying with their eyes closed. A massive black pig, weighing over 300 pounds, had somehow escaped the butcher's grasp and bolted from the side yard. Li Lingwan happened to be passing by, and the pig, seemingly possessed, charged at the slender woman. She stared at the pig, stunned. Bang, bang, bang! The knocks on the door startled Zhao Kungan awake. My lord, something bad has happened! It was the anxious voice of the guard. Zhao Kungan suddenly opened his eyes and looked around. The ceiling was right, the environment was right, and the person in his arms was still there. He breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed traveled to this world. This was not a dream. Huh? He exhaled softly, then asked. What happened? The guard replied hurriedly. News came from the side yard, saying that Her Royal Highness the Princess was raped by a pig. What? Zhao Kungan was shocked and immediately turned over and got out of bed. Who is that? How dare they touch Zhao Kungan's wife? He himself wouldn't even touch his princess wife, so how could he let an outsider get his hands on her? Damn it! He quickly put on his clothes and opened the door. Quick, take me there! Yuya didn't hesitate, quickly gathering her clothes and pulling a long sword from under the bed before leaving. Then, she followed closely behind. When Zhao Kungan followed the guards to the left courtyard, he saw a scene he would never forget. Li Lingwan was covered in blood, not just her face, but her entire white dress stained red. She was wiping the dagger in her hand with a handkerchief. The large black pig on the ground had long been stabbed into a prickly state, covered in blood and a gruesome death. The kitchen staff were trembling in fear, as if they were silent. It wasn't just the pig that died, a mustachioed butcher had also died. Li Lingwan's foot was resting on his round head. She said indifferently, If a butcher can let a pig tied to a chopping block escape, then there's no need for him to live. Yes. Everyone in the left courtyard responded in unison. At this time, the old nanny rushed over and saw Li Lingwan covered in blood. She was immediately shocked and rushed forward to check. Seeing that she had no scars, she was relieved, but then she became furious. Come here, chop all these useless dogs to death. Yes. The armored guards, who usually guarded the front and back yards and were forbidden from entering or leaving the side yards at will, were summoned by the old maid and immediately drew their swords. The servants in the left yard all knelt and begged for mercy, tears streaming down their faces. Princess, spare me! Zhao Kungan stared blankly. His seemingly fragile princess was no mere decoration. Never mind, the culprit is dead. This won't happen again. Li Lingwan waved her hand, a hint of impatience in her tone. Just then, Yuya hurried over. After examining the scene, her eyes welled up, and she fell to her knees, her voice choking with sobs. Princess, this is all Yuya's fault. She overslept. If anything had happened to you, how could Yuya still live? Li Lingwan helped her up. Get up, Yuya. I'm in my own house, so I can still protect myself. You've just been injured, so you need more rest. She then turned her gaze towards Zhao Kungan and softened her tone. My dear, did you have a good rest yesterday? Zhao Kungan softly replied. Not bad. But something else was stirring within him. This woman, who could kill with the same impassive composure as slaughtering a pig, was no ordinary person. Only after seeing her with his own eyes did Zhao Kungan truly realize that, despite Li Lingwan's tenderness towards him, she was truly the princess of the Dashi Empire, with all her means and abilities. She could be both gentle and merciless, yet also murderous. Clean this place up, Li Lingwan ordered calmly. Yes. The old nanny nodded, her eyes gleaming with a coldness that seemed capable of killing. Then, Li Lingwan walked over to Zhao Kungan and, looking at him, she regained her fragile and pitiful demeanor, reminiscent of Lin Daiyu. My dear, please come in for some tea. I have something to tell you. Yuya followed closely behind, her hand gripping the sword tightly, her knuckles white, her anger almost condensed into substance. Zhao Kungan could clearly sense the undisguised rage coming from her. He gestured for her to come in. Please! Li Lingwan glanced at him, a look of confusion on her face. My dear, do you dislike my killing? We haven't seen each other for just one night, but why do you seem so distant after seeing me slaughter two beasts? It seems you're even a little afraid of me. Your Highness, you're joking. Zhao Kungan chuckled dryly, but a chill ran down his spine. How could he not be afraid? Last night, the woman beside him was a delicate young lady, but today, she could punch Iron Man to death, and then she turned around and acted like a spoiled child again. The contrast was too great. The princess before him was completely different from the impression he had when they first met last night. Soon, the three of them arrived at the front yard. It was spacious and imposing, with a majestic gate and a square pond stocked with koi. Inside, there were rockery, a main hall for receiving guests, meeting rooms, a dining hall, a study, and two neatly arranged weapon racks displaying a variety of swords, spears, and halberds. The guards in the yard were clad in armor, clearly no ordinary security guards. Greetings to Her Royal Highness, the Princess and Her Royal Highness. The guards saluted, their right hands pounding their chests, their expressions solemn. Though called guards, they were actually retired soldiers from the palace, formerly elite members of the Imperial Guard. Li Lingwan's face was sullen, clearly still reeling from the incident with the pig. Her expression was charming yet cold, and she passed without a response. Zhao Kungan smiled and replied, "Good morning, everyone." He quickly followed. After entering the main hall, Li Lingwan sat in the secondary seat and gestured for Zhao Kungan to take the main seat. He didn't refuse and took the seat. Yuya waved, and the 8 maids bowed and left the main hall, closing the door behind them. She then walked aside, moved the charcoal basin closer to Zhao Kungan and Li Lingwan, placed the kettle on top, and fetched tea ingredients, preparing to brew tea. At this moment, Li Lingwan gently grasped Zhao Kungan's hand and whispered, "My dear, do you think I am too cruel? It was just a minor incident, yet you killed me so ruthlessly." Zhao Kungan said softly, "Since the princess did this, I believe she must have her reasons." On the way here, he had already sorted out his position. No matter what kind of person Li Lingwan was, as long as she was good to him, that was enough. She was his wife. Li Lingwan smiled and said, "My dear, please wait a moment. The tea is ready, and there should be some results from Madam." She warmed her hands by the fire. Her hands were white, slender, like the white of a scallion, though the blood stains remained unwashed, slightly marring their beauty. Shortly after the tea was brewed, the old maid opened the door and entered. The maid immediately closed it. The old maid bowed and announced, "Your Highness, the matter has been thoroughly investigated." "Speak." Li Lingwan picked up the kettle and poured tea for Zhao Kungan. The old maid whispered, "Princess Pingyan bribed the servants and deliberately brought the mad pig into the courtyard to offend His Highness. She originally had her heart set on Zhang Sai and wanted to arrange a marriage with my father, but Zhang Sai and Princess Xingxing fell in love, and the opportunity was lost. She was resentful and thought we had no power or influence in the courtyard, which is why she had this evil intention." Zhao Kungan saw some blood on the old nanny's face and realized that this old nanny must be a famous executioner in the palace. Li Lingwan sneered and poured a cup of tea for Zhao Kungan, Yuya, and the old nanny. "That fool, Yinxing, still thinks I'm under control in the palace like before. She thinks I've lost my protection by marrying out of the palace, but she doesn't know that this is the time when I'm truly free. We've just moved out of the palace, so we should establish our authority. Otherwise, does she really think that this Jinju Prince Consort's mansion is deserted?" Yuya said in a deep voice. "Princess, please give the order." Li Lingwan waved her hand. "It's such a trivial matter, you won't have to do anything." Zhao Kungan was slightly stunned, surprised. Judging from her tone, Yuya was actually a master? "Cut off the heads of all the bride dog slaves, and send them together with the pig's head to Princess Pingyan's residence. Then secretly find a few beauties weighing more than 400 kilograms, and let them accidentally meet the minister of the Imperial College, get to know each other, fall in love, and suck him dry." "Yes." The old nanny drank the tea in one gulp, turned around and strode away. As soon as she left, Li Lingwan instantly returned to her gentle, affectionate self. She whispered, "My dear, have some tea." Yuya's expression was as calm as a still pond, as she drank her tea quietly. Zhao Kungan, unsuspecting, also picked up the teacup and prepared to taste it. The aroma of tea was refreshing and invigorating. But just as he brought the cup to his lips, "Pa!" Li Lingwan slapped the teacup out of Zhao Kungan's hand. The blue and white porcelain cup shattered, spilling tea all over the floor. Zhao Kungan was stunned, looking at her in confusion. Li Lingwan remained silent, only smiling and looking down at the ground. Zhao Kungan followed her gaze and saw circles of foam rising from the tea on the ground, like a shaken bottle of cola. He became increasingly confused. Li Lingwan picked up her cup and took a sip. "It's poisonous. I drank it too. But after thinking about it for a long time, I still couldn't bear to let you drink it, even if you married me for ulterior motives." Zhao Kungan's expression suddenly changed. He suddenly attacked and slashed at the teacup in Li Lingwan's hand with the palm. "Pa!" Zhao Kungan's hand landed accurately on Li Lingwan's. Actually, Zhao Kungan's original intention was to knock over the cup of tea. He wanted to know if the tea Li Lingwan had calmly drunk was the same as his, and whether it also contained toxins. What Zhao Kungan hadn't expected, however, was that Li Lingwan's hand was surprisingly steady. How steady? Zhao Kungan used at least half his strength in that palm strike, firmly slapping the back of Li Lingwan's hand. But her hand didn't budge at all, still firmly holding the half-full cup of tea. Not even the tea swayed at all. Li Lingwan looked at Zhao Kungan, a moment of daze in her cold eyes. Zhao Kungan's face was embarrassed. After this moment of daze, Li Lingwan seemed to suddenly understand Zhao Kungan's intention. She knew that if she didn't drop the teacup in her hand, her husband would probably lose face. Ah! Li Lingwan suddenly cried out, loosened her grip, and let the teacup fall to the ground. Pang! As expected, the teacup broke into several pieces, and the half cup of tea in the cup also spilled all over the floor. My dear, you are so strong, my dear, you are so amazing! Shhhhh. Bubbles appeared in the tea. As expected, it was poisonous. Zhao Kungan looked at the tea on the ground, then at Li Lingwan, who looked admiring, and asked in confusion. Are you crazy? Are you really going to drink that poison tea yourself? I'm not crazy. Li Lingwan shook her head calmly, then chuckled. My lord, you don't understand how difficult it is to survive in the palace and to have a place. Everyone who is kind to me has tasted this tea. Like Yuya, madam, and some of my close associates. I asked you to come here because I wanted to tell you all this. Zhao Kungan's heart was shaken. After the shock, a deep sense of heartache emerged. Only 20 years old, yet she had been forced into such a cunning state. This princess had truly had it tough. Li Lingwan slowly approached Zhao Kungan, spread her knees, and knelt on the chair where he sat, resting her hands on his shoulders. My dear, you should enjoy the wealth and glory in the mansion in the future, and you will always be my good husband. I am going to do something big, but you don't have to be afraid. I will arrange a retreat for you. Even if I die, you can continue to live without worries. She sat down slowly and sat on Zhao Kungan's lap. The blood on her face and clothes had dried up. There was pig blood and human blood. The smell of blood blended with the elegant fragrance on her body, forming a strange and stimulating smell. What's the big deal? Zhao Kungan watched the beautiful face slowly approach him. He could already clearly smell the sweet fragrance of her breath. He leaned back in his chair, his heart pounding. I'm going to kill Li Gu! Li Lingwan whispered in Zhao Kungan's ear, her breath sweet as orchid. Buzz! Zhao Kungan's head felt like it had been struck by a blast. As soon as the words fell, Li Lingwan went crazy. In broad daylight, in the main hall, on this chair, she consummated the marriage. Her Royal Highness couldn't wait until night. She wasn't one to follow the rules. Afternoon. In the dining hall. On the large round table, a large copper basin of pork sat. Inside was 2 pork knuckles, half a rack of spare ribs, and over 10 pounds of pork belly, cut into large chunks. Beneath the basin was a charcoal brazier. Red-hot coals bring the broth in the copper basin to a boil, and the rich aroma of meat rises with the steam. The pork is stewed to a perfectly tender state, and the ribs are almost boneless, easily sucking the meat into your mouth. The pork belly is as chewy as jelly and melts in your mouth. The entire dining hall was filled with a strong aroma. Yuya supported Zhao Kungan as they walked from the main hall. Her Royal Highness still had an entertainment, and needed to go out to attend. Meanwhile, Zhao Kungan, the consort, was like a domineering boss's little wife. Having been used, and now having no further use, only needing to enjoy the wealth and splendor of the mansion. Yuya, don't you need to follow your princess? Zhao Kungan's face was pale, his lips blanched. He didn't want Yuya to help him, but there was no way. His legs wouldn't obey him. They were so weak he could barely stand, and when both feet touched the ground at once, one of them would tremble uncontrollably. Your Highness, the princess said that taking good care of you is more important now. Besides, you have a nanny accompanying you. Yuya glanced down at Zhao Kungan's trembling legs. That's right. Zhao Kungan looked away, not daring to meet Yuya's gaze. Li Lingwan was extremely beautiful and skilled. Her physique was no less than Yuya's. More importantly, Zhao Kungan was passive throughout. This princess was the pride of her highness. High and mighty. Zhao Kungan was incomparably happy. Happiness was a momentary pleasure, and constant happiness was the only way to last. Adhering to this philosophy, Zhao Kungan once tried to convince the princess, but was ultimately overwhelmed, leading to his current state. If a celestial being offered him another invitation, he'd probably be completely daunted, filled with only awe. The two arrived at the dining hall. 2 pink-dressed maids immediately opened the door. As soon as the door opened, a fragrant aroma filled the room. Zhao Kungan almost stumbled from the aroma. This meat was incredibly fragrant. It looked like traditional black pig, raised using traditional methods, never fed feed. And then there was the huge pot, simmered over wood and heated over a charcoal fire. Yuya helped Zhao Kungan to sit down in front of the copper basin. She called softly. Come here, serve the prince consort his meal. No, I can eat by myself. Zhao Kungan waved his hand, thinking that it was really pretentious to have someone feed him a meal. Yuya smiled so much that her eyes curved into crescents. No, Her Royal Highness the Princess instructed before she left that your Majesty's energy should be useful and not wasted on other things. Tap 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 tap. A group of about 20 maids in green skirts came slowly, some holding musical instruments, and some holding fine wine. The sound of zither and harps rang out, and several maids began to dance in the center of the dining hall. The rest of the maids surrounded Zhao Kungan, some kneading his shoulders, some pounding his legs, some cutting meat, feeding him meat, pouring wine, and some even feeding him wine attentively. Zhao Kungan seemed to be controlled, his eyes vacant. Fuck! He felt like a loser now. But damn, this was so cool. Was this the feudal dynasty? He could still live so happily? The maids seemed specially trained, exceptionally attentive, perfectly adapting to Zhao Kungan's dietary needs. The wine was delicious, the meat fragrant. Zhao Kungan felt like he was floating in the clouds. This day was truly wonderful. While Zhao Kungan was lost in thought, he suddenly remembered the big event Li Lingwan had mentioned. He tilted his head to look at Yuya and beckoned her with a finger. Yuya leaned over. Zhao Kungan waved his hand to signal the maids to leave. After everyone had left and the door had closed, he whispered in Yuya's ear. Who is Li Gu? He knew that his wife's enemies were his, Zhao Kungan's, enemies. While he enjoyed himself, Zhao Kungan wasn't about to be a mere gigolo. He planned to do something for Li Lingwan. Yuya's eyelids twitched when she heard the words. Li Gu. She quickly looked up and around, confirming that no one was around. Then she remembered that Zhao Kungan had already dismissed his attendants before asking the question. Now they were the only two in the room. Zhao Kungan was a meticulous man. If he asked such a question in public, none of the maids present would be allowed to stay. Even the slightest mention of that person's name could bring disaster upon them. In this world, there are no more than 3 people who dare to call that person Li Gu. One is her husband, the other is her brother, and even her father doesn't dare to call her that. Huh! Yuya patted her chest lightly and said in a low voice. My lord, next time, don't say these 3 words lightly in public. Zhao Kungan nodded and asked, What's your background? Yuya looked around again, then leaned close to Zhao Kungan's ear and whispered in a very low voice. The current queen is Gu Jinhuang. Empress? Zhao Kungan was stunned. With his experience watching countless melodramatic palace dramas, scenes immediately flashed through his mind, revenge for the murder of his mother. Li Lingwan's mother had been deeply beloved, but she had been murdered by this empress, Gu Jinhuang. Li Lingwan vowed to avenge her mother and assassinate the empress. Yuya continued. Duke Gu Dingtian's younger sister, president of the Huangzi Chamber of Commerce, the richest man in the Dashi Empire, and possessor of the tiger talisman of the Gu family army, commanding 800,000 men. She murdered concubine Heng, the princess's biological mother, when she was young, forcing the princess to be confined to the cold palace and near death several times. Zhao Kungan was stunned. The empress, the sister of the Duke of Jinghua, the president of the Chamber of Commerce, the richest woman in the empire, a woman commanding an army of 800,000 men. Wasn't this the setting for a high-level heroine in a certain women's novel? How could this vengeance be avenged? The princess's road to revenge seemed incredibly long. He asked tentatively. The princess is seeking revenge? Is it impolite of me to ask? Zhao Kun scratched his head dryly. If he weren't the protagonist of a novel, achieving such revenge would be a pipe dream, unless he did it himself. If he could bring back a surface-to-surface ballistic missile, loaded with hundreds of kilograms of TNT, and destroy Gu Jinhuang's bedroom in one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the laws on Earth are strict, making TNT difficult to obtain, but money always finds a way. As for missiles, they are difficult to buy and even more difficult to learn how to operate. This is not an easy task. Yuya opened her eyes wide and pondered for a moment. Tell me, and I'll reward you with a kiss, Zhao Kungan said as he took Yuya's hand and pulled her into his arms. Now that they were already deeply in physical contact, Zhao Kungan hugging her was not overstepping the bounds. Crescent Moon was small and delicate, and whether she was held in one's arms or used to warm the bed, she was priceless. In comparison, although Her Royal Highness the Princess was domineering, she was not as gentle and submissive as Crescent Moon, which made Zhao Kungan dare not act recklessly. Yuya's cheeks flushed. How could the prince consort be so unrestrained in broad daylight? Although she was a maidservant, the prince consort's woman, such intimacy required the princess's approval. She would only act as a wife if the princess was unwilling or unable to fulfill her duties. Yet, nestled in the arms of this tall, young, handsome prince consort, she felt completely limp. She couldn't utter a single word of blame, only her face burning. Your Highness intends to... Yuya lowered her voice to a whisper. If Zhao Kungan hadn't been holding Yuya in his arms, he would have jumped up in shock. Dashi Empire, the Stone Capital. Anqing Tower, Tianzijia Upper Wing. Li Lingwan donned a purple robe and tied her long hair in a bun, a wedding woman's style, adorned with a few simple silver hairpins. Even without makeup, she was so beautiful that she put even the most famous actresses on earth to shame. Today, her complexion were even brighter than before. Unfortunately, this world, plagued by frequent wars and natural disasters, had long since distorted its aesthetic sense. Beauty was considered when one could eat enough, and the fatter one became, the more powerful one appeared, the more beautiful one became. So-called beauty was actually a recognition of strength. Over time, people's mindsets solidified, assuming that fat equaled beauty, overturning the global trend of thinness as beauty. Even those with normal aesthetic tastes still took pride in having a plump wife due to conventional standards. At this point, the old nanny changed into a coarse linen dress, pinned her hair with a wooden hairpin, and dressed like a housekeeper in a wealthy household. Soon after, a middle-aged man wearing a bamboo hat hurried into the wing. "I greet you, my lord." The middle-aged man bowed his head and knelt. "Please stand." Li Lingwan gestured for him to stand. "Yes, thank you, my lord." The middle-aged man stood up. Li Lingwan and the old nanny exchanged a glance, and the latter walked to the door to stand guard. Li Lingwan asked, "How long can the old man live?" 6 months, no more than 7 months at most. Keep this pace steady. If the old man can't find anyone to entrust his son to, he'll do everything in his power before his death to suppress the ambitions of the foreign vassal states and weaken the purple and red robes. The more he does this, the easier it will be for us to start a rebellion. If we go to war with the foreign vassal states, the emperor dies suddenly, and the military's morale is unstable, I'm afraid the situation will get out of control. Li Lingwan chuckled. Everyone knows the emperor is dying. Do you think those people will really do their best for a dying emperor? The battle hasn't even started yet, and Dashi has already been defeated. My lord, Li Wu is not as good as Li Gu. I'm afraid Li Wu's path will be difficult. That old man seems to prefer Li Gu. Li Lingwan said calmly. I know that old man too well. His sons are all mediocre. He would never hand over the throne to a grandson of an aristocratic family, let alone one from the Gu family. That would stabilize the Great Rock, but it would only make the Gu family stronger. Li Wu, if you can help him, then help him. If you can't, then forget it. I've already ordered someone to contact the young general of the Weiwu general's mansion under an excuse. Within 3 months, we will eliminate the old Weiwu general and let his son inherit the title and military power. Yes. You sure, take care of yourself. The lord also needs to be careful, especially the person who receives the bouquet. I always feel that something is wrong with him. I know what's going on. After the middle-aged man Yushir left, the old nanny quickly stepped forward and came to Li Lingwan's side. Your Highness, something's wrong. I just received news that His Majesty has sent someone out of the palace to announce the decree. They will arrive at the Prince Consort's residence soon, summoning him to the palace tonight to meet the Emperor. After a moment's thought, she added, He's going alone. Li Lingwan's brow furrowed. Why would he meet Zhao Kungan now? The old nanny asked. Should we inform the Prince Consort in advance? Li Lingwan waved her hand. That's fine. The less he knows, the safer he'll be. Nothing will happen to him. If that old man really knew something, he wouldn't send for us, but would simply send the black armored guards to round us up. In the study, Zhao Kungan had just finished his meal and was idly flipping through a book when he heard a servant announce, Your Majesty, the new eunuch in charge of ceremonies is outside to announce an imperial decree. Announce an imperial decree? Zhao Kungan was stunned, alarm bells blaring in his head. Oh no! Could it be that the reasons he had presented earlier weren't sufficient? After killing that fat eunuch, the emperor was now enraged and wanted to take his life? Hold them! Zhao Kungan feigned composure and gave a calm order before dashing out of the study. In his heart, he was raging, damn it! That shrewd princess hadn't reacted at all, leading him to mistakenly believe the situation was over. He hadn't expected a disaster to come. He had begged for this opportunity at such a cost, and if he returned empty-handed, he would be truly ungrateful to his ancestors. Take it away! Take as much as you can. This? The maid outside the door was bewildered. This? I can't hold you back. Yuya hurried forward to grab her own prince consort. This time was different from yesterday. Yesterday, that fat eunuch was indeed too arrogant, defying rules and regulations, and overstepping his bounds. According to Oishi law, he should have been the first to arrive at the princess's residence to announce the decree, but he delayed his arrival until late at night, and in the meantime, he also committed many absurd acts. This time, the eunuchs who arrived were dispatched directly from the palace, in accordance with regulations. If Zhao Kungan didn't accept the order quickly, he would be neglecting the eunuchs, tantamount to neglecting the emperor. If he were held accountable for this, the consequences would be disastrous. After all, killing the fat eunuch had already created a mortal enemy with the eunuchs, and he couldn't afford to give them another opportunity. Your Majesty, if you have anything to say, please wait until you receive the imperial edict. Yuya chased after him, tightly grasping Zhao Kungan's arm. I'm going? Zhao Kungan was stunned. This little girl, whom he could easily pick up and play with, was now unable to move with just one tug. Her strength was beyond common sense. He was an adult man over 1.8 meters tall, and he was still full. Yuya, good Yuya, I really have something urgent to do. I need to go to the bathroom. Zhao Kungan's tones softened and pleaded. Yuya said sternly. Your Majesty, please be patient. We can't let those damn eunuchs seize the opportunity. Disrespecting the imperial edict is a serious crime. Zhao Kun was anxious and grabbed Yuya's hand. You've come to arrest me, and you're still talking about disrespecting me. How about this, I take you with me. I'll take care of you from now on. Yuya was stunned. Arrest you? What are you talking about, Prince Consort? If His Majesty really wanted to arrest someone, and you don't hold an official position, he would have sent the He family's imperial guards long ago. Zhao Kungan was awakened by her words. He was also stunned for a moment, thought about it, and nodded. You are right. It makes sense. The two of them quickly arrived at the main reception hall. Inside, the new eunuch in charge of ceremonies had already taken his seat, and standing behind him were not young eunuchs, but two silver-armored imperial guards. Seeing Zhao Kungan's burly figure enter the hall, the tall, thin new eunuch immediately stood up, his face full of respect. How could he dare neglect him? He had long heard that the previous eunuch in charge of ceremonies had been beheaded on the spot by this very prince consort. Even more shocking was that the emperor, far from being angry, rewarded him generously and even summoned him to the palace to meet him. Dashi's princes and princesses are countless. If their mothers weren't of high rank, some might never see the emperor in their entire lives. Not to mention a non-official consort. Therefore, the new eunuch in charge of ceremonies concluded that Zhao Kungan must have gained the emperor's favor. Even if he didn't have the illustrious reputation of beheading his predecessor with 2 swords, he must not be offended. You're here! The eunuch in charge of ceremonies greeted him respectfully, his face beaming. I'm here. Zhao Kungan nodded slightly. The face before him, smiling like a chrysanthemum, gave him a shiver. But compared to the previous eunuch, with his powdered and rouge-covered face and a quirky, this one seemed much more pleasant. While his smile was unnerving, at least his complexion was normal. The eunuch in charge of ceremonies said softly, Congratulations, Your Majesty! Congratulations, Your Majesty! You have served your master well and executed the wicked slave who bullied him. His Majesty is greatly pleased and has bestowed upon you a generous gift. I have come to obey His Majesty's order. His Majesty wishes to see you again and summon you to the palace. Please prepare yourselves so that we can announce the order. Yuya blinked blankly. This new eunuch was so kind. It was the first time she had seen such a gentle eunuch. She had forgotten that her husband had just killed a very arrogant man yesterday. I'm ready. You can announce the decree. Zhao Kungan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he didn't run away. As he spoke, he knelt on the ground. Yuya, the guards, the maids, and the servants all knelt down. The eunuch straightened up, cleared his throat, and announced loudly. Your Majesty has decreed, for the meritorious service of protecting the princess, Zhao Kungan, the consort of the Golden Pearl, is rewarded with 2 longevity pills and 5,000 taels of gold. Tonight he shall appear before me in the palace. I decree this. Before he finished speaking, a eunuch nearby brought up a wooden tray covered in gold cloth. On the tray lay the longevity pill, and gleaming gold. Zhao Kungan had no interest in elixirs. As a good history student, he knew that the Stone Kingdom was similar to ancient Earth, and this longevity pill was probably just a toy for comfort. His gaze passed over the pills and fixed on the gold behind him. 5,000 taels. 5,000 taels of gold. According to Shigwa standards, that's about 312.5 kilograms, which translates to about 500 kilograms in Earth units. 500 yuan per gram. In other words, 250,000 grams. That's 125 million. Zhao Kungan's eyes lit up, a golden glint in their eyes. He was rich. He was rich. He had so much money he couldn't spend it all, more than enough to marry hundreds of wives. He'd go back to his hometown and be the most handsome guy. What flash delivery driver? Get lost. He could just buy a building and collect rent from young girls. He could collect rent when he was free, and settle things with his money when he needed it. Just thinking about it made him sizzle with joy. Thank you. Yuya gently tugged at the hem of Zhao Kungan's shirt, whispering a reminder. Jinju's consort Zhao Kungan thanks His Majesty. Zhao Kungan immediately knelt and kowtowed respectfully. Your Majesty, please get up quickly. The ground is cold. Please check the amount of the reward, and then follow me into the palace. The eunuch in charge of ceremonies said respectfully. Okay. Zhao Kungan waved his hand, allowing the maid to take the wooden trays one by one. I'll put the things in order and then go with you. The eunuch in charge of ceremonies agreed. Okay. Yuya, serve the tea, Zhao Kungan ordered. Yes, Your Majesty, Yuya replied respectfully. Zhao Kungan and the maid hurried to the dining hall. Put your things down and you can leave. I'll clean up. The maids were stunned. The dining hall was so small, where were they going to put so many gold ingots? But since their master had given the order, they didn't dare to disobey. They put down the gold and left. After everyone left, Zhao Kungan immediately closed the door and whispered, Put it in the divine ring space. Chapter 16 Entering the Palace. There was no response. Well? Maybe it was opened incorrectly. Zhao Kungan walked closer to the table, placed his hand on the wooden tray containing the gold ingots, closed his eyes and silently said, Put it in the divine ring space. This time, it worked. Zhao Kungan clearly felt that the thing in his hand was gone. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the wooden pallet and the gold ingots on it were indeed gone. Zhao Kun closed his eyes and silently recited the divine ring space. Sure enough, he could see that the things were already in the divine ring space. He is very rigorous. Silently recite and take it out. The gold ingots were really taken out. There was no problem in putting it in or taking it out. Zhao Kun nodded and quickly put away all the gold ingots. Princess, this is a gift from the Emperor. I'm keeping it, so it shouldn't be too much. I won't spend it all myself either. When I go back and buy some nice things, I'll bring you plenty. My lord, it's time to set off. Yuya's voice came from outside the door. Here I come. Zhao Kungan opened the door and left the cafeteria. Yuya looked around and saw that no one was around. Then she said, My lord, you must not talk nonsense or look directly at His Majesty when you are with him. Don't worry. Zhao Kungan pinched Yuya's little face. After obtaining 5,000 taels of gold and successfully putting it into the magic ring, for Zhao Kungan now, the Emperor is no longer a powerful figure. He can run away at any time. There is enough money. Zhao Kungan was about to leave when he felt Yuya suddenly grab him. Zhao Kun turned around in confusion. Yuya's face flushed. You must come back safely. Zhao Kun was stunned. He walked forward, held Yuya's face, and kissed her hard. She said in a serious tone, Don't worry, my husband will come back safely. Zhao Kungan went out. The carriage was already ready at the front door. He got on directly and set out on his first journey into the palace in the night. The carriage had wooden wheels, which were not very stable. Every time it encountered a pothole, it would shake violently. Although the carriage was covered with thick cushions, it was still uncomfortable to sit on. The new eunuch in charge of ceremonies was riding in a sedan chair, with two people carrying it in front and behind. The sedan chair was shaking and looked more comfortable to sit in, but in Zhao Kungan's opinion, it was not as stable as a carriage. If you are riding in a sedan chair and the sedan bearer falls, won't the people sitting inside be injured? The night in Shidu, accompanied by the cold winter wind, is very dull. Aside from the patrolling armies of armored soldiers, Zhao Kungan saw very few pedestrians on the streets. The shops along the main road had all closed early, their doors nailed shut. The situation improved as we went deeper into the city. There are brothels and tea houses with bright lights, and girls wearing thin clothes and heavy makeup are soliciting customers in front of the doors. Only, they all weighed 200 or 300 pounds, and they were still showing off, almost sucking the souls out of people passing by. Zhao Kungan was about to vomit out the pork he had eaten at noon. The aesthetics of this Dashi Empire is really sick. No one wants his beautiful princess wife and everyone dislikes her. On the contrary, these tanks are what the people want. But that's also good. Otherwise, how could he get the chance to marry such a beautiful, smooth and wild princess? He only found out about the princess's wildness after that morning. Like a savage female leopard. It's really fatal. It took about another half an hour. We've arrived at the palace. This was Zhao Kungan's first visit to the imperial palace in Shida. The outer wall was 20 meters high and painted vermilion. There were 9 gates in a row, and the middle one was the largest, at a full 10 meters high. Guarding the gate were the He family's imperial guards, the golden-armored royal guards, and a group of 1,000-year-old guards wearing dragonfish costumes. No carriages or sedan chairs, except the emperor's dragon chariot, are allowed into the palace. You have to go in with your legs. When Zhao Kungan got off the car, the new eunuch also got off the sedan chair. Looking at the situation at the gate, Zhao Kungan felt in his heart, a simple palace gate was actually guarded by 3 forces. It seemed that there was unrest in the palace and undercurrents were surging. The 10-meter-high gate is always closed. Zhao Kungan followed the new eunuch in charge of ceremonies and entered through the second door on the side. Inside the tall walls of the Dashi Empire's palace are 3 inner-city walls, and more than 1,000 soldiers are stationed in front of each inner-city wall. Same thing, all different clothes. Obviously, the emperor of the Dashi Empire understood the principle of checks and balances very well and did not absolutely trust the soldiers of any side. The 3 parties were released directly. In this way, there is no need to worry about one party suddenly having problems and getting angry. Behind the 3 layers of inner-city walls, the view suddenly opens up. It is a square that is 10 times larger than Zhao Kungan's hometown village. The square is paved with white jade floors and engraved with cloud patterns or auspicious patterns. Jade has a transparent texture and is a top-notch item. After Zhao Kungan was stunned for a moment, he came up with a new guess. There is no shortage of jade in this world. Jade, like marble in the world of Earth, has become the most basic decoration. So, Zhao Kungan suddenly had a bold idea. Such a large square is paved with jade. Find an opportunity to pry a piece off, then return to Earth and sell it to see what it is like. If it is really top-grade jade, then I will probably make a fortune. Jade is probably easier to sell than gold. Gold is undoubtedly the hard currency on Earth, but if a large amount of gold is sold at one time, it is likely that the head will soon move to another place. The source cannot be explained at all. Jade is different. Not only is good jade expensive, but the traceability control is also weaker. After walking for a quarter of an hour, Zhao Kungan followed the new eunuch around the front of the hall and into a large courtyard behind it. The core hall in the courtyard has a sign with the words, Imperial Study, written on it. The new eunuch in charge of ceremonies came forward to report, and then returned to Zhao Kungan's side. Your Ma-san, I have already reported everything. Please wait for the summons. I will be leaving now. The new eunuch in charge of ceremonies did not dare to act like a family member, at all. He always called himself, I, and was very approachable. Zhao Kungan thought about it, and although he was a little reluctant, he still had to take care of the human relations. This eunuch was not a bad person, so he would not feel bad about giving him some silver. So, Zhao Kungan took out a tiny gold ingot from the space of the magic ring and secretly stuffed it into the sleeve of the new eunuch. The new eunuch touched the silver that Zhao Kungan handed over. He was shocked and said to Zhao Kungan with an anxious laugh, I dare not, oh, I dare not, your majesty, please do not do this. I really dare not accept it. The last time he died because he asked you for something. I dare not. I'm afraid that I'll take the silver and you'll chop me the next. Master Eunuch, I will come into contact with you many times in the future. I am not the evil star who slashes people indiscriminately. Zhao Kungan explained helplessly. Upon hearing this, the new eunuch Chansho nodded and said, My lord, my name is Chansho. If you need me in the future, just let me know. At this time, a voice came from the depths of the imperial study. Announce, Jinju's son-in-law Zhao Kungan, enter the palace. Then, there were layers of eunuchs shouting until the voice was heard outside the door, and the eunuchs outside the door shouted loudly. Chapter 17 Entrustment. Squeak. The sound of heavy wooden doors rubbing against wooden frames was heard, and the 2 tall doors of the imperial study were pushed open by the 4 golden-armored imperial guards at the door. The smell of old bamboo slips and paper, along with the unique scent of incense from the palace, wafted out from the imperial study. Sniff. Zhao Kungan smelled it, and shook his head secretly, thinking that it didn't smell as good as the incense at home. He had studied perfume for some time before. Perfume is divided into top note, middle note, and base note. The top note and middle note of the incense in the imperial study are quite normal, while the base note is slightly spicy. If you don't smell it carefully or get used to it, you will never notice it. My lord, please go quickly, Chansho said with a small smile. Zhao Kungan nodded and walked up the steps in front of the imperial study. The golden-armored royal guards and the bronze-armored stone emperor guards carefully searched Zhao Kungan, front and back, and after confirming that there was no problem, those guarding the door made way for him. Prince Consort Jinju, come with us. Inside the door of the imperial study stood Yang Sen's godson, the eunuch commander Fuyun. He was a middle-aged eunuch with white eyebrows and hair, holding a whisk in his hand. He glanced at Zhao Kungan lightly, then turned around and walked in front. It is obvious that he does not look at Zhao Kungan in the right light. Zhao Kungan didn't care either. Just a man without brothers. So pitiful. The floor of the imperial study was covered with a red dragon-patterned carpet that stretched all the way to the end. On both sides of the carpet are 2 rows of desks and stools. Behind each desk sat a scholar in a long robe, writing or drawing, apparently handling official business. On both sides there were countless tall bookshelves, each 10 meters high, just like the imperial study. Inside, there were countless bamboo slips and paper books. After walking for 3 miles, Zhao Kungan saw countless eunuchs delivering messages, roughly one every 50 meters. And there were too many scholars and officials working there, with tables next to each other, too numerous to count. I'm afraid there were at least 1,000 or more, if not 4,000 or 5,000 people. This is definitely a superpower configuration. At the end of the imperial study, behind a giant screen on 9 steps, is the imperial desk where the emperor works, and behind it is the dragon throne where the emperor sits. Zhao Kungan followed the eunuch leader Fuyun to the screen. Fuyun stood aside, his chin slightly tilted forward, motioning Zhao Kungan to come in. Zhao Kungan walked into the screen. There are 3 people behind the screen. One of them is the emperor, sitting on the dragon throne. One is the white-browed eunuch, sitting on the 8th step, looking like a very gentle eunuch. There is another woman. The woman was wearing a green dress and had long hair. Dressing improperly is a big taboo in the palace, especially in front of the emperor. Zhao Kun took a quick look, then immediately lowered his head and took small steps forward. When Zhao Kungan entered behind the screen, the man who was high above him also put down the pen in his hand and looked at Zhao Kungan. I, Zhao Kungan, the consort of the Golden Pearl, kowtow to your majesty. Long live the emperor! Long live the great stone! After Zhao Kungan took a few steps forward, he slowly knelt on the ground, kowtowed, and spoke respectfully. Get up! Sitting on the dragon throne, Li Hongwen waved his hand. He is tall and strong. Although he is not particularly fat, he is tall and has some muscles on his body. He is considered to be a handsome man in Dashi. Thank you, your majesty! Zhao Kun thanked him respectfully, and then stood up. When Zhao Kun was doing it, he found that the woman with disheveled hair was not far away from him. The woman was holding a plum blossom in her hand and looking at him with big eyes. Women not fat. She is a little plumper and shorter than his princess wife. Mainly because of his big eyes, he doesn't look very smart. Zhao Kungan didn't dare to look any longer. After taking 2 glances, he quickly looked away. A woman who can be so casual around the emperor is definitely not simple and is not someone he can afford to offend. Li Hongwen cleared his throat. Zhao Kungan, you're so bold! A mere prince consort, you actually dared to kill my eunuch with a sword. Even if he has done all sorts of wrongdoings, do you think it's your turn to kill someone by yourself? Zhao Kun was stunned. What the hell? Aren't you going to settle the accounts? What is going on? Zhao Kungan quickly knelt down and said, Your Majesty, spare my life. Life is pretty good right now. Zhao Kungan would not run away if he could avoid it. The setting of this divine ring is that time does not flow after you leave. It means that after 1 day of charging CD, you will still be here when you come back. Ha 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 ha! Li Hongwen looked at Zhao Kungan, who quickly knelt on the ground and laughed out loud. Get up! Zhao Kungan slowly got up. Li Hongwen laughed and said, I thought you were lawless and not afraid of me. In this great rock, no one dares not to fear the majesty of his majesty. Zhao Kungan clasped his hands together and bowed 90 degrees. Don't flatter me. I asked you to come here because I saw that you have some courage and are a good man. Emperor Li Hongwen had obviously heard too much flattery and didn't fall for it. He started speaking frankly, pointing at the woman with loose hair. Zhao Kungan, accept the order. Your Majesty's imperial decree is here to be received with respect. Zhao Kungan knelt down quickly. Li Hongwen, from today on, Princess Nihuang, Li Kani, will secretly marry you. You must treat Princess Nihuang as you would Princess Jinju for the rest of your life. You must protect her well and ensure she lives a smooth and peaceful life. As he spoke, Li Hongwen's tone grew heavier. Whether the big rock is still there or not, you must resolutely carry out the order. Zhao Kungan, who was kneeling on the ground, suddenly opened his eyes wide. What does the emperor mean by this? Is this because he is a person who can get along with others and kill the eunuch in charge of ceremonies for Jinju, and is he starting to entrust his beloved daughter with the task? Did the emperor smell what Dashi was up to? Can Princess Jinju's wife really overturn the big stone? Did you hear that clearly? Li Hongwen saw Zhao Kun was in a daze and scolded him harshly. I heard it clearly. Zhao Kungan responded immediately. Li Hongwen, I swear. Your Majesty, do you still believe this? Zhao Kungan didn't dare not to swear. Zhao Kungan said seriously, I, Zhao Kungan, swear that I will take good care of Princess Nihuang for the rest of my life. No matter what happens, even if I face life-threatening danger, I will make sure Princess Nihuang is well. Anyone who breaks this oath will be punished by heaven and earth, and will never be reborn. Princess Likani walked up to Zhao Kungan and looked at him curiously with her head tilted. Big eyes, a crazy look. A bit like Sister Boa. Li Hongwen sighed and said, Soon you will pack up your things and set off with your family for Nanhuang City. If a large rock collapses, the city over there will surrender to the new dynasty in time, and they will certainly not make things difficult for you. If you see the lessons learned from the surrounding cities and those guys kill everyone, you and your family can hide in the Shernan Mountains next to Nanhuang City and live out your days in seclusion. The emperor of the Dashi Empire, who has 30 billion people, could hardly hide his sadness in his tone at this moment. Such a huge empire, our descendants cannot protect it. He has already seen the future. He will fail if he fights hard, but he must fight once, otherwise he will not be able to close his eyes even after death. Chapter 18 Zhu Zhuyun. Yes. Zhao Kungan's head was confused, and he agreed. Yang Sun sat there with a sad look on his face, his old eyes misted with tears. Ha! Li Hongwen suddenly laughed again. Zhao Kungan, my good son-in-law, I'm not dead yet, why are you so confused? Don't worry, Dashi won't be finished in a short time. As long as I am alive, Dashi will be glorious. Long live your majesty, long live the great stone. Zhao Kungan bowed. Li Hongwen waved his hand. All right, get up and take my Kai and I back. She came with the bride and there's another one as a dowry. With her here, no one can bully my Kai and I. You can't bully my Kai and either. Yang Sun wiped his tears and said, Call Zhu Zhuyun into the palace. Announce Zhu Zhuyun enters the hall. The eunuch's shouts spread out in layers. The emperor's father-in-law is quite rare. Zhao Kungan also felt uncomfortable watching this. But he himself has the numbers. He is just an ordinary citizen, a small prince consort. He has no right to take care of Dashi's affairs, and it is not his turn to take care of them. Perhaps completing the emperor's instructions was the best reward for his gold. Zhu Zhuyun? Female. The name sounds pretty good. Boom! 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 Sudden. Zhao Kungan heard a series of explosions like artillery shells hitting the ground, and the entire huge hall seemed to be shaking with the rhythm. It's not an illusion. Zhao Kungan clearly saw the giant screen shaking. General Zhu Zhuyun pays homage to His Majesty. A very masculine voice sounded. Zhao Kungan glanced over secretly with the corner of his eye and saw a huge woman. A woman who was 3 meters tall and taller than him even when she was kneeling. Zhu Zhuyun? General Zhu, from today on, you will begin the mission I told you before. Protect Princess Nihuang for me. I will obey your order. Zhu Zhuyun cowed out in response. Li Hongwen looked at Zhao Kungan and said, Zhao Kungan, your Jinju Prince Consort's mansion is ultimately weak. The journey to the southern wasteland is long. I'm afraid it will be hard on my Kai and I, and I'm also worried about the safety. On this trip, General Zhu will lead an order to escort food and fodder to the border warehouse of southern wasteland city. He will bring 5,000 soldiers and horses with you. From now on, these 5,000 soldiers and horses will also be the foundation for you, the Prince Consort, to gain a foothold in southern wasteland city. When you are ready, you can set off. 5,000 soldiers? Zhao Kungan was shocked. 5,000 people. Even if they poop together, they can still poop out a small mountain. There are only a few hundred people in their village. Being able to manage 5,000 people, doesn't that mean he is several times more powerful than the village chief? Etc. Once you arrive at that Nanhuang city, won't you be more powerful than the village chief? If the city is not small, won't it be like being the county chief in the Earth world? Originally, Zhao Kungan had not thought about this and was not interested in going to the border town. But now thinking about it, I got excited. Who among men in the world doesn't want to be a high-ranking official? Everything went very smoothly. I went into the palace and picked up a silly and beautiful princess, the emperor's favorite princess. There was also a burly female general, 5,000 soldiers and horses given by the emperor, and food and fodder. This seems to be getting completely better. But what Zhao Kungan didn't expect was that at this time, the burly female general was dissatisfied. Xu Zhiyun frowned and said, "Your Majesty, this man is not worthy of our Princess Ni Huang. The man who is worthy of the princess should at least be a handsome man like Zhang Sai." Zhao Kungan's face was full of black lines. Zhang Sai? This is still an acquaintance. Isn't he the fat man who can seamlessly switch between Central Plains Mandarin and the common language? Is that a handsome man? Bold. Emperor Li Hongwen didn't say anything, so Yang San stood up and asked, "Is it your turn to comment on His Majesty's decision?" Xu Zhiyun knelt on the ground and patted the metal armor on her chest vigorously. "He is simply not worthy of our princess. Your Majesty, I dare to say that if this man can survive 3 of my attacks, I, Xu Zhiyun, will recognize him and obey his orders from now on." Wow! Xu Zhiyun's fist actually made the copper armor rattle. For a 3-meter-tall man, one of his fists was as big as an iron pot. Zhao Kungan had no doubt at all. Not to mention 3 moves. With just one punch from such a big fist, the place where he was hit would become a puddle. This woman is basically a giant, not an ordinary person. Oh? Li Hongwen didn't refuse at the first moment. He pinched his chin and looked at Zhao Kungan with a smile. "I have a good son-in-law. What do you think?" "My Majesty." "How can I see?" "Watch while lying down, standing up, or sitting down. If you really agree to it, won't that be a waste?" "Your Majesty, I am not feeling well." "Ha ha ha ha!" Xu Zhiyun looked at Zhao Kungan and laughed out loud with disdain. "Your Majesty, you've seen it too. He doesn't even have the courage to die for the princess. How could you entrust the princess to such a coward? In a life-or-death crisis, this kind of useless man would definitely only care about his own life." Xu Zhiyun laughed so hard that her specially made large copper armor rustled, and the sound was like a thunderclap. Her disdain for Zhao Kungan grew more and more. Emperor Li Hongwen nodded meaningfully. "Zhao Kungan, I believe he will not let me down." As soon as the emperor said this, Zhao Kungan immediately understood what he meant. He was the one chosen by the emperor. Identified person. If he didn't agree, he would be looked down upon by the female general, which meant that the emperor had made a wrong judgment. Even the emperor would lose face. "Your Majesty, I will not let you down," Zhao Kungan said with gritted teeth. He also tried his best. "If you make the emperor lose face, you will probably die." "He definitely won't die. You can run back to the Earth world. But he can't come to this world, which is a pity, because this is the super golden finger that can make him rich in the Earth world." "Then let's fight." "Isn't she just a female giant who is over 3 meters tall?" "Good." Zhao Kungan agreed loudly. "You said that I will not die within 3 moves, and you will listen to me from now on." This general said it, and this general will do it, but think about it first. This involves my princess, and this general will definitely not let her off. A waste like you can't take 3 of my punches, so you're dead. Xu Zhiyun twisted her neck, and suddenly there was a crackling, sound like frying beans, and she stood up. Zhao Kungan, who was about 1.8 meters tall, could only see the bronze armor on her chest. She is simply too tall. Too pretentious. "Come!" Zhao Kungan said in his heart. "I just don't believe that you really dare to kill me in front of the emperor." "Xu Zhiyun, don't go too far," Yang San said in a grim voice. Xu Zhiyun pretended not to hear anything and clenched her fists. She gave Zhao Kungan a cruel smile. "Boy, don't dream. Go back to the city." Zhao Kungan suddenly thought in his heart. Chapter 19 Return to the City. When the 3 words, "Return to the city," came to mind, Zhao Kungan felt that everything in front of him suddenly became slow, and it was getting slower and slower. The bronze-armored giant female general opened her bloody mouth, which was bigger than a basin, and spit flew everywhere. She also raised her huge fist and smashed it towards Zhao Kungan in a plain and unpretentious manner. Seeing that Xu Zhiyun was still fighting with all her strength, the super eunuch Wang Yangsan widened his eyes and reached for his waist. On the high platform, The emperor narrowed his eyes slightly, and the smile on his face slowly disappeared. It seemed that his dissatisfaction with Zhu Zhuyun had reached its peak at this time. Zhao Kungan clearly saw the bronze-armored giant female general stop not far in front of him, with saliva slowly flying until it stopped in the air. Yangtze put his hand into the needle bag at his waist, which contained golden needles. He seemed ready to help him. Emperor Li Hongwen's smile disappeared, and before a new expression appeared, his face became paralyzed. On the other hand, Li Kaiyanai, who was holding a branch of plum blossoms, had an innocent look on her face as she looked down at the plum blossoms in her hand. The subtitles that appeared when Zhao Kungan bound the magic ring appeared in front of him. After 1 minute, you will enter the divine ring and return to the city through the internal spatial channel. Afterwards, you will spend 1 day recharging in the city before you can re-enter the Stone Kingdom and enter the time node you are currently frozen in. After Zhao Kungan finished reading, the subtitles disappeared from his eyes. Instead, there is a 1-minute countdown. 59. 58. Call! Zhao Kungan breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at Zhu Zhuyun, his heart full of anger. Tiger. I really can't tell the difference between the eyebrows and eyes. I guess if you weren't truly loyal to your princess, you would have died long ago. The emperor didn't give him face. The eunuch, Yuan, did not listen. Do you think you can fly to the sky just because you are big? Zhao Kungan didn't dare to take Zhu Zhuyun's punch head-on. It would be too not worth it if he was really punched to death just to show off in front of the emperor. Life is still important. Zhao Kungan was furious and got angry for a moment. He reached out and poked Zhu Zhuyun's fist. Hard. Like a stone. I guess it will really make him poop. Okay, just wait for me. In terms of real strength, I'm no match for you. But I can cheat. Just wait for me to come back and see who has the last laugh. Zhao Kungan made a harsh remark. 1 minute was up and his vision went dark. Then, he saw the glittering gold ingots in the space of the magic ring. A full 5,000 taels of gold, and 2 elixirs of longevity. About 10 more seconds passed. Zhao Kungan opened his eyes again. For a moment, the glaring sunlight made his eyes hurt. Zhao Kungan quickly closed his eyes and covered his eyes with his hands. After gradually adapting to the daylight, he completely took his hands away. The time on Earth has not changed. It is night in Dashi, but it is still day here. It was the time when he merged with the divine ring and left. Holy crap, this is amazing. Zhao Kungan looked at the ancient robe on his body, which was the same one he hurriedly put on this morning. Bring it back. He touched the pocket inside his robe's sleeve, and wow! The bloody golden toad he had secretly picked up from the ground was there too. Look inward at the space within the divine ring. Zhao Kungan muttered to himself. Those gold ingots are still there. It's sent! It's sent! It's sent! Zhao Kungan looked at those things and wanted to laugh out loud. I really brought them all back. He pinched himself. It hurts. It's all real, not a dream. Bang, bang, bang! Just then, there was a knock on the door of Zhao Kungan's rental house. Who? Zhao Kungan quickly put the golden toad into the magic ring. He took a kitchen knife from the kitchen and spoke slowly. Although, no one else knew that he had so much gold. But Zhao Kungan was nervous. First of all, he had so many things. A woman's voice came from the door. Who are you? I am who I am. Are you asking Zhao Kun to do that? Hurry up and get out here and pay the rent. If you don't pay the rent, get out of here. Zhao Kungan opened the door and saw a ferocious-looking young girl standing there. The girl looked to be about 18 or 19 years old. She had short hair dyed red, 2 huge hoop earrings on her ears, heavy makeup, and kept calling, "Old lady," all the time. She looked very fierce. Zhao Kungan asked in confusion. Didn't I just pay the rent? He worked hard to make money in the city. I have never owed the landlord any money for rent. As soon as the time came, I submitted it in advance. The short-haired, red-haired woman waved her hands and said, I don't care. Who you gave it to before is your business. Now this house is mine. My father is dead, and this house is now given to me. You either pay me the rent again or get out. Zhao Kungan returned to the room and took out the contract. A sale doesn't affect a lease. I've paid the money and there's a contract. Don't try to play those dirty tricks on me. It's useless. After showing the contract, Zhao Kun slammed the door shut with a bang. As soon as the door was closed, the woman with short red hair opened it with the key. The short-haired redhead smiled coldly. I'll ask you one last time, are you sure you don't want to give me the money? Zhao Kungan said righteously. I am sure and I am certain. I am not a complainer. My money is useful. Oh. The short-haired redhead said disdainfully. You forced me to do this, Zhao Kungan. Don't regret it. As she said that, she closed the door of the room and tore a big hole in her shirt with a swish. Then, she messed up her hair and smeared the makeup on her face. Zhao Kun just watched the other party make trouble quietly. Okay, you're not afraid, are you? The red-haired girl nodded defiantly, then she took off her clothes and ripped them apart. After a moment of calming down, she burst into tears. Help! Help! Someone, help me, you beast, bastard, stinky hooligan, please let me go, I'm still a child. She cried and shouted as she threw herself towards Zhao Kungan. Damn! Is there such a thing? Facing the girl who was rushing towards him, Zhao Kun raised his leg and kicked her. I can't beat you, Jun, but can I beat you? Turtle. The girl groaned and fell heavily to the ground, with an out-of-tune groan coming from her mouth. You're not a man, you hit a woman. Are you a woman? Who would be like you, a decent woman? You don't think that just because you learned some crooked ways, you can really make a living out of the underworld, do you? Zhao Kungan walked to the side and knocked on the camera on the table that could track the target 360 degrees freely. Seeing the existence of the camera, the woman with short red hair was shocked and her face turned pale. Especially now, someone has heard the noise and came to the door and started knocking. Open the door! Open the door quickly, tenant inside, what are you doing? Hurry up and open the door. If you don't open it, I'll break it down. Oh my God, how could such a beast appear in our neighborhood? The residents who came in after hearing the noise were filled with indignation. Chapter 20 Xena. Heh. You're the one who caused the trouble, so you should solve it yourself. You don't want the surveillance video to be exposed and the neighbors all know who you are, right? Zhao Kungan crossed his arms across his chest, not panicking at all. This woman's methods are clumsy and can only scare those who are timid. She can't scare someone like him. Moreover, if it has not been touched, it has not been touched. Uncle Hat is a professional. If it really comes to the point of going to court, the result will definitely be fair and just. Fuck you! You're so cruel! The girl with short red hair cursed with her mouth, then she struggled to get up from the ground, walked quickly to the door, and opened it a crack. Looking at the open door, the neighbor outside calmed down and stopped banging on the door. Little girl, what's going on? Did someone in there bully you? Don't be afraid, we'll take care of it for you. I've noticed that those delivery guys, like those flash delivery guys, aren't good people. See, I was right. They're bullying people in broad daylight. Little sister, we'll take care of it for you. Everyone's anger remains unabated. The little girl is so beautiful and so pitiful. But who is the real weak one in this matter? Is it the victim? Zhao Kungan's blood pressure rose sharply as he listened to what was said outside. What a damn good hat trick. How can you become a bad person if you work hard to give gifts and money? So you are noble? He is the best among men. Walk without your legs and eat without your mouth. Otherwise, why would Pai Yanzi always say such words? The girl with short red hair pulled her hair back and said with an embarrassed look, I'm sorry, thank you all for coming to help. We are a couple and we're just playing a game. The noise was a little loud and I think you might have misunderstood me. She had no choice. This is the only way to solve it. Who would have thought that a grown man would have a camera in his home? If the surveillance video of her wrongly accusing someone just now were leaked, how would she live in this area in the future? She was convinced by Zhao Kungan. She originally wanted to extort some rent or drive Zhao Kungan away, but now, she feels that she is no match for Zhao Kungan. As long as Zhao Kungan doesn't cause her trouble, that's fine. She really needs money. Otherwise, it wouldn't be to trick Zhao Kungan. Before the old man in the family passed away, he was quite satisfied with Zhao Kungan as a tenant. Take care of the house, be polite to others, and pay the rent on time. What? Playing games? Oh my God! After all this time, it's all a misunderstanding. No, you two are really interesting. You made it too realistic. Next time, keep your voice down. We thought something like that really happened. Young people just know how to have fun. I was saying that Xiao Zhao, who lives here, helped me carry water before. He doesn't seem like the kind of bad guy who would bully girls. Those people at the door who were filled with righteous indignation felt embarrassed. After exchanging a few words, they all dispersed. After everyone had left, the girl with short red hair slammed the door of the room shut. The girl walked up to Zhao Kungan and said, "Okay, now that they've left, delete what you just recorded in front of me." Zhao Kungan sneered and said, "You said you would give it to me, so I'll give it to you? If I hadn't held back, would you have already cried and let those people in to beat me up? You must pay the price for this." The girl crossed her arms, avoiding looking directly at Zhao Kungan. "What do you want? Why don't I just let you continue living here? When the rent is due, you can pay me the rent. You have something on me now, so don't go too far. I know a lot of people. If I push you too hard, I can just call you and you'll definitely feel bad." The girl thought about it, and suddenly looked at Zhao Kungan with horror. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't even think about it. Don't even think about it. I haven't had a boyfriend yet, so I definitely can't give it to you." Zhao Kungan said with disgust. "You are so dramatic." If it were in the past, this girl would definitely be a beauty in Zhao Kungan's eyes, and the sheep in the sheepfold all had charm. But now, our prince consort has Yuya and Jinju, and will soon have the stunningly beautiful princess Nihuang. In Zhao Kungan's eyes, this non-mainstream short-haired girl with a bit of a ruffian vibe is just an ordinary woman, at best a woman. Zhao Kungan doesn't have any evil thoughts at all. Even now, the woman looked like her clothes were almost torn. Seeing the genuine disgust on Zhao Kungan's face, Chi Na was stunned. There are so many guys chasing after her. What's with that look from this big idiot? He actually looks down on her. Zina was just thinking about it when her cell phone rang. She took out her cell phone and looked down, her expression suddenly changing. Zhao Kungan also saw the screen on Chi Na's phone, but there was nothing he could do. He was only about 1.8 meters tall, and the girl in front of him was only 1.6 meters tall even with high-heeled shoes. He could see the screen on the other person's phone just by lowering his head. And it is a view unique to tall boys. Zina hung up the phone. "How exactly do you want to delete the surveillance video? I don't have any money, and no one can give it to you. I have something else to do, so I have to leave." The phone rang again. And it's not the same number. Zina annoyedly combed her short red hair into a bird's nest. Never mind. Zhao Kungan had no intention of blackmailing the girl. He is not that kind of person. "Say sorry." Zina was stunned for a moment. "I'm sorry." Zhao Kungan picked up a second-hand laptop computer nearby, opened the folder where the surveillance footage was stored, selected the folder, right-clicked, and placed the mouse on the delete option. He looked at Chi Na, who was looking over, and said, "Say thank you." Zina was stunned again, then said obediently, "Thank you." Zhao Kungan clicked delete casually. This crappy notebook was a bit stuck, and a deletion progress bar popped up. It took more than 10 seconds before the deletion was completed. "Okay, let's go. It's none of your business." Zhao Kun waved his hand. He is busy. Now we have gold ingots, but how to exchange them for money while ensuring their safety is a big problem. He has too much gold. Not to mention selling all of them. Even if you sell only a pound at once, it will probably attract the attention of relevant departments. What's more, the earth weighs 500 kilograms. It is in the shape of a gold ingot. There is a risk of being mistaken for a tomb robber. "Leave? Are you really going to delete it now and let me go?" Zina was really confused. She came to cheat people out of money, but this big idiot got hold of her weakness and just let her go. This is a good person," Zina said seriously. "Brother, you are a good person." Zhao Kungan's body trembled. "Get lost! I'm glad I let you go, but why are you still cursing?" "I didn't." Zina was stunned, then reacted. "It seems to be an insult." Zina thought about it, and finally, she made a major decision. "Brother, how about this? My old man said before he died that you were single and really wanted to find one. I think you are a really good person. The money I borrowed from my old man is overdue. 100,000 yuan. Please help me pay it back. I will marry you and live with you in the future. I can be a good wife and mother." Chapter 21 Brother Wang. Pay off the debt of 100,000 yuan and then marry me? Zhao Kun looked the girl in front of him up and down. Looking at Zhao Kungan's gaze, Zina stood up straight, puffed out her chest, and lifted her short red hair, trying her best to show off her beauty. "Do you think I look like a resentful person?" Zhao Kungan withdrew his gaze and smiled. "It's okay to use this little trick to fool others, but who is he?" "It's Zhao Kun." "Lie to him, there is no door and no crack in the window." It depends on how this woman behaves. If you really give her 100,000 yuan, I'm afraid that once she gets the money, she'll say she's going to the toilet and then disappear without a trace. Of course, it is also possible that he will extort some more betrothal gifts and then disappear. Zina was stunned for a moment. I'm telling the truth. Do you think I will believe you? Zhao Kungan crossed his arms across his chest, his expression cold. Zina opened her mouth wide, and after a long while she nodded heavily. Okay, no wonder you can't find a partner. You deserve it. Just go with your money. Zhao Kungan said naturally. Then I will definitely pay you. You don't need to tell me that. You can cheat on my feelings, but you can't cheat on my money. Zina tried. Then I'll lend it to you. You see, I seem to be able to. Zhao Kungan laughed dryly. Is there any difference between lending money to a stranger who wanted to cheat her and throwing it away? Zhao Kungan suddenly stopped talking halfway and asked seriously. Where did you borrow the money? Ah? Zina looked at Zhao Kungan in confusion. Zhao Kungan said, How about this? You can be my introducer. My friend has some things he wants to pledge and borrow cash from. If this partnership is successful, I'll take a cut and help you repay your 100,000 yuan. Companies that lend money at high interest rates are generally not legitimate companies. It is quite safe to exchange some money from them first if you lose some money. At least they have channels and will not be monitored by the higher-ups. If the gold of his friend is genuine and the loan company is strong enough, the cooperation will be very smooth. Okay. Zina hesitated, then nodded. Just at this moment, Zina's cell phone rang again. Zina answered the call. Hello, Brother Wang. Damn! You still remember to answer the phone? I thought you ran away and was about to send my men to look for you. No, brother, I'm not running away. I'm trying to find a way to raise money. What the hell can you do? There are two options before you. Either you sell your old man's house. No, Brother Wang, this is the only memory my father left me. Fuck. This won't work, that won't work, what can you do? Then do what I said. My friend just opened a new store and needs a new sister. You can go there and work for 3 years. During those 3 years, you can take on big jobs. In less than 3 months, you can pay back the 100,000 yuan. Every month after that, it will be 30,000 to 40,000 yuan. Don't you think that's great? After 3 years, you will have hundreds of thousands of yuan. You can find an honest man to marry and live a comfortable life. Brother Wang, I really can't do that. I have found a way now. Someone is willing to help me pay back the money. What the hell? You're so good. I didn't see that. You're quite capable. You can even trick the resentful ones. That's pretty impressive of you. I don't care how you got the money, just give me the money. Brother Wang, let me introduce you to a friend, Zhao Kungan. He has a friend who has some gold and wants to borrow some cash from you as collateral. He said if I can help you connect them, you'll pay me back if this goes through. You're just bragging. How much gold would that cost? I can help you repay 100,000 famines just by pulling a string. Zhao Kungan took the phone and said, Hello, I'm Zhao Kungan. My friend has 10 kilograms of gold. How many? 10 pounds. Zhao Kungan repeated. After a moment of silence on the phone, the other party's voice became serious. Such a large amount, we have no problem taking it, but if you want to get a one-to-one loan based on the current gold price, it will definitely be a bit difficult. No one knows when gold will become expensive or cheap again. What if you don't have the money to redeem it later, wouldn't it be a loss? Zhao Kungan laughed dryly and said, I know the rules. For 10 kilograms of gold, I want 2,300,000. 100,000 of it will go to China to pay off her debt, 100,000 will go to you for tea, and 100,000 will go to me. The mortgage order can be 2 million, for a period of 1 month. If it is not redeemed within 1 month, you can decide what to do with the things. Good boy, ha! Brother Wang's laughter suddenly came from the phone. Okay, tonight at 7 p.m., come to the Dajiang Mahjong Hall on Jiangbei Road and ask for Wang Gang. We can discuss the deal, but the gold you have must be pure. If you try to falsify it, you should know the consequences. Okay, Brother Wang, no problem. Zhao Kungan also laughed. It's still noon now, and there are still a few hours until 7 in the evening. You really have to pay me back. I mean what I say. I'm not a liar. China looked at Zhao Kungan seriously. She lifted her hair and said, My dress may look quite different, but I'm really a good girl. If you don't like my style, I can change it. Thanks for the invitation, but no thanks. After this deal is done, we'll have no further relationship. I'll probably move out of here, so you won't have to refund the rent. After Zhao Kungan finished speaking, he walked out. Zina followed behind Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan stopped a taxi on the side of the road and got in quickly, and Xina followed. Zhao Kungan was in the car and clearly saw Wang Gang's men from the rearview mirror, probably following Zina. Now that I have his business, I just follow him. Zhao Kungan is not stupid. He will not say that the gold is his. Otherwise, what bad things would Wang Gang and his guys do? If a black guy comes, he will be in trouble. So, Zhao Kungan was planning to take advantage of the situation. Go to Lynching City Lord's building. Okay. The taxi driver agreed and started the car. Two very broken second-hand cars followed behind. After arriving at the place, Zhao Kungan said, "Master, please wait here. I'll be back soon." "Can I wait for you?" "I still have to." Zhao Kungan took out a handful of banknotes from his pocket and threw them forward. The driver smiled like an old eunuch in the palace. Okay, I guarantee it will be fine. Just go ahead and don't worry. I'll wait here, even until dark." Zina looked at the money in front of her eagerly, feeling a little distressed. Zhao Kungan got out of the car, swiped his card at the access control station, and successfully entered. Two broken second-hand cars were also parked on the side of the road. Several young men with large tattoos all over their bodies got off the car and also wanted to get in. But at the door, he was stopped. "What are you doing? Don't make trouble here. If you are not from here, you can't enter. Don't go in, you've taken the wrong path." They looked at each other and hurried back to the car. A young man immediately called Wang Gang and said, "Boss, that guy is Yu Gang. He went straight to the City Lord's building. He has an access card. I guess he's not easy to mess with. Maybe he's running errands for some boss inside." Chapter 22 City Palace. Okay, I got it. Keep watching. Don't worry about Zina for now. Just keep an eye on that man. I was planning on having you just take his things, but now I see I won't. Just keep an eye on him normally. Wang Gang's deep words came from the microphone of his mobile phone. Yes, boss. Several young people agreed in unison and then returned to the car. They reversed. It's a bit far from the Lynching City Lord's building. Those high-ranking officials inside are definitely not people they can afford to offend. Even their boss is just a small-time scoundrel in the eyes of those people. Zhao Kungan was very familiar with the City Lord's building. As for why he has the access card here, it is due to his identity as a flash deliveryman. This is his flash delivery area, and he often goes in and out to deliver parcels. He applied for an access card from the leader of the logistics department to facilitate his work. This building. It's enough to stop those guys from messing around. Zhao Kungan entered the building without any hindrance and greeted several people who were entering and leaving whom he had seen before. Then, head straight inside. In the afternoon, 6:30. The taxi driver had been scratching his head for a long time. Zhao Kungan gave a lot of money, which was almost his daily turnover, but he really didn't expect that even though he gave so much money, he would still have to wait. It was almost dark while we were waiting. I guess I can't do any other work today. Zina sat in the car, feeling very uneasy. Is that big fool Zhao Kun reliable? Why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he ran away through the back door of the City Lord's building? What you said before was all empty talk. Brother, you must not cheat me, otherwise that bastard Wang Gang will definitely not let me go. I don't want to be a salesperson. Bang, bang, bang! Zhao Kungan knocked on the car window. Here I come! The taxi driver's face lit up with joy. It's okay that you came so early. I can still run for hours afterwards. Why did it take so long? Zina rubbed her sore neck and breathed a sigh of relief. She saw that Zhao Kungan, who had entered empty-handed, was now carrying a dark blue document bag that looked heavy. Zhao Kungan shrugged his shoulders. I didn't ask you to wait. Zina waved her hands repeatedly. No, I don't mean to blame you. I was just a little worried about you before, afraid that something might happen to you. I think you're afraid I'll run away, right? Zhao Kun laughed dryly and continued. It can't be helped. It's not that I've been thinking about it for so long. It's mainly because my friend is really too busy. He won't have time to see me and talk about this until he finishes his work. She now blushed, and after listening to Zhao Kungan's next words, she nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. So that's how it is. I said you're not the kind of person who would abandon me and run away. You're a good person. Thinking that Zhao Kungan didn't like being called a good person, China quickly added, You are the kind of good person who will be rewarded. Zhao Kungan didn't want to argue with her about being a good guy. He held the dark blue bag in his arms and said, Master, let's go to the Dajiang Mahjong Hall on Jiaobei Road. Okay, sit tight. The driver started the car steadily. Hearing the roar of the engine, the tattooed young men who were staring from a distance also woke up from their drowsy state. I saw that thing was taken out from inside the building. Need I tell you? I'm not blind. Hurry up and catch up. 2 broken cars started quickly and followed behind. 10 minutes later, Zhao Kungan and China got out of the car and came to the door of Dajiang Mahjong Hall. Haven't entered yet. There was a noisy sound coming out from the crack in the door. China looked at Zhao Kungan carrying the bag, then walked forward and opened the door with a look of great interest. Suddenly, a hot wave of cheap perfume mixed with the stench of cigarettes, stinky feet, instant noodles, and boxed lunches gushed out of the house. Cough, cough, cough. Zhao Kungan was choked and coughed. There were people playing mahjong, playing leaf cards, picking their toes, hugging heavily made-up old women and spitting at each other, eating boxed lunches, and all kinds of people doing all kinds of things. The floor of the mahjong hall was covered with a layer of melon seed shells and peanut shells as thick as the fallen leaves in a grove in autumn. This was Zhao Kungan's first time visiting such a place. He felt as if he had arrived in heaven. Because there were so many people smoking inside, the place was filled with smoke and visibility was very low. Standing on the west side, you couldn't see clearly what the people on the east side looked like. Who are you looking for? A man with a crew cut and a scarred face came out. Zhao Kungan said, I have an appointment with Wang Gang and Brother Wang to discuss business. The man with a crew cut and a scar on his face looked Zhao Kungan up and down, took out his cell phone from his pocket, and made a call. Not long after, he hung up the phone and nodded. Okay, go up. Go up the stairs and count from left to right. It's the second room. Boss Wang is waiting for you there. Okay, thank you. Zhao Kungan answered politely, then went upstairs, and China followed behind. Second floor. Zhao Kungan knocked on the door of that room. Soon footsteps were heard. Wang Gang opened the door of the room. Ha ha ha, Brother Zhao is here. Wang Gang is a fat man about 1.6 meters tall with a bare left arm. He looks to be in his early 30s, but has a head full of white hair. He has a forced smile on his face and looks like a profiteer. Here I come. Zhao Kungan nodded. There was also a tall and thin old man in the room, who looked to be in his 50s or 60s. He was fiddling with a kettle in his hand and adding water to a glass jar with a scale. Wang Gang laughed and said, I never thought that Brother Zhao, at such a young age, would actually be helping the noble master. He has a bright future ahead of him. Zhao Kungan said sternly, Boss Wang, please don't talk nonsense. My friend is just an ordinary person, not a noble master. If Boss Wang must know who you are doing business with, just pretend it's me. I'm sorry. Wang Gang smiled and waved his hands. Now it's certain. This kid is indeed not simple. He is very cunning. Then let's follow the rules. For the sake of gold, if you offend a big shot, it will be a big trouble. Zhao Kungan put the bag on the table and said, You guys check it. I haven't eaten yet. I saw a restaurant next door. When you're all done checking, send the money to me. It's the amount we agreed on. Only cash is required. After saying that, Zhao Kungan turned around and walked out. Xena was dumbfounded. No. Just leave now. What if the gold is swapped? What if I don't give you money? China was very anxious and hurried to catch up with Zhao Kungan, but with Wang Gang behind her, she didn't dare to speak for fear of offending Wang Gang. Wang Gang looked at Zhao Kungan's back thoughtfully. He is so calm and not afraid that I will cheat. It seems that the big Buddha behind him is not small. Listen to the footsteps going down. Wang Gang said, Hurry up and check it. After you're done, take the cash and send it over. The old man was puzzled. Boss? Really give it to me? Their boss is so evil. Wang Gang shook his head. This man's money will be fatal if it is stolen. Chapter 23 Mr. Zhao. Lynching, Jianbei Road. The Dajiang Mahjong Hall is next to the Baixing Hotel. Zhao Kungan walked in calmly. Wang Gang. If you dare to steal my gold, you will die. You will never be reborn. The must-eat instant noodles have no seasoning packet, there is no toilet paper, There's a 460-second delay when playing King of Glory, and all teammates in League of Legends are AFK and can never get up. His inner thoughts were completely different from the calmness he displayed on the surface. Trading with someone like Wang Gang is inherently a gamble. Zhao Kungan wanted to use the imaginary big man behind the scenes and his own calmness to suppress Wang Gang, but if Wang Gang really only cared about the immediate interests, then he would have no way to stop him. But Zhao Kungan felt he could win the bet. Intuition. Also, his operations were flawless. After Xena entered the restaurant, she immediately slipped out to look outside. When she found that no one was following her, she became anxious. Brother, if you say you're smart, you're a real smart guy. You refused to lend me money, and you didn't believe I'd marry you and live a good life with you for 100,000 yuan. But if you say you're not smart, you're really cool. Who is Wang Gang? How could you leave and let them test the gold themselves? What if he denies it later? What if he says it's fake and was swapped? What if he just runs away with the gold? By then, you'll be dumbfounded. How will you explain this to the people behind you? Zhao Kungan looked at Xena, who was jumping up and down in anxiety, and a smile appeared on his face. He also noticed that the restaurant owner was listening intently at the counter. No, he's a smart man. If he's really greedy, I can just find someone else to negotiate the business with and mortgage the money. Brother, the gold is with him. Why do you want to talk to someone else? Zhao Kungan laughed dryly without saying anything and picked up the menu. The more confident he is, the calmer he becomes. The more stable this thing is. The location was chosen to be next to the Dajiang Mahjong Hall. Zhao Kungan came here and saw the existence of this restaurant. A restaurant next to a Mahjong Hall must be very familiar with the Mahjong Hall. Basically, they all wear one pair of pants. Their performance here will definitely be heard by Wang Gang. So, it works here. Zhao Kungan calmly ordered the dishes. Lynching fried chicken, old vinegar peanuts, and fried eggs with Chinese tune. Whatever you like, order another one. I really don't know what to say to you, just wait until you cry. Xena was furious. But when she heard that she was asked to order, Xena decisively ordered one. Braised pork, I want the meat to be fatter the better, it's more fragrant. Okay. You two take a seat first. The proprietress brought over 2 bottles of Waha and then went to the kitchen. After she arrived at the kitchen, she immediately called Wang Gang. Brother Wang, this idea is difficult. The proprietress relayed what she heard to Wang Gang. Thank you. On the second floor next door, Wang Gang put down his phone and looked at the old man who was testing gold with fiberglass. The old man nodded heavily. As expected, you are the boss. I am just an employee. Your vision is much longer term than mine. I am grateful for your advice. In the hotel, Zhao Kungan looked at Xena strangely. Normally, slim and spirited girls like Xena don't eat meat, let alone fat. Xena's face flushed when she was looked at. You asked me to order this. If you think it's too expensive, just change it to stir-fried shredded potatoes. Ha ha. Zhao Kungan laughed dryly. He felt more and more confused about the girl in front of him. Quite interesting. Maybe it wasn't as bad as he had thought. Unfortunately, the time they met was now. It's okay, it's not expensive, eat it. The proprietress quickly trotted over from the kitchen. My 2 distinguished guests, please go to the private room upstairs to eat. It's more suitable for your status. Zhao Kungan guessed that the boss lady had probably informed him and knew that he was not easy to deal with, so she invited him upstairs. Let's go. Zhao Kungan glanced at Xena. Yeah. Xena stood up. Gurgle. Immediately afterwards, Xena's stomach growled. Serve the food quickly. Zhao Kungan instructed. The lady boss's face was full of smiles. Don't worry, the chef will make yours first, and the takeaway orders that were placed earlier will be put in the queue. Zhao Kungan and Xina entered the private room. The cold mixed peanuts with old vinegar and scrambled eggs with Chinese tune arrived in a few minutes. Xena deftly opened a set of disposable tableware and scalded the tableware with hot water from the teapot brought by the waiter. Zhao Kungan had eaten a bellyful of meat at dashi at noon, but he wasn't hungry, so he didn't rush to open the tableware. Unexpectedly, although Xena was very hungry, she did not eat first. She placed the hot tableware neatly on the table and turned it to Zhao Kungan. Then he walked in front of Zhao Kungan and put it away. You don't have to do this. It's as it should be. It's all as it should be. China waved her hand, walked back, unpacked a new set of cutlery, and began to boil. You are my savior. If you hadn't helped me, Wang Gang would have made me work as a special waiter at his friend's KTV. If you go to a place like that, your life will be ruined. Not only will your reputation be ruined, but even after you die, even in the underworld, the ancestors will despise you and refuse to recognize you. Zhao Kungan. Have you ever thought about selling the house? Can't sell it. China shook her head and continued to scald the tableware with tea. My last thought. My mother died early. I was ignorant and rebellious since I was a child. I always went against my old man. Now I'm older and starting to understand things. I also want to be good and respect him. I'm ready to stop hanging out with those friends on the street. I want to dye my hair back, find a proper job, and find him a good son-in-law in the future. But he suddenly fell ill. The only thing I could do was to ask the doctor to save him at all costs. He was my old man. He raised me and brought me up. I hadn't even started to show filial piety to him, but he still left. Nothing was left but this small old house. This is my last thought, I can't let it go. As she spoke, Zena's eyes turned red. When she spoke of the latter part, her eyes were filled with tears. Zhao Kungan remained silent. It's hard for him to comment. Think about it more positively. Zhao Kungan picked up some peanuts with his chopsticks and threw them into his mouth. He's gone, he's gone. Take care of yourself. Your father in heaven will be relieved if he sees you. Zena nodded and lowered her head to wipe away her tears. A meal. Zena ate voraciously, she was really hungry. Zena asked for the extra fatty braised pork, and after Zhao Kungan ate a few pieces and felt a little sick of it, she ate all of it. A fried chicken, eaten cleanly. I drank all the soup of the old vinegar peanuts. Scrambled eggs with Chinese tune, the plate is so smooth that even a dog would cry when seeing it. This isn't just about eating vegetables. Zena also ate 3 bowls of rice. Zena was still polite and waited until Zhao Kungan was full before she started to eat. It won't take long to eat here. Wang Gang knocked on the door of the private room. Mr. Zhao, I'm here. Wang Gang no longer addressed Zhao Kungan as Brother Zhao. Zhao Kungan crossed his legs and put his hands together on the table. Come in. Chapter 24 Money in Hand. Wang Gang pushed the door open and entered the room. He was holding a black plastic bag containing fish. Behind him. It's that old man. The old man was holding 2 small black leather suitcases in his hands. After the old man entered the private room and put down 2 black suitcases, he immediately closed the door of the room, took out a small instrument from his arms, and scanned the room carefully. He waited until he finished sweeping and nodded to Wang Gang. Wang Gang then smiled and put the black plastic bag on the table and handed it to Zhao Kungan. Wang Gang. Mr. Zhao, I'm sorry. Gold is not something else, and I'm not a big boss. We work hard and need to be rigorous. I wasted some time. The bag contains your tea. I gave you an extra 20,000 yuan, which was the agreed amount of 100,000 yuan. In addition, there is Miss Zena's debt replacement agreement and I owe you. Please sign, and the 100,000 yuan debt will be yours. Boss Wang is very thorough in his work. I am very satisfied. Zhao Kun just sat there without moving, with a faint smile on his face. Wang Gang then placed the 2 black suitcases one by one on the hotel's glass turntable, and opened the lids on the table. Each of these boxes contains 1 million. The 2 boxes together contain 2 million. The numbers are non-consecutive. Please click on them. After putting it away, Wang Gang turned the table and stood in front of Zhao Kungan. Snap! Snap! Zhao Kungan directly closed the lids of the 2 black suitcases. I believe in Boss Wang. Zena looked at the money and her eyes widened. 10 pounds of gold. I actually exchanged 2 boxes of money. Wang Gang smiled and continued. Mr. Zhao, the next step is the agreement. Every industry has its own rules. Let's be frank. Can this gold be redeemed? To redeem it, we need to sign an agreement and add a lot of interest. Wang Gang knew that Zhao Kungan was running errands for the big man behind the scenes to sell stolen goods and exchange the gold for cash. Otherwise, how could he dare to drink so much tea? It was really a mortgage, and the 300,000 yuan had to be recorded and repaid. He knew it, but he still had to ask according to the rules. The faint smile on Zhao Kungan's face turned into a deep one. Boss Wang is straightforward, and so am I. There's no need for an agreement. Nothing happened between us, right? Ha 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 ha! Wang Gang laughed out loud. Yes, that's right. We just met by chance while having dinner. It was just a brief encounter. Nothing happened. Zhao Kungan picked up the disposable gloves he used to gnaw chicken from the table and put them on, then took out the extra 20,000 yuan from the black plastic bag. I appreciate your kindness. This counts as treating Boss Wang to dinner. Wang Gang took another look at the disposable gloves on Zhao Kungan's hands and said happily, Brother, I won't say anything more. Okay, I'm in lynching. If you have anything, call me. People who work for important people are very rigorous. Zhao Kun nodded. If you need me, I won't be polite. Of course, I won't let Boss Wang help me for nothing. This kind of connection with all kinds of people might come in handy at some point. Okay. Wang Gang nodded. The old man picked up the 20,000 yuan and put it in his pocket. The two men left. As soon as the two men left, Zhao Kungan breathed a sigh of relief. Call. 2 million, successfully arrived. It's more than enough. Zhao Kungan is preparing to go home. It's time to show off. He, Zhao Kungan, has turned things around now. It can make parents live a good life. 20,000 yuan, I just gave it to him. Zina was still reluctant to part with the 20,000 yuan in cash. Zhao Kungan took out the agreement and IOU from the black plastic bag and threw it to China. I have done what I said. From now on, we owe each other nothing. Zina quickly caught it. She took a look at the IOU and it was indeed her original. Her handwriting was very ugly, so ugly that she could recognize it as her handwriting at a glance. If someone else imitated her, it would be difficult to write so ugly. Seeing that, Zhao Kun really gave it to him. Zina's head was buzzing and her eyes were red again. This is 100,000. China looked at Zhao Kungan seriously. Brother, I can't take advantage of you so much, just believe me, I will really be your wife. I won't lie to you, anyway, you have already given me an IOU, just give it a try. You saved my life, I will repay you with my body. No. Zhao Kungan was about to say no, but he raised his eyebrows and said, You don't have to pledge your love to me. Just help me play the role of my partner for a while. What his parents hope most is that he can find a partner. Taking his princess wife with him is the best choice, but it is too long ago. He has no intention of going back until he finds a way to survive Zhu Zhiyun's iron fist. It's so tragic to be punched and pooped out. This is better, he wants to pretend now. You no longer have to endure the annoyance of your mother-in-law on blind dates. Your old darling, just continue to enjoy yourself. Okay. Zina nodded. Originally, Zhao Kungan planned to call Lanlan's mother to show off as soon as he came back, but he didn't know where Yuya had thrown his cell phone and the courier's clothes. He was still wearing an ancient robe. Fortunately, there were many cosplayers in this era and people were free to dress freely, so he was not arrested as a Biantai. He is now using his previous backup phone, which has an old SIM card with only some numbers of relatives, friends and classmates, but no numbers of Lanlan's mother or Lanlan. Let's go, where do you live? I'll take a taxi to take you back first. I have no money to pay the rent and have been kicked out by the landlord. Can I go back and live with you? Okay. Zhao Kun nodded and picked up 2 boxes. The heavy feeling is happiness. Zhao Kungan took a taxi and when passing by an illegal internet cafe, he asked the driver to wait, and went in carrying 2 boxes. He went to the bathroom. Then he put the 2 boxes into the space of the magic ring. Waited for a few minutes. I peed. Only then can we go out. Get in the car. Home. No words were spoken that night. The next morning, when Zhao Kungan woke up, he heard clanging sounds in the kitchen. I walked out of the bedroom in flip-flops and took a look. Good job. The whole messy house was cleaned up and things were arranged in order. The dirty clothes have been washed and hung out to dry. 2 simple side dishes were already placed on the table. Fried sausage, scrambled eggs with cucumber. Kungan, are you awake? Hearing the footsteps behind her, Zina, wearing a white apron, turned around and smiled sweetly. At this time, she had dyed her hair back to black. Pretty face without makeup. She was completely different from the charming, little, Tai Mei Zhao Kungan saw yesterday. They looked nothing alike at all. I can only cook some simple meals now, but I will learn and practice more in the future. Zhao Kungan saw that chicken breast was frying in the pan. Make it look quite professional. Thanks for your hard work. Zhao Kun laughed dryly. He wasn't sure whether Zina was attracted by his help or by his ability to make money because she saw the 2 million in his suitcase. No matter what the reason, Zhao Kungan felt happy to have a woman serving him suddenly. After breakfast, let's go shopping. Zhao Kungan walked into the bathroom happily to wash up. Chapter 25 Li Rulan. Mom, Zhao Kungan and I are already engaged, so it's not good for us to go on a blind date. Lynching, at the entrance of Jinshua's shopping mall. Li Rulan pinched the corner of her clothes with her hands, lowered her head and spoke in a low voice. She is about 1.58 meters tall, with long braids, an oval face, a slightly old-fashioned yellow shirt with small floral patterns, black pants, and some worn but clean white sneakers. Li Rulan is a bit ordinary and not outstanding, but she is also a good girl. If the mother hadn't been so weird, she would have been married long ago, and her child would be in elementary school now. Not good? Why is it not good? What's wrong with it? As soon as Li Rulan finished speaking, Niu Tsuhua, who was 1.5 meters tall and weighed 170 grams, with a face full of zombie white heavy makeup and purple death eyeshadow, immediately became unhappy. The saliva sprayed was enough to put out a fire. Fortunately, her daughter had no makeup on her face, otherwise, all the makeup on her face would have been washed off. It's just a small engagement, not a full engagement, let alone a marriage. Besides, in today's society, even marriages can be divorced, so what's a small engagement? Niu Tsuhua pinched her waist, her words more impressive than Zhuge Liang's crossbow, her little mouth clattering like a machine gun. Putting this aside, am I willing to bring you, my fiancé, out on a blind date? Who am I doing this for? Am I doing this for myself? I'm doing this for you. Isn't it because there are so few good men in the countryside? That Zhao guy even wants to earn the 300,000 yuan betrothal gift out of pocket? Niu Tsuhua's logic is very simple. She had no problem at all. The problems are all other people's. Chuckle. A burst of shrill laughter rang out. It was Li Dagua's cousin's aunt who laughed. She is Aunt Mei, the matchmaker this time. Niu Tsuhua called Zhao Kungan before because she wanted to see if Zhao Kungan would agree to give her 300,000 yuan, and whether he would be willing to give her 300,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. If they could take it out, they wouldn't come. Zhao Kungan's reply was that it could be taken, but not immediately. This is not. Early this morning, they took the earliest bus into the city. As for Li Dagua, he is Li Rulan's father. Li Dagua is henpecked and is well known far and wide. Niu Tsuhua has the final say on all matters big and small in Li Dagua's family. Aunt Mei smiled and said, Lan Lan, you are such a kind girl. However, kindness is no longer popular these days. Money is more valuable. If a girl like me gets married, marrying a rich man can save her from taking a detour for more than 10 years or even decades. Niu Tsuhua. Yes. Marry a rich man in the city and you can live a good life right away. Just focus on your blind dates and don't think about anything else. Aunt Mei boasted. They booked a table at the big restaurant downstairs in this mall. The chicken there is so good, most city dwellers can't afford it. At this moment, Aunt Mei's cell phone rang. After she answered the phone, she laughed and said, The man is here, let's go over there. Okay, Aunt Mei, if this works out, our family will never forget you. Niu Tsuhua smiled. City dweller? Still a rich man. Then it must be very pleasant to give gifts or something like that. Unlike that Zhao Kungan, he looks decent and tall, but he can't come up with any money. If you don't have money, then where does her son's betrothal money come from? KFC restaurant. Under the guidance of Aunt Mei, Niu Tsuhua and Li Rulan found the table reserved by the man. Niu Tsuhua looked at the man sitting at the table and was stunned for a moment. Brother, isn't your child here? Ah? The man was stunned, looked at Aunt Mei, and said unhappily, Aunt Mei, what's going on now? Didn't you tell the woman about my situation? What do you mean my child didn't come? If I had a child, would I still come here? Hey! Don't be angry, don't be angry! Aunt Mei quickly put on a smile and said, Lan Lan, please sit down first. You guys can chat first. Your mom and I will go talk to the side. No, don't pull me. What's going on with you? Why did you find an old man for my daughter? Niu Tsuhua, who has always been money-oriented, rarely gets angry for her daughter. Shh! Shhhhhhh. Aunt Mei forcefully dragged Niu Tsuhua out of the restaurant. Aunt Mei! This definitely won't work. He's so old. He looks older than me. My family is short of money now, but we haven't been short of money to this extent. No, Tsuhua, you're too impulsive. We're all real relatives. How could I harm Lan Lan? He's a young man, not an old man. He just looks a little more mature. He's only 46 this year. 46? Isn't that twice my Lanlan's age? Forget it. If you marry this old man, I'd rather let my Laman wait for Zhao Kungan. Zhao's family is a little poor, but he's a decent guy after all. What are you talking about? Seeing Niu Tsuhua so excited, Enmei held up 4 fingers and said, 400,000. This isn't about the money. You're treating me, Niu Tsuhua, like I'm selling my daughter. Wait, you said 400,000? Niu Tsuhua was filled with righteous indignation, but halfway through her words, she suddenly understood the number Enmei mentioned. Right. Enmei nodded. He's a boss with a building materials factory. He was so busy with his business when he was young that he didn't get married. I can guarantee that your daughter will definitely live a happy life after she marries him. This is different from your Zhao Kungan. 400,000 yuan, I'll give it to you directly when you place a large order. Hiss. Niu Tsuhua took a breath of cold air when she heard this. Oh my goodness. Enmei. Look inside, is the boy feeling better? Niu Tsuhua looked inside through the glass wall of KFC. Now when she looked at the old man, again, she suddenly felt that he looked much more pleasing to the eye. It actually looks like it has a head, a nose, and eyes. That's right. Enmei clapped her hands. In the restaurant. The man Qin Danian looked carefully at the girl in front of him. She looks okay. The clothes are a bit poor. But she looks like a girl who lives a normal life. My name is Qin Danian. Enmei said that if I give your family the betrothal money, we can get married right away, right? How about this? Let's not make things so troublesome. After this meal, I'll give the betrothal money to your mother, and you can just follow me. Business hasn't been going well lately, so tonight is a perfect time to celebrate the wedding. Don't worry, if you follow me, you will definitely have a good life in the future. Li Rolan opened her eyes wide and waved her hands repeatedly. No, it's not like that. Qin Danian laughed sarcastically, took out a bag from his feet, and placed the money in bundles on the table. Okay, isn't it just about money? Why are you pretending to be so reserved, a woman like you? I'll give you another 100,000, 500,000, that's it, don't be shameless. For a moment, Li Rolan felt as if her face was burning, so hot that tears as big as beans burst out of her eyes, blurring her vision. What kind of woman is she? Why are you pretending to be reserved? Aren't you here for a blind date? Chapter 26, Eyes Wide Open. You may have misunderstood something. I'm not here to sell myself. Li Rolan was so angry that she was shaking all over. She raised her head and tried her best to hold back her tears. Ha ha! Qin Danian laughed. What's the matter? You want the substance, but also the face? You are a country girl, and you want to give 400,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, so what? I have to spend 400,000 yuan to take you back and worship you? Do you think you are a bodhisattva statue in the temple, and you think you are a rich man? Why do you get all the good things? 500,000, this is my bottom line. If you want it, then it's yours. If you don't want it, then forget it. It's no use pretending to be pitiful now. I won't give you any more money. When he talked about the latter part, Qin Danian was really angry. Hey, what's going on? I just left for a while, why are you two still arguing? Enmei and Niu Tsuhua are back. Enmei immediately tried to smooth things over. Niu Tsuhua stared blankly at the pile of money. She counted the money quickly with her eyes. 100,000 more than 400,000, 500,000. Niu Tsuhua was dumbfounded. She has been doing this job for so many years, but this is the first time she has seen so much money piled up together. Mom, let's go. That guy isn't here for a blind date. He's here to buy me. Seeing her relatives, Li Rolan felt that she had found a support, and her crying voice was full of grievance. She came here for a blind date. Why was she being humiliated like this? Why are you leaving? Look, what a good guy he is, and so capable. Enmei's voice turned cold. If you miss this opportunity, who will give 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift to marry a country girl like you? If you miss this good family, can you marry anyone better than this? You have to look at yourself clearly and don't really think you are a fairy. Mom, let's go! Li Rolan's eyes were blurred with tears as she held her mother Niu Tsuhua's hand. Snort. Qin Danian snorted coldly and sat there with his legs crossed. Niu Tsuhua listened to Enmei's words. She knew that although these words were spoken to her daughter, they were actually meant for her. 500,000. It's really impossible to miss this one. The main thing is that they really have money, and the cash is right on the table. With these 500,000 yuan, I have more than just the dowry for my son, I can also buy him a nice car, which is enough. My daughter is indeed quite pitiful now. But in the end, a daughter is like water that will be spilled. Niu Tsuihua looked at her daughter and said in a heavy tone, Lan Lan, don't be willful. Your Aunt May is right. Sit down and let's talk. Li Rolan opened her eyes wide again. She shook her head at Niu Tsuihua and backed away. She was shocked by Niu Tsuihua's words. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, for some reason, Li Rolan felt extremely strange. Her little heart seemed to be frozen by these cold words and was about to stop beating. Sit down and have a good chat. Aunt May pushed Li Rolan back onto the sofa. Qin Danian smiled proudly. I'll repeat what I just said to Lan Lan. I can give you the betrothal money now. You can take this money and Lan Lan come with me. That's all. Don't worry, the banquets and etiquette in the future will not be reduced. Let's just live our lives first. Can I get it now? Niu Tsuihua sat there, rubbing her hands excitedly. Qin Danian stared at Li Rolan unscrupulously and said, Yes, there is a bag here. Come with me, Lan Lan, and you can take the money. Li Rolan felt a chill. Niu Tsuihua withdrew her gaze from the money and looked at her daughter. Lan Lan, go with him. Every girl will get married sooner or later. It doesn't matter if she marries early or late. This marriage is extremely good. If you miss it, you will never meet it again in your life. Aunt May encouraged him, saying, Yes, if you follow Boss Qin, you'll be able to live in a high-rise building, drive a luxury car, and become the wife of the factory owner. That means 4 dishes a day for every meal, and endless wealth and splendor. Li Rolan lowered her head and remained silent for a long time. When she raised her head, her eyes were bloodshot. She looked at Niu Tsuihua seriously and asked, Mom, is money more important, or am I more important? Niu Tsuihua was stunned for a moment. She didn't look directly at her daughter but looked aside and said, My silly daughter, you must be important. Everything your mother does is for you. Good. Li Rolan nodded, and the last bit of light in her eyes completely disappeared. Then I will listen to you and marry you. That's right. Aunt May clapped her hands in approval. Niu Tsuihua felt extremely complicated for a moment. But then, Li Rolan's words made Niu Tsuihua's eyes widen. Li Rolan looked at Qin Danian and said, Since everything my mother did was for me, there's no need to give her this money. She did it for my own good, so why not do it for our own good? We can use this money to support our future lives, and you won't have to accuse me of being bought into marriage. Oh? Qin Danian looked at Li Rolan in surprise. After a few seconds, he nodded and said, I apologize for what I said before. It seems that you think differently than I did before. Don't worry, follow me, and I will definitely treat you well in the future. No! Niu Tsuihua called a halt. Li Rolan stared at her intently. Isn't this for Lanlan's own good, mother? Niu Tsuihua was embarrassed. Aunt May reached out and scratched the mole at the corner of her mouth. She was a little dumbfounded. She didn't expect things to turn out like this. No! Niu Tsuihua grabbed her daughter's hand. Compared to losing both her daughter and the money, she decided to choose Zhao Kungan. At least her daughter liked him. 300,000 was less than 500,000, but at least she could get it. Niu Tsuihua looked at Qin Danian, spitting out his saliva. I won't sell my daughter! Put away your dirty money! Who are you looking down on? Lan Lan, let's go, Zhao Kungan is the best. Are you sick? Are you playing? Qin Danian was completely furious. He is a boss after all. I really don't treat bean buns as dry food. Boss Qin, please calm down. Aunt May smiled apologetically. Qin Danian packed up the money and left angrily. Li Rolan looked aside, ignoring her mother. She was very sad. It was for the good of her family that she tolerated her mother's harassment towards Zhao Kungan, asking for more betrothal gifts and providing some help to the family. Otherwise, she and Zhao Kungan would have been married long ago. She liked what Zhao Kungan did. But I didn't expect that after doing everything for the good of my family, I would end up like this. Niu Tsuihua's eyes also turned red. Lan Lan, my dear Lan Lan, I was wrong. It's all Aunt May's fault. I will marry Zhao Kungan, and I will not listen to anyone else and will never go on a blind date again. She realized that she had almost lost her daughter just now. Li Rolan nodded. But just when Li Rolan was about to say yes, a voice came from the side, which made both mother and daughter open their eyes wide. Chapter 27. I have money, but I won't marry. No need. I think you should continue dating. This voice belongs to Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan was standing not far away with his hands in his pockets. His eyes were cold and there was a playful smile on his face. This mother and daughter actually regarded him as a slacker? If you find someone better on a blind date, just kick him away. If you can't find anyone better, marry him. Take his 300,000 yuan betrothal gift. But haha. Sorry. Terribly sorry. I, Zhao Kungan, am no longer the Zhao Kungan of the past. Kungan. Li Rulan's eyes gradually narrowed, and her expression became complicated. Listen to my explanation. We can't resist the enthusiasm of our relatives, so we came here for a blind date. Niu Tsihua grabbed Li Rulan's arm. When Niu Tsihua was first caught by Zhao Kun, she was panicked, but after a few seconds she had returned to her normal state of mind. Who I am? I am Niu Tsihua. Who is he? He is Zhao Kungan Xiao Zhao. I am his future mother-in-law and I have a daughter. Why should I be afraid of him? It was he who wanted to marry my daughter, not me, Niu Tsihua, who was eager to marry my daughter to him. It's hard to find a Qin Danian who can give 500,000 yuan at once. But if you want someone who can give you 300,000 or 200,000 yuan, can't the young people in the village just pick and choose? Niu Tsihua shielded her daughter Li Rulan behind her, squinted her eyes and sneered at Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan, I'm your elder, stop being so sarcastic. You just came out for a blind date, so what? It's because you're incompetent and you don't have money. If you were rich and could come up with 300,000 yuan, my daughter would have married you long ago. Would I have to get up so early in the morning and bring my daughter all the way here to find someone for a blind date? Young people, don't just look at what others do wrong. You should reflect on yourself more. It's not that the road is bumpy, it's that you are not good enough. Mom! Li Rulan tugged at Niu Tsehua's arm. She understands some things. In this matter, it is their family's fault. Now, it was his mother who said that Zhao Kun was wrong. Zhao Kun laughed dryly, and laughed very loudly. What are you laughing at? Niu Tsihua said unhappily. Zhao Kungan stopped smiling and said, I have 300,000. Yes? Niu Tsihua looked Zhao Kungan up and down with suspicion. Even if you are pregnant, don't be too proud. The guy you just went on a blind date with is a small boss. He offered 500,000 yuan in one go. If my girl didn't like you so much, you would have been eliminated long ago. Li Rulan looked at Zhao Kungan. She always felt that Zhao Kungan was different today. Li Rulan pulled her mother Niu Tsehua's arm hard, but Niu Tsihua didn't care. Niu Tsihua frowned and thought for a while, then smiled and said, Even now, you have 300,000 yuan, and I still feel unbalanced. The young boss just offered 500,000 yuan. You must at least add another 100,000 yuan, making it 400,000 yuan. Anyway, as long as you give me 400,000 yuan as a betrothal gift, I will agree to let my daughter marry you. Don't say I'm cruel and deliberately making things difficult for you. This is the last time I'll raise the price. Don't you have a piece of land in your hometown in Dongjing? A 100,000 yuan sale of that land is enough. Once your land is sold, we can go back and arrange the wedding. When she said the latter part, Niu Tsihua had an expression that said, Am I particularly understanding? And there was a hint of almsgiving in her eyes. Mother! Li Rulan stamped her feet, walked out from behind Niu Tsihua, and said anxiously, How could you do this? 300,000 is already a lot, don't make it difficult for him. Zhao Kungan looked at Li Rulan seriously. If she had come forward earlier, when they asked for 200,000, or when the amount was just increased to 300,000, they probably would have gotten married. The girl is nice. She is not very pretty, but she is also pretty and an honest girl, the kind of girl that the adults in the village say, knows how to live. But her mother really can't. Zhao Kungan had had enough. Even without the divine ring, without the princess of the Great Stone Empire as his wife, and without Xena to whom he owed gratitude, he had had enough. You can't be like this. This is marriage. Not a business. He temporarily increased the price and chose the one who offered the highest price, and he had already inquired about his land a long time ago. My uncle can tolerate it, but my uncle can't. This marriage does not have to be with her daughter. This marriage is not necessary. Don't be impatient. Zhao Kun laughed dryly and waved his hands. I already have 300,000 yuan, 400,000 yuan, and I still have the 500,000 yuan you want. Oh? Niu Tsihua walked up to Zhao Kungan and looked at him again. Zhao Kungan, don't act like a boss here. You talk so freely like a boss, but when it comes time to pay, you can't take it out. It will hurt your face. It will be so embarrassing. If you really have it, then give me 500,000. In the future, when you come to my house, I will treat you to good wine and food. When you come to my house for dinner, you will sit at the table and I will let your uncle sit next to you. Of course, you can't borrow money. It will be embarrassing if you ask my daughter to pay it back together. Niu Zihua seems to be really thinking about how to live her life now. But the prerequisite is a betrothal gift of 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. Zhao Kungan is only in his 20s. My family is from a rural area and we are not rich. This is not 400,000 or 500,000 yuan in the city, but in the village, and a relatively poor village at that. I have 2 million. Zhao Kungan spoke again. 2 million? Just you? How come you've already had more this early in the morning, even though you haven't even drunk anything? After listening to Zhao Kungan's words, Niu Zihua's expectations were suddenly dashed. She thought Zhao Kungan was just talking nonsense. Money is a good thing. Money is hard to earn. She knows it. It is because her family has no money, and she and her husband are incompetent and cannot earn the money for their son's betrothal and wedding, so she set her sights on her daughter. But Zhao Kungan let out a long sigh, his expression very happy. I won't marry your daughter. Even if I don't ask for a single cent of betrothal gift, I won't marry your daughter. Niu Zihua, remember this, I won't marry your daughter not because she's not good, but because of you. Your daughter hasn't been able to get married because of you. Yo! Yo yo! Yo yo yo! Niu Zihua's mouth twisted. I was wondering why you're being so arrogant today. After all this time, you can't come up with the money, so you just want to break up. I was saying, how can you, a servant delivering things in the city, make so much money? How can you be worthy of my daughter? And you're asking for 2 million, and I see you look like you have 2 million. You're poor, you're a servant, just be prepared to be single for the rest of your life. Niu Zihua's defense was broken. How dare a bachelor like me, a man with a daughter, speak like that? Crazy. Mom! What are you doing? Li Rulan held Niu Zihua's mouth tightly and looked at Zhao Kungan apologetically. Zhao Kungan, I'm sorry about what happened today. We were at fault first. Don't be angry. What happened between us is a big deal. Don't say such angry words. I'll decide on the betrothal gift. It's 300,000 yuan. I'll keep half for my parents, and I'll bring the other half back when the time comes. Li! Ru! Lan! What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Are you trying to piss me off to death? Niu Zihua jumped up in anger. If her daughter hadn't held her back, she would have probably jumped up in anger. Chapter 28. The difference is obvious. Yo! Yo yo! Yo yo yo! A teasing voice sounded. This is Zena's voice. Zena imitated Niu Zihua's tone and walked towards the bathroom. She was holding a piece of paper in her hand and wiping her hands. Itself. Zhao Kungan and Xina came to the mall to shop today, and after shopping, they returned to the village. Go back and fill the cup. But I didn't expect it. Zena is having diarrhea. Zhao Kungan understood very well. Zena ate too much last night and ate too much oily food. He felt that if he ate so much, he would also have diarrhea. So, I went to KFC to use the restroom. Zhao Kungan sat in a corner, ordered 2 glasses of water, and waited for Zena to come out. As a result, I saw the scene just now. I saw it all. Li Rulan is relatively innocent. A bit pitiful. But not completely innocent. At least that's what Zhao Kungan thinks. If you cannot be your own master and do not make your own decisions about your own affairs, then you deserve to bear the corresponding consequences. Who are you? What the hell are you? Niu Zihua looked at the short-haired girl in front of her who was dressed in a fashionable style and shouted rudely. She doesn't care who the other person is. If you're being sarcastic, just curse. Xina snorted calmly and walked straight to Zhao Kungan's side. She put her hand through Zhao Kungan's arm and held his arm. After holding his arm, she said leisurely, What era is it now? Do you still look at the bride price when marrying a girl? 400,000? 300,000? If you bring her back, that's half off, right? Zena's tone was calm and her emotions were neither sad nor happy. But every word hurts. You little bitch, who are you? Where did you come from? Seeing Xina holding Zhao Kungan, Niu Zihua broke down again. Xina was also annoyed. She looked up at Zhao Kungan, then lowered her head, her face full of joy. I'm Brother Kungan's suitor. Before, he always ignored me and never agreed to my proposal, saying that he was about to have a family and wanted to fight for his future family. At that time, I thought brother's future wife would be such an outstanding person, so I always treated brother as a friend. But after meeting you today, I was so embarrassed, haha. Zina stopped talking and the smile on her face became more and more intense. Niu Zihua's face turned purple. Her eyes were full of disbelief. This guy? Is someone chasing you? He still doesn't agree? Is this true or false? Etc. What is this little girl looking at? Are you laughing at us? Li Roland's face also looked unhappy. The other party didn't say a single dirty word, but he scolded her very badly, very badly. Look, brother doesn't even resist me holding his hand. She now looked at Zhao Kungan's arm, then looked at Li Roland. Woman, you will never know what kind of man you missed. From now on, I will take good care of him for you. Zina was serious about what she said last. She didn't understand why such a good person like Zhao Kun was treated so badly. Who is the other party? What brain? China felt angry on behalf of Zhao Kungan. What kind of man could he be? Just a poor bastard who can't make any money. Haha, Lan Lan, let's go. Wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit. I really don't know what kind of creature is fighting over shit. It's definitely not a human being. Niu Zihua grabbed her daughter and tried to save face by talking. Curse. She won't do anything that's not dirty. Dirty, she is so combative. Li Roland shouted angrily with tears on her face. Niu Zihua! Niu Zihua was stunned for a moment. Lan Lan, why are you crying? There are so many good men in the world. I'll ask your Aunt May to find you another one, a big boss better than him. Whether it's meat or poop, as long as you're happy, I hope your daughter can find a good family soon. Facing Niu Zihua's dirty talk, China did not respond. She replied in a gentle voice, then looked up at Zhao Kungan. Brother, let's go shopping. I just ordered milk tea for you. Zhao Kungan picked up the milk tea on the table. Brother, you are so nice. Zina hugged Zhao Kungan's arm and acted coquettishly. The two of them walked out of the restaurant snuggling together. The difference is obvious. The diners around were all pointing and whispering at Niu Zihua. The two sides are not at the same level at all. Looking at the backs of the two people leaving, Li Roland felt her vision blurred. In a trance, she seemed to see that the person Zhao Kungan was holding and leaning against was her. They are together, laughing and happy. The vision gradually became clear. The person next to Zhao Kungan was not her. It was Zina, who was a little shorter than her, much more lively, much cuter, and had a voice 10 times sweeter. How could this happen? How could it become like this? When she had it, Li Roland didn't care. Under the indoctrination of her mother Niu Zihua's concept of being a person, Li Roland also had a lot of arrogance as a girl in her bones. According to her mother, girls should be reserved. On weekdays, she never gave Zhao Kungan a good look. In the rare times when they contacted each other, she would reply to Zhao Kungan once a day on average, with only yes or oh as the reply. But now, it's a complete breakup. There were other girls standing next to Zhao Kungan. She also learned that he had really wanted to marry her. Pain. Li Roland felt heartbroken. My heart hurts so much. It seemed as if this time, I really lost something important. Niu Zihua stood aside. She wanted to say something but didn't say it in the end. She raised her daughter by herself, and this was the first time she saw her daughter like this. After thinking for a long time, Niu Zihua looked at her daughter cautiously and whispered, Lan Lan, mother was wrong. Li Roland looked at her mother who had become humble in front of her, and her tears burst out. She lay on the table and cried loudly without control. Whoa! Niu Zihua lowered her head. After hesitating for a while, Niu Zihua reached into the inner pocket of her pants and took out a rolled-up plastic bag. Inside the bag was the money she brought for the day. The largest denomination was a 50 yuan note, and there were also 20 yuan notes, 10 yuan notes, a 1 yuan note and 50-cent notes, and a few 1-cent coins. Niu Zihua looked at her daughter who was crying and her eyes were filled with tears. She walked to the counter and asked, Is there anything that young girls like to eat? Look, do I have enough money? What can I buy? Auntie, that's enough. You can order all of these. The clerk also sighed a little. This old woman gave me a headache just now, but now, she also looks a bit pitiful. It's all because of poverty. Niu Zihua returned to her daughter with the ordered meal. After putting the meal down and looking at her daughter who was sobbing and shaking with grievance, Niu Zihua made a difficult decision. She took out her old cell phone from another inner pocket of her clothes and walked out the door. Made a phone call. Li Roland cried for a long time. What is lost is always lost. The rest of life still needs to be faced. When I looked up, I saw a lot of snacks on the tray in front of me. Niu Zihua smiled at her and said, Are you tired of crying? Come eat, and then we'll go. I'll tell you some good news when we get home. Li Roland nodded, picked up the hamburger and handed it to Niu Zihua. Niu Zihua turned her head to the side and said, I don't like this. It makes my teeth hurt. You eat it. It's all for you. Don't tell your brother when you go back. If you don't eat, I won't eat either. Li Roland's hand remained there. Niu Zihua smiled helplessly. Chapter 29 Consumption. How was it? Did I do well just now? After walking some distance away from the KFC restaurant, Zina immediately showed off her achievements to Zhao Kungan with a smile on her face. Good. Zhao Kungan nodded. He hasn't felt so proud in a long time. The last time he felt so good was the last time. I have to say that Zina is a pretty nice girl. So how do you plan to reward me, brother? Zina hugged Zhao Kungan's arm and shook it, and sang the same sweet voice again. This gave Zhao Kungan goosebumps all over his body. Talk nicely. There's no one else here now. Be normal. Brother, don't you like people talking like this? Zina pouted and continued to act coquettishly. Zhao Kungan looked like he had a headache. The few people in the mall that morning were attracted by Zina's voice. Most of them looked at me with envy. Also, there is a vicious expression. Zhao Kungan raised his palm. If you pinch it again, I will beat you. China stuck out her tongue, loosened her hand that was holding Zhao Kungan's arm, turned around, and bent down slightly. Brother, hit me, use some strength. Hiss. The little guy is not tall and not very old. It's quite curvy. Pia. Leave. Zhao Kungan fought for a while and walked ahead. Zina raised an eyebrow and followed behind. Man. I told you, if you are a man, it is impossible for you to have no interest in a beautiful girl like me. After meeting Niu Zihua and Li Roland, Zhao Kungan feels pretty good now. Some things have been made clear. No need to look for contact information anymore. What happened between him and Li Roland has become a thing of the past. The first step to having money is to pick up a car. Zhao Kungan paid a full payment of 800,000 yuan and bought a black BMW X5. The car is the face of the men in a village or a family. Some families who care about their reputation can be poor, but they cannot live without a car, so they bite the bullet and buy one. You don't have to drive. But it must be there. Originally, Zhao Kungan was planning to get a Mercedes, but unfortunately, the store didn't have the car in stock, so he had to wait, and it would be delivered tomorrow. Zhao Kungan couldn't wait any longer. I bought an SUV BMW X5. The BMW X5 has a relatively high chassis, and it is quite comfortable to drive on the broken roads in the village. Make a contract and pay in seconds. When paying, Zhao Kungan went to the bathroom and then came back with a bag of exactly 800,000 yuan. Except when Zhao Kungan was paying, China was always following Zhao Kungan. She was stunned. Zhao Kungan really spent the money. Less than half an hour after entering the mall, he bought a car worth 800,000 yuan. This amount of money is enough to buy a well-equipped second-hand house in the suburbs of the city. Although she was a little curious about where Zhao Kungan got the money, she was very sensible and understood that curiosity kills the cat, so she didn't ask. If Zhao Kungan wants to tell her, he will tell her on his own initiative. I don't want to tell you, and asking is pointless, and it will only lower your impression of me. You will be regarded as a busybody type of woman. The car was picked up successfully. Zhao Kungan went to the third floor. Buy clothes. 2 suits, 2 casual outfits, and 1 sports outfit. They are all big brands. It was the first time that Zhao Kungan enjoyed the feeling of buying things without looking at the price tags. The clothes in the mall counters must be expensive, but he now knew very well that his money was definitely enough. After buying clothes, I bought 2 pairs of sneakers and a pair of leather shoes. I got a haircut at the barber shop, and it became a shiny slicked back style. After this set, Zhao Kungan spent another 50,000 yuan. Brother, look, do I look beautiful in this dress? Zhao Kungan would naturally not treat Zina, his temporary little follower, badly. In the fitting room, Zina changed into a sexy red low-cut halter dress and spun around in the narrow space. Purchase. Zhao Kungan couldn't bear it anymore. This woman is a witch. He was afraid of doing something bad, so he ran away. I'll only wear this at home for you from now on. Zina looked at Zhao Kungan's departing back and said with a giggle. Zina picked out this little red dress and also bought a simple set of clothes, a white sweatshirt, light blue jeans, a pair of brand new white shoes, and a white down jacket. Her hair has been dyed black and straightened, and her bright eyes are sparkling. With this outfit she looks a bit like a pure girl next door, which makes people want to protect her. Not long after, Zhao Kungan, dressed in a suit and tie, and China, dressed exquisitely, left the mall together. The salesperson put a film on the car, warmed it up, and parked it in front of the mall. Zhao Kungan directed the older brother who was helping to move things to move the 2 boxes of tables into the trunk. Get in the car. Get out. Driving a brand new BMW X5, I could smell the scent of the new car's leather and plastic mixed with Zina's body fragrance. Sitting in the passenger seat was Zina, who was not stunning but very cute and was fiddling with the passenger seat's makeup mirror. At this moment, Zhao Kungan had an illusion. He seemed to have reached the pinnacle of his life. Now, everything seems to have come to a complete perfection. Did you only buy wine? Shouldn't you buy something for Auntie too? Zina looked at herself in the small mirror on the passenger seat's sun visor. She had put on some light makeup and was using lipstick to decorate her red lips. The gift for my mom is already in the car. The corners of Zhao Kungan's mouth twitched. Oh? When did you put it in the car? Why didn't I see it? Zina looked around. It's you. Zhao Kungan laughed dryly. What his mother hopes most is that he has a partner. I? Zina was stunned for a moment, then reacted immediately, her delicate face blushing. Don't worry, I will definitely make Auntie happy. Just kidding, my mom likes to eat braised pig's trotters, braised chicken feet, and sweet things. The things in the mall are a bit stale. Let's go to town to buy some later. There is one more thing that Zhao Kungan didn't say. He actually prepared a gold ingot for his mother, yes, a whole one, weighing 1 pound. My mother actually likes shiny things, but gold is expensive. It doesn't matter now, he has it. Zhao Kungan drove to the town and bought a lot of cooked food and fresh vegetables. When the car stopped, Zina also got out. When she came back, she was carrying 2 large boxes of skincare products, 2 fashionable gift boxes of buckwheat pillows, a gift box of bird's nest, and a gift box of sea cucumbers. Why did you buy so many things? Zina smiled sweetly and said, It's not good to come empty-handed when visiting someone for the first time. Even if it's just an act, what if it becomes real later? I can't let the uncle and aunt find fault with me in the future. Zhao Kungan laughed. The little girl is quite ambitious. That's right. Zina raised her head proudly and fastened her seat belt. A soldier who doesn't want to be a general is not a good soldier, and a good sister who doesn't want to be your wife is not a true good sister. Heresy. Zhao Kungan laughed dryly and shook his head. He started the car and headed towards the village. Just then, his cell phone rang. Just focus on driving. China took out Zhao Kungan's cell phone. It's Dad calling. Chapter 30 Parents. Take it. Zhao Kungan nodded. Zina stretched out her little hand and operated a few times to connect the mobile phone to the car's computer and answered the call using the car computer. Hello, Dad? Zhao Kungan watched the call go through and then shouted. He was now feeling so excited that he couldn't suppress it. To use a popular internet term, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than an AK. Life before was hard. Now, finally, all the hardship has paid off. He drove a luxury car, with a beautiful woman in it, and it was loaded with good gifts for his family. Ha! Old Zhao Hashan first laughed out loud, and it seemed that he was very happy about something. Well, I have something very good to tell you. What good news? I also have good news. Li Rulan's family has agreed to your marriage, and the betrothal gift is only the agreed upon 200,000 yuan. My family has already asked your uncle to sell the land, and the betrothal gift is already collected. Come back, boy, and prepare to get married. What? You must be so happy. Well, to be honest, it's all because of Dad's uselessness. Otherwise, your marriage would have been finalized long ago. Wait, Dad, when did this happen? This morning. Zhao Kungan frowned. He said in the morning that he would not marry her without any dowry. How did this happen again? Zhao Kungan hesitated for a while and decided to speak frankly. Dad, Li Rulan, I won't marry her. There was silence on the other end of the line for more than 10 seconds. Fuck, what did you say? Dad, I'm telling you, Li Rulan, I won't marry her. Zhao Kungan, do you know what you are saying? Say it again. Li Rulan, I won't marry you. I won't marry you even if I don't give you a penny. I know you're angry, but don't get angry yet. The Li family has made things difficult for us more than once or twice. Just today, I saw Niu Tsuhua taking Li Rulan on a blind date with someone else. I saw it with my own eyes. We had a falling out right there and then. I said I won't marry you. Hearing this, the other end of the phone fell silent again. After a while, Zhao Hashan's voice rang out. Damn, you're old enough. Logically, you should be the one making the decisions about your own affairs. But your parents are old, and you missed this marriage opportunity. You don't know when you'll find the next one. The Li family was wrong, but this time, they've also bowed their heads. Li Rulan is a good girl. Zhao Kungan remained silent. His parents have worked hard for most of their lives, and what they hope most now is for him to get married and start a family. He knows very well how difficult it is for his parents. There was silence on the other end of the phone. Zhao Kungan broke the silence. I'm on my way home, let's talk when I get back. It's better to talk about this kind of thing in person. What Zhao Kungan didn't know was that at this moment, someone was already waiting for him at the village entrance. Zhaojia village entrance. Li Ru came over on a ghost fire motorcycle, carrying 3 guys in polka dot shoes, whose total weight together with him was less than 300 kilograms. And Melji 13th. As soon as Li Rutsai stopped the car, he started to speak golden words. Damn Zhao Kun, I don't know what kind of drug he drugged my mother with. 200,000 yuan for the betrothal gift. Damn, the Zhao family must be crazy because they're so poor. They want to marry someone else's sister with a 200,000 yuan betrothal gift? Damn, just give 200,000 yuan. I'll have no money left after paying the betrothal gift. How can I buy a tank 300? The 3 guys at the back all jumped out of the car. A tall man was carrying a ulok. 2 of them were less than 1.7 meters tall, one holding a wooden stick and the other holding a large wrench. Li Ru even had a heavy weapon, a patinated dung fork. He just rode the motorcycle one-handed. He controlled the bike with one hand and held the fork with the other hand. The wind blew his yellow hair into a slicked-back style. He was as confident as Guan Yu. Brother Ru, just tell me, what should we do about this matter today? I'll do as you say, brother. Pan him! A poor guy wants to get married? The 3 guys raised their weapons and yelled fiercely. Must plate! Li Ru stopped the car and shouldered the dung fork. This is the only way he can get back to the village. Let's block him. He will definitely come back today to discuss the marriage. My family is determined. We need to make him back off. Of course, you can pay more. If you offer 400,000 yuan, I can buy a tank 300, and I'll agree. Kill! 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 The one holding the big wrench raised it and yelled. The other 2 people also shouted. The 4 of them, whose combined weight was less than 300 kilograms, became excited at the entrance of Zhaojia village. In the middle of winter, some of the guys were not wearing socks, and were only wearing a single layer of clothes and pants. The blood was hot for a short while before it froze. The teeth were chattering non-stop. We must pan him! Li Ru raised his fork. Pan! 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 Kill! 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 The 4 middle school boys continued to shout. What they didn't know was that Zhao Kungan had already driven over in a brand new BMW X5. At that time, they were still exclaiming, Who bought this car? It's so cool! Zhaojia village, Zhaojia. Ding ding ding! Zhao Kungan honked the horn at the door of his house. His house is on a hill in the village. It is a small courtyard built with hollow bricks. In the past, his family was engaged in breeding and raised pigs. The family had some savings. However, a large-scale swine fever killed all the pigs. Not only did they lose all their savings, but they also owed the feed factory a lot of money for feed. Who is it? After a while, Zhao Kungan saw a familiar figure coming and opening the self-welded sliding door painted blue. Mom, I'm back. Zhao Kungan lowered the car window and looked at the thin and small figure. My mother had a yellow headscarf on her head, camouflage clothes for labor protection, and a pair of big white boots with a logo that were given to her by the feed factory. After losing money on pig farming, the family cleared out the pig pens and raised some chickens in the unused pig pens. Selling eggs and some roosters when the Chinese New Year is approaching can also earn some income in the countryside. Who? Godson? Sun Yan was stunned when she saw a brand new truck arriving at her door. Then, when she heard a familiar voice coming from the car, she was startled and looked inside the car carefully. Wasn't it her son? Hey, damn dad, come out quickly, our son is back, driving a big car. Sun Yan saw her son clearly and hurriedly called into the house. What? Zhao Hashan walked out of the house. Looking at the brand new BMW X5 that hadn't even been registered yet, he was stunned. Zhao Kungan parked the car in the yard. Dad, Mom. Zhao Kungan got out of the car. Zhao Hashan was very happy at first, but soon he became serious. Where did you get the money to buy a car? This car is not cheap. BBA, these are the 3 major brands known to the villagers. Hello, uncle and aunt. At this time, Zina got out of the passenger seat. She didn't mind the dirtiness of the unpaved ground in the countryside, and after getting off the car, she stood properly. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan looked at each other. Both of them were a little confused. Zhao Hashan was the first to react. What? Who is this? Zhao Kungan stretched out his hand towards Chi Na. Chi Na immediately walked to Zhao Kungan, held Zhao Kungan's hand, and a sweet smile appeared on her face. Actions speak louder than words. Zhao Hashan was stunned. Sun Yan looked very happy. At this moment, an unhappy and angry voice came from the house. Let go of my son-in-law's hands! Chapter 31, Breaking Off the Engagement. Who else could the voice belong to but Niu Tsuihua? However, Niu Tsuihua's attitude has changed drastically now. Zhao Kungan has become the son-in-law, she calls him. There is no trace of the irritability I had in the morning. Moreover, Niu Tsuihua's face was full of the smile of a winner. Zhao Hashan said with a complicated expression. Damn, Lanlin's mother and the head of Lijia village are here. We came here today to discuss the engagement. The 200,000 yuan betrothal gift has already been given, and the receipt has been written. It was already settled when I called you. I was thinking of giving you a surprise. The rule in lynching is that if the woman regrets the marriage, she must return all the gifts given by the man. If the man regrets the marriage, he cannot return anything he has given, including the bride price. Yo! Yo yo! Yo yo yo! Niu Tsuihua walked out of the house, hands on her waist, looking excited. Little bitch, I couldn't deal with you before, but now, the village heads of both villages are here. The marriage certificate is written, but it hasn't been done yet, and Zhao Kungan is also my son-in-law. Now I will deal with you like a grandmother beating her granddaughter, and you will be punished one after another. Let go, or I will do it, scratch your face, and make it difficult for you to find a partner in the future. When Chi Na heard that Niu Tsuihua was going to take action, she became furious, but when she thought of Zhao Kungan's parents who were still there, she took a deep breath. But she did not let go of the hand that was holding Zhao Kungan's. Girl. Li Debao, the head of Lijia village, looked at Chi Na and said in a heavy tone. Zhao Kungan is already engaged. Let go of his hand. Little girl, you must learn to respect yourself. Zhao Chuanshan, the village chief of Daojia village, had a look of pain on his face. The family spent money on the betrothal gift to arrange the marriage, but in the end, the man brought his girlfriend back from the city. What is this? He wanted to support his own Zhao family, but he couldn't find a way to do so. Zhao Kungan was also very annoyed. Unexpectedly, Niu Tsuihua came back directly to get the job done. His family all wanted him to be with Li Ruan, but Niu Tsuihua had been making things difficult for him with the issue of the betrothal gift money. As soon as Niu Tsuihua relented and suddenly asked for 200,000 yuan, Zhao Kungan's parents must have been upset. I hope my son gets married soon. 200,000 yuan for the betrothal gift is not a small sum of money for anyone. But for Niu Tsuihua, this money can only come in and never go out. Niu Tsuihua was aware of the situation and had Zhao Kungan's family under control. She got the money. My daughter also married the man she wanted to marry. She and her daughter were both very happy. Old Zhao's family has a daughter-in-law. Zhao Kungan also has a wife. Niu Tsuihua also felt that both sides were happy. Upon hearing this, Chi Na had no choice but to let go of Zhao Kungan first. Zhao Hashan sighed. He thought his son would be very happy, but he didn't expect things to turn out like this. Li Debao said, Okay, it's done. Those who are fine should go for a walk. Next, we should discuss the wedding date. You said it, then that's it. Zhao Kungan looked at Li Debao. Li Debao was stunned. The people around were also stunned. Why is this still Zhao Kun doing this? How dare you speak to the village chief of the neighboring village like that? He is the village chief. Zhao Kungan pointed his finger to the side. Chi Na understood what Zhao Kungan meant. She leaned against Zhao Kungan and let him put his arms around her slender waist. Li Debao. Provocation? Marriage certificate. Zhao Kungan extended his hand to his father Zhao Hashan. Zhao Hashan hesitated for a moment, but still gave the marriage certificate to Zhao Kungan. Swish! Zhao Kungan tore up the marriage certificate in front of everyone. This time, everyone opened their eyes wide again. Damn, this is 200,000. Zhao Kungan's mother Sun Yan swallowed and said. Niu Tsuhua's expression changed for a while, and finally she raised a thumbs up and laughed angrily. You kid, okay, you are really cruel. You don't want the 200,000 yuan? Zhao Chuanshan, the village chief of Zhaojia village, saw the situation was tense and tried to smooth things over by saying, Young people, don't be so impulsive. Let's go inside and talk over some tea. Li Debao said angrily. What else can I say? The marriage certificate has been torn up, which means the engagement is cancelled. We, the woman, will definitely not return the betrothal money. Youth is not a source of arrogance. Zhao Chuanshan said with a smile. Oldly, these are children from the nearby village who were raised under our care. Why are you so angry? Zhao Kungan, be obedient and apologize to your Uncle Li and Aunt Nio quickly. When he said the latter part, he spoke to Zhao Kungan in a serious tone, but he secretly winked at Zhao Kungan when no one else could see. They are all farmers. 200,000 is not a small amount of money. Zhao Kungan smiled at Zhao Chuanshan. According to seniority, he should call Zhao Chuanshan uncle. In Zhaojia village, people with the surname Zhao are basically relatives. Zhao Kungan has always respected Zhao Chuanshan since he was a child. But this time, he didn't listen to Zhao Chuanshan. If I cancel the engagement now, I'll just have to pay a compensation of 200,000 yuan. If he is really together with Li Rolan, then he is really confused. Li Rolan's problem is not big, but Li Rolan has Niu Tsuhua as her mother, and there is no guarantee that she will do something evil in the future. If the property is divided in half during a divorce, it will not be a matter of hundreds of thousands or millions. When it comes to getting married, Zhao Kungan will definitely be very cautious. Because he is no longer the poor boy Zhao Kungan, he is the billionaire Kungan who owns more than 100 million worth of gold. Zhao Kun said, Niu Tsuhua, our family has called off the marriage and we no longer want the betrothal gifts. The heads of the two villages are here to bear witness. Let me make it clear, from now on, our two families will go their separate ways. There will be no further ties. Zhao Kun, damn it! Niu Tsuhua was a little angry. She didn't know why, but she couldn't be happy at all even though she got 200,000 yuan for free. According to her usual personality, she would be happy for a long time even if she picked up a wild egg in the field. Today, it's very different. Niu Tsuhua's mind was now filled with the image of her daughter crying in pain. Today, contrary to her usual behavior, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at Zhao Kungan and asked with slightly red eyes, I know it was all my fault before. I was wrong. I shouldn't have made things difficult for your family and you. But I already know I was wrong. The betrothal gift is 200,000 yuan. If it's my fault that you don't marry Lan Lan, then I apologize to you, okay? When she spoke of the latter part, Niu Tsuhua's tears fell. She has always been aggressive, unreasonable and greedy. But she also loves her daughter. I want my daughter to marry a boss. Besides the high bride price, I also want her to leave the countryside, get married, and have a better life in the city. Li Debao angrily said, As a member of a great nation, do you have any sense of dignity? They've already torn up the marriage certificate. Do you still have any dignity left? We have such an outstanding daughter. Are you still afraid that no one will marry her? I'm sorry, Ms. Niu Tsuhua. Zhao Kungan shook his head. You're not wrong. We just have different positions. Before I only wanted to choose Li Rolan, but you didn't choose me. Now I have a new choice and I won't choose you anymore. Upon hearing this, Niu Tsuhua was stunned. Chapter 32 Recognition. Out of consideration for Li Rolan's good attitude, Zhao Kungan spoke relatively politely. In other words, it means, even dogs think belated affection is too cheap. Want to get married now? What did you do this morning? Niu Tsuhua's arrogant face forced his parents to be humble. Zhao Kungan saw and remembered all those scenes. Since we are already strong now, how can you still let your parents suffer? Walk! Li Debao snorted angrily and walked ahead. Nyo Tsuihua nodded to Zhao Kungan, picked up the heavy money and left with a lost expression. That's what happened. Zhao Chuanshan touched the top of his bald head. Dad, Mom, don't be sad. I can earn more money even if it's gone. Your son is different now. Zhao Kungan looked at his parents who were lowering their heads with complicated expressions. Well? Zhao Hashan agreed and nodded vigorously. Okay, it's okay, don't feel too stressed. The money has been paid, and we can earn more after that. Girl. Sun Yen walked up to Chi Na and took her hand. Don't worry. Our family's conditions are not so good, but you will have everything that other brides should have. The betrothal gift to your family will definitely not be less than that to the Li family. However, it may take some time. Hearing this, Chi Na smiled sweetly. She held Sun Yan's hand and kneaded it gently. Auntie, uncle, you can just call me Nana. Nana is sensible. My mother died early and my father is gone too. It's useless for me to ask for money. We are all family. What belongs to Kungan is mine, and what belongs to me is Kungan. I know it clearly. I still have a house, and I will live with Kungan in the future. It takes courage. We will work hard together. I don't need your money, but I do have something to trouble you with. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan were both stunned by Chi Na's words. What this girl said was really soothing and pleasant to the ears. Very logical. There is indeed a difference between her and the girl from the Li family. It can even be said that there is a world of difference between them. This girl just wants to live a good life with her son. Zhao Hashan became more energetic. Nana, tell me, our family will do our best to help you. Chi Na's voice was clear, and her eyes were filled with longing. Uncle, there's no need to be so serious. What we need your help with is helping us raise our children in the future. If it's convenient for you, you can move into the house in the city and live together. If it's not convenient, Kungan and I can come back and live here. It's all fine. Sun Yan reached out and slapped Zhao Kungan, who was distracted, in the face. You little brat, you've really made it. How could you have tricked such a nice girl into coming here? You must have accumulated a lot of virtue for 8 lifetimes. With just a few words, Xena gained the approval of Zhao Kungan's parents. Zhao Kungan felt bad. If this continues. Xena was just acting, but it seems like it's coming true. Then, if I bring the princess and Yuya home in the future, I'm afraid it will be difficult for my parents to accept me. Well, forget it, let's take it one day at a time. No, what belongs to the stone country belongs to the stone country, and what belongs to the city belongs to the city. Zhao Kungan felt a headache from thinking about it, so he stopped thinking about it. You guys can do this too. Zhao Chuanshan looked at Xena and agreed. To be fair, this little girl is indeed better than the indecisive girl in the Li family. Zhao Chuanshan patted Zhao Kungan on the shoulder and said, I finally understand why you were so stubborn just now. Now it seems that it was worth it. Zhao Kun laughed dryly and said, Uncle, I ordered some food from your restaurant when I entered the village just now. Auntie will be here to deliver the food later. Let's have a drink together. Have a drink? Zhao Chuanshan thought for a moment, then waved his hand and said, Forget it. You guys are having a family reunion, so I won't get involved. Zhao Kungan. Uncle, you are being too formal. We are all family. Besides, there is good wine, otherwise I would not have called you. After working in the city for a long time, Zhao Kungan has also learned the ways of the world. The village chief of Lijia village is not from their village, so he can do whatever he wants. As for Zhao Chuanshan, he is my uncle and the village chief. He is busy with all kinds of things and is busy with the marriage. I definitely cannot let him down. Seeing that Zhao Kungan was inviting him sincerely, Zhao Chuanshan nodded and agreed. Okay, then I'll go back and ask your aunt to prepare some delicious dishes. You guys go in first. Zhao Kungan saw Zhao Chuanshan off before returning. Mom and Dad, Xena bought you a lot of things. Zhao Kungan began to take the gifts from the car. The trunk was almost full of what he bought plus what Xena bought. Nana is so expensive, buying so many things. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan hurried to answer it. Xena gathered the strands of hair that were scattered in front of her ears and tucked them behind her ears. She said shyly, This is my first time visiting you, and I don't know what to buy. If there's something inappropriate, please don't dislike it, uncles and aunts. It fits. It fits perfectly. Everything I bought is good. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan both couldn't stop laughing. My son has brought some goodies too. Zhao Kungan carried out 2 boxes of tables. There's no town in Maotai? Zhao Hashan looked at the wine and was stunned. Authentic Matai and Thai. And this, Mom, it's for you. Zhao Kun held the gold ingot in both hands in front of Sun Yan. This is... Sun Yan took the gold ingot and took a bite. Wow, it looks like gold. Could it be real gold? Yes. Zhao Kun nodded. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan looked at each other, and both looked at Zhao Kungan with some concern. But because Zina was also present, they were too embarrassed to ask that question. Zhao Kungan knew his parents too well and knew what they were thinking without them even saying anything. On the way here, Zhao Kungan had already thought of an explanation. Zhao Kungan said, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I haven't done anything wrong. It all started one day when I was delivering a Shanda package and saved an old man who had a heart attack on the roadside. His son is a big shot in the city, and now I work for him. The old man gave me gold ingots and 2 million as a thank you. I didn't want them, but I had no choice but to accept them. They really didn't need these things and money, and their son had a bright future. It is precisely because of this that I have the confidence to break off the engagement with Li Rulan. Li Rulan, if you don't follow my luck, you will soar to the sky. The last sentence was what Zhao Kungan really said. If Niu Tsuhua and Li Rulan had been nicer to him and his family before, the result would definitely be different now. China took Zhao Kungan's arm and said, Don't worry, Uncle and Aunt, I know about this matter. From now on, I will stay by Kungan's side and protect him well, and will not let him make any mistakes. After hearing what Zhao Kungan and China said, the old couple was completely relieved. Now, the entrance of Zhaojia village. Li Ru and his 3 friends were still trembling. Night. The restaurant's food has arrived. Zhao Chuanshan personally drove a van to deliver the food. Looking at the table, he was stunned. Oh my god, Xiaogan, you've really become rich! Not only did you get a new car, but you also got a lot of drinks. Uncle is really taking advantage of you today. I've bought this stuff many times, but I've never tasted it. Chapter 33 Electric Pig Device. Lucky, it's all thanks to Nana. Zhao Kungan used carefully fabricated excuses to explain to his parents. To Zhao Chuanshan, Zhao Kungan just came here to make things simple. Just let the other party think that he is a gigolo. Otherwise, things would become troublesome for Zhao Chuanshan, who is pursuing a career in politics, to get to know that big shot of his. Speaking of which, one gang met Zina through her, so it's really okay to say that it was Zina's credit. Zhao Hashan originally wanted to warn his son not to talk nonsense and reveal his secrets. He was very satisfied to hear his son say this. Zina smiled and nodded. Zhao Chuanshan was shocked and immediately looked up to Qi Na. He originally felt that this city girl was very elegant, and now when he looked at Zina again, there was a bit of respect in his eyes. In today's world, if you are not a career official but are rich, you will be respected and feared. Zhao Chuanshan really brought in some delicious food. He added a free-range goose from the village and a wild cock from his family's well, not to mention a free-range rooster. The guests enjoyed the feast very much. Zhao Kungan's father Zhao Hashan was drinking particularly happily. My son has made great progress. I also have a daughter-in-law. Even the village chief's attitude towards his family changed. Maybe the village chief had spoken to their family in a nice manner in the past, but it was definitely not like this. It was all thanks to the big BMW that so many hard dishes were added. Moreover, when the village chief Zhao Chuanshan left, he was determined not to take the money for the vegetables. What kind of treatment is this? This is the least treatment that can be enjoyed by adults. Zhao Hashan was so happy that he drank a little too much. He was helped into the house by Zhao Kungan and his mother Sun Yan. It was indeed a happy day today. Mother Sun Yan even ignored Zhao Hashan's drinking, and she even had a couple of drinks herself. Zhao Kungan and Qi Na also returned to Zhao Kungan's room. There are basically no guest rooms in the village. Zhao Kungan's house has a few rooms that can be used for living, but the facilities inside are very poor. It can be seen that even though Zhao Kungan works in the city, his mother cleans his room every day. Especially now, I have replaced the new mattress and quilt in the cabinet. Those were my mother's dowry when she got married, and they have never been used. The quilt is bright red with many crimson rose patterns on it. Qi Na sat on the edge of the bed, tilted her head and looked at Zhao Kungan, patted the seat beside her and said, Don't be so formal. It's my home, how can I be so polite? Zhao Kungan said this unhappily and sat down beside him. Hee hee. Zina laughed and said, It's getting late, go get some rest. With a click, Zina turned off the light in the room. Zhao Kungan didn't want anything to happen. But unfortunately, Xena is too clingy. If Zhao Kungan could still remain calm, he would definitely not be a normal man. Zhaojia village entrance. Hiss. Li Ru rubbed his hands, his legs shaking as if he had Parkinson's disease. His 3 little friends had bruised mouths and pale faces. Brother, it's already so late. Is it possible that Zhao Kungan won't come back today? The thin man with the stick said. Yeah, it's cold. I'm about to pee myself. Brother Ru, I've been wanting to say this for a long time. If you can't do it, just go back and put on a cotton-padded jacket before you come out and squat again. The 3 of us couldn't hold on any longer. Li Ru is no longer able to do it. But he still said stubbornly, No, we can't leave so easily, otherwise our behavior of squatting today will become a joke. Brother, we can't squat like this anymore, otherwise we won't be able to do anything to Zhao Kungan, and we will freeze to death. Li Ru scratched his head. His hands were frozen. Dressing lightly to look cool comes at a price. A one-word poem, cold. Go to Zhao Kungan's house. The monk may run away, but the temple cannot. Li Ru waved his hand. Immediately, he started the motorcycle and the other 3 people climbed onto it. Boom, boom, boom! This ghost fire has a modified chimney, and when you turn the throttle, it can make a loud noise. When Li Ru stepped on the accelerator, almost half of the dogs in Zhaojia village woke up and started barking wildly. Not long after, Li Ru brought his 3 friends to the gate of Zhao Kungan's house and knocked on the door frantically. Pa! Who is it? Inside the room, Zhao Kungan stopped and shouted coldly. Banging on the door in the middle of the night is so abominable. What the hell? Li Ru recognized Zhao Kungan's voice. We've been squatting at the village entrance for so long, and Zhao Kungan is already back? Zhao Kungan, I'm Li Ru. Get out here right now. I have something to tell you. Li Ru? Li Roland's useless brother who doesn't work properly. A guy who is not good at cooking but loves to play. The old-fashioned guy gets beaten every time. Li Roland's family was not well off, which had a lot to do with Li Ru. Every time Li Ru did something, he would be beaten and had to pay compensation to the other party. In the moonlight coming through the window, Xena pouted unhappily. I'll be back in a moment. Zhao Kungan climbed up. Hurry up. Xena turned over and took out a black flashlight-like object from the bag she always carried with her and put it in Zhao Kungan's hand. What? Zhao Kungan turned on the light and looked at the thing. Xena's lips curled up. Put the safety in and push that button. Zhao Kungan followed his instructions, plugged in the safety at the end of the flashlight-like thing, and turned on the switch. Sizzle, snap! Snap! Suddenly, a large number of blue and white arcs emerged from the head of the flashlight, and at the same time, there was a sound of explosion. Xena, the first level is enough. An ordinary person would be frozen in an instant. The second level, even a 500-pound pig can't stand it. Hide in your sleeves first, and then one at a time. Wow! Good stuff! Zhao Kungan's eyes lit up. He hugged Xena's face and kissed her hard several times. Before, he was still thinking about how to deal with Zhu Juyan. It would take too long to learn martial arts, and it was difficult to find ways to buy firearms. But now he has one, right? Oops. China said shyly. Since you've been traveling around the world, you should have some self-defense skills. Otherwise, how can I keep on for you? Zhao Kungan rubbed Xena's face, with a little more pity in his eyes. I will take good care of you. Yeah. Xena got up and kissed Zhao Kungan on the cheek. Pa! Zhao Kungan, get out here! Li Ru's annoying voice came from outside again. The dog that my mother took to the backyard started howling wildly. I'll be back soon. Zhao Kungan put on his clothes, put on his coat, put the modified electric pig device in his pocket, and went out. The principles of electric pig devices and electric batons are similar. The only difference is that electric pig devices are more powerful than ordinary electric batons. Outside the gate, Li Ru was still knocking on the door when it was suddenly opened from the inside. Chapter 34 Li Ru's Principles. Gulp! Looking at Zhao Kungan, who was 2 heads taller than him, Li Ru's arrogance was immediately extinguished. He swallowed his saliva and clenched the dung fork in his hand. Zhao Kungan, I'm telling you! Bang! Zhao Kungan raised his hand and slapped him. Li Ru's small body was almost turned 3 times on the spot by the slap. Who are you talking about, old man? Zhao Kungan didn't tolerate the boy in front of him at all. Deal with him. There is no need to modify the electric pig device at all. Li Ru was slapped in the face and looked at Zhao Kungan with an expression of disbelief. I'm Li Rulan's younger brother, Li Ru. Zhao Kungan, do you see who I am? How dare you hit me? Believe it or not, I won't let my sister be with you anymore. This slap made Li Ru cry. Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment. This kid doesn't know that I have torn up the marriage certificate? Her sister. I would rather throw away 200,000 than marry her. Humph! What's the matter? Are you scared? Kneel down and let me slap you back first, then we can talk about what happens next. Bang! Zhao Kungan slapped him in the face. Ah! Li Ru roared. Zhao Kungan! You hit me again, but I have a weapon in my hand. Li Ru raised his dung fork. Zhao Kungan reached out and snatched it away. He is about 1.8 meters tall and almost 1.9 meters tall. Li Ru is like a little chicken. Dealing with Li Ru is like a father beating his son in kindergarten. He can do it with his eyes closed. Zhao Kungan hit Li Ru with a fork and said, You're not at home sleeping in the middle of the night, howling like a ghost. It seems you're just itching for a fight. Li Ru covered his hands and cried. Zhao Kungan, wow, you are going too far. I came here with my brothers, not alone. Your brother? Zhao Kungan looked behind Li Ru. Under the moonlight, more than 100 meters away, at the end of the road, there were indeed 2 or 3 figures running in panic. Li Ru turned around and took a look. I saw that there was nothing behind me. Do you still have any respect for the moral code of the underworld? Li Ru stamped his feet and shouted. The figures paused. Li Ru's mouth was trembling. If you come back, I will forgive you. As a result, Li Ru thought too much. Those people just stopped for a moment, but turned around to look at Zhao Kungan, who was as tall and mighty as the god of war. They ran faster, using all their strength, and almost left an afterimage. Zhao Kun tilted his head and looked at Li Ru in front of him. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I was wrong. We are family. Seeing that he couldn't win, his brothers ran away. Li Ru looked at Zhao Kungan's chest and started to play softly. He didn't expect it. Zhao Kungan, this suck-up, is not afraid of his brother-in-law. I've broken off my engagement with your sister. We're no longer family. Don't come here again. If you keep banging on my door in the middle of the night, I'll definitely let you know why the flowers are so red. Zhao Kungan threw the dung fork aside, and after saying that, he kicked Li Ru in the butt again. Alas, alas! Li Ru agreed repeatedly, got on his motorcycle and ran away. Replace the chimney of your broken motorcycle, you idiot! Zhao Kun cursed as he listened to the rumbling sound. I'll change it tomorrow when the repair shop opens. Li Ru agreed with tears in his eyes and rode away on his bike. 7 leaves. Zhao Kun muttered something, closed the door, and returned to his room. The general returned to the court. The long sword is sheathed. It's quite lively again. The other side. Li Ru returned home crying. After returning home, Li Ru realized that the atmosphere at home was not right. Father Li Dugwa, Mother Nyotsehua, and Sister Li Rulan were all sitting in the main room. The lights were on in the main room, and there was a pile of money on the table. But no one was happy. No words either. What's wrong? Li Ru rubbed his butt. He was hit by a dung fork and kicked, and it was a bit painful now. When he rode the motorcycle, he always sat in a loose position and didn't dare to sit firmly. Originally, he wanted to cry and let his family help him vent his anger. But seeing this situation, he restrained his crying a little. Nyo Tsuihua glanced at her crying son unhappily, then lowered her eyes again. Li Rulan stared at the money on the table, but her eyes were unfocused, she was in a daze. Li Dugwa puffed on his pipe. Pfft. And after spitting out a mouthful of yellow phlegm, he said, Your sister's marriage to Zhao Kun from Xiaojia village has fallen through. They'd rather not have the betrothal money and have torn up the marriage certificate. Li Dugwa's tone was slightly yin and yang. Before, he always insisted that his 2 children get married quickly. The man is good, so what are they waiting for? But in this family, he has no say. Ah? Li Ru was stunned for a moment. He looked at the money on the table and laughed. Why aren't you happy? Isn't this a good thing? You got 200,000 yuan for free. Money, 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 you little bastard! All you care about is money. It's all because of you. Otherwise, your sister would have been married a long time ago. There wouldn't be so much trouble. Nyo Tsuihua suddenly became furious and started scolding Li Ru. What does this have to do with me? Li Ru's eyes widened. Mom, I only cheated you out of your money. I didn't cheat my brother-in-law. It's you who don't have the ability to make money. I won't take the blame, otherwise my sister will blame me for the rest of her life. All right. Li Rulan retracted her gaze. What Zhao Kungan did is over. It's late, everyone go to bed. I, Li Rulan, am not going to die without Zhao Kungan. 3-legged men are hard to find, but 2-legged ones are plentiful. If you still respect me, return the money. If not, then don't return it, haha. Li Rulan was the first to stand up and leave the main room. Li Dugwa refilled the cigarette with tobacco, lit it with a lighter, and took 2 more puffs. Squeak, sniff, sniff. All you do all day is sniff. You're choking to death. Li Dugwa felt a little aggrieved. He had been smoking this pipe since his youth, but when his wife got angry, he could only knock the tobacco out of it on the sole of his shoe and stomp it out with his foot. Nyo Tsuihua stared at the pile of money and said, Get up early tomorrow morning and return the money. Li Dugwa looked at Nyo Tsuihua in disbelief. Nyo Tsuihua sighed. Send it back. Money is good, but this time, we have to save our face. I'd rather not take the 200,000 yuan and cancel the engagement. If this news gets out, it will be really difficult for my daughter to find a husband in the surrounding area. Li Ru patted his chest and said, No problem. I have to take this side. I don't want that guy Zhao Kungan to look down on me. I, Li Ru, only spend money from my parents, not his. Are you proud of cheating your parents? Li Dugwa said with a stern face. Li Ru raised his chin and said, I'm principled. Don't worry, when I make money in the future you can spend it as you please. I, Li Ru, will definitely have a great future. Old Li's family never thought that sending back the 200,000 yuan would completely change their family's future destiny. There is still a possibility for Zhao Kungan and Li Rulan to be together. Chapter 35 Purchase. Crack! After the sound of bones being repositioned was heard, Zina let out a long sigh. How come I sprained my ankle just going to the toilet? Zhao Kungan used the potion he had found earlier, dipped a cotton swab in it, and applied it on Zina's ankle. Hiss. After applying the potion, her ankles felt icy cold. Zina took a breath and rolled her eyes at Zhao Kungan, saying, If it were normal, how could I be so fragile? It's you! Can you blame me for this? Zhao Kungan had an innocent expression on his face. Oh. Why are you still trying to reason with a girl? Zina stretched out her little fist and punched Zhao Kungan's chest. She didn't use much strength, so it didn't hurt. It was just like tickling. All right. Zhao Kungan grabbed Zina's little fist and said, What do you want for breakfast? Rest for a while, I'll go buy it. Zina's lips curled up. It's all right, it's easy to support. Good. Zhao Kungan pinched Zina's nose and walked out. Zhao Kungan drove to the town. The village was only 5 kilometers away, so it only took a few steps on the accelerator. Zhao Kungan did not go to buy breakfast first, but instead purchased goods from several wholesale supermarkets in the town. Zhu Zhuyun can use the electric pig device to solve the problem, so soon, she will have to hurry to Nanhuang City. The mountains are high and the road is long, so she needs to prepare more food and drinks. Especially food. Zhao Kungan always felt that the food would be of great use if it were there. If Oishi were wealthy, there wouldn't be the distorted aesthetic that considers fat to be beautiful and powerful. Zhao Kungan spent more than 200,000 yuan on purchasing supplies from several different stores. Zhao Kungan had already discussed with the boss and decided to send it to Zhaojiao village. The bosses readily agreed to such a large order and gave them generous discounts. It is quite troublesome to have the delivery and unloading done, but there is no other way. There are too many things to buy. Zhao Kungan feels that if he puts them all into the magic ring at once, the owner of the wholesale supermarket will probably be scared to death. After finishing all this, Zhao Kungan went to buy breakfast, lynching noodles, the full version with lots of beef, as well as peanut oil fried dough sticks, scallion fried cakes, and tea eggs. Before, Zhao Kungan always drank the basic version of dry noodles. Now that I have the ability, I must fully equip it. There's more beef than grits. Bought several servings. Under the shocked gazes of other diners in the restaurant, Zhao Kungan picked up his breakfast, unlocked the car with his key, and got into his brand new BMW X5. One-word poem, refreshing. Who is such a good person that would spend $200 on breakfast? Zhao Kungan. It's mainly because of this condition. Zhao Kungan's family. Sun Yan had already gotten up early and fed the chickens in the pen, and was now cleaning the yard. This small woman seems to have endless energy. Hearing the sound of a car, Sun Yan opened the door. Looking at her tall and handsome son sitting in the brand new BMW, Sun Yan's heart was filled with joy. After Zhao Kungan parked the car in the yard, he brought out a lot of breakfast. Mom, it's time to eat. Mom isn't hungry. You and Nana go eat. Eat, I'll clean up later. Zhao Kungan took the broom from Sun Yan's hand and put it aside. My son has grown up and can take care of himself. Mom, you don't have to work so hard anymore. You have to take care of your health and enjoy your life in the future. Okay, let's eat and do what we're told. Sun Yan smiled and narrowed her eyes as she listened to her son's words. Last night, Sun Yan was not sleeping very soundly and vaguely heard some noise. It was this little bit of movement that made Sun Yan very happy. This daughter-in-law is real. The Zhao family will have hope of getting a daughter-in-law and having a grandson. Sun Yan was so happy that she couldn't sleep all night. She got up early in the morning. Now, even though she is busy and tired, she is still happy. After dinner, Zhao Kungan took Zina for a walk around the village. They went to the big willow tree at the entrance of the village, which was the intelligence center of Zhaojiao village. After this trip, the fact that Zhao Kungan had a girlfriend became known to everyone in Zhaojiao village. We also went to the small ditch south of the village, the big well to the east of the village. We walked around until noon before going back. Zina is very curious about everything in the countryside. As soon as the two of them came back, Zhao Kungan was called into the main room by Zhao Hashan. Damn, not long after you left, the Li family came over. Zhao Hashan pointed to the 200,000 yuan lying on the table and said. Zhao Kungan took a look at the money. Like his father, he was quite surprised. The Li family used to be money-loving, but now they are actually returning the 200,000 yuan that they didn't have to return. Zhao Kungan, since it has been sent back, then accept it. It can be regarded as a favor our family owes them. Yeah, okay. Zhao Hashan nodded. Now, the Zhao family's right to speak has been transferred from Zhao Hashan to Zhao Kungan. Oh, right. Zhao Hashan remembered one more thing. There's one more thing. Several truckloads of goods arrived not long ago. They said they were the things you ordered. I asked them to unload them all in the east room. Thank you for your hard work, Dad. Zhao Kungan looked at his father, whose hair had turned white at some point, and his eyes became moist. Before I knew it, my parents had aged so much. What are you talking about, you little brat? What's so hard about this? Zhao Hashan patted Zhao Kungan's shoulder and said, Nana is from the city. She might not be used to living in our countryside. Don't just stand around here. Go take care of her and pay attention to her emotions. This money is of no use to us at home. It was prepared for you to marry a wife. Just take it. You'll need it in the city. We have everything at home, so you won't need this. No, Dad, you keep it. I have enough money. Zhao Kungan confiscated it. He himself wanted to give his parents some money, but it seemed that his parents would not accept it easily. Because he doesn't seem to be particularly rich now. Go back to Stone Kingdom. Make more money. Do something that is easier to monetize. At the same time, he was trying to figure out how to cash in the large amount of gold he had. Let parents live a wealthy life without worries. You're still being polite to me. Who am I? I'm your father. Zhao Kun had no choice but to accept it, so Zhao Hashan stuffed it directly into his arms. Zhao Kungan. Thank you, Dad. Okay, go ahead. Zhao Hashan waved his hand. Zhao Kungan returned to his room. Before returning to the room, he had already put the 200,000 into the space of the magic ring. These 200,000 are my parents' hard-earned money. What did your uncle say to you? The Li family returned the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift, and my father gave it to us. Zhao Kungan used us too. Hearing this word, Zina's beautiful eyebrows relaxed and a sweet curve appeared at the corners of her mouth. Chapter 36, Collected into the Divine Ring. Except for working away from home when they were young, my parents have stayed in the countryside since they had me. They've hardly ever gone out to play. I'm thinking, let's go out and play together for a few days. Is your time convenient? Zhao Kungan originally wanted to go to Shigua without stopping to make money and solve the trouble with Zhu Zhuyun. But just now, looking at his parents who were devoted to him and who looked much older than they were in his memory, Zhao Kungan decided to spend some time with them before leaving. Since I graduated and started working, I seem to spend less and less time with my parents. After marriage, this time may be even less. Zhao Kun clenched his fists. We should cherish this time. When it's convenient for me, I am yours, and my time is also yours. Xena took Zhao Kungan's arm and spoke softly. So good? Zhao Kungan lowered his head and looked at Chi Na in front of him. He didn't know if it was because he drove last night, but now he found Xena more pleasing to the eye. Although she didn't have the ethereal temperament of a princess, nor the flexibility of a crescent moon that allowed for more ways to open her eyes, and she wasn't absolutely beautiful, she was very sweet. Refreshingly sweet, but not greasy. Xena raised her feet and Zhao Kungan kissed her lightly on the lips. Zhao Kungan speaks with his actions. Hey, it's daytime. I can see it clearly. Pfft. Bad guy. An hour later. Out? Where to? In the main hall of the Zhao family. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan were both a little confused. Xena sat upright on the chair, like a well-behaved child in kindergarten meeting her teacher. Uncle and Aunt, we are just going out to play together. Wherever you want to go, our family of 4 will go there. A family of 4. After hearing this, the 2 old men smiled brighter. We haven't gone out to play for a long time. Do you think Uncle and Aunt don't want to go out with Nana? Sweet words, who can resist it? Even the young man couldn't stand Zhao Kungan. Not to mention, the future father-in-law and mother-in-law are very happy to have a daughter-in-law. Okay. Sun Yan made the decision directly. Since Nana said she wants to go out and play, then let's go out and play. Seeing his wife agreed, Zhao Hashan nodded and said, Then I'll take advantage of you young people. How about this, we go out together and come back together. On the way, we won't disturb you two from being sweet. Is that okay? Uncle, okay. Xena agreed with a sweet smile. Zhao Kungan was half lying on the sofa, watching all this with a smile. This day is sweet. Zhao Kungan. Then pack up your things and let's go. Nana will drive you away first. I'll catch up with you after I finish dealing with the things in the East Room. Zhao Hashan looked at Zhao Kungan and said, Where are we going? You decide. Tell me where you and Nana want to go. Your mother and I can go anywhere. Ching. Zhao Kungan already had an idea. He also knew where his father wanted to go. Let's go to the place where you worked hard in your youth. It's not far, only about 300 kilometers away. We can stay there for a few days, see the sea, eat seafood, and drink Ching original beer. Yeah, I want to go to Ching too. Xena quickly agreed. Okay, let's go to Ching. Zhao Hashan nodded and confirmed the destination. Sun Yan's tear troughs were shallow, and she was moved by her son again at this moment. Old man, our family is doing really well. I still remember where we worked when we were young. Zhao Hashan put his arm around Sun Yan's shoulders and said, Of course, you don't even look at whose son he is. He must be treated well. Just be so conceited, haha. Sun Yan burst into laughter. Zhao Kungan and Shina also laughed. Zhao Kun has become successful. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan tacitly agreed not to ask Zhao Kungan what he was going to do with those things. Let them go first, and they will go first. Although Zhao Kungan said that everything could be bought, the older generation still had different ideas. They thought comprehensively and were used to saving money. They packed a lot of things in large and small bags. Zhao Kungan estimated that the food alone could last for half a month. But who can make his parents happy? Zhao Kungan had no choice but to spoil them. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everything is packed up. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan got on the car first. China stayed and said her final goodbye to Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan, drive slowly and be careful. Don't worry, I'll drive slowly, nothing will happen. Xena nodded obediently. She has a driver's license and used to work part-time as a designated driver, but because some of the bosses who drank alcohol had very poor quality, she stopped doing it. The driving skills are still safe. Yeah. Zhao Kungan kissed Xena. Xena happily ran to the car and drove away. Watching the BMW X5 leave, Zhao Kungan returned to the East Room, took out his cell phone, and simply recorded the number of things. 10 jean bags of rice multiplied by 1,000 bags. 10 jean bags of white flour multiplied by 1,000 bags. 8 treasure porridge times 100 boxes. 100 cartons of several kinds of milk. 24 bottles of mineral water x 1,000 packs. Various self-heating instant foods, pickles, canned foods, sausages, spicy strips, and snacks. Zhao Kungan also bought power banks, high-intensity flashlights, transformers, solar charging panels, walkie-talkies, common medical medicines and other things. After Zhao Kungan finished recording most of the information, he pulled a stool and sat down cross-legged. Don't put things away too quickly. Have to wait. Act like you're really dealing with these things. Zhao Kungan took out his mobile phone and watched the latest technical videos of the top 10 masters for a while, and learned some new knowledge. I browsed Taobao for a while and looked at some cool little clothes. Stains. If Her Royal Highness wore these. After enduring for more than an hour, Zhao Kungan put all the things in the east room into the magic ring. Whenever he touched the things he wanted to put into the magic ring, he could put them in just by thinking about putting them in. In the early stages, everything went smoothly. Later, Zhao Kungan felt more and more tired. He came to the conclusion that the divine ring was infinite, but his spirit was limited. Obviously, using the mind to control the things that connected the divine ring and the earth world would consume his spirit. Fortunately, all these things were put away. Zhao Kungan locked the gate and walked to the village entrance. You have to take a taxi and call a car. There are very few cars near Zhaojia village. But it doesn't matter. Zhao Kungan directly used his money ability and added 200. After just a few seconds, the order was snatched away. About 6 or 7 minutes later, a 9-hand van that was even more broken than the scrap metal tractor Zhao Kungan's family bought in 1994 drove in front of Zhao Kungan. As soon as the car stopped, there was a bang sound, and the rusty front bumper fell directly to the ground. The right headlight also fell out of the headlight hole. Fortunately, it was connected to the power wire and did not fall to the ground and break. A special car is at your service. Li Ru rolled down the car window amidst the creaking sound. Looking at the person standing at the village entrance, Li Ru was stunned. Brother-in-law? No, ex-brother-in-law. That's not right, ex-brother-in-law. Are you going out? Didn't you buy a big BMW? Chapter 37. Dear brother. Li Ru? Zhao Kungan looked at the familiar guy in front of him and suddenly laughed. My car is outside, but you kid, where's your will-o'-the-wisp? What's the matter, are you ready to behave yourself now? Li Ru patted his chest and said, Brother-in-law, you said that. We, Li Ru, have always been upright. But I just realized the truth last night. A man should be self-reliant. Ahem, to put it bluntly, it's just that my parents have worked too hard to make money, and I'm not happy with relying on them, so I'm ready to start working hard on my own. I, Li Ru, can drive a tank 300 even without relying on my sister. This kid doesn't hold grudges. While speaking, he had a smug expression on his face. But it seemed that he was also scared by Zhao Kungan's beating. Now he kept calling his former brother-in-law brother. His tone was full of awe and respect for Zhao Kungan. Young people are ambitious, keep going. Zhao Kungan nodded affirmatively. Then he turned and walked out of the village. Ex-brother-in-law, don't go, get in the car. Considering your relationship with my sister, you should give me an order. I took 3 orders today, but they all ran away after seeing my car. You are my dear ex-brother-in-law. Seeing that Zhao Kungan was about to run away, Li Ru hurriedly kicked open the driver's door and caught up with Zhao Kungan. What a dear brother-in-law. Zhao Kungan smiled and pointed at the van's fallen front bumper and headlights. Li Ru, I still want to live 2 more years. These are all trivial matters, dear brother-in-law, don't worry about these details. As Li Ru spoke, he picked up the front bumper, buckled it onto the car, pushed it hard, and then kicked it twice. The fallen headlights also hit the inside with a bang. Li Ru even took out a roll of transparent tape from his pocket and pasted several strips between the bumper and the car, and between the headlights and the car. Li Ru pointed at the car and said, My dear brother-in-law, you are all right now. It's all right now. At this time, Zhao Kungan had already changed the taxi app because the location was too remote and there were no other cars. If there was any other choice, Zhao Kungan would never ride in Li Ru's broken car. Okay, slow down. Zhao Kungan got into the car helplessly. He, dear former brother-in-law, don't worry, I'm an experienced driver, steady as a whistle. Are you going to the supermarket in the city? Right. Okay, sit down. Zhao Kungan got into the van, sat down, and immediately found the seatbelt and put it on. Li Ru also got in the car and started driving the van forward. The total distance was less than 30 miles, and the car stalled 20 times and had various problems frequently. Zhao Kungan was pushing the cart and repairing it at the same time. It took him 2 hours to walk the short distance of 30 miles. Even if Zhao Kungan stretched his long legs, he could probably be faster than this. Xena was so anxious that she called him, thinking he was lost. Lynching, auto repair shop next to the supermarket. Li Ru watched the mechanic lift the car on the support frame. His face, which was smeared with a lot of engine oil, looked dull and his eyes were filled with fatigue and grievance. Seeing him like this, Zhao Kungan felt embarrassed to make fun of him anymore. Li Ru took out a deflated box of cigarettes from his pocket, took out a cigarette, and handed it to Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan took it and put it in his mouth. He smokes, which is optional, as it can enter the lungs, but he generally doesn't smoke except when he meets NC teammates while playing games. Li Ru gave him cigarettes, and Zhao Kungan gave him this face. Li Ru also took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth. He took out a lighter, blocked the wind with one hand, and brought the light to the cigarette next to Zhao Kungan's mouth with the other hand. Zhao Kungan lowered his head slightly and stretched out a hand to block it. Laugh! The cigarette was lit by the flame and the cigarette but turned red. Zhao Kungan took a dry puff and the cigarette but suddenly lit up. After serving Zhao Kungan some, Li Ru ordered some for himself. Li Ru took a puff of cigarette and exhaled the smoke. Dear former brother-in-law, I am confused. It's hard to make money, right? Zhao Kungan looked at the listless young man and a kind smile appeared on his face. This is the case for people who have just entered society. It is easy to spend money but hard to make money. Adults may seem to have a glamorous life, but only they themselves know the pain behind the glory. Zhao Kungan guessed that when Li Ru reluctantly exchanged his beloved Ghost Fire for this 9-hand van, he had already decided to do something big, carry a lot of people, make a lot of money, and impress his parents and sister. But the reality was that, apart from the fact that he just needed a car, Li Ru couldn't pick up any passengers with his broken car that was on the verge of falling apart all the time. Yeah. Li Ru nodded bitterly. He really didn't expect that making money would be so difficult. After a quick inspection of the van inside and out, the middle-aged owner of the repair shop came over. Li Ru knew how to get along with others, so he immediately handed her a cigarette. Hard-pack Red General is a relatively popular type of cigarette locally. The owner of the repair shop didn't mind the cigarette being bad. He took it and put it in his mouth, then naturally took out his lighter and lit it. Hey, you're really going to fix this car? Li Ru took a deep puff of cigarette, scratched his head and said, Uncle, what do you mean by that? The owner of the repair shop was a big bald man. He also touched his bald head and said embarrassedly, Hey, go 500 or 600 meters along the road, there is a garbage station over there. Take my advice, don't repair this car, sell it for scrap. Li Ru was furious when he heard that. Oh shit! No, I just bought it. The guy who sold it to me said it was almost new and hadn't been used much. It just had been sitting there for a long time and was a little dirty. A little repair and a little paint would make it as good as new. Zhao Kungan covered his face dryly. Kids are kids. The car seller dared to say that, and Li Ru actually believed it. Come on, I haven't used it hard yet. Except for the driver, the other parts of the car are probably older than Li Ru. Ha! The owner of the repair shop was also amused. Don't worry, if you want to fix it you can. I just took a look, and except for the steering wheel, seats, windows, and car shell, everything else needs to be replaced. This car has been in at least 5 accidents, and has been flooded. The new and old welds on the frame are all broken, and there are mushrooms on the wiring under the dashboard. It's a miracle that you can even drive here. Hearing what the repair shop owner said, Li Ru's face suddenly fell. He walked quickly to the car with a cigarette in his mouth. After looking around, he came back with his head hung down. Okay. Zhao Kungan patted Li Ru on the head and said, Grown man, why are you looking so sad? I'll give you 20,000 yuan. Go buy a decent used car and work hard. Zhao Kungan took out 20,000 yuan from his pocket and put it in Li Ru's hand. Li Ru was stunned when he saw the 2 stacks of red bills. Dear sister. Li Ru stopped talking halfway, his voice choked with sobs as he said, Brother, thank you. I will pay you back. You definitely have to pay it back. When you have money, pay it back. Don't let anyone cheat you again. Patting Li Ru on the shoulder, Zhao Kungan started talking. When I first saw Li Ru, I felt that he deserved a beating, but now, I feel that he is a pretty good guy. The main reason was that the 200,000 yuan betrothal gift was returned, and Zhao Kungan began to look at their family with new respect. Otherwise, he would not have helped him. The bald boss said enviously, Your buddy is very good to you. In this day and age, a buddy who can give you 20,000 is definitely rare. That's right. Li Ru raised the corner of his mouth proudly. My dear brother. Chapter 38 Return to Stone Country. the restaurant on the first floor of the supermarket. Zhao Kungan met Zina and his parents. Both parents changed into new clothes, and there were many large and small packaging bags on the ground beside them. Zhao Kungan looked at his parents. It is true that clothes make the man, and saddles make the horse. After the two elders put on new, well-fitting clothes, they looked much more energetic. Dad Zhao Hashan is still strong as ever. My mother Sun Yan still has her charm. Especially for her mother, Zina helped her put on some light makeup and matched her with a city-style dress. She was completely different from her usual image of an old lady. Zhao Kungan estimated that if his mother returned to the village like this, the villagers would probably not recognize her. Nana bought them all. Sun Yan looked at her son and was even delighted, and quickly praised Zina. She never had one. I can be beautiful again today. Thank you. Zhao Kungan thanked Zina. Zina picked up a sandwich on the table and threw it at Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan held it firmly with one hand. Zina pouted and said, "What's the relationship between us? If you keep being polite to me, I'll be angry." Okay. Zhao Kun agreed with a dry laugh and sat next to Zina. The feeling of having a girlfriend is really different from being alone. Smoking? Zina sniffed and looked at Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan quickly stated, "I just met a friend and he treated me to a cigarette. I won't smoke anymore." Li Rolan wanted him to quit smoking. Zhao Kungan guessed that most girls probably didn't like the smell of cigarettes. Wait a minute. Zina hung her bag over her shoulder and ran away. When he came back, he already had two 95s in his hand. Zina said, "Although smoking is harmful to health, my man can smoke whenever he wants. It's more important to enjoy life in the moment." Zhao Kun was speechless. I felt a little touched. Okay. Zhao Kungan touched Zina's head. After having dinner in the restaurant, the family of four officially set off for Qingqing. Zhao Kungan naturally became the driver. Zina sat in the passenger seat. The parents sat in the back seat. Zina used her mobile phone to book a hotel. Evening. Zhao Kungan and his family arrived in Qingqing and stayed at the Qingqing International Hotel. 2 3-star suites. Zhao Kungan and Qina share a room. Zhao Hashan and Sun Yan share the same room. Thinking that his parents also had their own little romance, Zhao Kungan gave his parents 10,000 yuan in cash for them to use. I was playing young people's projects with Zina. Night. Stroll along the beach and enjoy a seafood feast. After returning to the hotel. Rest. I slept until noon, went to Boli Market, and had some seafood stewed pancakes. In the afternoon, visit the pier, Polar Ocean World, Beer Museum, Catholic Church and Digital Square. I took a long walk around Qingqing. In the evening, Zhao Kungan and Qina were as tired as dogs. They ordered barbecue and seafood, drank a beer, had a delicious meal, and then took a shower and went to bed. The next day, Zhao Kungan's parents went out early in the morning. After looking at each other, Zhao Kungan and Qina chose to eat takeout and play with their phones in the hotel. It was also on this day that Zhao Kungan discovered Zina's secret. Zhao Kungan was in a good mood, so he lit one. As a result, not far away, Zina looked at him from time to time. Her eyes were like a puppy seeing sausages, eager, pitiful, and a little thirsty. Zhao Kungan, do you smoke? No. Zina kept shaking her head and looked away. But I couldn't help but inhale the second-hand smoke in the room. Even if you don't care about me smoking, don't force yourself to smoke if you want to. Zhao Kungan threw the cigarette and lighter to Qina. Zina caught it accurately. Will you still like me if I smoke? Meeting. Zhao Kungan answered affirmatively. Then have one. Zina's eyes lit up. She quickly took out a cigarette and lit it. Sure. The smoking posture and technique are much more professional than Zhao Kungan's. I can't tell. Zhao Kun laughed dryly. Zina said aggrievedly. When my father got into trouble, I was so poor and had to bear the high-interest loans. I could only endure it. After being with you, I was afraid you would despise me, so I didn't dare to smoke. It's okay, you can smoke whenever you want. Zhao Kungan stepped forward and hugged the pitiful Zina. Yes. Zina agreed. Day 3. Zhao Kungan recovered. Went to the mall with Zina and bought a lot of delicious, fun and special products. At noon, the family gathered together and had lunch. In the afternoon free time, Zhao Kungan and Shi Na went to an internet cafe near the hotel to play League of Legends in a duo queue. 7 consecutive defeats. Then I left the internet cafe and returned to the hotel. Xena put on a fox cosplay costume. Night. Looking at Xena, who was sleeping soundly, Zhao Kungan got up and sat on the sofa in the living room of the suite. He unscrewed a bottle of water and took a sip. Then he changed into that set of clothes, turned on the safety of the electric pig device, and hid it in his sleeve. Been playing for a few days. It's time to go back to Stone Country. Enter the world of Stone Country. Soon, familiar subtitles appeared in front of Zhao Kungan. Entering the world connected to the Divine Ring, Stone Country. Successfully enter the Stone Country world. In 60 seconds, time in the Stone Country world will begin to flow. Oh shit! 1 minute buffer time? Then can I kill Xu Zhiyun right now? Zhao Kungan pulled out the sharp sword from the Divine Ring that the Emperor had gifted him. This sword could cut through iron like mud and even the eunuchs in charge of ceremonies like paper. Time is frozen, only he can move, and all the rules of this world are frozen, such as the magnetic force of the nearby meteorite pillars. After hesitating for a moment, Zhao Kungan put away the sword. It would be difficult to explain why Xu Zhiyun was killed with one sword. The Emperor and the Chief Eunuch are watching there. Electric pig devices are used as a guarantee. If the Emperor or Yangtze took action, there would be no need for the electric pig device. It is very important to hide your shortcomings. As the 60 seconds ended, time in the Stone Kingdom began to flow. Call! Xu Zhiyun's huge fist brought up a terrifying gust of wind. Before the fist arrived, the gust of wind had already caused pain on Zhao Kungan's face. Zhao Kungan was very sure that his previous judgment was correct. If he took this punch head-on, he would be beaten to shit. No, he would be beaten directly into a pool of shit. It happened in the blink of an eye. The chief eunuch Yangtze looked at the Emperor. Emperor Li Hongwen had a new expression on his face. At first he was angry, but now he was smiling. The Emperor changed his mind. The dissatisfaction with Xu Zhiyun has reached its peak and is a foregone conclusion. Now, Li Hongwen wanted to see if Zhao Kungan could block this punch, or at least not be killed by it. He is somewhat optimistic about Zhao Kungan. But it doesn't mean that there is no one else to entrust the care to except Zhao Kungan, because he has more than one daughter to entrust the care to, and more than one daughter whom he loves. However, Princess Nihuang was frail but still favored, which made her seem a little special. Looking at the Emperor's expression, Yangtze silently released the golden needle. Zhao Kungan hurriedly glanced over there, and at the same time, he stretched out his fist. At the same time, Zhao Kungan retracted his fist into his wide sleeves and pressed the switch of the electric pig device. You have to rely on yourself for your own life. This Emperor is moody and unreliable. Chapter 39 Battle with Xu Zhiyun. Hee ha ha ha. Xu Zhiyun looked at Zhao Kungan and realized that this guy was actually going to fight her, and she laughed wildly. A guy like an ant actually wants to fight with me? What makes you think you can? Are you worthy enough? Xu Zhiyun's expression became even more crazy as she laughed, and the strength poured into her arms did not diminish in the slightest. But the only change was that the fist that was hitting Zhao Kungan's head hit Zhao Kungan's fist. She wanted to let the man in front of her know that he was not worthy of her own princess, and even less worthy of fighting with her. Zhao Kungan also tried his best. The wind was howling, and he kept his eyes open desperately. He had to hit Xu Zhiyun, otherwise, he would not be able to electrocute her. With a solid punch, there was a 90% chance that he would die. Boom! A loud explosion sounded. That's right, it exploded. Xu Zhiyun's fist suddenly collided with the electric pig device hidden in Zhao Kungan's sleeve. The moment of contact, Xu Zhiyun exploded. The headband on her head exploded directly, and her long hair was completely blown apart by the bending of electricity. You could almost see the fierce electric light lingering on her bronze armor. Xu Zhiyun was electrocuted so violently that her whole body became stiff, and her eyes were filled with whites. Zhao Kungan also smelled a bad odor. This 3-meter-tall warrior from the Stone Kingdom was electrocuted and became incontinent. Then, there was a bang sound, and the electric pig device in Zhao Kungan's hand was smashed to the ground. Zhao Kungan only felt a black screen in front of his eyes, his brain went blank, and a strong sense of weightlessness came over him, and he felt himself flying. And it was like in movies and TV shows, being smashed away. Bang! Crack! Snap! Zhao Kungan's body flew backwards more than 10 meters, knocked down a huge candlestick, and rolled 8 or 9 times on the ground before his body stopped rolling and stopped on the ground. Stronger than a pig. Although Zhao Kungan has been an honest person since he was a child, he is a man after all. How could he have never fought? But this was his first time fighting like this. Zhao Kungan seemed to understand the powerlessness Li Ru felt when facing him before. He was truly crushed in every aspect, with no power to fight back. Zhao Kungan lay on the cold jade floor, feeling numbness in one arm and even half of his chest. His chest felt stuffy, he felt dizzy, and he had an uncontrollable nausea. Puff! Zhao Kungan couldn't help it. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhao Kungan was dumbfounded when he saw the blood spurting out. It turns out that people can really bleed when beaten. After spitting out that large mouthful of blood, the tightness in my chest seemed to have eased a lot. Ah! Zhu Zhuyun roared to the sky. Looking at the water stains dripping from her feet, her big eyes began to become bloodshot and red. Boy, what a vicious trick! You're dead! 2 more moves! The electric pig device did work, causing Zhu Zhuyun to become stiff for a second, but it only took a second or 2 before she recovered. Because of this, the power of this punch continued to dissipate due to stiffness, otherwise, Zhao Kungan would probably have been penetrated on the spot. Zhu Zhuyun was furious. She strode towards Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan took a deep breath. He wanted to get up, but found that the punch almost crippled him. He was so weak that he couldn't even get up. Zhao Kungan quickly looked towards the platform. At this moment, Yang San also looked at the emperor and put his hand back on the golden needle. Emperor Li Hongwen sat upright on the dragon throne, still smiling, watching all this quietly. He turned a blind eye to Zhao Kungan's pale face. This implies that Zhu Zhuyun has to complete 3 moves, and there are still 2 moves to go. I just arrived and I have to go back? Zhao Kun gritted his teeth tightly. His heart is dead. The emperor's heart is dead. The emperor didn't save him today, so he held a grudge. In the future, if the old emperor is in trouble, he will cook meat and wine and respond with a smile. The distance between Zhao Kungan and Zhu Zhuyun was only a dozen meters when she knocked him away. Zhu Zhuyun's thighs, which were like pillars of a park pavilion, were so terrifying that she arrived in front of Zhao Kungan in just a few seconds. She raised 1 foot high. Die! He stomped heavily on Zhao Kungan's chest. Zhao Kun stared at the foot intently. Are you leaving? Are you really going to leave like this? Once you leave, how will you come back? Kill Zhu Zhuyun by freezing time? But what if the emperor is watching? Escape? Have you been running away? Fuck your mother! Zhao Kungan suddenly came back to his senses and became furious. The last time I was so ruthless was the last time. Facing that terrifying kick, he rolled suddenly to the side. Boom! The horrific explosion almost made Zhao Kun's ears buzz and tinnitus set in. Crack! Zhu Zhuyun stomped a 5-centimeter deep footprint on the jade floor tile where Zhao Kungan's chest was. The huge force cracked the jade floor tiles within a dozen meters around it. Hide? Zhu Zhuyun's face turned black. Her curly hair was loose at the moment, and she looked like a terrifying female devil. She took a step forward and wanted to grab Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan's still movable left hand suddenly reached into the magic ring and grabbed a handful of flour. Just as Zhu Zhuyun bent down to grab Zhao Kungan suddenly threw out a handful of flour. The furious Zhu Zhuyun had almost no way to avoid it, and was immediately dazzled. Zhu Zhuyun could never have imagined that Zhao Kungan would bring in such a despicable hidden weapon into the imperial study. But Zhu Zhuyun was also a ruthless general. Even though she couldn't see, her big hands still grabbed Zhao Kungan without stopping. Zhao Kungan had no doubt that if he was caught by that huge hand, she would really tear him in half like in the TV series. Without any hesitation, Zhao Kungan reached into his arms again, used his clothes as a cover, took out a can of yellow peaches and handed it to Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuyun, who was blind, grabbed it directly. Bang! The canned yellow peaches in the glass jar were crushed directly, and the broken glass, crushed yellow peaches and soup spilled all over Zhao Kungan. After crushing the can, Zhu Zhuyun's hand paused for a moment before grabbing Zhao Kungan's left arm. Crack! Fog! It was twisted off by Zhu Zhuyun in an instant. Zhao Kungan's face instantly turned purple. Zhu Zhuyun broke Zhao Kungan's arm with one hand, but still held Zhao Kungan's arm, and with her other hand, she clenched her fist into a basin-sized fist and smashed it at Zhao Kungan. This time, let's see how you run! One arm was broken and the other arm was numb and paralyzed. Looking at the fist, Zhao Kungan was also in despair. I can only run away. If you don't run away now, you'll lose your life here. He had fought for his life. It's not shameful to run away like this. Respect this opportunity enough. Chapter 40 General Feng Xiaoyong. 3 moves have been made, and the prince consort is not dead yet. Just as the fist was about to land on Zhao Kungan's face, Emperor Li Hongwen spoke slowly on the podium. The huge fist suddenly stopped in front of Zhao Kungan's face. The first move was a punch, which sent Zhao Kun flying and half of his arm was detached. The second move was a kick, but it missed. The third move was to twist Zhao Kungan's arm. This subsequent punch may be counted as a move or not, depending on the mind of the person in power. When the emperor spoke, it meant that 3 moves had been made. Since we have made a bet, if he is not killed in 3 moves, he has to admit that Zhao Kun did it. Then Zhu Zhuyun had to admit it. If she refused and forced herself to deliver that punch, it would definitely be a package deal for all 9 clans to ascend to heaven. Jansen already had the needle in his hand. When the emperor spoke, he would definitely not let anything that the emperor did not want to see happen. If Zhu Zhuyun didn't stop, then he would take action. Zhu Zhuyun hesitated for 3 seconds, then she let go of Zhao Kungan's arm and stood up straight. Then Zhu Zhuyun ignored her blinded eyes and knelt neatly on the ground. Your Majesty is wise, the prince consort is far beyond my expectations. It is my goodness, and I am stupid. I dared to hurt the prince consort. I beg your Majesty to punish me. As a general in the court, Zhu Zhuyun was not completely ignorant of the ways of the world. However, she had been raising Princess Nihuang since she was a child, and she didn't want her princess to marry a mediocre man. Getting married is a lifelong event. Once a princess leaves the palace and is entrusted to a mediocre man, her life will be ruined. Although Zhao Kungan used many despicable means, he did manage to block 3 of her attacks, and she was convinced. At least he's not a coward. Li Hongwen laughed sarcastically and said, Ha ha ha, Zhu Zhuyun, you still know that he is the prince consort I chose? I thought you were deaf and wanted to kill the princess's perfect match. I acknowledge my guilt. Zhu Zhuyun kowtowed. Li Hongwen looked at Zhao Kungan lying on the ground and said, Zhao Kungan, you are worthy of being my choice. You have withstood 3 attacks. Zhu Zhuyun injured you, so it must not be in vain. I Dashi have a master-servant relationship. How to deal with her, whether to live or die, is up to you, and I will make the decision for you. Zhu Zhuyun was shocked, but she continued to kowtow without moving. Only now did she realize that the emperor was really angry. If she killed the prince consort within 3 moves, the emperor would lose face and she would die. She didn't hold back after 3 moves, and the prince consort didn't die. The emperor was also extremely angry. She would never get better. Zhao Kungan looked at Zhu Zhuyun. What an old woman. He almost beat her to pieces. To seek revenge or not? The emperor was obviously angry. But if the emperor were to openly get angry over such a small matter, it would be contrary to the etiquette of an emperor. This matter became a decision for him. Zhao Kungan saw through this. As long as he said something powerful, Zhu Zhuyun would be dead. But Zhu Zhuyun is devoted to her master. More importantly, he will be accompanying Princess Nihuang and following him in the future. Killing her will not do me any good. After all, the injury has already occurred. It's more useful to be alive. If Zhu Zhuyun becomes a vicious slave and bullies her master in the future, as long as he is not in the palace and is in a place where there are few people and it is not easy for him to expose his ability, he can use his ability to stop time for 1 minute in 2 directions. He will be almost invincible. Not to mention Zhu Zhuyun, no matter how strong a person is, he will not be able to withstand being killed by him by just standing there. If it doesn't work, go back and get a chainsaw. Even the master of the inner court would be sawed off. But if she didn't punish him at all, acted like a saint, and said it was okay, she would offend the emperor and appear too cunning. She was almost deposed but still not angry. What else could she be if not cunning? This would inevitably arouse the emperor's suspicion. Zhao Kungan struggled on the ground like a maggot for several times, but he couldn't get up. He said with a look of pain on his face, Your Majesty, please forgive me for not being able to stand up and salute you. Li Hongwen waved his hand with a magnanimous look. Since the prince consort is in such a state, there is no need to bow. Tell me, how will you punish me? Pig rhyme, pig rhyme. At this moment, looking at Zhu Zhuyun kneeling on the ground, Princess Nihuang Li Kani ran to Zhu Zhuyun. She looked at Zhu Zhuyun kneeling and kowtowing, her voice filled with tears, and she gently pulled Zhu Zhuyun's bronze armor. Li Kai and I looked towards the platform and cried anxiously. Father Zhu Zhuyun, whoa. Li Hongwen's voice became dignified. Nihuang, step back. His love for his daughter is not absolute. Zhu Zhuyun had already angered him. The unforgivable kind. Anyone who offends the emperor will die. Li Kai and I was stunned for a moment. She sobbed a few times and trotted to Zhao Kungan. She placed the plum blossom in his hand and held Zhao Kungan's hand with her two small hands. My dear Zhu Zhuyun woa. Zhu Zhuyun knelt there without moving, but Zhao Kungan could vaguely hear her sobbing. This behemoth-like existence cried. Your Highness, Zhu Zhuyun did something wrong and should be punished. Li Hongwen reached out and stroked the dragon's whiskers. Snort. If it weren't for the fact that you are devoted to Nihuang Zhu Zhuyun, do you think I would have allowed you to live until now? Seeing that Zhao Kungan hadn't replied, Yangtze smiled and said, Your Highness, have you decided on the punishment? I have a few suggestions: beheading, lingqi, waist-cutting, boiling, quartering, or perhaps amputation, caning, or flogging. My dear! Li Kai and I anxiously shook Zhao Kungan's hand and cried violently. What Zhao Kungan actually wanted to say was, My arm is broken. Don't panic. It hurts. But this occasion doesn't seem appropriate to say so. Your Majesty, I have made up my mind. Explain. Your Majesty, I want to wait until my arm is healed, and then I can do it myself. Your Majesty, I am in pain, I am wronged. I received your order, which should have been a good thing and a happy event, but I am terrified. However, I never thought that this evil slave really wants to kill me. I cannot swallow this anger. Please grant me this, Your Majesty. I will do it myself and vent my anger. Please also grant me a decree that if I accidentally kill someone, I will be forgiven. Zhao Kungan was trembling all over and said angrily while lying there. Li Hongwen pinched his chin and nodded. Zhao Kungan's request was reasonable. Well, I will let you, the evil slave who has angered me, live a few more days. I don't think Zhao Kungan will let her go easily. Li Hongwen said. Zhao Kungan, you are my consort and the future lord of Nanwang City. Don't be so mean. You have been wronged this time. The lord of the city is a 7th-rank lord. I will promote you to the rank of young brave general and grant you the privilege of 5,000 armors. You will be given these 5,000 soldiers and you will command them yourself. Tomorrow, you will go to the southern camp of Shidu and choose a man you like to be your deputy general to help you lead the troops. Wait until your injuries are healed before setting off again. Seeing that Zhao Kungan was indeed aggrieved, Li Hongwen gave him a little compensation. After all, I saved his face. He wasn't killed by Zhao Kungan in just 3 moves. Your Majesty, I, Zhao Kun, thank you for your grace. Zhao Kungan's face was filled with tears of pain, and he thanked him loudly. Go ahead. Li Hongwen waved his hand. Royal guards in golden armor entered the hall and carried Zhao Kungan out. Li Kani and Zhu Zhuyun also followed. Out of the imperial study. The night wind was so chilly that Zhao Kungan shivered. Cold. Zhao Kungan didn't feel good at all, but he was relieved that he had successfully survived this disaster. Chapter 41 Angry Li Lingwan. Jinju Prince Consort's Mansion. Zhao Kungan was sent back together with Princess Nihuang and Zhu Zhuyun. Since the entrustment of Princess Nihuang was a secret order, there were no ceremonies for marrying the princess. Zhao Kungan is too weak. I felt drowsy all the way. By the time I reached the doorstep, I almost fainted. My lord! Yuya rushed out of the house. She exuded a terrifying murderous aura. Crescent. Zhao Kungan looked at the pretty little face, still so cute. My lord, what's wrong with you? Yuya pressed Zhao Kungan's body several times. Her lovely face changed drastically, and tears as big as beans fell from her eyes. Who hurt you like this? Didn't you go to the palace to see the emperor? How could it become like this? Zhu Zhuyun, that sister is so fierce. Li Kai and I was wearing a black hooded cloak and a veil on her face, leaving only her eyes exposed. She was wrapped tightly. She suddenly ran behind Zhu Zhuyun, who was also wrapped in black cloth. Zhu Zhuyun still had a face covered in flour, and a foul smell of dried urine on her body. She looked very depressed. The examination showed that the prince consort was a pretty good person. But I have no future. Zhu Zhuyun knew that Zhao Kungan would definitely not let her go and would definitely torture her to death. After hearing what Li Kani said, Zhu Zhuyun raised her head and looked at the thin figure standing at the door of Prince Jinju's mansion. That was Li Lingwan, who had just come out. Li Lingwan stared at Li Kani with death. Li Kani hid behind Zhu Zhuyun, and she was staring at Zhu Zhuyun. Zhu Zhuyun straightened up and clenched her fists. Princess Jinju, what do you want to do? I was the one who beat him up. If you have anything to say, come to me. Zheng! Li Lingwan drew out the sword that was guarding the courtyard with armor. Seeing this, Yuya also drew out the long sword she was carrying. For a moment, the sound of clang clang was heard everywhere, and the armored guards in front of Prince Consort Jinju's mansion all drew their swords and waved their halberds, pointing their weapons forward. Looking at Li Lingwan and Yuya, who were about to kill someone, Zhao Kungan felt warm in his heart. It's still better to have your own wife and concubine. Know how to feel sorry for yourself. It was worth it for all his hard work in the past. That's enough. Really, just having this attitude is enough. Princess Nihuang was favored. If Li Lingwan really hurt Nihuang, the matter would probably not end well. Put away your weapons, and go to the mansion first. Yuya, go get me a doctor. No, a doctor. Zhao Kungan spoke up to stabilize the situation. Yuya didn't move and still looked at Zhu Zhuyun coldly. Zhao Kungan raised his voice. Don't you listen to me? I've received it. Li Lingwan threw the sword to the guard next to her. Only then did Yuya, the guards and others put down their weapons. Li Lingwan. Come, take good care of Princess Nihuang. Yuya, go get the doctor. Yes. A maid came out to answer. He made a gesture of invitation to Li Kai and I. But he did not enter the mansion, but asked to go to the side. Yuya walked quickly to the stable, and soon she rode a fast horse and disappeared at the end of the road. Come in. Li Lingwan waved. Zhao Kungan was carried into the main hall, and servants spread mats and quilts on the ground. Li Lingwan and the old nanny immediately picked up the lamp and placed it aside, and used scissors to cut off the clothes on Zhao Kungan's injured part. The old nanny sent the servants away, and there were only 3 of them in the room. While Zhao Kungan still had strength, he said, His Majesty secretly decreed that Princess Nihuang Li Kani be forcibly given to me. Zhu Zhuyun was not convinced by me and only agreed to this on the condition that I could withstand 3 of her attacks. For the sake of the Emperor's face, I had no choice but to bite the bullet and use some tricks to barely withstand it and survive. His Majesty gave me compensation and appointed me the young and brave general. He also promised that the 5,000 soldiers who were originally assigned to protect Princess Nihuang under the pretext of transporting food and fodder would be directly under my command, and Zhu Zhuyun was also handed over to me for disposal. Princess Nihuang, nothing can go wrong in our hands. Dog Emperor! Li Lingwan's face was cold. FCK me. These words almost scared Zhao Kungan to death. Princess, be careful with your words. Li Lingwan wiped the blood off Zhao Kungan's face and body with a handkerchief and said angrily, I know my limits. You are seriously injured. Stop talking. Zhao Kungan is everything to Li Lingwan. Just now, in front of Prince Consort Jinju's residence, Li Lingwan really had the intention to kill and was ready to avenge her husband at all costs. Kill Zhu Zhuyun first. Scratch Li Kai and I again. Let the Emperor die suddenly in the palace ahead of time. How dare you treat Li Lingwan's husband like this? Zhao Kungan is the only man who treats her so well. The old lady examined Zhao Kungan, and her expression gradually became more and more solemn. Zhao Kungan chose to shut up. The carriage was shaking him hard on the road and he was becoming more and more dizzy. Seeing the old lady's bad complexion, Li Lingwan was anxious. What happened? The old nanny sighed and said, It's very bad. The prince consort is crippled. The person who attacked him was very ruthless. The prince consort was shocked by the internal force and his lungs were damaged. His lifespan was shortened by 20 years. He can no longer practice martial arts. His right arm is almost crippled. Even if it is repaired, I'm afraid he won't be able to lift heavy objects. The left arm can be reattached, but it is estimated that it will not be completely healed within 100 days. After saying this, the old nanny looked at her princess worriedly. Call Zhu Zhuyun. Li Lingwan's tone was filled with anger. She has lived cautiously since she was a child. Such a gaffe is rare. Yes. The old lady hurried to do it. As long as his own princess did not kill Princess Nihuang, he could kill the culprit Zhu Zhuyun to vent his anger. A courtyard in the shape of a human figure. An outbuilding outside Princess Jinju's mansion. In the house. Zhu Zhuyun, you hurt my husband, and Sister Jinju is very angry. Li Kai and I looked nervously at Zhu Zhuyun, whose face was covered in flour. Don't worry, Princess. Zhu Zhuyun is fine. Zhu Zhuyun squatted on the ground, looking at Li Kai, who was as fair and clean as a jade, with a smile on her face. She was originally the daughter of a prisoner of war from the northern ice giants. Several years ago, during a hunt in the Imperial Garden outside Shidu, she was hunted as a child, just like the children of the northern ice barbarians, western sand dwarves, eastern sea dragon monsters, and southern forest beasts. She was hunted like the animals in the garden. It was the young Li Kai and I who pleaded with the Emperor and saved her from being shot and dying, and guaranteed with her life that she would never betray Dashi. After that, she was with Li Kai Wang. Giants are never enslaved. Zhu Zhuyun once thought about escaping. But the ice giants actually sent people into the palace to kill this scum. Li Kai and I was injured in her head while trying to protect her. Since then, her head has been in trouble. This lovely little human girl lost the Emperor's favor, her mother disliked her, and even the servants bullied her. From then on, Zhu Zhuyun vowed to take good care of Li Kai. She trained hard, took the initiative to become a general, and fought for Dashi. He had made many military achievements, but because he was a foreigner, he never received any major rewards. Zhu Zhuyun also asked for a great reward because Princess Nihuang had made great contributions to taming her, and she was silly, cute and simple, so she was happy to regain the Emperor's favor. For the princess, Zhu Zhuyun can give everything. Zhu Zhuyun, my princess wants to see you. At this time, the old nanny came with a cold face and her tone was very unfriendly. The person her princess loved the most almost died, so she really couldn't be kind. Zuzrian, don't go. Li Kai pouted and was about to cry again, with a tearful tone in her voice. Although she was silly, she seemed to be able to feel that her Zhu Zhuyun would not be in good condition if she went there. Chapter 42, Happy and Heartbreaking. Don't worry, princess. Zhu Zhuyun will be fine and will be back soon. Zhu Zhuyun squatted in front of the princess and comforted her with a smile. She was a rather ugly giant, especially now, with her face covered in flour, her hair frizzy, and a strange smell on her body. It's even uglier when it smiles. Li Kai looked at Zhu Zhuyun. Are you really coming back soon? Hook. Zhu Zhuyun stretched out a huge palm and raised her little finger. Okay, pinky promise. Li Kai and I stopped crying after hearing that. Tears were still on her innocent little face, but she smiled sweetly. She also stretched out her small fingers in contrast to the big hand and made a pinky promise with Zhu Zhuyun. The old nanny just sneered and said nothing. Misfortunes sent by heaven can be forgiven, but misfortunes brought upon oneself cannot be forgiven. You look so pitiful now. What were you thinking when you beat my princess and her husband? The old nanny took Zhu Zhuyun into Princess Jinju's mansion. When Zhu Zhuyun was comforting her Princess Nihuang, she was already prepared not to be let off. She just wanted to keep her life. So that I can continue to protect Princess Nihuang in the future. Princess Jinju's mansion. Zhu Zhuyun is here. The door of the main hall was wide open, and two white-bearded doctors were treating the unconscious Zhao Kungan. Li Lingwan sat in the host chair, holding a cup of tea in her hand, her eyes completely fixed on Zhao Kungan, who was covered in blood. When Zhao Kungan heard the old nanny say that his lifespan had been shortened by 20 years, he had already fainted. He didn't expect it to be so big. It's a huge loss. Plop! After Zhu Zhuyun entered the main hall, she knelt on the ground, kneeling towards the seated Princess Jinju Li Lingwan. Zhu Zhuyun is so audacious that she hurt the prince consort. Princess Jinju, please punish her. You asked for the punishment. Li Lingwan put down the teacup after hearing this. Yes. Zhu Zhuyun lowered her head deeply. Now that he has left the palace and the emperor has approved of Zhao Kungan, the situation is no longer the same as it was in the palace. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Li Lingwan has the final say in this mansion. For the sake of her Princess Nihuang, she had no choice but to bow her head. After staring at Zhu Zhuyun for a long time, Li Lingwan suddenly smiled. She has a good eye for people. Zhu Zhuyun is loyal. And he is the kind who is not afraid of death or physical pain. No matter how severe the punishment is, it will cause Zhu Zhuyun pain, but it probably won't make her afraid. That way, she couldn't vent her anger. It will be unhappy. It's useless to impose a fine. Zhu Zhuyun raised her head and looked at Li Lingwan in confusion. She didn't understand why Li Lingwan was laughing. They had come into contact several times in the imperial harem, but they didn't know much about each other. The prince consort was seriously injured, losing 20 years of his life and becoming almost a cripple. Zhu Zhuyun was silent. She didn't say anything. Before that, she was aiming to kill Zhao Kungan. Women in the Dashi Empire consider fatness to be beautiful. For men, fat is naturally considered handsome. Although Zhao Kungan is a big man of about 1.8 meters, with muscles and not a skinny dog, Zhu Zhuyun thinks that such a talent is not worthy of their Princess Nihuang. He must be a man who weighs at least 300 pounds. She was prepared to risk the emperor's anger and find a good man for her princess. No matter whether he was mediocre or not, at least she would find a fat one. But unexpectedly, after 3 moves, he was not killed. It's just useless. This is very embarrassing. She had no choice but to give in and let the princess and herself follow the prince consort whom she had deposed. Zhu Zhuyun gritted her teeth and kowtowed. Princess Jinju, please punish me severely. This was all my own decision and has nothing to do with Princess Nihuang. Li Lingwan's pretty face was filled with a sweet smile. You are also eager to protect your master. This palace does not blame you. How to punish you will be decided after my husband recovers from his injury. I cannot interfere in other people's affairs. I called you here now to tell you about my husband's condition and... As she spoke, Li Lingwan's face began to smile more and more. It was a smirk that was almost perverted. Tonight, Princess Nihuang and her husband will consummate their marriage to bring good luck. What? Zhu Zhuyun was shocked when she heard this and immediately got up from the ground. No! This won't work. Princess Nihuang just left the palace, and the prince consort is seriously injured. It will scare Princess Nihuang. Hee. Li Lingwan's smile remained unchanged. I am not discussing this with you, but informing you. Li Lingwan knew very well that Emperor Li Hongwen loved Li Kani. If he knew that Zhao Kungan was almost a useless person, he would definitely recall Li Kani and choose someone else to entrust her to. Then, at the same time, everything that Li Hongwen gave to Zhao Kungan is very likely to be taken back. Li Lingwan absolutely could not accept that her husband was almost ruined after a trip to the palace, and what he gained was taken back. Then. And now we have it. Li Lingwan wants to make things a done deal. Make it impossible for the old emperor to regret. It is also called Zhu Zhuyun reaping what she sows. Aren't you beating my husband like this just because you want to change your prince consort for your master's sake? Good. Very good. You planted the seeds, so let your foolish master bear the pain and marry the cripple you beat. Princess Jinju, this is absolutely not acceptable. I have my limits too. Zhu Zhuyun clenched her fists. Zhu Zhuyun, who stood up, was almost half a meter taller than the door frame. As she gritted her teeth and spoke, her terrifying and majestic aura was released. The giants of the Northern Ice Giant tribe have savage blood, terrifying height and size, and can give people the oppressive power of a mountain. Bottom line? Yuya drew her sword and stepped forward, her intense murderous intent almost becoming tangible. The prince consort is injured. Such a good son-in-law was injured into this horrible state. Crescent Moon wants to kill someone. I really want to kill someone. Kill this huge culprit in front of you. Li Lingwan waved at Yuya. She raised her head and looked at the tall Zhu Zhuyun. Kneel down. I didn't ask you to get up. I told you, I have my bottom line. Unless Princess Nihuang agrees, no one can. Zhu Zhuyun roared angrily. The spit hit Li Lingwan like a violent storm. But... Soon, Zhu Zhuyun's voice stopped abruptly. She closed her mouth, her eyes filled with anger, but she still bent her knees and knelt on the ground with a bang. It was the old lady who came in. There was no expression on the old nanny's face. In her hand, she was holding the clothes that Princess Nihuang had worn not long ago. There was still a faint warmth on them. Li Lingwan said with a playful smile. Nihuang can go to Nanhuang City with me. As a child of the royal family, I will never make things difficult for her. But Zhu Zhuyun, you hurt my husband. All of this is your fault. You have done something wrong, and you must bear the consequences together. Ah! Zhu Zhuyun looked up to the sky and roared angrily. She pounded her chest hard with her fists, causing the bronze armor to dent. Now. She regretted it immensely. Kneel here until tomorrow, when your master leaves the bridal chamber. Li Lingwan left the main hall. A guard lifted a simple stretcher and carried Zhao Kungan away. Yuya sat in the guest seat, holding the hilt of the sword. "If you dare to straighten your legs even once, I will kill you to avenge my husband." Zhu Zhuyun looked at Yuya coldly, kneeling there, not daring to move. She is not afraid of the crescent moon. Afraid that something might happen to his own Princess Nihuang. This Princess Jinju Lingwan is so scary. Chapter 43 Game. Dog meat, dog meat. Early morning. The chickens that were recently bought and raised in the garden began to crow as usual. Hearing the sound, Zhao Kungan, who had slept all night, opened his tired eyes. "Oh damn! That hurts!" As soon as he woke up, the pain in his limbs made Zhao Kungan's face turn red. The right side of my chest and arm were no longer numb, but were replaced by horrible pain. The pain made Zhao Kungan wish he could faint again soon. The bad news is that it hurts terribly, excruciatingly. The good news is that I'm still conscious, so I'm not truly crippled. A 20-year reduction in lifespan is a bit exaggerated. If it can't be cured here, I'll go back to Earth for treatment. No! I have to get better before I go back. I can't let my parents and Xena worry. Zhao Kungan analyzed the situation in his mind. He looked down and saw that his wound was wrapped in white cloth, with sticky herbs vaguely wrapped inside. My right arm and right hand felt heavy and painful, and I couldn't move them at all. The left arm and hand still had feeling, but they were also wrapped tightly, so he could only move a little and could not make any other movements. It's useless. Zhao Kun sighed. He felt that if this happened again, he would just run away. Or just use your abilities to kill. At worst, it would be like fighting a boss. Kill as many as you can in the frozen minute. Anyway, he is the only one who can move when time is frozen. Sooner or later, he will kill all the people near the palace. This way, you can run away. It is unwise to risk your life. My dear. Zhao Kungan was just thinking about it when a voice suddenly came from his ear, which made Zhao Kungan stunned. Princess Nihuang? Zhao Kungan turned his head with some effort to look towards the place where the sound came from. Inside the bed, Li Kai and I was seen with her long hair loose and her makeup removed. She was wearing a bright red undershirt, and was lying there playing with a bamboo dragonfly in her hand, rubbing it and blowing on it. On the pillow in front of her, there were plum blossoms, porcelain figurines, wooden hairpins, and a few snacks. Zhao Kun opened his eyes wide. What's going on? What happened yesterday? Why is Princess Nihuang with me? My dear, you're awake! Come and play dragonfly with me, woo woo woo! Li Kai and I rubbed the bamboo dragonfly with her chubby little hands and blew air into it. I probably didn't do anything. Zhao Kun nodded. Although he is already a true scumbag. But he still felt guilty about harming such an honest princess. There are enough women already. There's no need to hurt another one. Seeing that Zhao Kungan didn't move except for turning his head, Li Kai put her little hand on Zhao Kungan's face and patted him. My dear, get up and play with me. Sister Jinju said that if I play games with you, she won't punish Zuzwian. Look, all my fun things are here, come and play games with me. Well? Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment. Was this arranged by Li Lingwan? No. It's good enough that the Tsundra princess is not jealous. How could she possibly arrange such a thing? Zhao Kungan was still confused when he heard a creak and the door opened. The person who entered the room was Li Lingwan. Li Lingwan didn't seem to sleep well, and her eyes were a little red. My dear, are you awake? Zhao Kungan glanced at Li Kai beside him and said, I'm awake. She? What's going on? When Li Kai and I saw Li Lingwan, she subconsciously shrank her neck, curled up in the corner, lowered her head, and did not dare to look at Li Lingwan. I can't let your injuries go to waste. Just killing that dog slave isn't enough. If His Majesty knew my husband had become a cripple, he would definitely recall Princess Nihuang and take back what he gave me. What I've done is a done deal, so His Majesty can't go back on his word. Your Majesty regret it? Zhao Kungan asked himself a question. Don't say. You're right. As for Li Hongwen, Zhao Kungan felt that what Li Lingwan said made sense. Li Hongwen was definitely capable of doing such a thing. The city of Nanhuang may still be given to him. But those 5,000 armored soldiers may be gone. Without those 5,000 armored soldiers, not to mention how far the journey was, even if he reached the remote little town of Nanhuang City, he might not be able to hold on to his position as city lord. After all, he was just the consort of an unpopular princess who came from afar. It would be a waste of time to go. Not to mention, Dashi is on the verge of collapse, and by then, his status as a son-in-law will be of even less value. It is the toy of the local indigenous clan. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Kungan blinked and said, Princess, you're right. It was somewhat difficult for him to nod. The wound will affect the chest cavity and will hurt. Xu Zhuyun, you are so cruel. Have you finished the game? Li Lingwan looked at Li Kai and I, who was hiding in the corner. My dear, you have been sleeping all the time. My dear, you have just woken up. My dear, you don't want to play with me. Li Kai and I had a bitter face. She is so exquisite. The exquisite beauty is unreal. With such beauty, even the ruthless Li Lingwan couldn't bear to use cruel methods on her. Li Kai and I, remember, you and your husband played a game. As for what game it was... Li Lingwan walked to the bedside, spoke softly, and suddenly grabbed Li Kai's hand. Li Kai and I screamed, ah, almost instantly. She was so scared of Li Lingwan. Li Lingwan bit Li Kai's finger directly, and with her other hand, she shook out a piece of white cloth from her sleeve and smeared a lot of blood on Li Kai's finger. Oh! It hurts! It hurts so much! Sister Jinju, please spare me. Zuzwian, please help me. Oh! Ni Huang is dying. It hurts so much. Oh! Li Kai and I screamed, crying heart-wrenchingly. In the main hall. It's already daybreak. Xu Zhuyun was still kneeling there. She didn't close her eyes for a moment. The same goes for the crescent moon. He still held the long sword in his hand. Suddenly hearing Princess Ni Huang's cry, Xu Zhuyun's eyes widened. What did you do to the princess? Rise up and fight! Crescent Moon sneered. Xu Zhuyun gnashed her teeth and said, If anything happens to the princess, I will kill all of you. How horrible, so scary. If you have the guts, get up right now. Crescent Moon sneered. Xu Zhuyun's breathing became heavy, but she still gritted her teeth and did not get up. She didn't dare to gamble. Princess Ni Huang originally wanted to fight with Zhao Kungan. Lost virginity. It was lost. If she gets up now. If things go wrong, the princess will be in greater danger. Xu Zhuyun's eyes became moist. Sorry, princess. I am useless. I'm sorry for making you suffer. Oh! Crescent Moon sneered. If she had not listened to the princess, she would have been unable to resist going forward and killing the big guy to avenge her husband. Normally, she would not compete with her own Princess Jinju for the title, and only called Zhao Kun the prince consort. But Zhao Kungan is also her husband. It's her man. Zhao Kungan has become what he is now, and Yuya's anger is no less than Li Lingwan's. After a while, the crying stopped. Xu Zhuyun breathed a sigh of relief. Yuya was a little disappointed and continued to remain silent. Chapter 44, Easy to Coax. In the house. Zhao Kungan looked at Li Kani in confusion. A moment ago, the little girl was crying heart-wrenchingly, as if some horrific punishment had been used on her. Li Lingwan suddenly took out an ugly sugar man like a magic trick. Guess what? Hey! Stop crying immediately. Well, she stopped crying right away, with tears slowly sliding down her pretty little face, but her eyes immediately became brighter, and the crying stopped. Li Kai and I opened her eyes wide and looked at the sugar man in Li Lingwan's hand. She put her injured finger into her mouth and sucked it gently twice, then stared straight at the ugly sugar man. The sugar man is not good looking. Even in Zhao Kungan's opinion, it was ugly. It's just a simple sugar man with limbs, a head and a body. Compared to the skills of the old craftsman from back home, no, it's just a bunch of shit. However, Li Kai and I seems to like this one. Seeing that Li Lingwan didn't speak for a long time and just held the candy figure in her hand, Li Kani didn't seem to bear any grudges at all. In front of the delicious food, she instantly forgot the pain just now. She asked with a somewhat shy tone. Sister Jinju, is this for me? Li Lingwan nodded. But if you eat my candy, remember, if someone asks you what you and your husband did, just say that you played a game with your husband, a game that hurts a little. If you are obedient, I will buy you more delicious food. Be obedient, Ni Huang. Li Kai and I opened her mouth wide. Zhao Kun opened his mouth wide. Is this really coaxing children? This Princess Ni Huang is so easy to coax. She is the kind of girl who can be tricked with a lollipop. Zhao Kungan could almost see the crystal-clear saliva, springing, out of Princess Ni Huang's mouth. Li Lingwan gave the candy man to Li Kani and said, You will live in the room next door from now on. There are some delicious snacks in the room for you. Come and play. Yeah. Li Kai and I nodded heavily and continued working on Zhao Kun. Zhao Kun groaned. Fortunately, the girl is not heavy. Li Kai and I didn't know that she should apologize for stepping on someone, so she ran to the door barefoot. You! Li Lingwan's heart trembled with pain. My husband is injured, how can you just step on him? What to do if it breaks? Li Kai and I stopped at the door. She used the door frame to block her body, then slowly revealed half of her face and secretly looked into the room. Forget it, go ahead. Looking at Li Kai's cautious look, Li Lingwan had no intention of blaming her and could only wave her hand. But Li Kai and I did not leave, but remained there cautiously. Is there anything else? Li Lingwan looked over. Sister Jinju. Li Kai stood at the door. She looked intently at the sugar figurine in her hand for several times, then raised her head and said with reluctance, Can I use the sugar figurine in exchange for not punishing Zhu Zhuyun? Li Lingwan was silent for a moment. The slave desperately protects his master. The silly girl Li Kai and I also misses her slave very much. This is so similar to her and Crescent Moon. They are all suffering people who have lived in the palace. I can spare her punishment now, but in the future she must give an explanation to her husband. Sister Jinju, you are so nice. Li Kai and I opened her eyes wide, showing her white teeth with great joy, and handed the candy man with both hands. Sugar man, it's very important, she wants it very much. But Zhu Zhuyun is more important. Take it and eat it. Li Lingwan waved her hand. Of course she wouldn't care about a sugar man. Aha! Li Kai and I ran to Li Lingwan, suddenly kissed her on the cheek, and then ran away happily. Li Lingwan was stunned. She touched her face. This girl. Someone, follow Princess Nihuang and help her put on her shoes. Yes. The maid waiting outside the door agreed, immediately picked up her shoes and went after Li Kai and I. Li Lingwan sat down beside Zhao Kungan's bed. Does it hurt? It doesn't hurt. Zhao Kungan forced a smile. I will avenge you. Li Lingwan lowered her head, pulled the quilt for Zhao Kungan, and said in Zhao Kungan's ear, Don't be impulsive. Zhao Kungan knew that the revenge Li Lingwan was talking about was directed against the emperor. The instigator of this incident was the emperor who suddenly gave him another princess. I can't bear it. Li Lingwan's voice turned fierce. From childhood to adulthood, it's fine if he doesn't like me, but why did he treat you like that? He gave you the title of princess, and the secret decree was the secret decree. He didn't protect you, and caused you to become like this. She said this almost through gritted teeth. Golden beads. Call me Wanner, I don't like that title. Wanner. Zhao Kun pursed his lips and said, We are fine. Li Lingwan looked directly at Zhao Kungan. My dear, do you want to be the emperor? Zhao Kun stared with wide eyes. Don't dare say this casually. The emperor has great powers. If there are eavesdroppers on the other side of the wall, this is a package that will help all 9 clans ascend to heaven. Think. Of course I want to. Which man doesn't want to be an emperor? Especially since this is a huge world with hundreds of races, and the emperor holds the lives and deaths of billions of people in his hands. If the emperor gets angry, corpses will float for thousands of miles. That must be extremely cool. But it's difficult. He couldn't even beat Zhu Zhuyun. If the emperor hadn't stopped him, he would have run back to Earth or been beaten to death. That goal is too ambitious. Just live a good life. Zhao Kungan said softly. I just want us to be well. Let's go to Nanhuang City. We can build our own home, a warm home, raise children, stay away from power struggles, live our own lives, and live and work in peace. Isn't that happy? Li Lingwan sat on the edge of the bed, looking into Zhao Kungan's eyes and listening to his soft words. Her eyes gradually lost focus, as if a picture like that had already appeared in front of her eyes. It seems not bad. It is happier than fighting for power and profit. Zhao Kungan also thought of Li Lingwan's revenge. He continued, Wanner, your enemy is my enemy. As for the queen, we will slowly plan for her after we arrive in Nanhuang City. I have a way to kill her, but it will take time. Making missiles must be very difficult. But it's not completely impossible. As long as there are enough hairs, let alone missiles, even nuclear bombs can be considered. Overthrow the dynasty. Located in Shidu. Zhao Kun was afraid that Li Lingwan would not have a good ending. The world is so big. There are too many talented people. His wife, Princess Jinju Li Lingwan, was just a little woman in the palace. After listening to Zhao Kungan's words, Li Lingwan shook her head stubbornly. She obviously didn't believe that Zhao Kungan had the means to kill the queen. Li Lingwan's voice turned cold. Revenge is my business, none of your business. I said that even if something happens to me, you will not be implicated. I will definitely fight for the throne, even if you don't want to be emperor. Take good care of yourself and have a good rest. I will come to see you when I am free. After saying that, Li Lingwan turned away. Why are you still angry? Zhao Kun sighed silently. His Princess Wanner is obviously not the kind of person who would be inferior to others. Some things, I won't trust him yet. The imperial edict has arrived. At this time, the high-pitched and shrill voice of the eunuch in charge of ceremonies sounded. Chapter 45 Good luck. Your Highness Zhao Kungan, accept the order. Li Lingwan was still angry. When the eunuch in charge of ceremonies came, she simply asked the servants to say that he was not there. The imperial edict was sent to Zhao Kungan. Per Zhao Kungan, he can't use either of his arms. She was helped down from the bed by the maid and knelt on the ground to receive the order. The new eunuch Changsho took a look at the miserable Zhao Kungan and thought to himself, My dear son-in-law, you came and went quickly as the emperor's favor. Now that I have lost the holy favor. Eunuchs can change their expressions faster than the Japanese devils. Changsho immediately changed into an arrogant tone. By the providence of heaven, the emperor decrees Zhao Kungan, the consort of the Golden Pearl, has rendered meritorious service in protecting the princess. He is young, capable, and courageous, and is therefore appointed young general of valor and granted the privilege of 5,000 armors. Soon, he will be called upon to inspect his troops at the southern camp of Shidu and lead 5,000 armors to escort food and fodder to Nanwang City. He will be appointed the Lord of Nanwang City. This is my decree. As he was reciting, Changsho became confused, and his tone changed drastically, from arrogance to full respect. 5,000 armors. Even dukes and marquises do not have the privilege of having 5,000 armored soldiers to protect them. This is not a loss of the holy favor, it is clearly a great blessing from the holy favor. After reading the imperial edict, Changsho immediately showed a chrysanthemum smile on his face. Oh, your majesty, oh no, I should call you General Xiaoyong, you are not feeling well, you can just lie down, why did you come down to receive the edict in person? Quick, what are you looking at me for? Help General Xiaoyong to the bed. The servants around the prince consort's mansion were all stunned. Wasn't it you who lowered your eyes just now? Zhao Kungan also felt amused. The guy without juju is really fickle. Zhao Kungan was helped back to bed. Changsho said gently, Your Majesty, you can rest and recuperate first. Before departure, I will take the imperial edict to the south camp to bring you General Bingyan. Zhao Kun nodded. Changsho continued, Your Xiaoyong general's armor should already be in production. I'll give you a heads up when I pass by there on my way back. I promise it will be completed soon, along with your general's seal and residence plaque, so you won't be delayed in your journey to Nanwang City. Yeah. Zhao Kun nodded indifferently. Changsho smiled apologetically. Oh my dear General Xiaoyong, just now, I was a little too loud, ha ha, please forgive me. Oh sure. Zhao Kungan's tone remained calm. Then I'll take my leave. After being frustrated, Changsho didn't want to bother himself anymore and left. As soon as he walked out of the gate of Prince Consort Jinju's mansion, Changsho started cursing silently. He hasn't gone far yet. Then I saw a group of people coming hurriedly. Seeing that the leader was actually Fuyun, the godson of eunuch Wang Yangsan, Changsho hurriedly walked to the side of the road with small steps and bowed 90 degrees. How did Fuyun leave the palace? Isn't he waiting in the imperial study? It seems that this is a big deal. Could it be that this Golden Pearl Prince Consort has an even greater reward? Xiao Shouzi. While Changsho was thinking about it, the group of people stopped beside him. Fuyun, who was sitting in the roofless sedan chair, spoke. Master, I'm here. Changsho remained bent and walked to the sedan chair in quick, small steps. Has His Majesty's imperial decree of reward been announced? The middle-aged eunuch Fuyun, with white hair and eyebrows, didn't even look at Changsho. His shrill voice was filled with the arrogance of a eunuch in a higher position. Changsho did not dare to neglect it and said respectfully, Reporting to the eunuch, the announcement has just been made. Fuyun frowned slightly. You speak too quickly. It makes things more difficult for us. Ah? Changsho was stunned for a moment, then quickly knelt down and said, Please spare my life, eunuch. I deserve death. Go away. Fu Yun waved his hand, and the sedan chair carried by 4 people slowly lowered. A young eunuch quickly ran to the front of the sedan chair and squatted down. Another young eunuch quickly stepped forward and lay on the ground. The 2 young eunuchs formed a human ladder, and Fu Yun stepped on it to get down from the sedan chair. Yes. Chansho quickly agreed and backed away with his back bent. He walked out of the street, about 100 meters away, before turning around and raising his head. Dead eunuch! What are you showing off for? Chansho cursed in his heart, found his sedan chair in the corner, got in and left. Fu Yun entered the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion. Following behind him was a large group of eunuchs, probably more than 40 of them. My lord, the eunuch of good fortune from the palace is here. After seeing Fu Yun, the guard at the door immediately sent 2 people, one to report to Li Lingwan, and the other to Zhao Kungan. Soon, the person who reported to Li Lingwan also arrived at Zhao Kungan's place. My lord, the princess said she doesn't like dealing with dead eunuchs. Okay, take me here. Zhao Kungan nodded. He felt that the name Fu Yun sounded familiar. After a while, the security guard who had just left came back with his face covered. The guard complained. My lord, the eunuch Fu Yun is standing in the courtyard and told you to go find him. Furthermore, after seeing the woman you brought home last night, he became extremely angry and ordered people to beat our brothers. What the hell? Zhao Kungan cursed. Help General Ben up. Yes. The guard helped Zhao Kungan stand up. Call people, grab weapons, and wait for my orders. Zhao Kungan shouted. There were other security guards at the door, and they went there immediately after hearing what was said. 2 guards helped Zhao Kungan to the front yard. In the front yard, the eunuch Fu Yun was sitting on a human stool, his fat old face full of gloom. Around, the palace maids and servants were beaten so hard that they lay on the ground and dared not move. It's not that the servants in Prince Consort Jinju's mansion are too rubbish, but they don't dare to fight back or even resist when dealing with people who come from the palace. All the people in the palace are nobles. At this time, 2 guards came with Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan is here. Looking at a group of his family members lying on the ground, he took a deep breath. Dead eunuch. Pretty crazy. Just come and beat people up. When beating a dog, you have to consider the owner's opinion. Li Kani and the dusty Zhu Zhiyun were also standing nearby. Seeing Zhao Kungan coming, Zhu Zhiyun's eyes were complicated. Li Kai and I raised the half-melted candy in her hand and said, My dear, get up. Come and have some candy. Fu Yun looked at Zhao Kungan with anger. Zhao Kungan, you're so bold. Since you're already a cripple, who gave you the guts to destroy Princess Nihuang's innocence? Do you want to die? Zhao Kungan raised his eyebrows. Li Lingwan really understood her husband Deng. He really went back on his word. Submit to this damn eunuch? Definitely not. That would be a disadvantage. Zhao Kungan frowned slightly, then quickly came up with an idea. He said arrogantly, What Princess Nihuang? Who are you? What are you doing in my Prince Consort Jinju's residence? Who are you trying to show off to? Fu Yun was stunned. The eunuch next to Fu Yun was furious and glared at him. How dare you? Are you crazy? This is the eunuch Fu Yun from our imperial study. Chapter 46. Cutting off the fortune. When Zhao Kungan shouted, not only the eunuchs were confused, but everyone in the yard of Zhao Kungan's house was also confused. Although they don't know who Fu Yun is. But a eunuch who can lead so many eunuchs is definitely a powerful eunuch. The current emperor relies heavily on eunuchs. This is common knowledge. Eunuchs are the emperor's close ministers and the emperor's favorites. They are extremely vengeful creatures and are people who must not be offended. What did you say about our family just now? You said our family had a bad face? Lucky smiled. When Zhao Kungan first heard the report, he felt that the name Fu Yun sounded familiar. When they met, he recognized him immediately. Isn't this the pretentious eunuch who led him into the imperial study yesterday? But I recognized it. Pretend not to recognize him. Even though he knew who Fu Yun was, he had to pretend that he didn't know who Fu Yun was. This good fortune was meant to take away the reward that Princess Nihuang had already taken back. It must have been a secret order, because giving Princess Nihuang to him was also a secret order. Then, there is no physical imperial edict for good fortune. What is happening now is that Princess Nihuang has lost her innocence. This is something that neither the emperor nor Fu Yun had expected, and there must be no solution to it. After all, He was injured so badly yesterday, no one would have thought that a seriously injured person would have sex with the princess that night. In this way, Zhao Kungan has room to maneuver. You definitely can't plead guilty. His body is like this. If he were tormented by this damn eunuch in his anger again, he would probably be dead. Then Zhao Kungan would definitely choose the eunuch in front of him. At worst, he can just run away. Moreover, Zhao Kungan is no longer the same person as before. He now holds an official position. The emperor said it himself that he is the young and brave general of Dashi and the lord of Nanwang City. No matter how close a eunuch is to a minister, he is still a eunuch. Because the emperor was afraid of him, he was very powerful. Don't be afraid of him, he is a piece of shit. Zhao Kungan said loudly. Come here. Exist. The guards outside are all here. Prince Consort Jinju's mansion has a 100-acre garden given by the emperor. Although there are already more than a dozen flowers lying on the ground, there are still dozens more outside. Fu Yun sneered. Zhao Kun! What are you trying to do? Are you planning a rebellion? Do you know what the consequences will be if you dare to use force against our family? Zhao Kungan felt that if his hands were intact now, he would look very handsome standing with his hands behind his back and saying the following words. Now, I can't do it manually. His handsomeness has definitely decreased a bit, but he is still handsome. Zhao Kungan raised his head and looked towards the sun in the east. I don't have Princess Nihuang here. Fu Yun cursed loudly. Bullshit! Isn't Princess Nihuang right here? You useless bastard, you are so shameless and shameless. You defiled Princess Nihuang. You deserve to die. Zhao Kungan's eyes gradually showed emotion. He lowered his head and spoke in a sonorous and powerful voice. General Zhao Kungan, I once received a secret order from His Majesty to escort Princess Nihuang to Nanwang City and protect Princess Nihuang for the rest of her life. You damned eunuch, I have repeatedly reminded you that the princess is not here, yet you dared to reveal her whereabouts. You deserve death. I have received a secret order from His Majesty, saying, for Princess Nihuang, you can do whatever you want. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Princess Nihuang's secret must not be revealed. Fu Yun's eyes widened as he said in a vicious voice. Are you crazy? It was His Majesty who sent us here. Last night, His Majesty didn't expect you to be so badly injured and become a cripple. His Majesty felt that you, a cripple, were no match for Princess Nihuang, so he sent us here to take Princess Nihuang back and choose another beauty to carry out the secret order. You actually ruined the princess's innocence. Bold! Zhao Kungan roared out in anger like thunder. This sound made his chest hurt. But there is no other way. If you want to perform, you have to do it completely. Fu Yun spoke without thinking and said such words, which made Zhao Kun feel very happy. Zhao Kungan roared in rage. You damned eunuch! His Majesty's words are always true, and yet you actually insulted His Majesty, saying that His Majesty goes back on his word, is untrustworthy, and changes his orders every day. Kill him! Soldiers of the Prince Consort's mansion, it's time to make achievements. This afternoon, I will personally enter the palace to commend whoever takes this damned eunuch's head. Fu Yun was completely confused. He had been a eunuch since he was a child. After so many years as a eunuch, this was the first time he had seen such a crazy person. I am the godson of Yangsen, the chief steward. Zhao Kungan's voice rose and fell. If you insult your majesty, even if General Yangsen is here, I, Zhao Kungan, will kill him to protect your majesty's dignity. In the yard, the guards were in high spirits. Especially those guards who had just been bullied for no reason, their eyes were red. As soldiers guarding the courtyard, they have no idea about the affairs of the top management. They just felt that what their prince consort said made sense, and he had the upper hand. Another point is that the prince consort is their master now, not those bullying eunuchs. Kill! Zhao Kungan roared in a deep voice. Kill! Those outside the courtyard, those who had crawled up inside the courtyard, and all the guards with weapons all started to move. Seeing each other is serious. Fu Yun was so frightened that he peed his pants and quickly hid behind the young eunuchs. Bastards! Madmen! A bunch of lunatics! Crazy, all crazy! Kill them for us, kill them hard for us! Kill one and we'll reward you with 50 taels of gold! After a moment's hesitation, the young eunuchs rushed towards the guards. Before, they were all very powerful and beat the guards so hard that they dared not fight back. They subconsciously thought that the other party only had that much strength. But now the fight. The first sight, they were all stunned. Their might is gone. The guards hacked them one by one, blood spurting out and broken limbs scattered all over the ground. Ah! Fortune has been running rampant for many years. He also tortured and killed many disobedient eunuchs and palace maids. But he has always been the superior one, the one who controls killing and violence. He never dreamed that he would encounter a situation like the current one. The young eunuchs around him fell down one by one and in layers under the swords and spears of the guards, like wheat being cut. The young eunuchs lost their courage and ran away in panic. But he was chased and killed by the guards. The gap in combat power between the two sides is simply too big. Zhao Kungan felt an unprecedented sense of relief. The breath in my chest was released a little. Dog Emperor. I almost died. You're playing tricks on me now, didn't I get hurt in vain? Damn it, I'm a cheater. Even if you are the Emperor, I can still find a way to kill you. Do you really think I'm made of mud? If you can play, keep playing. If you can't, I'll flip the table. Go back to the city to recuperate, and come back when you are ready one day. Those who kill you in 1 minute will eventually kill you and all the guards in the palace. Oh my God! Oh my God! General Xiaoyong, please spare me, don't kill my family, no, don't kill me, I know I was wrong, please be magnanimous and don't bother with a dead eunuch like me. Seeing everyone around him being killed by the guards, Fu Yun was so scared that he wet his pants and his legs went limp as he sat on the ground. He got up, knelt down, and began to kowtow and beg for mercy. The blades of several halberds and swords were already placed on Fu Yun's neck. When he came, fortune was high and mighty, and he was in high spirits. Now, he is pissing his pants and crying bitterly. The contrast is huge. It wasn't just Zhao Kungan who felt good. Those servants in the prince consort's mansion who were suppressed and bullied also felt good. It feels really different to have a capable master. No matter what the consequences are, at least I feel good now. Let out a breath of anger. Zhao Kungan raised his chin forward. The security guard next to Zhao Kungan nodded and helped Zhao Kungan to Fu Yun. General, spare my life. I can swear that I will go back and report to His Majesty that you have not abolished me, that everything is still fine, and that you can continue to carry out the secret order. General, I am a dog, an obedient dog, I can be your dog, I can bark, woof. Woof woof woof. Fu Yun hugged Zhao Kungan's feet, looking as pitiful as a pug, and even learned to bark like a dog. It seemed that he could do anything to survive. Zhao Kungan looked down at Fu Yun and smiled. Leave some room for hope when you are good, and your whole family will be able to prosper in the future. For some people, that line can be kept. Someone like Fu Yun is so humble today just to survive. If we really let him live, the revenge he will take later will definitely be extremely fierce. Seeing Zhao Kungan's dry laugh, Fu Yun quickly showed a flattering smile on his old face. Zhao Kungan. Wait. Just wait for us. When I return to the palace, His Majesty and Godfather will definitely make the decision for me. Just wait for death. No, my family will torture you severely, making you unable to live or die. Good fortune is two-faced. I already hated Zhao Kungan in my heart. Sure. Zhao Kungan called out. My lord. A fat maid ran over with her skirt lifted up. This fat maid was quite likable. Her name was Yu Xiu. She was a close maid assigned by Li Lingwan to Zhao Kungan. Take the sword. Yu Xiu took the blood-stained sword from a guard. Zhao Kungan still had a smile on his face. Put it in my hand, grab my hand, and chop off his head. Yes, my lord. Yu Xiu nodded and did as Zhao Kungan said. She put the sword into Zhao Kungan's hand, then held Zhao Kungan's hand holding the sword with both hands. Zhao Kungan! You can't! Don't! The eunuch Fu Yun's face changed drastically and he began to struggle frantically. But the guards rushed forward and held him down tightly. Oh! If you kill me, you will die, all of you will die! I am the chief eunuch of the imperial study, a close minister to the emperor. Yu Xiu held Zhao Kungan's hand and swung his sword fiercely. Fu Yun's screams stopped abruptly. My lord, I was just scratching my skin. Yu Xiu looked at Fu Yun's head and said with some annoyance that it didn't fall off. Not dead? Fu Yun thought his head had fallen off. Realizing that he was not dead, Fu Yun peed again. My lord general, lord city lord, please don't kill me, spare me. I promise not to retaliate. I am willing to offer everything I have in exchange for my worthless life. Zhao Kungan acted as if he didn't hear anything. What a joke. You don't die. Then how do I live? Zhao Kungan said calmly. Don't blame me. I don't want to kill you, but for the sake of His Majesty's face and reputation, you must die. I am Dashi's subject, and I absolutely believe that Our Majesty will never go back on his word. Zhao Kungan! Fuyun's voice broke. You are a ruthless person. They all misjudged you. You are a truly ruthless person. Xiao, do it properly and give him a quick death. Zhao Kungan looked at Yu Xiao. Yes, my lord. The fat maid Yu Xiao nodded like a chubby chicken pecking at rice. She hugged Zhao Kungan's hand again and raised her sword high. Zhao Kungan reasoned. You damn eunuch, cooperate a little and stretch your neck a little to save me from being tortured. My hand is injured and I really don't have the strength. Otherwise, I would definitely give you a quick death. Damn it. You wanted to chop off my head, but you told me to stretch my neck a little longer in a tone that sounded like you were doing it for my own good. Zhao Kungan, are you still a human being? You are not a human being at all, you are a devil. Not good, still not very good. Chansho is gone. But halfway through, he thought about it over and over again, and still felt uneasy. That's the lucky eunuch. Although he was a eunuch in charge of ceremonies, and was on the same level as the eunuch in charge of the imperial study, Fu Yun actually worked in the imperial study, spending every day with the emperor, and was Yang Sen's godson. In that case, on the inside, he was much inferior. So, longevity is back. He was prepared to wait outside until the good fortune was gone, and then he would leave. This is the only way to fully demonstrate his respect for the great eunuch. Longevity is back. On the way, he deliberately practiced a flattering smile several times. Only when his subordinate eunuch said that his flattering smile was particularly good did he nod in satisfaction and prepare to use this version of the flattering smile to face the eunuch Fuyun later. But as soon as he arrived in front of Prince Consort Jinju's mansion, Chansho saw that the gate was closed and there was not a single guard outside. Moreover, an extremely bloody smell was emanating from Prince Consort Jinju's mansion. What's going on? Longevity and stay in a daze. Could it be that the arrogant Prince Consort has lost the Emperor's favor and offended His Majesty? Good. Good. Very good. Haha, I just announced the decree, but you were still so arrogant towards our family. So, now you are in trouble. Push the door and go in. We are going to comfort an old friend. Yes. Although the young eunuch Changsho who followed the eunuch in charge of ceremonies was a little scared, he did not dare to go against the wishes of his chief eunuch. The two young eunuchs stepped forward and pushed open the door of Princess Jinju's mansion. The door opened smoothly. The door seemed to have been shut in a hurry, and was not fastened from the inside with a bolt. The eunuch Changsho still had a faint flattering smile on his face. He was planning to try to please the eunuch Fuyun by practicing the version he had just practiced. He also wanted to ask for a chance to humiliate Zhao Kungan and avenge what had happened to him just now. But when Changsho saw the scene in the yard, the flattering smile on his face froze. Dead? There were a lot of dead bodies in the yard. Blood dyed the ground red. But the dead were not from Jinju Prince Consort's mansion. Almost all of those lying on the ground were eunuchs wearing plain blue robes. The person standing there was a guard from Prince Consort Jinju's mansion, his body stained with blood. The eunuch Fuyun, whom Changsho wanted to please, was pissing his pants in a panic. The Prince Consort of Jinju, whom Changsho wanted to humiliate and avenge, was holding a sword with his maid, about to chop at the neck of the eunuch Fuyun. Gulp! Changsho swallowed his saliva. Who is our family? Where is our home? What are we doing at home? Did our family get bullied too much by that boy from the Prince Consort's mansion? Did you have a nightmare on the way back to the palace? Prince Consort killed the eunuch? How is this possible? It must be a dream. Changsho couldn't believe this was true, and he secretly bit the tip of his tongue. It hurts. He still couldn't believe it, so he bit his tongue so hard that it bled. Severe pain. Our God. This is real, this is not a dream. Zhao Kun is doing this damn thing, he is going to kill the eunuch again. Is Zhao Kun trying to make a big fuss about this? Wait, why again? Yes, that's right. This guy has a criminal record. He was the one who killed my previous eunuch in charge of ceremonies. The door opened. Longevity is back. This attracted the attention of some security guards on the scene. Soon, the guards looked at Zhao Kungan and asked what he meant. Do you want to kill them together? Many people are already bloodthirsty. When Fuyun, the eunuch in charge of the imperial study, saw his old friend, hope suddenly rekindled in his heart. He excitedly pleaded for help. Changsho! Changsho, my dear Changsho sister, help, help! Zhao Kungan has gone crazy! He wants to kill us! He wants to kill us! All the guards in the courtyard looked at Changsho at the door. Changsho waved his hands repeatedly. I didn't know what to say or do for a moment. Sheer! Zhao Kungan exclaimed softly. I can't let my husband down again this time. This time, Yushio put all her strength into it and aimed at the neck. She held Zhao Kungan's hand tightly and chopped down the sword that was raised 3 feet high. Ay! Fuyun quickly retracted his neck and let out a terrifying scream. But this time, there's no use shrinking your neck. Laugh! The sharp sword swung down and directly cut off the eunuch's neck. Bang! The head rolled to the ground. Changsho at the door quickly covered his neck and couldn't help but peed his pants in fear. Dead. Really dead. Zhao Kungan, the son-in-law, killed another eunuch. The young eunuchs beside Changsho were so scared that they fell to the ground and peed their pants. All the guards rushed out and surrounded Changsho and several young eunuchs. Zhao Kungan waved his hand and asked them to stop. The guard and Shio helped Zhao Kungan to the door. Changsho knelt down directly. Please spare my life, General, please spare my life. Zhao Kungan said unhappily. Get up, great eunuch, get up quickly. What are you doing? Aren't you simply shortening my lifespan? Ah? Changsho was stunned for a moment, and seeing that Zhao Kungan didn't like his begging for mercy, he started to cry and laugh. General, I didn't see anything. I kept my mouth shut. Oh? Zhao Kungan shook his head, even more displeased. How can a big eunuch speak nonsense in broad daylight? You clearly saw me kill that eunuch and the rest of them. No, General, I really didn't see it. I won't say anything. No, speak. You must speak, you must tell His Majesty. Tell His Majesty what you saw. This is all my credit. That dog eunuch insulted His Majesty and went back on his word, changing his orders every day. I think he is just crazy about gaining benefits. I am Zhao Kungan, your humble servant, and I have no choice but to be loyal to your Majesty and maintain His Majesty's dignity. Princess Nihuang is actually mine. I will live up to my mission and take good care of her. Zhao Kungan said righteously. Longevity is a question mark. Are you sure you are protecting His Majesty's dignity? This is your Majesty's confidant. You chopped off the head with a snap. Maintain? But looking at the group of guards holding weapons and covered in blood in front of him, Changsho could only try his best to force a smile on his old face and did not dare to say a word. I will go with you to the palace and meet His Majesty to ask for our reward. Sure, find a bundle to wrap up that damn eunuch's head. This is the proof of our merit. By the way, inform the princess that I may not be back for lunch. Do you still dare to enter the palace? Changsho was dumbfounded. Okay. If you want to die, just come in. Just don't kill me. A guard brought a stretcher and Zhao Kungan sat on it and lay down. The group set off for the palace. What? The prince consort killed Fuyun? Garden. Li Lingwan was spreading grain to feed the chickens. She was stunned when she heard the report from the person in the front yard. Princess, the prince consort has taken the initiative to enter the palace. Zhao Kungan! Li Lingwan stamped her feet and after a few seconds of contemplation she said, Inform pharmacist Yu and our people in the palace. If the prince consort cannot handle the emperor, save his life at all costs. Yes. The visitor left in a hurry. Looking at the flock of chickens in the garden, Li Lingwan frowned slightly. Zhao Kungan, are you a coward or a brave one? Why do you always surprise me? I see through everyone in Dashi Temple, but I can't see through you. Chapter 47, Apologizing. The Imperial Study of Oishi Palace. A red-robed eunuch came hurriedly from outside the hall, with a look of embarrassment on his face, and knelt down in front of the 99th step. Your Majesty, something happened! Oh? Li Hongwen took his eyes off the long file on the case and looked up at the audience with a hint of interest. Dashi is facing internal and external troubles and has no successor. Everyone was waiting for him to die. Wait until he dies. Divide up this great world of stone. There are so many things to do. There are simply too many. It's a headache. Li Hongwen found it quite interesting to see accidents happening in his monotonous work. Explain. The red-robed eunuch's voice was filled with tears and panic. Your Majesty, the consort of Jinju and the young general Zhao Kungan have killed the eunuch Fuyun, the head of the imperial study, and all the eunuchs who were there to announce the decree.
Li Hongwen smiled more.
Didn't they say that boy was useless? He even managed to kill the eunuch in charge of my imperial study? Interesting, very interesting. Even those old guys in the Stone Emperor Palace didn't dare to openly oppose me while I was alive. He was just a mere son-in-law, General Xiaoyong, my close minister, and he was killed at will.
The emperor seemed to be in a bad mental state. At first, the smile on his face was getting bigger and bigger, but as he smiled, his face became full of gloom, and the terrifying murderous intent seemed to have solidified into substance. The atmosphere in the entire Imperial Study Palace seemed to have dropped 10 degrees. He kowtowed in fear and rested his forehead on the cold floor. Janssen also looked unhappy. Fuyun is one of his many godsons who is particularly considerate and capable. Dead? Even the accompanying eunuch was not spared. Before, Zhao Kungan killed the eunuch in charge of ceremonies, and now, he has killed the eunuch in charge of the imperial study. This is too much, really too much. He really didn't take the 1,000-year lord seriously. Li Hongwen closed the file and said, "What are you still kneeling for? Why don't you go and invite the prince consort over to me? I want to see what this brat has to say this time." The word "ye" in prince consort Li Hongwen's name was pronounced very heavily. "Yes. I will go and invite you right away." The red-robed eunuch was so frightened by the pleasure that he pissed and shit himself, and quickly ran out of the hall. The emperor is really angry this time. At this moment, a figure in pleasure passed by in a hurry. "Your Majesty the eunuch Changsho, accompanied by the consort Jinju, the lord of Nanwang City, and the young and brave General Zhao Kungan, request an audience with your Majesty." Li Hongwen's eyebrows moved. "Let them in." "Yes." The eunuch walked out quickly. "The eunuch Changsho, the prince consort of Jinju, and the lord of Nanwang City, General Xiaoyong Zhao Kungan, are here to see you." Layer upon layer of sounds were transmitted from the depths of the imperial study through the mouths of eunuchs to the outside of the imperial study. This is Zhao Kungan's second time here, and he has already adapted to it. There was no shock like the first time. At the same time, his mentality has also changed. The emperor went back on his word. It's just a 7-leaf tree. Zhao Kungan no longer had the same respect for the emperor, the ruler of the Dashi Empire, at least in his heart. This time, he was prepared to make peace if possible, and if he couldn't get by, then he would kill. Rely on your abilities to kill all these guys. Even though it would take a long time to kill all the soldiers loyal to the emperor in the palace, if the magic ring was used to empty the imperial study and only kill everyone inside, it would not take that much time. Everything will depend on the emperor's attitude today. Squeak. The heavy wooden door of the imperial study was pushed open by the eunuchs inside. Chansho, who was limping because of weak legs, walked in front. The eunuchs in the imperial study took over from the guards outside and lifted the simple wooden stretcher on which Zhao Kungan was lying. Soon after, the group arrived behind the screen. Entered the sight of Emperor Li Hongwen. Li Hongwen looked at the lying Zhao Kungan and stood up. "Yo Ma-sama, you are so arrogant! I sent the eunuch to find you, and you kill him just like that." Before meeting the emperor, Zhao Kungan had actually thought of many excuses. For example, exploiting loopholes in the secret decree. He said that he was trying to protect the princess and added, "Your Majesty, it is absolutely impossible for you to go back on your word and order everything to be taken back just because I was injured. The emperor wants to save face, so he cannot kill him. Otherwise, it would really be going back on one's word." But now, Zhao Kungan doesn't intend to say that. This emperor was extremely cunning. He didn't care about face and could kill him for any reason. Or if he kills all the people involved, no one will know that he has gone back on his word. The emperor has that ability. This emperor is definitely someone who can do such a thing. Zhao Kungan, lying on a stretcher, replied, "Your Majesty may go back on his word, but since I received the secret decree and promised to protect the princess for the rest of her life, regardless of whether the stone is still there, I must do my duty. I cannot allow someone who can't even produce an imperial decree to take the princess away from me. Also, Your Majesty, that eunuch is so powerful. When he learned that I slept with the princess, he had everyone in my mansion beaten. He said that I, a useless man, had touched the princess, a capital crime, a grave offense. Since it's a capital offense, I will kill him first and let him die first. Now I come to Your Majesty to apologize. I also ask Your Majesty to kill me, treat the princess well,
and replace her with a suitable person to continue to protect Princess Nihuang. When Li Hongwen, who was standing on the platform, heard Zhao Kungan's first words, the muscles on his face trembled violently, and the veins on his forehead bulged. Yang, who was standing next to Li Hongwen, suddenly twitched his eyelids. Saying that the emperor went back on his word? Or are you talking about this mad emperor? So many years. Who dares to say so? But after hearing what Zhao Kungan said, Li Hongwen sat back on the dragon throne, staring at Zhao Kungan for a long time. You're willing to say that, but are you really not afraid of death? Li Hongwen's voice was calm, but the second half of his words were like thunder, an angry shout from the emperor. Wow! Like waves of wheat in the wind. Seeing the emperor was angry. Everyone in the imperial study knelt on the ground. Except for Zhao Kungan, who was lying down, and the emperor himself. Afraid. Zhao Kungan. If I'm afraid of death, I won't die. Okay. Ha ha. Li Hongwen suddenly burst into laughter. I didn't misjudge you. I went back on my word before. Nihuang is now in your hands. Go ahead. Take the initiative to plead guilty. Tell the truth. And the most important point is that it took away Nihuang's innocence. If there was anything wrong, Li Hongwen would want Zhao Kungan to experience the pain of slow slicing. Li Hongwen doesn't like people who lie to him. Zhao Kungan dared to kill Fuyun, and even came to him to apologize and told the truth. Li Hongwen felt that his son-in-law was more and more interesting. He doesn't have much time left. I'm about to die. Such an interesting person, then don't kill him. As for good fortune, no matter how close a minister you are nothing but a dog. Zhao Kungan is the son-in-law. He is the husband of his 2 daughters. The eunuch lifted the stretcher and carried Zhao Kungan away. Watching Zhao Kungan being carried away, Li Hongwen added, Take good care of Nihuang and Jinju for me. Your Majesty, I obey your command. Zhao Kungan agreed loudly. After leaving the imperial study, Zhao Kungan was already sweating profusely. Chapter 48 Concubine. Imperial Study. His Majesty. After hearing the bang sound of the imperial study door finally closing, Yang looked at Emperor Li Hongwen and spoke softly. Never mind. Li Hongwen looked at the tall pile of memorials on the table. Never mind? Yang couldn't believe his ears. Your Majesty, you are a vindictive person. How could such a thing be let go? Let him live. I haven't seen such an interesting person in a long time. Besides, he is my son-in-law. Li Hongwen's words seemed like an explanation to Yang, but also seemed like he was talking to himself, giving himself a reason not to kill Zhao Kungan. If it was just a Jinju prince consort, Li Hongwen will not let Zhao Kungan go. But since he and Nihuang are already husband and wife, Li Hongwen has to consider the thoughts of his beloved daughter. Yes, Your Majesty. After hearing what Li Hongwen said, Yang could only swallow his anger and not mention it again. Oh, right. Li Hongwen suddenly remembered something. What was the name of the man the Princess Ginkgo married? Your Majesty, his name is Zhang Sai, and he is the legitimate son of Zhang Zhongshu, a merchant from Shidu. Zhang Zhongshu, the richest man in Shidu? Yes, Zhang Zhongshu can be called the richest man in Shidu compared to the common people, but the real richest man in Shidu is definitely you, Your Majesty. You are the most powerful, wealthy, strong, and handsome man in the entire Dashi Empire and the entire world. Hee hee ha ha. Li Hongwen laughed out loud when Yang praised him. The old dog beside him is always so talkative. But he didn't like to hear such compliments. But Zhao Kungan seems to be more realistic. Li Hongwen rapped his hand on the table and said, Announce the decree, appointing Zhang Sai as the chief clerk of Nanhuang City. He will soon be taking up his post with Zhao Kungan, the consort of Jinju. The eunuch who was writing on the side knelt down quickly and wrote the contents of the imperial edict quickly. Li Hongwen continued, Yang, when it gets dark, go to the Jinju prince consort's mansion and pass on a secret decree to Zhao Kungan. Send him a Wanli Tongyu bird and tell him to be ready at any time to cause the chief clerk of Nanhuang City to encounter an unexpected situation with solid evidence. Li Hongwen said the word, Sir, with a strong joking tone. Yang nodded. Yes, Your Majesty. He was horrified. The emperor is actually going to kill a pig. Kill Zhang Zhongshu, the richest man in Shidu. Indeed, after Li Hongwen arranged everything for his relatives, he began to go completely crazy. This world is indeed the world of the Dashi Empire. But marching and fighting requires the use of countless gold and silver. Zhang Zhongshu, you are in trouble. Even if his son married a princess or the daughter of the current prince, and became related to the emperor, it would still not be a good enough relationship, and he would be slaughtered like a pig. Li Hongwen suddenly spoke again. Yang Senior. He looked at the memorial, wrote down his comments with a pen in his hand, and spoke without looking up. The servant is here. Yang Sin quickly agreed. Li Hongwen laughed and said, When you go to Prince Consort Jinju's mansion, be careful. My good son-in-law is very swift and powerful. He even killed 2 eunuchs. I hope you don't get into trouble. Yang Sin was stunned. He smiled and said, Don't worry, Your Majesty, I will come back alive. Ha 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 ha. These words really made Li Hongwen laugh. At the same time, Yang Sin also understood that he could not avenge his godson Fuyun. At least, the emperor before him died. Since Li Hongwen assigned a job to Zhao Kungan, it was because he didn't want Zhao Kungan to get into trouble in Shida or Nanhuang City. This Majesty also understands him. Go to the Shida South Camp! Go to the Shida South Camp immediately! After Zhao Kun came out of the imperial study and took a breath, he immediately made a new decision. Stone City. Can't stay any longer. He quickly selected 5,000 armored soldiers, chose a useful general, and rushed to Nanhuang City. By then, we will be safe because the emperor is far away. Yes. The ones who carried Zhao Kungan into the palace were his own guards. The guard quickly agreed and carried Zhao Kungan out quickly. Excuse me, are you Zhao Kungan, the prince consort of Jinju? The guards had only walked a few dozen meters carrying Zhao Kungan when suddenly a palace maid in a green palace skirt blocked the stretcher. The palace maid had a female official's badge hanging around her waist, with the words, "A Ning Palace," written on it. Yes. Zhao Kungan agreed, but had a bad feeling in his heart. He doesn't know anyone in the harem. This palace maid from Anning Palace came to stop her. I'm afraid it won't be good. Yes, that's fine. The maid in green dress nodded and walked ahead. Follow me, our queen wants to see you. Sister, I have important matters to attend to. Zhao Kungan didn't dare to follow. Let's not talk about whether other people with Ding's status can be allowed into Dashi's harem. Even if they are allowed in, the other party did not say which palace they are from, so he dare not go. What's the important matter? Is it bigger than the order of our queen? Don't refuse a toast and then drink a forfeit. Our queen is the one in Anning Palace. I know who your Ning one is. Zhao Kungan wanted to curse. He knows nothing about the harem. Probably, I only know about the queen, Li Du, from Li Lingwan's mouth. But I think the queen's maid must be dressed richly, not so simply. Seeing Zhao Kungan's expression, the maid in green skirt frowned. Sir, you don't even know our concubine, and do you? Didn't you receive the secret order from His Majesty to take Princess Nihuang away? Our concubine is Princess Nihuang's biological mother, and your mother-in-law. Oh. Zhao Kungan, lying on the stretcher, nodded a few times. So you're my mother-in-law's maid. I apologize for my rudeness. I beg your forgiveness, madam. However, this time, I do have important matters assigned by His Majesty to attend to. And madam, you see, I'm definitely not fit to meet with concubine and in my current state. Wait until I'm done and feel better, and I'll definitely come to pay my respects to concubine and in a grand manner. Zhao Kungan used honorifics in his tone. He just wanted to go quickly. I also don't want to offend my mother-in-law, concubine, and too much. You're such a nagging person. Just follow me, everyone. Follow me. The palace maid in green skirt didn't buy it. The guards under Zhao Kungan were all confused. They didn't know what to do, so they all looked at Zhao Kungan. Does she want Empressin to come and invite you over in person? The palace maid in green dress asked aggressively. Walk. Zhao Kungan also became angry and said a word directly. You. Are you going to disobey concubine's orders? The palace maid in green skirt was shocked. Zhao Kungan had a good reason. I am an outsider, and your highness is the imperial concubine. Since when did the imperial concubine in the harem have the right to order Dashi's outsider to do things? Well said. You are indeed someone that His Majesty has chosen. At this time, a clear female voice came from not far away. Kowtowing to Her Majesty and Fei. The palace maids and eunuchs around all bowed respectfully and knelt in obeisance. Chapter 49 Antidote. Is concubine in herself here? Zhao Kungan raised his head slightly. He was a little embarrassed. This is equivalent to saying bad things about the mother-in-law, and she heard it herself. After all, she is the mother of Princess Nihuang Likani. Biological mother. This is my mother. Zhao Kungan saw a figure wearing a pink palace skirt. Concubine wore an ordinary palace skirt, and no makeup on her face. Apart from a plum blossom pinned in her hair, she had no other decorations. This is a woman who dresses very simply. But Zhao Kun took a deep breath. He would not comment on other aspects of Emperor Dashi, but he chose a very beautiful concubine. The most amazing thing is, this concubine doesn't look old at all. His daughter, Princess Nihuang, was already a beautiful young lady, but apart from her elegant temperament and noble air, she looked as if she was only in her 20s. This is too exaggerated. She is not wearing any makeup. Concubine, this is not the place to talk. Please follow me to Anning Palace. I have something to tell you. Yes. My mother-in-law even came out in person. Zhao Kungan had no choice but to agree. You can't refuse a toast and then drink the forfeit wine. Snort. The palace maid in green dress snorted coldly and followed concubine in. Follow me, Zhao Kungan said. Yes. Several guards nodded and carried Zhao Kungan to Anning Palace. On both sides of the front palace stood many palace guards, silver-armored imperial guards, black-armored imperial guards, and various other soldiers on duty. There were also patrolling soldiers and palace maids. But as they got closer to the harem, the number of men became fewer and fewer. Most of the people who appeared here were palace maids and eunuchs. After entering the harem, then the male soldiers were no longer seen. Many soldiers were stationed in front of the gate leading to the harem. But when they saw concubine, they all bowed. He did not question Zhao Kungan and the guards around him. Zhao Kungan understood. No wonder the palace maid in green skirt was so arrogant before. It turned out that her master was very powerful in the palace. Being able to bring a man into the harem in broad daylight without being questioned must mean that she is of high status and great power. Tell your people to keep their heads down and not look around. Otherwise, if you're not careful, you might lose something. After entering the harem, the maid in green skirt gave a reminder. What's inside the harem? Female. All of them are women. Even eunuchs are very rare. Because only those who were powerful enough to hold the title of concubine were worthy of being served by eunuchs. In Dashi's harem, in addition to the emperor's concubines, there were countless beautiful women, as well as female officials and palace maids. After hearing the words of the green-skirted palace maid, the guards around Zhao Kungan quickly lowered their heads and dared not look up again. If there is something missing, no matter what it is, they will know it immediately. Is it really okay for the cheap mother-in-law to bring me in? Zhao Kungan felt a little scared. They entered the harem. It's just like when boys enter the girls' dormitory openly in school. It attracted almost all the attention around. The gazes of some of the concubines were abnormal, and their eyes seemed to be glowing. Maybe it was because concubine was there and they were afraid of her, otherwise they would probably have pounced on her. It was obvious that they were very hungry. Among these women, there are fat and thin women, all kinds of women. When they arrived at Anning Palace and found that no accidents had occurred, Zhao Kungan finally breathed a sigh of relief. In Anning Palace, there were all female officials, palace maids and serving eunuchs. It is a large three-courtyard palace in the harem, with its own independent garden. Concubine brought Zhao Kungan and others directly to the main hall. Before entering the hall, the palace maids from Anning Palace took over the stretcher and asked Zhao Kungan's 6 guards to stay in the yard. After they lifted Zhao Kungan into the house, they helped him onto a chair and put him in the right position. Concubine sat in the main seat. The palace maid in green skirt stood behind concubine's chair. Palace maids brought hot tea, cakes and candied fruits, and placed them on the table next to concubine's chair and the table next to Zhao Kungan respectively. Xiexing, stay for a while. The rest of you can go out. Concubine sat on the main seat, picked up the teacup, and gently skimmed off the foam on the cup with the lid. Yes, my lady. The palace maids and eunuchs waiting in the main hall all retreated. Xiaoxing, the palace maid in green skirt, raised her chin somewhat arrogantly when she heard this. She was obviously different from the other maids in their palace. Squeak! The main hall door was closed. Kungan! Concubine put down her teacup and addressed Zhao Kungan in a more affectionate way. Her tone also became more intimate, and no longer so cold. Nihuang, are you okay? Don't worry, your majesty. Princess Nihuang is doing fine. Zhao Kungan responded with a dry laugh. He didn't know anything about Princess Nihuang and concubine. He only found out about this when he was intercepted today. Well? Concubine sighed and said, Xiaoxing, go get my little box. Yes. Xiaoxing was surprised for a moment, then she agreed readily and quickly walked out of the main hall. Now, only Zhao Kungan and concubine were left in the main hall of Anning Palace. When concubine saw the door of the main hall closed again, she quickly walked up to Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan, whose upper body except for his head was almost unable to move, subconsciously shrank his neck. What is this woman going to do? Why did you come here suddenly? I am the princess's husband. Wouldn't she? No. Can't. Zhao Kungan was nervously thinking about it in his mind. Concubine reached into the bosom of her palace skirt and took out something, then quickly stuffed it into the bosom of Zhao Kungan's wide robe. Zhao Kungan could vaguely feel that it was something a little prickly and a little cold. Concubine stuffed it in too quickly. So much so that he didn't see clearly what it was. After stuffing the things in, concubine quickly sat back down, looking into Zhao Kungan's face and saying, Kungan, I completely hand Nihuang over to you. You must take good care of her. What I put in your arms is a pill. It is the antidote to cure Nihuang's brain. I will give you the choice. When you arrive in Nanwang City, if you like the innocent and lovely Nihuang, then hide this pill. If you like the talented and intelligent Nihuang, then give it to her. Originally, I didn't trust you, but since you are already husband and wife, and you can come out of the imperial study alive, I believe you must be no mediocre person. Now I believe you can take good care of her. She was observing Zhao Kungan's expression. Zhao Kungan also saw concubine observing him. It must be no easy feat to survive in such a high-end situation as the Dashi Empire's harem, and hold such a high position. Etc. Zhao Kungan suddenly thought of a question. Does concubine have medicine that can cure Princess Nihuang? No, what concubine just said was the antidote. So what this means is that Princess Nihuang is now like this because she has been poisoned. And this poison was given by concubine. Chapter 50 framed. Concubine was staring at Zhao Kungan. She was not an ordinary woman, she was an old witch in the palace. A thin and ugly woman can still get the honor she has today and sit on the high position of imperial concubine. You guessed correctly. Nihuang's brain was broken. It wasn't caused by an attack from the northern ice giants, but by my manipulation at that perfect timing. Don't blame me for being cruel. I had my own reasons for doing so. At that time, Nihuang had been given the title of Phoenix, which had already overshadowed the Empress. The Emperor's favor was too great. If I hadn't taken action, Nihuang would have died long ago. That time, I also helped Nihuang gain a loyal giant. Concubine did not hide anything from Zhao Kungan and told him the truth. Zhao Kungan. Zhu Zhuyan. Concubine nodded. Those attacks by the northern ice giants were arranged by me. Zhao Kungan was extremely shocked. Good job. How loyal is Zhu Zhuyan? Surprisingly, it was designed. This concubine is really cruel. This is not a scheme to get something for nothing, but it really made Nihuang act like a fool for so many years from childhood to adulthood. Zhao Kun swallowed hard and said, Empress, we just met for the first time. Why are you telling me so many secrets right away? This woman is so cruel. Zhao Kungan was afraid that if he heard too much, he would be silenced. Or she might manipulate him. Kungan, you are a good son-in-law to me. You are also a smart man. I like to tell the truth to smart people. After saying this, concubine smiled and took a sip of tea. Zhao Kun didn't touch anything on the table. I'm afraid it might be poisonous. It just so happened that both arms were injured. There is a reason for this. He really couldn't serve or drink tea. Seeing that Zhao Kungan didn't move, concubine asked with a smile. Why don't you drink tea? Are you afraid that my tea is poisonous? Please forgive me, concubine. Both of Kungan's hands are injured and he cannot serve tea. No problem. Concubine waved her sleeves, stood up, walked to Zhao Kungan, picked up the cup of tea, used the lid to skim off the tea foam floating on the tea bowl, blew it gently, and held the cup with both hands to Zhao Kungan's mouth. Mother-in-law brings tea? The imperial concubine served the tea and blew on it. This treatment is so good. It was so good that Zhao Kungan didn't dare to drink it anymore. He has seen the lessons of the past. His Princess Wana is a cruel person. She and her confidants drink poisonous tea every day. What that basically means is that if anything happens to her, everyone will die with her. Empressin, I'm not thirsty. Zhao Kungan moved his head back and smiled. I have already made up my mind. Concubine shook her head, a smile still lingering on her pretty face without any makeup. Zhao Kungan continued to shake his head. I'm really not thirsty. Judging from Concubine's attitude, he must drink this tea. There is really something wrong. Concubine's gaze froze for a moment. Then, she suddenly pretended to be panicked and said, My lord, you are the secret husband designated by His Majesty to be Nihuang's son-in-law. I only met you because you are my son-in-law. How dare you? How dare you disrespect me? I am going to scream. This concubine has a face as beautiful as that of Princess Nihuang Likani and a pitiful personality. She pretended like this. So pitiful. It seems like Zhao Kungan has really become that kind of playboy. Zhao Kun was stunned. Empressin, please respect yourself. Concubine said delicately. Kungan, listen to your mother and drink the tea. This is a blatant threat. Don't you dare not drink tea. I falsely accuse you of molesting me. To flirt with the imperial concubine of the current dynasty is a horrible capital crime. If it were someone else, their legs would probably be as soft as noodles out of fear. But the person in front of concubine was Zhao Kungan. Poison tea. You absolutely cannot drink it. If he really drank it, he would be completely controlled by this terrifying woman in front of him. This woman could poison her own daughter and turn her into a chaoba, so what else could she not do? I asked him to come here today. I am afraid that he is half-hearted in entrusting my daughter with something. I also want to control him more as a puppet, who can walk outside the palace. Zhao Kungan had already prepared to quarrel with the emperor when he entered the imperial study. Now, he would not be intimidated by concubine. Madam, if you insist on shouting, then Kungan will be rude and can only tell His Majesty that you are very smooth. Concubine was stunned for a moment, then flew into a rage. You! How dare you! Very smooth? What does that mean? Wouldn't that mean we've already compromised? In this way. If Zhao Kungan had to die, she would be dragged down with him. A dirty imperial concubine will also not have a good death. Even if after verification, she did not lose the body of this guy in front of her, but because of that word very smooth, the rift between her and the emperor was enough to make it difficult for her to receive the emperor's favor again, and she would stay in the cold palace until her death. The boy in front of her was threatening her. How courageous! Looking at concubine's appearance, Zhao Kungan smiled faintly. Mock up! Are you confused? But what happened next left Zhao Kun stunned. Midnight. Zhao Kungan woke up slowly. Pain. My head hurts. I have a splitting headache. My lord, are you awake? A voice sounded beside Zhao Kungan. Immediately, Zhao Kungan widened his eyes and cursed. I'll do it! Zhao Kungan vaguely remembered that at noon, he was confronting concubine and looked like a winner. Sudden. There was a sudden pain at the back of my head, and everything went dark before my eyes. He vaguely felt some liquid being poured into his mouth, and then he knew nothing. Looking at the person next to him, Zhao Kun breathed a sigh of relief. It's the palace maid named Xiaoxing. Not concubine. My lord, I am a little disappointed to see that it is this servant. Xiaoxing looked at Zhao Kungan jokingly. Nonsense! Zhao Kungan shouted angrily. You've already taken the soul-eating powder, so be quiet! Xiaoxing's face turned stern, and he suddenly grabbed Zhao Kungan's neck. In an instant, Zhao Kungan felt Xiaoxing's terrifying strength. His neck was strangled, his breathing was obstructed, his face began to turn red, and his brain function began to slow down. This woman could really crush his neck. Xiaoxing looked at Zhao Kungan's red face with some enjoyment, and a playful smile appeared on her palm-sized face. I was in pain just now, and now it's your turn to feel uncomfortable for a while. Zhao Kungan slowly began to see stars, and his vision became dark again. He couldn't even control the divine ring to leave. Xiaoxing didn't let go until he saw that Zhao Kun was almost reaching his limit. Aho ho ho cough cough cough. Zhao Kun breathed hard, but ended up choking and coughing loudly. He choked so much that his nose and tears came out. The women in this world are so damn dangerous. Xiaoxing said coldly. Empressin has decreed that from now on, you, Zhao Kungan, must obey my orders and must not resist. Otherwise, you will die. Remember, you were drunk and raped me. Empressin will take advantage of the situation and give me to you as a reward. When you return, give me the imperial decree from His Majesty, and I will go to the southern camp and select your troops and generals for you. Zhao Kungan looked at the blood on the bed sheet, then looked at Xiaoxing in front of him. At this time, footsteps were heard outside the house. Xiaoxing looked at Zhao Kungan jokingly, then curled her lips and started crying with great grievance. Everything is developing in the direction that Xiaoxing and Enfei expected. Zhao Kungan breathed in deep gulps of fresh air. His eyes were slowly becoming fiercer. Want to control me? I can't even control myself. Chapter 51 Hospitalization, Weapons. Go back to the city. Zhao Kungan tried his best to gather his will. This time, I have to go back. Being controlled by a thing like Xiaoxing? Controlled by concubine? Zhao Kungan is not a clay figure. Concubine poisoned his tea in order to control him. When the covert method failed, she tried the open method and used force. Zhao Kungan was completely furious. Originally, Zhao Kungan would treat Nihong well and have some respect for his mother-in-law, but this mother-in-law, concubine, is even more abstract than Li Rulan's mother Niu Tsuihua. Thinking about his 5,000 armors. Fuck him! As soon as 3 words came out, everything in front of Zhao Kungan suddenly began to slow down dozens of times. In less than 2 seconds, time and space were completely frozen. Hey, Tui! Zhao Kungan couldn't move his arms and hands. But he didn't intend to let Xiaoxing get away with it so easily. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of yellow phlegm, which landed all over Xiaoxing's face. After a 1-minute countdown, Zhao Kungan's eyes fell into darkness. He knew that he had entered the space of the divine ring. Not long after, Zhao Kungan's eyes regained their sight. He was still sitting on the sofa in the living room of the hotel's 3-star suite. Under the orange light, on the coffee table in front of him was a bottle of water with the lid unscrewed after he had taken a sip. Through the huge glass floor-to-ceiling windows, you can see the brightly lit city of Qingqing, and not far away, the sea, which is pitch black in the night and seems deeper than in the daytime. The wind is blowing. The hotel is not far away. In the living room, you can hear the sound of the wind blowing the waves and the waves hitting the rocks on the shore. Nana! Zhao Kungan opened his mouth and exclaimed softly. Everything in the Stone Kingdom is reality. It is true that gold can be brought back. I brought all this pain back with me, it's true. Now Zhao Kungan doesn't even have the ability to take out his mobile phone to call 120, and can only call for Xena. He didn't dare to speak too loudly. If he couldn't wake Xena up, he would talk about it during the day. The doctor from Dashi World has already examined his wound. Xena's voice of agreement was heard in the room. After a while, Xena opened the door and walked out of the bedroom. The time point in the world on Earth was that Zhao Kungan had just subdued the demon by cosplaying as a fox, and Xena was so tired that she fell asleep, but she didn't sleep for too long. Zhao Kungan is very capable. This made Xena feel satisfied but also very tired. Xena was confused and came out of the room when she heard Zhao Kungan calling her. Her mind was not clear. But when she opened her eyes and saw Zhao Kungan in this appearance, she now rubbed her eyes and was stunned. Are you still coming? Brother, your look is so weird. The legendary battle-damaged makeup? Anyway, it shouldn't be me who puts on makeup, and then he. Call 120. Zhao Kungan smiled in response. What else can he say? Overall, this trip to the Stone Country was a bad one. I didn't bring back anything. Fortunately, after he left the Stone Country, the time in the Stone Country was fixed. Even if he recuperated in the city for a long time, he could still return to the time point after Xiaoxing spitted yellow phlegm on his face. Xena stared at Zhao Kungan's face seriously for a while. After confirming that it was not Zhao Kun who was playing a trick, she came to her senses completely, hurried back to the room, took out her cell phone, and called the emergency number. Zhao Kungan, don't tell our parents about this for now, so as not to worry them. Just say that we will fly away to a distant place to play for a few days, so that they can have fun in Qingqing with peace of mind. Don't worry, I'll do it. It's just that you. Xena reached out and checked the injuries inflicted by Zhao Kun. After discovering that they were real injuries, she didn't know what to say. Obviously, not long ago, everything was fine. It's only been a short time. How come he's wearing such strange clothes and has been injured so badly? Secret. Zhao Kun was exhausted both physically and mentally, and couldn't come up with a good excuse, so he just said these 2 words. Xena was a smart girl. She nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Let me help you change your clothes. This is quite weird. Zina went back to the bedroom to find Zhao Kungan's clothes and put them on Zhao Kungan. Not long after. The ambulance is here. Zhao Kungan was carried onto a medical stretcher and taken away. Qi Na hurriedly packed some things and went to Qingqing First Central Hospital with Zhao Kungan. Trauma. Add poisoning. Zhao Kungan was very fortunate that China's pharmaceutical industry was developing very well, and the soul-devouring powder that Xiaoxing mentioned was also detected by the testing equipment. After the examination, Zhao Kungan was pushed into the operating room. A week passed in a flash. During this period, Qi Na has been taking care of Zhao Kungan, running around for him. Modern medical technology is far superior to that of the Shi Kingdom. Zhao Kun had his stomach cleaned, his intestines administered an enema, and he took antidotes, completely eliminating the effects of the soul-devouring powder. As for the injuries on his body, his left hand was only slightly injured and he could now use it normally. But I still can't lift heavy objects. The right chest and arm were seriously injured and it would take some time to recover. My right hand can move just fine, but I don't have much strength, and it's difficult for me to even hold a cell phone. During this period, I relied on Zina for everything from eating, drinking, and defecating. The relationship between Zhao Kungan and Qi Na also improved a lot. During the week, Zhao Kungan also called his family, but he only reported good news and not bad news, saying that he had a great time. The conditions for recuperation in China are definitely better than those in Shigua, so Zhao Kungan chose to recuperate on Earth. At least, he could move freely after he recovered and then go back. Another week passed. Zhao Kungan's left hand has almost returned to normal. The right hand can also be used normally. Most importantly, my chest is no longer so painful and numb. He was able to move freely and was discharged from the hospital. The first thing Zhao Kungan did after being discharged from the hospital was to ask someone to make a super powerful electric pig device, and this time he tested it. This is a backpack-style electric pig device. The battery that provides strong current is about the size of a kindergarten kid's backpack, connected to a metal discharge head with a leather handle through a current tube. The 400-pound fat pig was sent away directly. The old cow, weighing more than 1,000 pounds, was turned upside down and numbed by the electric shock. Zhao Kungan was confident that even if he faced Zhu Zhiyun again, he would be able to give her a direct electric shock. Even if she didn't die, her organs would be severely damaged. Not only the super electric pig device, Zhao Kungan also asked Zina to find someone on the black market to customize 2 repeating crossbows with 100 crossbow arrows. Half of the crossbow arrows were filled with anesthetics, and the other half were filled with a deadly poison that could kill instantly. For the peanut launcher, we have already contacted a third-party purchasing company to purchase a large batch. This trip to Shihua made Zhao Kungan understand the truth. Not strong enough. You have to be beaten. If I had gotten a peanut launcher earlier, wouldn't I have been able to look down on Dashi long ago? If you don't have enough force, make up for it with weapons. No matter how strong your martial arts skills are, if you are not a cultivator, who can withstand a peanut hitting your head? Who can remain confused? Chapter 52 Revenge. Finally, there are 2 bottles of sevoflurane. Hasn't been seen in 2 weeks. Zhao Kungan took Zina and his parents to have lunch together. His parents were tired from playing and missed home. So, the whole family returned to Linqing, their hometown. Zhao Kungan also returned to the Stone Kingdom world once again. Successfully entered the Stone Kingdom world. In about 1 minute, Stone Kingdom time will begin to flow. This time, Zhao Kungan is already familiar with the route. Zhao Kungan changed back into his battle-damaged makeup, look and returned to Xiaoxing. Zhao Kungan's mouth twitched, and he came up with a new idea. He took off running. His current physical condition allows him to do so. Zhao Kun left the female official's room and went directly into the bedroom of concubine and next door, which was also the largest and most luxurious room in the backyard. There was no one in the bedroom. Zhao Kungan crawled directly into the quilt on the bed. Empressin. You want to play, right? Okay, let's play. Zhao Kungan took out 2 crossbows from the magic ring, one with anesthetic arrows and the other with poison arrows. 1 minute is up. In Anning Palace, the smoke from the copper beast incense burner continued to float in the air. The quiet world was once again broken by the sound of footsteps outside. There was a loud boom. The wooden door of the female official's dormitory was violently kicked open. A thin young eunuch in a blue robe led more than 20 tall and mighty golden-armored imperial guards and rushed directly into Xiaoxing's room. "How dare you, you lecher, to cause chaos in the harem?" The general leading the golden-armored royal guards was a strong man with an unshaven beard named Njing. Njing drew out his knife directly, and his dull roar was like thunder. A group of people holding weapons quickly rushed into the house. They were all arranged by concubine. You can tell what's going on inside without even entering. But after rushing in, Njing and his golden-armored imperial guards were all stunned. The plot is wrong. On the bed, only Xiaoxing, a maid from Anning Palace, was sitting there. Her eyes were full of disbelief and she was looking around in panic. "Where are the people?" Njing said in a deep voice. "This is no joke. Everything is designed. The male protagonist is missing?" Xiaoxing was terrified. "He just disappeared all of a sudden. We were still talking not long ago." As she spoke, Xiaoxing touched her face, felt the sticky stuff, and sniffed her fingers. "It's phlegm. And it's hot. Search. Things have come to this point, we can't just return empty-handed," and Jing waved his hand. The golden-armored royal guards looked at each other. There aren't many things in this palace that can hide people. Search the harem. "I said search!" And Jing shouted angrily. "Spar, no matter the cost, find that scoundrel for me. He's not a ghost or god, how can he fly? If anything goes wrong, I'll take the blame." "Yes." After hearing what the leader said, the golden-armored royal guards no longer hesitated and immediately began to search the house thoroughly. But nothing was found. There was no sign of Zhao Kungan at all. And Jing looked at Xiaoxing. "Are you sure he was right in front of you just now?" "Sure, that's for sure." Xiaoxing nodded vigorously. And Jing hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand and said, "Search the entire Ning Palace for me." "Yes." The golden-armored royal guards agreed, and a large-scale search of the entire Anning Palace began. For a moment, there was chaos in Anning Palace. All the palace maids and eunuchs were gathered in the courtyard. Concubine originally came at the scheduled time. But after she came over, she heard that Zhao Kungan had suddenly disappeared. Her brows furrowed slightly. "Zhao Kungan has already been offended, and we must find him. He has been poisoned by the soul-devouring powder, and even if he is an expert, his internal strength will be completely lost, and he will definitely not be able to escape far." "Yes." And Jing bowed and clasped his fists. The search was immediately intensified. Concubine returned to her own bedroom and waited for the result. How could a good person disappear for no apparent reason? Is there something wrong with Xixing? The palace maid opened the door, and Concubine stepped into the threshold of her bedroom while talking to herself. But then, Concubine accidentally raised her eyelids and glanced at something that nearly frightened her to death. She slammed the doors shut and shouted angrily. "Search, search, search, what are you looking for? Punish the eunuch who lied about the situation. Everyone, get out of Anning Palace. This is the harem, and all of us are women. What are you doing here?" As soon as these words came out, the golden-armored imperial guards who were searching the courtyard were all stunned. Empress and I, the young eunuch who discovered the situation and reported it, was so scared that he peed his pants. But he didn't have a chance to say anything as he was directly arrested by the golden-armored royal guards. Someone tore off a piece of cloth from his body and stuffed it into his mouth. "Walk." And Jing frowned, but still took his men away. Concubine must have her reasons for saying this. The sleeping hall of Anning Palace. Concubine forced an ugly smile on her face and looked at Zhao Kungan who was lying on the bed. The two crossbows in Zhao Kun's hands were pointed at her. Concubine continued, "Those waiting outside the palace should all go down. Anyone who disturbs my peace will have her head chopped off." There was a sound of footsteps outside the bedroom, and the people waiting at the door left one after another. They naturally did not dare to disobey Concubine's orders. "Okay, Kun gone, there are no outsiders now." Concubine smiled and walked towards Zhao Kungan. "We may have had a misunderstanding before. I never intended to harm you. I sincerely hope that you and Nihong will be well. However, I need you now. I need the 5,000 armors that His Majesty has bestowed upon you. You may not know that the prosperity of Dashi is all an illusion. The Emperor is dying, and the next generation of Dashi is all useless. The entire Dashi is about to collapse. If you want to survive when Dashi collapses, you must have your own power. I treated you so well because I wanted to give us a support for the future. Listen to me, put down your crossbow, and I will give you the antidote to the soul-devouring powder. As concubine spoke, she moved closer and closer to Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan lowered his head with a cold smile on his face and put down his crossbow. Just as concubine walked in front of Zhao Kungan, looking at Zhao Kungan who was lowering his head, concubine secretly pulled out a golden hairpin from her head. If you don't understand, then die! After grabbing the golden hairpin, concubine suddenly jumped up. Zhao Kungan lowered his head and directly poured the sevoflurane he was holding after putting down his crossbow at concubine. Concubine's body stiffened. The man fell on Zhao Kungan, and the golden hairpin in his hand stabbed into the air. Zhao Kungan had a playful expression. You're such a vicious person. You even harmed me, so don't blame me for being inhuman. If I can't kill you, I can only use you for my own benefit. Zhao Kungan raised the corner of his mouth. He casually threw the golden hairpin in the unconscious concubine's hand into the space of the magic ring. It was made of gold, so he would not waste it. So what if she's the imperial noble consort? Hee hee. Chapter 53, Changes in Fortune. Asshole, now that you've succeeded, why don't you get out of here? On the phoenix bed, concubine's eyes were cold, and her tone was as sharp as a knife. Pia! Zhao Kungan's response was a rather harsh slap in the face. Concubine groaned subconsciously. A look of shame and anger flashed across her face, and she quickly returned to her previous cold appearance. Asshole! Concubine never thought that Zhao Kungan would really dare to touch her. Who is she? She is the imperial concubine of Weishi. If the emperor knew about their affair, both Yan and Zhao families would be blessed with the ascension of all 9 clans. What Zhao Kun did was really mean. Harming others does not benefit yourself. They were completely tied together on a boat. Once the news gets out, everything will be ruined. You've harmed me, and you still want me to protect your life? Harm? Ladian, you didn't speak to me in that tone just now. Besides, if I really wanted to harm you, would you still be alive now? Concubine's expression changed, her clenched fists loosened, and she turned her pretty face to the side. I promise you, I will let Xiaxing follow you and protect your safety closely. From now on, I will not deal with you again. Zhao Kungan, you sent Xiaxing to my side. Are you sure you're not going to continue to control me? Concubine, I will give you Xiaxing's life plate. If the plate breaks, Xiaxing will die. She will be loyal to you. But I also want you to make a promise to me. Zhao Kungan smiled. Does concubine still believe in her promise? He felt a little funny. For someone like concubine, are promises really useful? Asking him to make a promise, Zhao Kungan felt like he was listening to a joke. Concubine turned around and looked at Zhao Kungan coldly. You left your things with me. The threat is mutual. If I tell His Majesty, or if I die and the imperial physician finds your things, your entire clan will not survive. You will pay an extremely heavy price for your impulsive behavior. Then tell me. Seeing that concubine was about to get angry, Zhao Kungan didn't push her too hard. He became serious, and his tone was no longer playful. After a pause, concubine looked at Zhao Kungan, her eyes deepening. When the Dashi dynasty collapses and the world is in chaos, you don't have to save my life, but if you have the chance, you must help me kill someone. Li Gu Jin Wang. Concubine then directly said the name. Li Gu family. This was the second time Zhao Kungan heard this name. That woman was the queen of Dashi, and the murderer of his princess wife's mother. Zhao Kungan didn't expect that the woman had so many enemies. The promise concubine wanted was to kill her. It seems that this hatred is not light. Okay, I promise. Zhao Kungan agreed. This overlaps with the hatred for his princess wife. In the future, we will definitely encounter each other. Do you know who the Gu Jinhua I'm talking about is? Seeing that Zhao Kungan agreed directly, concubine began to examine Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan agreed so quickly, as if without thinking. No one should react like this when hearing this name. After all, that woman is the most noble woman in the Dashi Empire today. Concubine even suspected that Zhao Kungan had agreed to it without thinking and had no idea who the Li Gu she was talking about was. Otherwise, it would be impossible not to be shocked. Because in the palace, saying the 3 words, Li Gu, is a serious crime. The current queen, Zhao Kungan said calmly. Ha 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 ha. Concubine laughed, and after laughing twice, she burst into laughter. Okay, Zhao Kungan, I was right about you. You are indeed audacious. worthy of being someone who dares to put a hat on the emperor. You knew Gu Jinhuang, and you still dared to agree. That's enough. From now on, whether you keep your promise or not, it will not be in vain. I will fight with you. Zhao Kungan shrugged his shoulders and continued calmly. He felt that he was impulsive, and had reached this point with concubine. But as a man who stands tall and upright, it doesn't matter. Now that it happened, it happened. After all, everything in the Stone Kingdom is a wonderful journey in his life. He can make a big breakthrough here and then return to the urban world to continue his life. However, he wanted to accumulate wealth in this world so that he could live a carefree life in the urban world. Zhao Kungan held his waist and walked out of the bedroom. Watching Zhao Kungan leave, when the door of the bedroom slammed shut, concubine's powerful aura of superiority collapsed in an instant, and she collapsed on the phoenix bed. She didn't seem as relaxed as she had just appeared. When Zhao Kungan went out, Jing is here. After he brought the golden-armored royal guards back, he secretly returned. Before, he had clearly heard that concubine's tone was not right, and he thought that there was another hidden reason for letting them leave. But it was not convenient for his subordinates to know the secret. And Jing didn't expect that when he came back, he would meet Zhao Kungan, the person concubine wants to catch. Zhao Kungan, surrender! And Jing drew the sword in his hand. Empress! Zhao Kungan took 3 steps back and shouted loudly. Soon, a sound came from inside the bedroom. And Jing, give Xiao Xing's life plate to him and let Xiao Xing go with him. Concubine's voice retained its usual majesty, but there was an unconcealable hoarseness in it. Yes. And Jing bowed respectfully in the direction of the bedroom. After he stood up, he looked at Zhao Kungan in confusion, but suppressed his doubts. Come with me. How did this guy do it? He actually made concubine change her attitude towards him. Not long after, Zhao Kungan got a wooden sign with the words, Xiaoxing, written on it. And Jing said, there's a sleeping goo worm mother inside this wooden sign. Xiaoxing's brain has been implanted with a goo worm larva. If the mother dies, the larva will go crazy and take Xiaoxing's life in an instant. He explained its purpose. Xiaoxing was also brought out by other palace maids, carrying a bag on her back. When Xiaoxing saw the wooden sign in Zhao Kungan's hand, she was shocked and her eyes were full of disbelief. Why would concubine give my life plate to Zhao Kungan? Aren't you asking me to control him? And Jing looked at Xiaoxing and said, Empress has given the order. From today on, Xiaoxing, you will follow Zhao Kungan and protect his life first. Yes, Xiaoxing will follow the queen's instructions. Xiaoxing bowed respectfully. Zhao Kun laughed dryly. Near. Are you confused? Things change over time. Bring the stretcher. Zhao Kungan put away the life card and let out a soft cry. Soon, the palace maids from Anning Palace lifted the stretcher and Zhao Kungan lay on it. A group of people carried Zhao Kungan out of Anning Palace. Outside Anning Palace, the guards from the prince consort's mansion took over the stretcher, and the group left the palace. After watching Zhao Kungan leave, and Jing quickly returned to concubine Anne's bedroom. Empress, what exactly happened? He made me a woman again. What? And Jing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Alright, don't pay attention to him anymore. Although we didn't get the 5,000 armored soldiers, I've already found out that he's not from the Li Gu family and won't stand on their side. He won't hinder our cause. Yes, my lady. Chapter 54 Returning Home, Visitors. The stretcher slowly left the palace. Zhao Kungan breathed a sigh of relief. You put in a lot of effort just now. The stretcher was shaking, and Zhao Kun, who was quite tired, fell asleep in a daze. Princess great. When night fell, a small hand woke Zhao Kungan up. Zhao Kungan opened his eyes and saw Xiaoxing's face. Xiaoxing's expression was complicated. My lord, we've arrived at the prince consort's residence. Zhao Kun nodded. This trip to the palace was safe and sound. As time went by, he gave it to concubine. Got a master star. Xiaoxing added. I have already carried with me the things that concubine mentioned. I will use them as you wish, whether or not to use them, and when to use them. Zhao Kungan knew that concubine was talking about the elixir that could cure Princess Nihuang's brain. Zhao Kun nodded. We'll talk about this later. Sometimes, being silly is also a kind of happiness. Especially in Dashi, the chaos version of the Dashi dynasty is about to begin, and everyone knows that the troubled version of the Dashi dynasty has begun. The concubines in the harem have all started to make plans. How scary! Zhao Kungan decided to go and recruit his troops tomorrow so that he could leave Shidu, the center of the impending storm, as soon as possible. For Xiaoxing. Zhao Kungan dared to believe it, but he wouldn't believe it too much. After all, there is no way to verify the authenticity of the life plate, and whether it is Xiaoxing's life plate. It all depends on concubine An's words. Furthermore, Xiaoxing is concubine An's personal servant. Even if the horoscope is true, what if this is concubine An's scheme? Xiaoxing's loyalty to concubine An is greater than his own life and death. As an urbanite who is familiar with novels and has watched most palace fighting dramas, Zhao Kungan has a clear mind. Haven't entered the gate yet. Then Yushio ran out in a hurry. Shiora said anxiously, My lord, you're finally back. Princess Ginkgo and Prince Jam arrived this afternoon and have been waiting for you in the main hall. Oh, and the palace's chief eunuch, Yangsen, has also been here for a long time. Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, Hurry and carry me in. The main hall of Prince Consort Junju's mansion. On the guest seat, the large and plump Princess Ginkgo was sitting there, holding a cup of tea with a gloomy expression. From time to time, she would glance at the eunuch sitting opposite her with a calm expression and closed eyes. Next to Princess Ginkgo is Zhang Sai, the eldest son of the richest man in Shidu, Dashi Empire. Zhang Sai kept his head down the whole time. Zhang Sai, he is the fat man who participated in the matchmaking with Zhao Kungan at the bottom of the 9-story wooden building that day. He is also known as the most handsome man of this generation in Shidu. Even though the eunuch Yangsen closed his eyes, he still put a lot of pressure on Zhang Sai. After receiving the imperial edict, they rushed to Prince Consort Junju's residence. Why would a Shidu boy like him travel thousands of miles to become the mayor of Nanhuang City? Is this a joke? Fortunately, the one leading the troops was Zhao Kungan, the lord of Nanhuang City, who was an acquaintance. So, let's build good relationships first. But unexpectedly, Zhao Kungan and Princess Jinju were not there. After waiting for a long time, they did not see the owner of the mansion, but the eunuch Yangsen, whom they particularly did not want to see. If the eunuch Fuyun, the head of the imperial study, is a close minister of the emperor and a favorite of the emperor, then Yangsen is definitely extremely popular, and is the most trusted eunuch by the emperor. Zhang Sai was quite afraid of this eunuch. He also vaguely knew the inside story of why he was appointed as the lord of Nanhuang City. The emperor was going to make his family bleed. He used the safety of his legitimate son as a threat. If he went to Nanhuang City, the Zhang family of Shidu would no longer be able to sit idly by and watch the collapse of the Dashi dynasty. The emperor would tie them to the chariot. Yangsen was also surprised. He came to convey the emperor's oral instructions and to deliver the Wanli Tongyin bird. The purpose of the oral order and the bird is to deal with the Zhang family. But it just so happened that I met the eldest son of the Zhang family here. What a coincidence. Yangsen was holding a bamboo cage in his hand, which contained the precious Wanli Tongyin bird. Princess Ginkgo Li Lingyu, as a member of the royal family, was knowledgeable and recognized the bird at a glance. She guessed the purpose of Yangsen's visit and therefore, after sitting there, she never gave Yangsen a good look. However, Yangsen was not an ordinary person. Accidents were accidents, but he adhered to the principle that if I am not embarrassed, then the embarrassment is not mine, and he sat there calmly. The air pressure in the main hall is very low. Princess Jinju Li Lingwan was not at home, and the old nanny was not there either. Yuya was waiting inside the room, serving these people. It's a neglect, it's really a neglect. At this time, Zhao Kungan's voice came from outside. Call! People on both sides breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. The atmosphere in the main hall became a little more lively, and no longer so awkward. Zhao Kungan has no problem walking now and his arm is much better. But, after all, it's only been a short while in the Dashi Empire. I wish I could be that fast. This is too scary. So, Zhao Kungan decided to continue pretending to be sick. Anyway, my condition hasn't completely improved. You can only lie down, and you can't even kneel down to kowtow to the emperor. That's pretty good. As a seriously injured person, he can use hidden weapons to launch a sudden attack, which can also be used as a trump card. Yangsen stood up holding the Wanli Tongyin bird. Choose a suitable place, my lord, for his majesty has given his majesty's order. Zhao Kungan. Yuya, please invite the eunuch to the meeting room for tea. Yes. Yuya agreed and made a gesture of invitation. Yangsen walked out with his chest held high. The meeting room is a small hall not far from the main hall. It is used for private drinking tea and discussing matters. It is not as solemn as the main hall, but it has more seats. Princess Ginkgo, Prince Zhang, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Zhao Kungan spoke to the two people sitting at the seats. Brother, please go and listen to the order first. Zhang Sai made a gesture of invitation. He looked at the blood-soaked cloth all over Zhao Kungan and couldn't help but secretly take a breath. Marry a princess. It's really not easy. The princess is not only ugly, but also has a bad temper. I'm so hurt that I can't get up. You didn't listen to my advice, now you know how serious this is. Zhang Sai didn't know the inside story of the secret marriage decree, and thought that Zhao Kungan was being tormented by Princess Jinju. At this moment, Zhang Sai looked at Princess Ginkgo beside him again, and suddenly felt that her good and bad habits were not really good and bad. My princess wife is so nice. Jinju Prince Consort's mansion, meeting room. Help me kneel down. After entering the room, Zhao Kungan spoke immediately. My lord, I am not feeling well, so please don't bother. Janssen waved his hand. He didn't care about those empty formalities. It was difficult for Zhao Kungan anyway. Zhao Kungan was worshipping the emperor, not him, the eunuch. As a eunuch who sits in a high position, he is more clear-headed than some of the eunuchs below him. Thank you? Zhao Kun thanked with a dry laugh. The eunuch is indeed very capable. Everyone else go down. Janssen spoke. Yuya and the guard in the house looked at Zhao Kungan. Go down. Zhao Kungan gave the order. Everyone went downstairs. Janssen walked to Zhao Kungan and squatted down. He put his head close to Zhao Kungan's ear, who was placed on the ground along with the stretcher, and whispered the secret order in a low voice. Chapter 55 Humiliation. Bai Ding's son-in-law? His Majesty has issued a verbal order to General Xiaoyong, the Lord of Nanhuang City, to bring the Wanli Tongyin bird with you and be prepared to cause an unexpected incident to the Nanhuang City Chief Clerk at any time. If the Wanli Tongyin bird opens its mouth and issues an order, he will be in trouble. After finishing speaking, Yangsen stood up. The Chief Clerk of Southern Wasteland City? Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment. Who is it? Yangsen laughed sinisterly. My lord, it's the Ginkgo princess's husband, Zhang Sai, who's sitting in your main hall right now. By the way, let me remind you, this matter is confidential and must not be known to anyone else, not even the two princesses. Yes. Zhao Kungan agreed and said, I will definitely live up to your Majesty's trust. Thank you, Mr. Yang, for reminding me. Yang Qiansui? Ha! When Yangsen heard this address, he laughed strangely. I am not worthy of your lordship's call of longevity. As a eunuch, I am extremely grateful to be able to announce the decree and return alive from your place. These words are somewhat sarcastic. But it makes sense. Zhao Kungan fought his way up from the chief eunuch of Sili to the eunuch in charge of the imperial study. The eunuchs he killed became more and more powerful. If he killed more, the only eunuch left would be Yangsen, the super eunuch Dashi, the eunuch king. Yang Qiansui, you really know how to joke. Zhao Kun smiled dryly. He has caught up with all of this. It's not that I'm addicted to killing eunuchs. That new eunuch in charge of ceremonies is long-lived, so he is not dead, right? I've been here twice, and I haven't died yet. Yangsen, since you treat us well, and His Majesty likes you, I have one more thing to say. Once you have those 5,000 armored soldiers, you should honestly go to your Nanhuang City and never side with anyone else. The consequences of standing on the wrong side are more than you can bear. Zhao Kungan's calling of Yang Qiansui did work. Yangsen benefited greatly from it. Been taught a lesson? Zhao Kungan spoke respectfully. Yangsen, well, go ahead. You should be a little more shrewd. Don't reveal the secret decree of His Majesty because of some immediate temptations. It's time for us to return to the palace. Zhao Kungan called out in a low voice. Yuya, send Yang Qiansui off. The door of the meeting room opened from the outside. Yuya made a gesture of invitation. Grand Eunuch, please. Yangsen held his head high and walked out of the meeting room. Zhao Kungan said, Carry me to the main hall. A group of guards lifted Zhao Kungan up and soon brought him to the main hall. My lord! Hearing footsteps outside, Zhang Sai hurried to the door to greet them. Brother Zhang. Zhao Kun called out complimentingly. In Zhao Kungan's opinion, Zhang Sai is basically a circle. But this guy is really the most handsome man in Dashi. Where can you go to seek justice? Sitting there, motionless as a mountain, Princess Ginkgo weighs over 400 pounds and is the most beautiful woman among the royal family of this generation. Over 1.6 meters tall and 400 kilograms, what does this mean? Beautiful? Zhao Kungan could only say that Princess Ginkgo was very blessed. The chubby Zhang Sai enthusiastically helped the guards carry the stretcher, and also helped Zhao Kungan sit in the host's seat. Princess Ginkgo watched all this coldly without any comment. Zhao Kungan could faintly see some anger on her face. Who are you angry at? We have a trade relationship. Zhao Kungan curled his lips. A princess really can't do anything to him. After seeing Yang Sanoff, Yuya quickly returned to the main hall and stood behind Zhao Kungan. Brother Zhang, what brings you here? Zhao Kungan roughly guessed the purpose of the two people's visit, but he still pretended to be confused and asked a question. Originally, we could have a good chat. But he didn't like the fat princess's attitude. He was not afraid of the princess's mother, let alone the daughter of a prince's wife. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Sai first laughed heartily. He glanced at Ginkgo Princess Li Lingyu, then at Zhao Kungan and said, Brother Zhao, my princess is quite angry, but it's definitely not directed at you. We just got married, and I've been appointed the chief clerk of that small border town. My whole family has to move to Nanhuang City. I'm really not happy. Zhao Kungan could see that Zhang Sai was obviously henpecked. Zhang Sai understood the ways of the world, so he explained things for Princess Ginkgo. Understand. Zhao Kungan felt a little better. Come here, bring the tea. It's okay as long as that sour look isn't directed at him. No need. But who would have thought that Princess Ginkgo would speak at this moment, and said in a bad tone. Don't bother, Prince Consort. Quickly inform my sister Jinju to come here. It would be a waste of words to say anything to you. Zhao Kungan was happy for a moment. This is not taking Zhao Kungan seriously. Spirit Jade! Zhang Sai stamped his feet, feeling helpless. Zhang Sai looked at Zhao Kungan with a smile, and said helplessly, Brother Zhao, don't blame me, my princess is just outspoken. Why bother arguing with a worthless nobody like him? Li Lingyu rolled his eyes at Zhang Sai. Zhao Kun pointed at the tea on the table with his chin. Yes. Yuya had been paying attention to Zhao Kungan. She immediately picked up the teacup, skimmed off the tea foam with the lid, put it in front of her mouth to cool it down gently, and then handed it to Zhao Kungan's mouth. Zhao Kun took 2 sips of tea and nodded, and Yuya immediately put down the teacup. Zhao Kun yawned and said, I'm sleepy. Since you two aren't looking for me, please do as you please. Hee hee. Princess Ginkgo sneered upon hearing this. Zhao Kungan? You are just a consort, a servant. You don't really think of yourself as the master of this consort's mansion, do you? Spirit Jade! Zhang Sai covered his face. Don't expose people's shortcomings. Obviously, the two had a big misunderstanding about Zhao Kungan's position in this family. I also don't know about Zhao Kungan's brilliant record. Even Yang Qiansui of the Dashi Empire would not treat Zhao Kun like this. This unpopular princess, a pig under the butcher's knife, actually looks down on Zhao Kungan. It's really the opposite of Tiangang. Facing the cold smile from Princess Ginkgo, Zhao Kungan was no longer polite. He put on his official airs and said, I am the male owner of the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion. He is the lord of Nanhuang City and has the qualifications to call himself this official. He is also the young and brave general and can call himself this general. Princess Ginkgo usually appears to be kind-hearted, but she was upset today and took the opportunity to vent. When the tiger is away, the monkey becomes king. I tell you, even if Sister Jinju were here, she would still respectfully address me as sister. You, a worthless son-in-law, are nothing. She really didn't take Zhao Kungan seriously. If Princess Jinju Li Lingwan was here, she would definitely be polite and as kind and gentle as she appeared in the past. Don't make things awkward, don't make things awkward, Lingyu. Zhang Sai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. Princess Ginkgo glared at Zhang Sai fiercely and said, Are you still a man? Why are you afraid of a son-in-law like him? If he doesn't test my sister Jinju, he is nothing. Nothing. The corners of Zhao Kungan's mouth twitched. Good, good, good. Originally, I had a good connection with that fat man, and I would have given you a good death. Okay, just wait. Zhao Kungan smiled. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. Zhao Kungan wanted to take revenge and would talk about it on the road first. When we set out on the road to Nanhuang City, I will let you see how powerful I, a commoner son-in-law, am. Chapter 56, binding the princess. Who's making the noise? At this moment, a female voice suddenly came from outside the main hall. Zhao Kungan was very familiar with that voice. It belonged to his princess wife. Hearing the voice, Princess Ginkgo's expression changed rapidly and a smile appeared on her face. Sister Jinju is back. Li Lingyu smiled on her face, which was bigger than a toilet, and spoke in a gentle voice. She was completely different from the cold look on her face just now. Li Lingwan is back. The old lady followed behind him. She was indeed out. Went into the palace. When she heard that Zhao Kungan was fine and had returned from the palace, she also just returned. Li Lingwan had no intention of paying any attention to Li Lingyu and Zhang Sai. Zhao Kun should be the one to handle this kind of thing. What her husband means is what she means. But Li Lingwan didn't expect that this Ginkgo princess Li Lingyu seemed to have shit in her head. She came to them to build a good relationship and wanted everything to go smoothly on the way to Nanwang City, but she actually humiliated her husband and took her husband out on him. Oh. Li Lingwan's husband is someone she holds in the palm of her hand, so how could she allow others to bully him? Li Lingwan refused. She came. This is no longer in the palace, and Li Lingwan no longer needs to pretend to be harmless. Especially, facing a woman who also married out of the palace. Waner! Zhao Kungan exclaimed softly. Li Lingyu pulled Zhang Sai and said, Zhang Sai, why don't you pay your respects to my sister Jinju? Zhang Sai nodded and quickly knelt on the ground. Yuan Weileng Zhang Sai, I pay my respects to Her Royal Highness the Princess. Li Lingwan ignored Zhang Sai who was kneeling down and walked straight to Li Lingyu. Sister Jinju, have you heard that my husband has been appointed the chief clerk of Nanwang City? Soon, he and your husband will go to Nanwang City together. Before Li Lingyu could finish his words, Li Lingwan had already raised her hand and slapped him without any hesitation or pause. Bang! He used only a third of his strength to slap her. Li Lingyu's words stopped abruptly, and his brain shook violently. The main hall suddenly became quiet. Zhang Sai raised his head, looking confused. Zhao Kungan was also shocked. He was planning to settle the score on the way. My princess wife actually came to seek revenge in person. After a full 3 seconds, Li Lingyu reacted. She covered her swollen face with her big hands and said in disbelief. Jean! Li Lingwan, you hit me? Li Lingwan didn't give him a good look. I am a princess, and you are a princess. You are nothing in my eyes. I can't beat you, can I? If you don't accept it, go back to your mother's house and ask your father whether I can beat you or not. The man who bullied Li Lingwan at home should be beaten back severely. You! Li Lingyu was furious. If Zhao Kungan, the prince consort, attacked her, it would be disrespectful. She would go back to her father, and her father would definitely not stand idly by and would definitely punish Zhao Kungan severely. The prince's daughter is definitely not someone who can be bullied by a prince consort, or an outsider. This is also the reason why Zhao Kungan did not choose to let his guards beat up the fat pig on the spot. Royal relatives and eunuchs are different. And the princess beat the county lady. This makes perfect sense. Princess, you have a father who is a prince, and princess, you have a father who is an emperor. Even if Li Lingyu went back to ask her father would only say that he would beat her, and she should just take it. Zhang Sai, she hit me, are you a dead person? Li Lingyu looked at Zhang Sai who was still kneeling on the ground. Zhang Sai quickly got up upon hearing this, but when he met Li Lingwan's gaze, he subconsciously took a step back. Princess, calm down. It was the princess who was wrong. She shouldn't have humiliated her husband. Zhang Sai is here to apologize to you two on behalf of the princess. Zhang Sai is a sensible person. He could hear that Princess Jinju was obviously supporting Zhao Kungan and seeking revenge. Zhang Sai! You're a coward! Li Lingyu covered her face and cried. Mammy, please show the guest out. Li Lingwan did not accept the apology. She walked towards Zhao Kungan and said something coldly. Li Lingyu gritted her teeth and said, All right, Li Lingwan, you hit me for a stinky man. Fine, Zhao Kun, no wonder you, a commoner son-in-law, are so arrogant. After all, you've served the ugly princess well. When Li Lingwan heard the words, ugly princess, a strong murderous intent flashed across her eyes as she turned her back to Ginkgo Princess Li Lingyu. No one likes to be called ugly. Of course Li Lingwan is also one of them. Bang! This time, it was not Li Lingwan who took action. It was the old nanny who was near Li Lingyu. The old nanny raised her rough old hand and slapped him hard. Princess, how dare you! Which nanny taught you the rules of respect and inferiority? Have you completely forgotten them? You old woman, you dare to hit me? Li Lingyu was furious. How dare you? Zhang Sai said angrily. How dare you, a nanny, hit the princess? Bang! The old nanny slapped Zhang Sai in the face. She used more force when dealing with someone who was not a royal relative, and the chubby Zhang Sai was directly knocked away. After landing, he vomited blood. My dear! Li Lingyu exclaimed and ran over quickly. Zhang Sai's huge body flew out 7 or 8 meters, hit the wall, and fell to the ground. His eyes were blurred. An old woman, with such strong hands. Li Lingwan ignored everything behind her. After she sat down on the second-in-command seat next to Zhao Kungan, she said, Mammy, how can you hit someone? Yuya, Mammy has made a mistake. Take her away and slap her in the face. I know I'm wrong. The old nanny knelt down and admitted her mistake. Yuya stepped forward and took the old nanny away. Princess Ginkgo Li Lingyu saw all of this. She laughed despite her anger. Good, very good. Excellent. Li Lingwan, Zhao Kungan, I, Li Lingyu, will remember you. You will be humiliated today and repaid 100-fold. Li Lingwan took a sip of the tea Zhao Kun had drunk and said calmly, Those who humiliate others will always be humiliated. Li Lingyu, you were the first to come and bully my husband. You also know that you must return the insult. I haven't paid you back 100-fold yet. Li Lingyu was stunned and speechless for a moment. He's just a man. He is my, Li Lingwan's, husband. Li Lingwan, I think you've been drugged by his love potion. Li Lingyu, watch your mouth and show some respect to this young master. Otherwise, I will spank you every time I see you. Also, clear your head. This young master is the young general, the governor and lord of Nanwang City. He is about to set off, and I will lead 5,000 soldiers to escort supplies to Nanhuang City. When Li Lingwan said this, Li Lingyu was completely stunned. She was so angry that she forgot the purpose of her trip. This trip is to consolidate the relationship so that we can be taken care of more on the way to Nanhuang City. Now, it seems to have gotten even worse. Li Lingyu wanted to say something to ease the situation, but after trying several times, he couldn't open his mouth. In the end, he could only help Zhang Sai, who was lying on the ground, and the two left in shame. After the two left, Li Lingwan said, Everyone go down. At once, everyone in the main hall retreated and closed the door. Thank you, princess. Zhao Kun thanked her with a dry laugh. Cool. My princess wife is so awesome. Li Lingwan suddenly grabbed Zhao Kungan with great force. Her face became extremely cold. Her next words made Zhao Kungan, who was shivering with pain, break out in a layer of cold sweat on his forehead. Chapter 57, Concubine and, aggrieved. Angry. Confused. Run. But if he really said this, Zhao Kungan estimated that the princess would chop him with a sword. Find a third party and get caught by the partner. This is so awkward. Zhao Kungan really didn't expect that his princess wife would be so well connected. Zhao Kungan really didn't know how to answer. He said sincerely, I'm sorry, As I was talking, I got stuck. Fortunately, at this moment, the door opened. The crescent moon is coming. Yuya was holding a bloody object in her hand. Zhao Kungan looked carefully and found that it was not an object, but a person. However, the person had been beaten so badly that his flesh and blood were blurred and he no longer looked like a human. His clothes were also stained red with blood. Yuya threw the man who was almost dead to the ground, wiped the blood off her hands, turned around to close the door of the main hall, and then returned to the center of the main hall. Yuya said in a clear voice, Your Highness, the interrogation revealed that it was concubine who tampered with the tea. She wanted to use that incident as a threat to control the prince consort's 5,000 soldiers and prepare for the collapse of the Great Rock. Mercy, mercy, Prince Consort, save me. The bloody person on the ground moved and made intermittent sounds with difficulty. I'll join in. Hearing this voice, Zhao Kungan recognized that it was Xiaoxing who followed him out of Anning Palace. He is concubine's trusted expert. How did it become this ugly? It seems that there is a gap between these masters. Yuya is several levels stronger than her. Hearing this, Li Lingwan's eyes changed, and her hands instantly became gentle. My dear, I'm sorry. It turns out there's a reason. I thought you were the one who took the initiative to find that old bitch. Did I hurt you? Alas, it's my fault. Wana should have realized earlier that you're not the type to flirt with other women. Li Lingwan became very apologetic. She grew up living a cautious life. Therefore, she will not tolerate any betrayal. In terms of personality, he is a bit paranoid. Zhao Kungan didn't know what to say. It was a complete misunderstanding. It was really him who got concubine. The incident that happened after forcing him to drink the tea containing soul-eating powder was caused by Xiaoxing, not concubine. Zhao Kungan agreed. This matter really couldn't be explained. Sometimes, women need to be coaxed. If you tell her the truth, she will definitely explode. This won't happen again. Yuya. What should we do with this dog? Li Lingwan. Send her back to Anning Palace and return her to that old bitch. Tell her that if she dares to have any ideas about my husband again, I will never let her go. Don't let her think that her little bit of witchcraft is that powerful. If I want to kill her, it will be just a matter of seconds. Yes. Yuya agreed respectfully. She mentioned Xiaoxing and left. Looking at the closed door, Li Lingwan narrowed her eyes and suddenly looked at Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan smiled somewhat guiltily. Li Lingwan reached out and rubbed Zhao Kungan dryly, and said earnestly, My dear, it's not that I'm cruel. It's normal for men to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I allow you to have other women, and I also allow you to have fun in big and healthy brothels. As long as my share of food and grass is not lacking, and my position in your heart is not shaken, that's enough. I can spoil you. But my dear, you must know that the water is deep in the rocks. It's not like your western regions. You can have fun, but some people are too dangerous, so dangerous that I have to be careful when dealing with them. It's not that I don't want you to touch that old bitch, but I'm afraid you'll be in danger and fall into her trap. Zhao Kungan was shocked. The princess wife has this pattern. Set. So cool. Li Lingwan held Zhao Kungan's face with both hands. You are the man who chose me to save me from danger when I was most helpless. My dear, I will do my best to treat you well. If it weren't for you, I would have entered that nunnery, and it would have been difficult for me to do anything. But you, whose background the emperor couldn't find, appeared. As she spoke, Li Lingwan kissed Zhao Kungan. She was affectionate, stubborn, and had the arrogance of a princess. Zhao Kungan had difficulty breathing. He complained in his heart. As expected of a martial artist, he has a huge lung capacity. Step by step. Not long after, Zhao Kungan whispered, Waner, this is the main hall. Li Lingwan said coquettishly. So what if she's the main concubine? My dear, it's fine in the emperor's harem, but why is she being so formal as the main concubine of our family? Night. Anning Palace, front hall. Looking at the bloody Xiaoxing in front of her, concubine An's face looked extremely ugly. Yuya said in a cold tone, Empress In, if you dare to plot against the prince consort again, we will never let you go. Don't think your little witchcraft is that powerful. If we want to destroy you, it will be a snap. Hee. Concubine An clenched her fists, making loud noises. What did Zhao Kun say when he went back after fucking that bastard? What do you mean I'm planning to become your son-in-law? How come Li Lingwan still supports him and bullies him? Is there anyone who bullies others like this? She felt wronged. She was angry. She was puzzled. Concubine An's background is the An family. She is different from other concubines in the harem. She knows that Li Lingwan is a ruthless person who looks weak but is actually more vicious than her. Yuya sneered. Although the prince consort hasn't said anything, isn't the truth obvious enough? Do you still want to shamelessly say that it was the prince consort who took the initiative to do that to you? Dream on. That's all I have to say. Have some dignity and take care of yourself. Ugh. Concubine An shouted angrily and swept away all the dishes and wine on the table. Immediately, the plates and wine glasses shattered to the ground. What's going on? And Jing came in quickly. He is concubine An's cousin and has the privilege of entering the harem granted by His Majesty. In addition, he was a centurion of the Golden Armor Royal Guards, and was in charge of guarding the harem gate, so he often went to Anning Palace. Seeing the little stars and the crescent moon on the ground, and Jing directly pulled out the golden knife. How dare you? Who are you? Let her go. Concubine An gritted her teeth and sulked. Concubine An knew that Li Lingwan was a cunning person, but she didn't take her seriously, otherwise she wouldn't have plotted against Zhao Kun. However, one of Li Lingwan's maids was about to bring a dying and bloody Xiaoxing into the palace and brought her to her. She pointed at her nose, threatened and scolded her, and revealed her secret card of witchcraft. The troubled times are about to begin, and she can't afford to offend Li Lingwan. Yuya sneered and left calmly. Empress, save me. At this time, the dying Xiaoxing spoke weakly. Chapter 58 set off, heading to the south camp. Can she be saved? Upon hearing the voice, concubine lowered her head and looked at her confidant. No, a former confidant. Upon hearing this, Jing squatted beside Xiaoxing and put his hand on Xiaoxing's neck. There is hope. But then, Jing shook his head again. The other party is too cruel. It will take at least 3 months to recover from these injuries, and it is not certain that I can recover my previous martial arts skills. It is very likely that after all the effort to save her, she will only be an ordinary palace maid. Your Majesty. Xiaoxing could hardly utter a sound, her eyes full of pleading. Concubine felt a little reluctant, but after hesitating for a moment, she waved her hand and said, Give him a proper burial. Xiaoxing opened his eyes wide. That kind of destiny card does exist. But what concubine did to Zhao Kungan was not Xiaoxing's life card. This was equivalent to concubine changing her method to gain Zhao Kungan's greater trust, placing Xiaoxing next to Zhao Kungan, and waiting for the critical moment to play a role. But I didn't expect that the people in the prince consort's mansion were so violent. Just destroy Xiaoxing. You even come to my house to bully me, so I have to bring an army to punish you. Jing carried Xiaoxing and was about to leave. Xiaoxing was desperate. She couldn't believe that her good master, the one to whom she was completely loyal, had abandoned her like this. She can still be saved. Etc. Concubine suddenly called a halt. A glimmer of hope emerged in Xiaoxing's eyes. Empress, you still care about me, right? Since you're almost a corpse, don't waste the treasure I worked so hard to cultivate. Concubine said in a cold voice. These words made Xiaoxing close his eyes. Empress. Okay. You are so nice. Why did I follow a master like you? Don't let me survive. Laugh. Ugh. Xiaoxing wailed, and then she rolled her eyes. Several insects that looked like 3 times larger ants crawled out of her ears and landed on Concubine's hands. The real life card is actually Concubine herself. She turned herself into a big bug. The queen insect is nourished by her blood. In a similar way to Li Lingwan using poison tea to control her subordinates, Concubine used poisonous insects to control her subordinates. If she died, the mother insect would not have enough blood to nourish itself and would go crazy. Then all the people who were poisoned by her poisonous insects would die. It's just that it's too difficult to cultivate this bug, and most people can't stand it if it gets into their brains. Otherwise, she would have given it to Zhao Kungan to use. As soon as the poisonous insect came out, Xiaoxing fainted. Change the meal. Concubine put away the insects, and immediately sat on the stool as if nothing had happened. Jing carried the unconscious Xiaoxing away. A grand funeral? Give a slave a grand funeral? Jing sneered and gave a gold leaf to a golden-armored imperial guard. Buy a good coffin, dig a hole, and bury him. Yes. The golden-armored imperial guard agreed and pushed Xiaoxing away on a cart. He then found an ordinary imperial guard, along with the cart and Xiaoxing, and said, 20 taels of silver. Dig a hole and bury him. Yes, sir. The imperial guards pushed Xiaoxing away and, taking advantage of the sparse crowds at night, found a random city guard at the gate and said, 2 taels of silver, find a place to bury him. Rest assured. The city guard happily accepted the silver and pushed the cart forward a few steps. When he saw a civilian, he immediately stopped him and said to him, I'll sell you the cart. Give me 2 taels of silver and then dispose of the body. The laborer's face was swollen from being beaten, and 2 taels of silver were taken away from him. Looking at the bloody Xiaoxing, tears streamed down his face. He would accept any corpse of a beautiful palace maid. This bloody. The laborer pushed the cart for a long time. When the palace walls were no longer in sight, he casually pushed the body into a ditch on the side of the road. After cleaning the blood off the cart with mud and grass, he pulled the cart away. But Xiaoxing is not dead. After she recovered, she tried her best and spent most of the night to crawl to the side of the road. Zhao Kungan got up early in the morning. He turned pale. Legs. His legs were no longer useful, so he had to sit on a stretcher. The princess asked a famous craftsman in Shida to make him a large, comfortable, and padded stretcher made of pure wood. It can't stand at all. I can't even stand up. As soon as the foot touched the ground, the legs shook like a sieve. Her Royal Highness the princess really does what she says. Maybe it's because he has a foundation in martial arts and good physical fitness. Zhao Kungan is really clean now. Entered the saint state. Even if the fairy sister was in front of me, it wouldn't work at all. Emptiness is emptiness. What needs to be done must be done. Select troops and generals. This trip is to pick people. The barracks can only be taken out when the real departure is made. Once they are taken out of the barracks, they must set off immediately according to the route, and they must report and count the number of people at the post station within the specified time. If a set of armor is missing on the road, it will be a serious crime. The weapons are okay. Armor and oishi regulations are extremely strict. So does the military. If you miss the reporting time at the post station, you must explain the reason. The marching speed has been calculated. When a general leads his troops out, he has absolutely no chance to do private business. If the reporting time is delayed by more than 3 days, it will be regarded as a rebellion, and the garrisons in the surrounding cities and the troops in the nearby camps will come out directly to quell the rebellion. After collecting the grain, Li Lingwan carefully explained these rules to Zhao Kungan. As for how to choose people, Li Lingwan asked Yuya to follow Zhao Kungan for close protection, and let Zhao Kungan choose whatever he wanted. Going to Nanhuang City is a tough job. Those who have connections, abilities, and ideas are unwilling to go. Li Lingwan knew this, so she probably couldn't be picky, and being able to choose was considered a favor. No matter how picky you are, you will just pick the tallest among the short ones. As for the soldiers, the Shida South camp will definitely not give them elite troops. 5,000 armored soldiers are just a bunch of misfits. As long as they are not captured civilians to make up the numbers, it will be fine. There are more than 80 people working in Zhao Kungan's business. There were 60 guards brought with them for show, all of them were wearing armor and holding swords, and 10 of them were riding tall horses. 10 maids followed to serve. There were 10 servants, 2 of whom carried sunshades with the words, Jinju Fuma Mansion, on them, and the other 8 took turns carrying the stretcher in groups of 4. On one side of Zhao Kungan is Xior, and on the other side is Yuya. They are in this line of work and are very ostentatious. It's quite beautiful. They set off at daybreak. Just as they were passing not far from the imperial palace, the riders who were exploring the way ahead suddenly returned. Stop! The team stopped moving forward. Qi Baiqiang, the centurion guarding the Jinju prince consort's residence, rode his horse to a spot not far from Zhao Kungan, dismounted, handed his horse to another guard, and trotted to Zhao Kungan's side. Prince consort, we found a bloody woman on the road ahead. She's wearing a green palace dress and is still breathing. Judging from her clothes, she must have been thrown out of the palace. A bloody woman in a green palace dress? Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment. It sounds strangely familiar. Yuya leaned close to Zhao Kungan's ear and said, Could it be the little star I sent back last night? That old bitch concubine she threw away her confidant without any care. She has such a cruel heart. Isn't this a classic scene from film and television dramas? Recruit loyal brothers. However, could it be a self-torture tactic? Zhao Kungan cleared his throat and said, Carry me over! Let's wait and see. Chapter 59, General Qinbu Yuan. Save me! Zhao Kungan was carried to the side of the bloody Xiaoxing. The little star had fallen into a coma, but in his coma, he was still making faint sounds like a dream. If you don't listen carefully, you probably won't hear it. The desire to survive is quite strong. Zhao Kun sighed in his heart, then looked at Xiaoxing carefully. Xiaoxing's body was covered with a layer of frost, and his little face and eyebrows were snow-white, which made him look miserable. Looking at this, it really doesn't seem like the level that can be achieved by the self-torture tactic. If you think about it carefully, the injury was caused by them. If concubine was not stupid, she would not have used the torture method on them. There's no need for that. Who is the kind person? Who saves everyone? Concubine could not do such a thing. As for whether Zhao Kungan is a good person, the answer is no. Although Zhao Kungan has only been in society for a short time, he is well aware of the evil ways of society. Saving people may not necessarily be as beautiful as they are portrayed in TV dramas. Yuya saw Zhao Kungan coming to Xiaoxing's side, and saw that the man was Xiaoxing, so she rubbed her face. You can even encounter this? It turns out to be this guy Xiaoxing. Yuya squatted down and placed her hand on Xiaoxing's neck. After about a minute, she looked at Zhao Kungan, who was still hesitant about whether to save her or not. I beat her. I know. Judging from her current condition, she can be saved, but there's a high probability that even if she is saved, she will only be a useless person. If nothing unexpected happens, it's because concubine knew that saving her would be useless, so she threw her out to fend for herself. Originally, Zhao Kungan was still hesitant. He is a relatively indecisive person. At least, I have had in-depth communication with this little star. I'm also afraid that if I save him, there will be problems later. After hearing what Yuya said, Zhao Kungan immediately made a decision. Since she would be a useless person even if she was saved, she is no threat to me. Just because we had close contact before, please save her life. Since we have decided to save people, we must save them well. Zhao Kungan said. Send her to the best clinic in Shidu and find the best doctor. We must save her life. Yes. Qi Baiqiang, the centurion of Jinju Prince Consort's mansion, agreed and immediately arranged for people to take the dying Xiaoxing away and send him to the famous medical clinic in Shidu on horseback. What Zhao Kungan didn't know was that Xiaoxing, in his hazy state, had actually taken all his words into his mind. Funny! How funny! I regarded my master as a god and was loyal to her. I would rather swallow poisonous insects to serve her. I always thought she treated me as her own sister, but when I was no longer useful to her, she simply abandoned me. I can live, but she won't save me. The affection we once had is completely ignored, as if the master is the master, and the slave is the slave. Zhao Kungan, he actually saved me. That was definitely his voice. I can't forget it. Yuya said I was a useless person, but he still asked someone to save me. Send me to the best clinic in Shidu and see the best doctor. He must save me. Zhao Kungan, I will no longer recognize any concubine. If I, Xiaoxing, can survive, I, Xiaoxing, will be yours. For eternity. For eternity. Xiaoxing's consciousness was screaming madly. Zhao Kungan did not take saving Xiaoxing seriously, but just regarded it as a small episode on the road. After all, he was just a disabled person and could not pose a threat to him. After seeing Xiaoxing off, the group continued their journey. Shidu is very big. It takes most of a day to travel from the Imperial Palace, the political center of Shidu, to the South Camp. This is why Zhao Kungan and others set out early in the morning. They wanted to reach the South Camp before sunset, select their soldiers and generals, stay in an inn for one night, and then set off back the next day. The rest of the journey was very smooth. 4 p.m. Zhao Kungan and his group arrived at the legendary South Camp. It was the first time that Zhao Kungan had seen such a spectacular sight. It was a wooden high-rise building and a fence wall, connected end to end, with countless large black tents. It was impossible to count how many tents there were, and Zhao Kungan could not see the end of the tents. At the gate of the South Camp, the most elite soldiers of the Dashi Empire are stationed. They are usually 2 meters tall, wearing iron armor plated with a layer of silver paint, wearing silver cheek guards on their heads, and holding 3-meter-long sickles. From a distance, they looked like solemn metal fortresses. Their terrifying height and the iron armor on their bodies made them look murderous. The terrifying evil and murderous aura emanating from the hordes of soldiers would make ordinary people piss their shit out of their wits just by looking at them from afar. Pedestrians, stop and announce your names! Before Zhao Kungan and his team got within 100 meters of the military camp, they were stopped by patrolling soldiers. Carry me forward. Zhao Kungan was not scared to death. He still has some courage. The 4 servants, their legs trembling, carried Zhao Kungan on a stretcher and walked forward tremblingly. Zhao Kungan faced the tall soldier and said, I am General Zhao Kungan, the young brave general. Under the imperial decree of His Majesty, I have come to the southern camp to select a general and 5,000 soldiers to escort food and fodder to Nanhuang City soon. As Zhao Kungan was speaking, Yuya had already taken out the golden imperial edict and held it high. Please! When the tall soldier saw the imperial edict, he bowed hurriedly, pounded his heart with his right fist, and lowered his head. They made way for the barracks. At the same time, some people hurried to the military camp to report. The Emperor's edict is not something that ordinary soldiers can read. Only the highest general in their military camp, or the temporary highest general in the military camp, can check and verify and exercise the right to let Zhao Kungan appoint a general. Half an hour ago. Shidu, South Camp, and the Central Military Wooden Building. Yuan, the captain of the 3 armies and a veteran general in the southern camp of Shidu, had already sat down at the head seat at the long table early in the morning. The southern camp had 500,000 main soldiers, 300,000 force soldiers, and 200,000 logistics personnel. 50 captains of 10,000 men, 3 military commanders who were forced to follow the army, and 10 logistics officers entered the meeting room in the wooden building of the Central Army early in the morning. Everyone here is their own people. For example, the military governors and civil officials sent by the emperor had not received any orders to come for the meeting. Chen Buiyuan is 3 meters and 70 centimeters tall, weighs 2,000 kilograms, and wears a set of custom-made giant armor weighing 1,000 kilograms. The stools are as wide as 3-seater sofas. On the weapon rack behind Chen Buiyuan was a 5-meter-long meteorite iron spear, weighing more than 500 kilograms. General Chen Buiyuan, who had fought many battles, once had the most brilliant record of killing 78 enemy soldiers with one shot. He truly relied on his numerous military achievements to sit on the position of captain of the 3 armies in the southern camp. Moreover, he is the eldest son of the current head of the Chen family, a prominent family in Shidu. Not only does he have outstanding military achievements, but his status is also extremely noble. In the future, he will inherit the title of Duke Qingjiaxing Mangong. Chen Buiyuan. The emperor's test has begun. That idiotic prince consort ordered 5,000 armored soldiers. Just give him the worst 5,000 armored soldiers he forced to join the army. As for the generals, those are the useless ones who are still breathing. He can pick whatever he wants. Although the emperor may not live long, we must respect him. This old man is the most terrifying before he dies. Yes. The voices answering Chen Buiyuan were uniform. All are obeyed. Chapter 65,000 Elites. General Xiaoyong is here. Boom. I'm sorry for not welcoming you in person. Boom boom. Outside the south camp of Shidu, Zhao Kungan and his group stopped and waited for the general in charge of the south camp to come out and confirm the imperial edict. There is an imperial edict. Outsiders are not allowed to enter the Dashi Empire military camp without the permission of the general stationed there. This is an iron rule. Zhao Kungan and others were waiting, when suddenly, their ears suddenly rang. Then, Zhao Kungan heard the sound of the earth shaking. Also, a man's voice as strong as a landslide. Before meeting the man in front of him, Zhao Kungan felt that Zhu Zhuyun was the biggest giant he had ever seen. But after seeing the man in front of him, Zhao Kungan suddenly felt that Zhu Zhuyun seemed to be just an ordinary girl who was a little taller in comparison. Damn it! Zhao Kungan felt as if he saw a mountain. This time it was a real mountain. 3 meters 7. What the hell is this? Don't forget. And weighs 2,000 pounds. 1,000 gene armor. It's as heavy as a small pickup truck. You have to know that this is a flesh man, not made of iron like a truck. In comparison, the 2-meter-tall soldiers who originally looked tall and majestic looked like small toys. Zhao Kungan, who is about 1.8 meters tall, is also one of the smaller toys. The maids and servants who served Zhao Kungan were unable to withstand the majestic aura of that mountain, and were frightened to tears. The guards are okay, after all they are all soldiers. The legs of those carrying the stretcher were so weak that they were about to collapse. One of them was so scared that he peed his pants and ran away. Fortunately, Yu Yan next to him was quick-witted, otherwise Zhao Kungan on the stretcher would have been thrown out. Is this the real general of the Dashi Empire? Looking at Chen Buiyuan, Zhao Kungan didn't feel the slightest desire to fight. Just that physique, coupled with that terrifying armor. How much lethality would this have on the battlefield of cold weapons? Really strong. Zhao Kun fucked him, but his entire body was not as thick as the other man's arm. This is because Zhao Kungan has muscles, not the kind of long, thin dog that breaks at the slightest touch. I'm afraid that ordinary pistol bullets cannot penetrate armor. Zhao Kungan is so awesome that he is convinced that such a thing can be used. There is really no way to criticize this, it is really strong. Ha 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 ha. Looking at Zhao Kungan lying on the stretcher with a confused look on his face, Chen Buiyuan burst into laughter. Oh shit! Zhao Kungan cursed in his heart, his ears were buzzing from the laughter, and his face turned pale. This guy is so awesome. Zhao Kungan estimated that if the other party's voice was louder, he would be deafened. He now realized that Chang Fei's roar on the bridge could scare away Cao Cao's pursuers. The sound is so loud that anyone who hears it will be confused. Zhao Kungan looked at the people around him again. The guards had their weapons dropped to the ground, and they were all covering their ears with painful expressions on their faces. All the maids and servants fell down. The servants who were carrying the sedan chair in the house were completely wiped out, and the whole place was falling down. It's a crescent moon. The crescent-shaped hand, which looked very slender and was not even as big as a chilibun, was actually holding the huge stretcher steadily. Not to mention the weight of the stretcher, Zhao Kungan on it alone weighs more than 100 kilograms. One hand, holding it up steadily. The crescent moon stands still. Like a miniature mountain. Although the person is small, he gives people a strange sense of heaviness. Chen Buyuan's gaze moved down to Yuya's face. Yuya raised her head and looked directly at Chen Buyuan without saying a word. The two looked at each other for a long time. During this time, the surroundings were dead silent. Zhao Kungan tilted his head and felt the coolness on his face. It was blood, flowing out of his ear and passing through his face. As expected, his eardrum was ruptured. This soldier's order is not that easy. About 5 or 6 minutes passed. Chen Buyuan withdrew his gaze from Yuya's face and looked at Zhao Kungan. Oh, my lord, I have been looking forward to seeing you every day since I received the imperial decree. I have been looking forward to seeing you left and right, and now you are finally here. For a moment I was a little excited. Please don't blame me, lord, please don't blame me. Obeying the emperor's order is one thing. But if we want to take away 5,000 soldiers from him, even if we are going to force them to join the army, it will still be 5,000 people. Even if it is 5,000 animals, it is still a considerable number. However, the troops were all the emperor's troops. But he was officially short of 5,000 men. Chen Buyuan must be unhappy. This was a warning he gave to Zhao Kungan. General, you're joking. How dare I blame you? Zhao Kungan forced a smile on his face and said. When he took a bite, he immediately felt a fishy and sweet taste in his throat, which was the taste of blood. I hope the shock won't cause internal bleeding. 4-stroke stuff. Zhao Kungan cursed in his heart. Chen Buyuan could hear the sarcasm in Zhao Kungan's tone. He smiled to himself and didn't care. Please come in, my lord. I have already ordered people to prepare 5,000 elite soldiers for you. I have also called a large number of generals, and they are waiting for you to choose. Wasteful prince consort. He was forced to join the army with 5,000 useless people. What is forced conscription? They also have a more resounding name, cannon fodder. They are the waste left over or eliminated from various barracks. They are either the old, weak, sick and disabled, or old soldiers who are difficult to control, or old hands who are troublesome, or new recruits who have not yet been trained. These people are the consumables, placed at the forefront during the war charge. If you dare to look back, the supervisory team behind you will shoot you with an arrow. These forced soldiers also understood their fate, so after being assigned to the military camps, they began their daily lives of idleness. When the war starts, it almost means when you die. It's better than conscripting men into service, but only slightly better. Chen Buyuan walked in front. After a few minutes, the people led by Zhao Kungan calmed down, got back on the sedan chair, and entered the military camp. Chen Buyuan did not check the imperial edict, and there was no need to do so. In Dashi's time, no one dared to pretend to lead the troops, as that would mean the whole clan would be exterminated. After a while of travel, Chen Buyuan pointed to a group of old, weak, and sick people idly standing on the training ground nearby and said, 5,000 elite soldiers, that's over there. Some of those people were in their 60s or 70s, and their hair was all gray. The smaller ones are not even as high as a horse's back. This elite. Zhao Kungan looked over and was shocked. Moreover, he saw a woman. Damn it! It would be fine if they were old, weak, sick or disabled. After all, this is the south camp of the Great Stone Empire. Why are there women there? What's going on? This is too much. Chen Buyuan also noticed Zhao Kungan's gaze. He couldn't help laughing, but when he noticed Zhao Kungan looking at him with a frown on his face, he turned serious. Those women were originally prostitutes following the logistics camp. Since you have less than 5,000 elite soldiers here, I guess the subordinates took the initiative to transfer them to you. Don't worry, although they are prostitutes and have no ability to go to the battlefield, you, my son-in-law, are escorting food and fodder to Nanhuang City. The mountains are high and the road is long, but at least they can help you relieve boredom on the way, haha. At the end of the story, Chen Buyuan couldn't hold it in any longer and burst into hysterical laughter. Damn, who brought the prostitute here? Ha! I really don't treat this useless prince consort as a human being. Chapter 61, Feigning Compromise. Are you laughing at your mother? If Zhao Kungan couldn't beat him, he would have just started cursing. Now I can only curse in my heart. When I go back next time, I will have to upgrade my equipment. The upgraded electric pig device may not be able to deal with this thing. Ordinary bullets probably can't kill this guy with one shot. Let's see if we can get an RPG, or a sniper rifle with anti-tank armor-piercing bullets. I don't believe that you look like a tank and can be harder than a tank's armor. Little brother, no, the second big brother, when the time comes and we meet, you will know that your brother Kuan is still your brother Kuan. This is too bad. They don't even send us away to guard the courtyard. Next to Zhao Kungan's stretcher, Xiao was chewing a cucumber that she got from somewhere, and said with great dissatisfaction. This definitely expressed what Zhao Kungan was really thinking. When I was at the door, I saw the tall and strong soldiers on duty. They were generally 2 meters tall, wearing silver-painted iron armor. Each of them was majestic and strong, and exuded a murderous aura. The absolute elite. Zhao Kungan was drooling at the sight. Wouldn't it be awesome to command 5,000 soldiers like this? Zhao Kungan felt so confident that the chaotic world had begun, and he would be the overlord of the region. But when he entered and saw the actual number of armors allocated to him, I was shocked. It's simply the show of a seller on Taobao and the show of a buyer. The gap is too big. It can't even be called a gap. They are not on the same level at all. Zhao Kungan even doubted whether those people of such old age could walk to Nanhuang City alive. It's such a long way, so it must be a lot of trouble. There were only 5,000 soldiers in total, and a few hundred women who were professional prostitutes in the barracks. After subtracting more than 1,000 old ones, more than 1,000 young ones, and a few hundred sick ones lying around in the sun, there were still a little over 2,000 decent soldiers. Even these regular soldiers have an average height of less than 1.7 meters, which is a huge difference from those who are 2 meters tall. The more Zhao Kun looked at it, the more headache he felt. Xiao, don't tell the truth. Yuya scolded softly. This is the South Camp, someone else's territory. This is clearly a loss, and we have no choice but to accept it. Oh. Xiao continued to eat her cucumber. Your Majesty, let me make a quibble. After Chen Buyuan finished laughing, he was ready to explain briefly. His subordinates had indeed gone too far, and those prostitutes, this was too embarrassing. Beside Chen Buyuan, a civil servant in his 40s wearing a red robe hurriedly said, Sir, it's an explanation. Yes, that's what I meant, General. Chen Buyuan nodded. He didn't care about Zhao Kungan's attitude at all. If it weren't for the imperial edict, he wouldn't bother with Zhao Kungan. We gave you these bad soldiers on purpose. Chen Buyuan's words completely chilled the atmosphere. Yuya's face was cold. This is a bit too arrogant and bullying. But she was trained, and even if she was angry, she wouldn't get angry for no reason. I understand. Zhao Kun nodded with a dry laugh. Just wait for me. Don't look down on the young people because they are poor. It doesn't matter anymore. After all, he is someone else's person, so he would accept Yang Bihan's offer of 5,000 yuan. It doesn't matter who it is given to. What matters is the 5,000 armored soldiers and the organization of the 5,000 accompanying troops. Make money! Go back to the city and buy food. As long as there is food, troubled times will come and there is no need to worry about the growth of one's own power. Zhao Kungan didn't think that far ahead. He didn't think about conquering cities and territories, or becoming a king after the chaos. He wanted to protect himself and have the strength to rest assured, so that he wouldn't be in trouble like today. Chen Buyuan lowered his head and looked at Zhao Kungan on the stretcher. Do you understand? The huge shadow of Chen Buyuan, which was 3.7 meters tall, almost completely covered Zhao Kungan. Moreover, Zhao Kungan confirmed one thing. This Chen Buyuan doesn't brush his teeth. When Zhao Kungan lowered his head and opened his mouth, he smelled a disgusting stench that almost made him vomit. Of course, I sympathize with the general. You are stationed in the southern camp of Shidu, guarding the southern gate of Shidu. How could I, a humble servant, divert the core force of Shidu's defense by merely traveling to the borderlands? I am deeply moved. General, you would rather the Emperor misunderstand that you want to retain elite troops for your own benefit, while you truly want to concentrate your forces to defend Shidu and the imperial city. I admire you wholeheartedly. When Zhao Kungan said this, his face was full of sincerity, without any trace of deception on his face. In fact, graduate from university and enter society. After experiencing a few explosive bosses, a smart person can be trained to speak differently to different people in just a few days. Not to mention, the boss of the flash delivery outsourcing company that Zhao Kungan worked for was the explosive Nicholas Sima boss. Zhao Kungan didn't make any mistakes before, so there was no opportunity to deduct money. I didn't expect that getting in a car accident could be a reason to fire him. Boss Sima has always been trying to get free wages, constantly hiring new people who don't have to buy insurance and are easier to control. During the internship period, they get little pay, and those with soft ideas are fired when they are found to have problems, without receiving any salary. But if the other party has hard ideas and there is a quarrel, then they are paid the salary they deserve. This is so shameless. But even with this, Boss Sima really can drive a luxury car and live in a luxury house. Zhao Kungan was trained by Boss Sima. He can tell lies sincerely. Qin Buiyuan was stunned. Do you really think so? Zhao Kungan spoke with deep emotion. This comes from the bottom of my heart. Before I came here, I was very curious about what kind of person you are. I was even a little dissatisfied with you. How can you, who are only in your 20s or 30s, hold such a high position and power? After seeing you today, I am convinced. Your fighting ability and your character, I have only one word to admire. In the camp, your fighting power is unparalleled. As a subordinate, you are good at commanding your subordinates, and as a superior, you are loyal to the emperor and patriotic. No wonder you are the grand commander of this southern camp. You are a general who has fought many battles. You are the future Lord Xingman. The ups and downs of his flattering voice, coupled with the deep admiration and tears in his eyes, were simply unbeatable. After hearing this, Qin Buiyuan was stunned. After a long while, he finally laughed. Ha ha! General! The red-robed official gently nudged Qin Buiyuan's knee with his arm. Cough! Qin Buiyuan cleared his throat, put away his seemingly unintelligent smile, and said seriously, Your Excellency, I am too kind. The matter of recruiting soldiers is not solely my decision. The number of my subordinates is ridiculous. I will replace them with 200 elite soldiers for you, Your Excellency, to protect your safety and ensure that you reach Nanhuang City without worries. Thank you, General. I am so excited that I can't express it in words. Zhao Kungan's face was full of gratitude. Qin Buiyuan nodded and said, All right, Ji-Ran, you go with the Prince Consort to pick a general. Prince Consort, I have something else to do, so I won't stay with you any longer. General, please do as you please. Yes, General. A tall human captain wearing golden armor and a red cloak stepped out. He looked at Zhao Kungan with disdain and strode ahead to lead the way. Damn it! What a bullshit! Zhao Kungan curled his lips. It was not his territory, so he was unhappy. Any guy who comes out dares to look down on him. Gotta change. Chapter 62. You are anxious, but don't be anxious yet. Not long after, Ji-Ran brought Zhao Kungan and others to a large tent. They're all here, take your pick. Ji-Ran said this and sat on the stool. Yuya whispered in Zhao Kungan's ear. This is the tent of the 1,000-man commander. I guess these are his centurions. 10 big men in ordinary iron armor but with slightly different patterns on their breastplates and armed guards stood there. There were blue beads on the metal spikes on their helmets, while the ordinary soldiers had only spikes on their helmets. When Zhao Kungan was carried in, these people looked at him unscrupulously. Zhao Kungan was lying on a stretcher with a pale face, looking sick and weak. They misjudged the weakness of this illness. Zhao Kungan's illness has almost recovered, but he is indeed weak. That is because he collected too much money from the princess, resulting in a loss. Zhao Kungan looked at those big men. They were all ordinary middle-aged centurions. Most of them had a murderous aura. There were also 2 who looked very fair. They were probably relatives of some big shot. Xior frowned. These are all centurions. Can we pick some of them to be deputy generals in charge of 5,000 armored soldiers? Are they capable? Xior, this child is speaking the truth. Ji-Ran said angrily. How dare you call your 5,000 men the 5,000 armor? They are just a bunch of old, weak, sick and disabled people, among whom there are even hundreds of prostitutes. It's a joke. I can bring out my centurions for you to choose from instead of giving you a few ordinary soldiers. You are already thankful for it. It was obvious that Ji-Ran looked down on Zhao Kungan's flattery. He looked down on Zhao Kun, a son-in-law who couldn't even walk by himself. Yushio angrily said, How can you talk like that? We are here on the orders of His Majesty, and this is how you treat His Majesty's will. Ji-Ran's expression changed. If Yushio related her words to the imperial edict, he would have no way to refute it. After all, he is not Qin Buiyuan. Xior. Zhao Kungan called out softly. Yushio pouted, but still kept quiet. She naturally couldn't bear to see her own husband suffer any loss. Yuya wanted to speak, but after seeing Yu Xiao had already said it, she stopped talking. It would be fine if Chen Buiyuan was arrogant. As a captain of 1,000 men, he really takes himself too seriously, which is not right. They couldn't afford to offend Chen Buiyuan, but the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion was definitely not made of clay. Zhao Kungan is not only the consort of Jinju, but also the governor and lord of Nanhuang City. He is the young and brave general personally appointed by His Majesty, and he even has an imperial edict in his hand. Go to the camp and choose someone. I'll just pick someone who's willing to go with me, and that'll be it. Zhao Kungan spoke. He could see that these centurions were unwilling to go with him. They would rather stay in the South Camp as centurions than go out with him to get promoted, make money, become deputy generals, and command 5,000 soldiers. This is strange. But Zhao Kun thought about it and realized that troubled times were coming, so this was normal. In troubled times, everything will be reshuffled. Instead of following such a useless son-in-law, it seems better to stay in the camp and prepare to make achievements. Well, you said it yourself, Prince Consort. Jiran was very happy. His centurion was reluctant to send him away. Of course, except for the two that came down from above. Zhao Kun nodded. I said it myself? Jiran took Zhao Kun to the training ground. Normally, the soldiers of the Stone Kingdom would conduct drills for no less than 2 hours. Seeing Zhao Kungan and his group of outsiders, the soldiers who were training looked at him with curiosity. In an important military location like Nanding, sometimes no outsiders come for several years, let alone a group of people. Everyone stop for a moment. Jiran spoke. 10 centurions followed him. Upon hearing this, the soldiers who were training stopped. Jiran continued. Today, Prince Consort Jinju has come with an imperial decree from Emperor Dashi. He will select one man from our camp to be the deputy general who will escort food and fodder to Nanhuang City. He will command 5,000 armored troops alongside Prince Consort Jinju. Prince Consort Jinju said he wants to select someone who is willing to go with him. Now anyone who is interested can come forward. After saying that, Jiran looked at Zhao Kungan jokingly. He was looking forward to Zhao Kungan's next expression. Who among the people in Nandang would voluntarily follow you? Quiet. The scene was eerily quiet. No one moved, no one moved. Jiran looked at the quiet crowd and smiled at Zhao Kungan. My lord, I'm so sorry. How about I just assign you someone? Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't be able to find anyone willing to follow you in my tent today, or in your entire life. Zhao Kun pursed his lips. This scene seems familiar. Zhao Kungan had been to school before, so it was like the principal coming into the class and asking the head teacher in front of him. Are you dissatisfied with your head teacher in any way? If you are dissatisfied, feel free to speak up. Damn it, who dares to speak out in public? If you don't settle the score after the autumn, you will be killed. Even if someone is tempted, they would definitely not dare to step forward because they cannot afford the cost of not being selected. That means you have to leave the South Camp voluntarily. If you are not selected, you will be ostracized to death. Even real death. You are anxious, but don't be anxious yet, Captain G. Zhao Kungan said slowly. Being my deputy general is very rewarding. I, the consort of Jinju, General Xiaoyong, and the lord of Nanhuang City have promised that the deputy general's family can accompany the troops to Nanhuang City. Upon successful arrival, they will be awarded a set of 3-story mansions and a position in the city lord's mansion. I will personally increase their monthly salary tenfold and grant Nanhuang City 500 acres of fertile land. Today, I will take the first 200 people who stand up and are willing to follow me. You don't have to worry too much. I will inform my good brother, General Chen Buiyuan, and exchange you for the 200 elite soldiers he promised me. The first 200 people who follow me can also bring their families, and their monthly salary will be 5 times what you get in the South Camp. After entering Nanhuang City, I promise each of you a courtyard and 20 acres of fertile land. He spoke slowly, not in a hurry at all, and his voice was not loud. But it caused a huge storm among this group of soldiers. Everyone opened their eyes wide, including Jiran and the centurions beside him. Can I bring my family? A 3-story house? The actual job of the city lord's mansion? Monthly allowance increased tenfold? Most importantly, there are 500 acres of fertile land in Nanhuang City? What kind of concept is this? Even the first 200 people who followed were able to bring their families. Their monthly salary would be increased 5-fold, and they would also have a house with a yard and 20 acres of fertile land. This treatment is too exaggerated. This made the originally dry journey to Nanhuang City suddenly moist and full of oil and water. To put it in context, it means being promoted from an intern to vice president of a branch company, being rewarded with a manor, a tenfold salary increase, and 500 acres of land. You know, in ancient times, land was almost equivalent to food. It was life. The soldiers looked at each other. Their attitudes were all aroused. Zhao Kungan smiled. Although I have never been a boss, haven't I seen a pig run? Let's just give you the real thing. If you are not moved, that's my problem. I didn't give you enough. Chapter 63. Jiran surrenders. Queen Jin Huang sends a bird. No one has come forward yet? Just one more fire missing. Zhao Kungan narrowed his eyes, then widened them again and said, Whoever stands up first will be my deputy general. This thing requires drastic measures. This sentence is absolutely powerful. People are all ambitious. Almost as soon as Zhao Kungan's voice fell, Jiran took a step forward and roared at the same time. Zhao Kungan was stunned. Buddy? Didn't we agree to pick the soldiers below? Also, aren't you very disdainful of me? Why are you the first to speak up? The centurions under Jiran were stunned. Those soldiers who were eager to try were also confused. Jiran's performance also made those who were still hesitating and wavering make up their minds. This is a very important choice. It concerns the future destiny. But what Zhao Kungan gave was really too much. Otherwise, how could Jiran, the captain of 1,000 men, give up his position in the south camp and choose to leave with Zhao Kungan? I stood up too. My lord, I stand up too. Choose me. I'm very strong. Me, and me. Take me away. I am willing to follow you, General Xiaoyong. Damn it, all of you, move aside. You have to be strong to follow the prince consort. Then whoever has the bigger fist has the final say. Originally, no one dared to express their opinion first. But now, a large number of people are standing forward, competing for the 200 places, and it seems that they are about to fight. The centurions, who were usually strict, surprisingly failed to discipline their men this time. Because they were doing their own thing and were almost about to fight with Jiran. Captain, this is not right. We agreed to choose one from among the centurions. Why did you go up alone? Yeah, that's immoral. As the captain of the hideous South Camp, how can you follow us to Nanhuang City? Who will lead these 1,000 soldiers? The general will definitely not agree to this. That's right, this opportunity belongs to us brothers. Jiran's face darkened. The general wants a deputy general who can manage 5,000 soldiers. You are just centurions. If I give you 5,000 men, can you manage them well? After speaking gloomily to the centurions, Jiran put on a smile and looked at Zhao Kungan. General, city lord, prince consort, my ability is undoubtedly the strongest, and I was the first to stand up as you said. This big man obviously wasn't very good at flattery, but he was already trying his best to flatter. Oh. People. You looked down on my behavior just now, but now you start to do the same. Zhao Kungan nodded. This Jiran must have some skills to be able to become a captain of 1,000 men. I, Zhao Kungan, always keep my word. You will be my deputy general. Your name is Jiran, right? Help me pick 200 men from those who have stood up. As for you being my deputy general, you can talk to the general yourself. He won't disagree. I can't be the one selecting the deputy generals according to His Majesty's order, and he won't disagree. Zhao Kungan's meaning is simple. If you disagree with the deputy general I choose, it means you disagree with the emperor's edict. Yes, general. Jiran stood straight and agreed with a smile. Seeing that the matter was done, the expressions of the centurions who had been arguing just now changed, and when they looked at Jiran, they had ingratiating smiles on their faces again. Captain, choose me, choose me. Take me with you, I will serve you tea and water. And me, I'm the most loyal. I'll help you manage the people below you, and I'll definitely be able to use you easily. Captain, I'm a good fighter. You know, the road to Nanhuang City is long and steep, with many bandits lurking around. I'm definitely useful. They looked at Jiran and spoke of their own value with a smile. It's done, let's go. Zhao Kungan yawned. The actual situation of these 5,000 armors was so bad that he felt sleepy. Take your time. There are no useless workers, only useless bosses, who don't know how to use people. Zhao Kungan is confident that he can make the most of these 5,000 armored soldiers. Farewell, General Xiaoyong. Jiran still had some color. Seeing Zhao Kungan and his group about to leave, he quickly clasped his fists and bowed. Farewell, General Xiaoyong! For a moment, the world suddenly became quiet. This battalion of more than 1,000 people, with empty hands, bowed and clasped their fists, while those holding spears and halberds pounded their right fists on their left chests, and they shouted in unison. These thousands of voices speaking at the same time formed a rolling wave. The sound was deafening. Now, they have great respect for Zhao Kungan, the possible future boss. Zhao Kungan nodded dryly and hummed a word through his nose. Cool. This is a respectful farewell by thousands of people. To exchange it for the earth would be like all the men, young and old, from a large village coming out in an orderly manner to bow respectfully and see it off. Very majestic. Zhao Kungan couldn't help but think, if it feels so good to have thousands of people bowing to him, then wouldn't it be so good for the emperor to accept tens of thousands of people kneeling and bowing to him every day when he goes to court? The departure was very smooth. South Camp, the wooden building of the central military camp. Chen Buiyuan strode into the tall wooden building. The red-robed scholar Yang Yanqing trotted after him. After entering the house, Yang Yanqing nodded at the soldiers at the door. Immediately, the soldiers understood and closed the tall door specially made for the wooden building and quickly left the vicinity of the door. Chen Buiyuan went to the back hall of the meeting room in the wooden building. So is Yang Yanqing. The two were talking to Zhao Kungan when Chen Buiyuan suddenly saw a flying bird with golden feathers. Then, he left the rest of the matters to Jiran and hurried back. In the back hall, the palm-sized golden-feathered bird had already landed on Chen Buiyuan's huge main seat in the back hall. Boom! Chen Buiyuan knelt on the ground respectfully. With his huge body, it was very difficult for him to kneel down, and the metal armor rubbed against each other, making a loud noise. The red-robed official Yang Yanqing also knelt to the left of Chen Buiyuan, one position behind him. After they knelt down, they clasped their hands respectfully and bent their straight upper bodies. General Chen Buiyuan pays homage to the Golden Phoenix Queen Zanvo. Your servant, Yang Yanqing, pays homage to the Golden Phoenix Queen Zanvo. The little flying bird tilted its head up in a human-like manner, watching the two people kneel down. Its round black eyes rolled around, waiting for the two to sing the words of greeting before it spoke. It was clearly a bird, but when it opened its beak, a woman's cold voice came out. I will return to Shidu in 3 days. Chen Buiyuan will lead 100,000 light cavalry to Tianshui City to welcome you. Lead troops to welcome the emperor? Chen Buiyuan's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He gritted his teeth and said, General Chen Buiyuan obeys your order. Fei Niao turned his head slightly and looked at Yang Yanqing. Yang Yanqing, I'm returning to the court this time for one reason only. My son Gu must ascend to the throne of the crown prince. Spread the word in the court. The day I return to the Stone Emperor Palace, the emperor must appoint Li Gu as the crown prince. Anyone who doesn't support Li Gu is my enemy. Dashi, everyone should know the fate of being my enemy. Chapter 64 Natural Disaster. Empress, His Majesty will not easily appoint a descendant of the Gu family as the crown prince. You are being too hasty. Doing so is tantamount to falling out with the emperor. Yang Yanqing was sweating like a waterfall. The pressure he faces is even greater than that faced by Chen Buiyuan. No matter what, Chen Buiyuan has the power and authority over 1 million soldiers and horses. If the queen really turns against the emperor and fails, then their entire lineage will be finished. I came back to have a quarrel with him. Fei Niao said this coldly, and after a pause, his voice softened a bit. The 4 camps in Shidu, east, west, south, and north, will each send out 100,000 light cavalry to welcome me. When the time comes, the emperor should know that by letting him appoint a crown prince, I am saving his reputation and that of the Li family. If he doesn't, then I will take some of the things myself and give them to my son. Crash! This time, not only Yang Yanqing, but even Chen Buiyuan, sweat was gushing out, like a volcano erupting. There was so much sweat that it almost submerged the wooden building. Fear. It's so scary. Their master actually wants to make a big move. This is an attempt to force the emperor to abdicate. What made them feel even more terrified was that the 4 major camps in Shidu were all taken over by this extremely powerful queen. Each battalion sends out 100,000 soldiers, which shows the attitude. Explain who controls this army. Yes, my lady. Yang Yanqing swallowed and agreed. He could tell that this person was getting anxious. All I can do is fight to the death. Before Zhao Kungan left, Jiran was excited. After Zhao Kungan left, he went to report to General Chen Buiyuan, and Jiran began to feel guilty. Will the general punish me severely? The imperial edict should be useful. Jiran was very nervous. But after meeting Chen Buiyuan after the notification, Jiran told him the situation. Chen Buiyuan waved his hand absent-mindedly. Alright, let's do it that way. That consort is flexible and will become a prominent figure in times of trouble. Since you're following him, you should develop well in Nanhuang City. Even in such a remote place, even if war breaks out, it will be very safe. Yes, thank you, General. Jiran bowed and took his leave. Chen Buiyuan, the terrifying, great general, is still very good to his subordinates who have risked their lives for him. Boom! Crack. Zhao Kungan and his team used the imperial edict to receive the roster and procedures for recruiting the 4,800 soldiers out of the 5,000-strong army from the south camp, and then left the south camp. Unexpectedly, after walking for a short distance, the sky suddenly became gloomy. Then there was a rumble of thunder and flashes of lightning. It's about to rain. Oh my God! Zhao Kungan looked at the sky. It wasn't even night yet, but the sky was as dark as a carbon ball. I think it will rain a lot tonight. There is no village or shop near Nanding. Now that the work is done, it is obviously impossible to go back. Yuya, hurry up and get to the town ahead as soon as possible and find an inn to stay overnight. Yes. Everyone agreed and started running. Zhao Kungan sat on the stretcher, still looking relaxed. It's not easy to travel. It would be nice if we could get some cars. The core figure, riding in a car, not afraid of wind and rain. When we rush to Nanhuang City, we must make up an excuse to get a steel mount for transportation, otherwise riding in that broken carriage will be too painful. Hualalalalo! Zhao Kungan and his team tried their best to hurry, but in the end, people could not run as fast as the dark clouds. It's raining! It was a torrential rain. The ground was crackling and pitted with the sound of hammering, and the guards were howling like ghosts. It's raining. But because the weather was too cold, some of the rain condensed into hail in the air. It was a sleet and hailstorm. Shelter from the rain! Qi Baiqiang roared loudly. The whole group immediately went into the surrounding woods to take shelter from the rain. Zhao Kungan really wanted to say, don't take shelter under the big tree, especially when it's thundering, it's very dangerous. But there was nowhere to hide except the forest. The risk of being struck by lightning is still small, but if you are outside, you will be hit on the head. The stretcher was placed on the ground. Xiao and Yuya each took an oil-paper umbrella and held it for Zhao Kungan, while Qi Baiqiang stood beside Zhao Kungan. This rain lasted for 6 hours. By the time the rain stopped, it was already 4 o'clock in the morning of the next day. The ground of Shidu was covered with a thick layer of white hail. In the woods where Zhao Kungan was taking shelter from the rain, most of the leaves on the trees had been smashed off, and branches and fallen leaves were scattered everywhere. Qi Baiqiang went to count the number of people. 2 unlucky guys were hit hard and had bloody heads. There were also more than 20 people with bumps on their heads. Fortunately, no one was killed. They brought some dry food with them. The servants and maids have already started to make a fire and cook. The guards collected firewood. After finishing the work, they sat in a circle around Zhao Kungan. Yu Xiu's hair was disheveled. She got a cooked egg from somewhere and was rolling it on her forehead. There was a big bump on each side of her forehead from the hailstones, which looked like horns and was very funny. She hissed and gasped in pain while rolling the egg. Your Majesty, this hailstorm is likely to have destroyed all of Shida's wheat this season. You need to get better soon, and we need to leave quickly. Otherwise, the grain shipped to Nanhuang City will be detained in Shida for future use. If the grain and grass from the borderland are not delivered in time, when you go to Nanhuang City, those guys in the Nanhuang City barracks will eat us. She had a head injury, but she was still thinking about Zhao Kungan. Yuya nodded and said, My lord, Xiao is right. This sudden natural disaster will probably bring about the chaos sooner than expected. We must prepare early. Once the war breaks out, it will be difficult for us to leave the center of the vortex of Shidu. Okay, after everyone has finished their meal, let's go back and pack our things. We'll be leaving soon. Zhao Kungan made a decision immediately. Eating is for sure. He was not hungry. While Xiao and Yuya were sleeping next to him, he secretly ate 2 chicken legs, a can of 8 treasure porridge, a handful of chocolate, and drank 2 bottles of Red Bull. But the people under me are not good enough. We still have to walk another 100 to 200 miles. Everyone's food consisted of coarse flour pancakes and white porridge with a few grains of rice. The prince consort's family was a wealthy one, and each person was given a small piece of coarse salt, which they would occasionally lick while eating. Make a fire and cook not only porridge, but also heat up the coarse flour pancakes that are harder than the mooncakes on August 15th on Earth and can smash Nokia phones. They will become softer when heated. After dinner, a group of people returned to the city on the hailstones covering the ground. Zhao Kungan didn't sit on the stretcher again because the ground was too slippery. He was considerate of the servants carrying the stretcher. The main reason is that I'm afraid he might fall out accidentally. Zhao Kungan rode a horse. Riding on the same horse with Yuya. He can't ride a horse. He was in the front, looking thin and smaller than his 1.80 meter tall figure. Yuya was behind him, with her hands around his waist, holding the reins. Zhao Kungan needed to bend down as much as possible, otherwise he would block Yuya's view. The two of them looked very strange. Qi Baiqiang couldn't bear to watch it any longer. "My lord, how about I ride a horse with you?" "Get out of the way!" Zhao Kungan and Yuya said in unison. Zhao Kungan didn't want to ride a horse with a man. Yuya's face was slightly red. It was a rare opportunity for her to be so close to her lover in public. "Captain Qi, why don't you ride with me?" Xiao's eyes lit up. "Ahem, miss you, I still need to explore the way," Qi Baiqiang explained and quickly rode his horse forward, away from here. Yu Xiu's round face showed a hint of pride. "Little guy, you are still shy. Report!" At this moment, two guards who were exploring the way ahead came back on horseback, looking anxious. Qi Baiqiang turned his horse around and ran to Zhao Kungan. "Hurry up and tell me!" Zhao Kungan became serious. Chapter 65, Road Blocked. Royal Clan Red Armor. "My lord, the road ahead is blocked." The guard immediately clasped his hands together, his face looking very grim. "Road closed?" Yuya opened her eyes wide, and everyone around her looked at each other in panic. Zhao Kungan keenly noticed the changes in the people around him. He was confused. "Is it strange to close the road in Dashi? Why are you all panicking?" Seeing that Zhao Kungan didn't say anything, Yuya asked. "What's the color of the armor of the soldiers blocking the road?" The guard said. "Red armor." "Red armor!" Yuya's tone was horrified, and then she frowned deeply. The guards and servants under Zhao Kungan could no longer control their emotions and began to panic. "Oh my god, it's the red armor! Isn't that the secret army of the royal family? The last time the road was blocked and the red armor appeared was a few days before the current emperor ascended the throne. Now that the red armor has reappeared, I'm afraid Shidu. Isn't your majesty in his prime now? If so, wouldn't the Stone Kingdom be in turmoil again? What bad luck! How could we have encountered such a thing? My lord, what should we do? What should we do?" As they were talking, some people started crying. Some people looked at Zhao Kungan and asked questions. "Well?" Zhao Kun was silent for a moment. He was a little confused. "Why are you crying? What do you mean? Isn't it just a road closure? Why don't we just go back later? It's impossible that in order to maintain the secrecy of troop deployment, they would kill everyone who blocked the road. Etc. Oh shit! Can't be really like this." Zhao Kun was no longer confused. At this moment, he also opened his eyes wide. Yuya, who was behind Zhao Kungan, reached out and gently pinched the soft flesh on Zhao Kungan's waist, then pulled down Zhao Kungan's clothes. Zhao Kungan knew that she had something to say, so he lowered his head and moved to the back. Yuya whispered in Zhao Kungan's ear. "Hongjia is the emperor's man. Since we've met him, we can only claim to be the emperor's men as well. With the emperor's decree, Hongjia won't make things difficult for us. However, if we do, we'll be labeled the emperor, and it won't be removable. Aren't you also the emperor's man?" Zhao Kungan was stunned at first. But soon he reacted. Since the red armor of the royal family is so important, the emperor will definitely not use it easily, let alone block the road easily. Now that it's in use, the road is closed. That means there must be some big move on another path. Once labeled as the emperor, if the emperor loses, he will be eliminated by the other party. In itself, the Jinju Prince Consort Mansion does not take sides. But at the moment, in order to avoid being blocked and cleared, we can only stand on the emperor's side. That perverted old man Li Hongwen should be quite capable. Zhao Kungan lowered his head and thought for a while. Based on his experience of watching TV dramas over the years, Li Hongwen is so crazy that he doesn't look like a stupid and useless emperor. In that case, just stick with the label. I can't let my men lose their lives now. The most important thing is to speed up the process of leaving Shidu. Here I come! Yu Xiu suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Kungan raised his head and looked forward. Suddenly, the hairs on his body stood up and he shuddered violently. Oh shit! The standard national essence burst out in my heart. Damn, damn, damn! Chase, chase, chase! The teeth of the servants and maids beside Zhao Kungan made fierce clashing sounds. All the horses in the team panicked, some ran around randomly, and some collapsed directly to the ground. The guards quickly contracted the team formation to protect Zhao Kungan in the center. Their weapons were facing outwards, but their faces were pale and they had almost no will to fight. Red. Zhao Kungan saw a hint of red at the end of the horizon. The earth continued to make dull and loud noises. Came back safely after they talked so much about Hongjia and Fenglu. Now, he understood. The road was not blocked off from the road leading to the stone city, but those in red armor maintained their formation and advanced quickly. Those on both sides just continued to advance around the two sides, while those behind carried out a mechanical and steady horizontal push to ensure that there was no survivor within the encircled area, in order to maintain the secrecy of the march. Outside the formation, other troops were deployed to block the road on a large scale under other pretexts to prevent ordinary people from mistakenly entering the blocked area. This natural disaster is a perfect excuse. Boom! 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 Crack! 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 The sound of the uniform footsteps made the earth vibrate rhythmically, and the sound of metal armor rubbing against each other turned into a deafening and terrifying marching song. At the end of the horizon, Zhao Kungan saw countless red-armored soldiers turning into a red line, steadily advancing towards the side and countless rising dust. The thick layer of hail on the ground was crushed into pieces. This countless army was filled with murderous aura, as if the murderous aura had turned into substance, making the sky, which had just cleared up, gloomy. Hold steady! Qi Baiqiang drew out his sword and growled. He was the centurion of Prince Consort Jinju's mansion, and could not cause chaos. He had already clenched his fists as hard as he could to prevent his voice from trembling. He also comes from a military background. But the army of the Dashi Empire is also different from other armies. The Red Armors are one of the most powerful armies of the royal family, led by the clan leader himself. To enter the Red Armor, there must be at least 10 enemy heads in the tent. Upon hearing this, the guards gritted their teeth and tightened their weapons. But fear and despair still spread among Zhao Kungan's team. Many people in the guardhouse were also infected by the servants and maids. Their teeth began to chatter uncontrollably, and their legs began to go weak. Having already received Yuya's reminder and weighed the pros and cons, Zhao Kungan said, "Don't panic! I am His Majesty's consort, holding His Majesty's imperial edict. I am His Majesty's man. Just watch your mouths. This consort will ensure your lives are safe." "Yes," everyone answered. Some were surprised, some were delighted, and some didn't believe it. Zhao Kungan's words had some effect, and everyone's fear was reduced a lot, but the fear still remained. Zhao Kungan dismounted, took out the imperial edict, and held it high. There was no time to continue pretending to be sick or injured. If they were directly crushed by the Red Armor army, they would be doomed. Getting closer. Getting closer and closer. They were at the end of their sight before, but in just an instant's stick of time, the Red Armor army was only 3 miles away from Zhao Kungan and his group. The footsteps became louder. Zhao Kungan clearly felt his eardrums beating, his head was full of buzzing sounds, and his heart ached from the terrifying footsteps. The distance is getting closer. Zhao Kungan and others also saw clearly the formation of the Red Armor army, and saw clearly the large group of people in front of the army who were fleeing madly towards them, and heard the screams and horrible curses between the footsteps of those people. Among the crowd being herded away, there were pale and skinny civilians, burly men, fat rich people packing their bags, and even a group of yamen runners and a county magistrate in a green official robe. They were so scared that they ran away frantically with shit and urine all over the place. The Red Armored army did not chase after them. They maintained a steady pace and indiscriminately harvested all the lives that could not run in front of them, regardless of gender, age, or status. What a horrible bunch of guys! Yu Xiu trembled. She was always strong, but she was scared to tears. Chapter 66 Red Armor. Face. My house was destroyed by hail, and I just wanted to take refuge with relatives. Please don't kill me, please soldiers, please don't kill me! I don't want to die, I'm pregnant. According to the Dashi law, treason is an unforgivable crime, and if I die after giving birth, the child will be. Laugh. Fuck you. Laugh. Master, I can't run anymore, don't leave me. Get lost. Who told you not to run? Good luck to you. Sir, please don't kill me, please don't kill me, I am a beautiful woman, I can serve you. Laugh. There are all kinds of people among the sheep being driven. Some kneel down and beg for mercy, but they will die. Some people curse loudly and are thrown to death. There was a plump and beautiful concubine weighing 300 pounds who could not run anymore and was ruthlessly abandoned by her master. She was terrified and showed off her beauty with tears streaming down her face. A woman weighing 300 pounds in ordinary people can be called a stunning beauty in Dashi. She was very beautiful. But the red-armored army advanced in a straight line without stopping, and no one spoke to her. Die. Those red-armored soldiers wore blood-red ghostly masks, revealing only two eyes that were cold and indifferent, devoid of any emotion. The red-armored soldiers in the front row held up 2-meter-high heavy black iron shields with spikes on the front. Countless black iron heavy shields formed a shield wall with almost no gaps. 3.5-meter-long hook-sickle spears were placed on the gaps of the heavy shields, constantly stabbing forward and killing all obstacles in front of them. The long hook-sickle spear is an extended version of the spear with a horizontal sickle with blades on both sides added to the head. It is extremely sharp and is an absolute head-cutting weapon. The front troops of the Red Armor Army were equipped with 1 row of shields and 2 rows of long hook and sickle spears, and there was a whole row like this. Every 10 minutes or so, a group of people maintains their formation and disperses to both sides, waiting for the front army to pass, and then follows to the back row. The second group becomes the front row of the first group, and the cycle repeats endlessly. The tips of those long hook spears were all covered in blood. Those heavy shields were hung with all kinds of brightly colored small parts, and even large parts. Extremely terrifying. This is crazy. This is really crazy. I'm the magistrate of Zhaochuan County, which is under the jurisdiction of Shidu. I'm blocking the road and even killing my own people. The fat county magistrate ran out of breath. The yamen runners around him were pushing him around. Otherwise, he would have been caught up long ago. They were running ahead and were the first to meet Zhao Kungan and others. No! If you don't run, what are you waiting for? I am the county magistrate, and Shidu has county magistrates under his jurisdiction. If they all kill, you don't think your status is greater than blocking the road? Watching Zhao Kungan and others not running away, the fat county magistrate shouted. The world is about to change. The emperor might even die. Let's run. Run with us. Don't let us be killed immediately. We can even slow them down a bit. The fat magistrate said earnestly. 2 days. If you can run for 2 days without being caught, you can still survive. You still have a good horse that hasn't been frightened, so you have a chance. The horse that Zhao Kungan and Yuya rode before was a good horse. Not afraid of the terrifying evil spirits around. The county magistrate under the jurisdiction of Shidu is the county magistrate under the feet of the emperor. On normal days, he is probably more arrogant than the provincial judges in ordinary places. Even the prefect of a border city has to show him respect. But now, it doesn't work. Zhao Kungan ignored the fat county magistrate. He has already prepared a countermeasure. It is best if the imperial edict is useful. If the imperial edict is useless, then go back to the city. Within 60 seconds, start with Yueyao, Xior and Shi Baiqiang in turn. Stuff as many things as you can into the magic ring while your spirit can hold on, and then keep moving back and forth between the two worlds, using the 60 seconds of coming and going to escape from the blocked area. It takes a whole day to come back from the city, which is very troublesome and requires a lot of time to operate, but you can always survive. Zhao Kungan patted the thin young security guard in front of him who was breakdancing while an unknown liquid was dripping from his body. The guard's lips turned pale with fear. He turned around in terror and looked at Zhao Kungan. Damn, I... Stop talking, make way, so you can live. Seeing that he was having a hard time speaking, Zhao Kungan spoke directly. Yes, Dede. The young guard nodded and took a difficult step to make way. It's not easy. Zhao Kungan sighed slightly. If he had no way out, facing such a dead end, Zhao Kungan felt that his situation might not be much better than that of this little bodyguard. This world of the Great Stone Empire and the ancient dynasty are truly cruel. This war for the succession of imperial power has not yet begun, but just the deployment, and marching of the two sides has resulted in the deaths of countless innocent civilians. Wait until the war really starts. Zhao Kungan couldn't imagine what a sea of blood and corpses it would be. Yuya dismounted and followed Zhao Kungan. The imperial edict will be useful. If it is useless, I will take my husband and kill him. Crescent hand gripped the hilt of the sword tightly, ready to strike at any time. Yuya is not confident that she can protect everyone. She was absolutely sure that she could leave alone. But she will not leave alone, and there is a 30% chance that she will take Zhao Kungan away alive. Closer and closer. Zhao Kungan smelled a disgusting and horrible fishy smell. He held the imperial edict high as he could, so that the people over there could see it. Zhao Kungan watched helplessly as many people who were still being herded passed by them, and he also saw with his own eyes heads flying in front of the Red Armor Army. Even some thinner and shorter people had their chests pierced by the tip of the long hook sickle spear. When the long hook sickle spear was retracted, the sharp double-sided sickle blade directly cut the person in half, and the heart, lungs and intestines were scattered all over the floor. The heart that had just been cut in half was still trembling slightly under the yellow fat. This marching army was like a human meat grinder, grinding into pieces all the living people in front of it. Zhao Kungan felt his stomach churning and he felt violently nauseous. There were also people who could not run fast. Seeing that Zhao Kungan was so confident, they took a gamble and hid behind Zhao Kungan's guard formation, wanting to bet on their future. What if they were protected together? The main thing is that they really can't run anymore. Death is right in front of us. When the Red Armor Army was still 50 meters away, Zhao Kungan spoke. He roared very loudly. I, the consort of the Golden Pearl, General Xiaoyong, and the prefect of Southern Wasteland City, Zhao Kungan, obey the imperial decree of His Majesty and am here to conduct confidential matters at the southern camp of Shidu. His voice was loud, but the sound of the advancing army was even louder, almost completely drowning out his voice. Prepare for battle! Ji Baiqiang roared. If we're all going to die, we'll die standing. We're not as good as the Red Armor, but we're also soldiers of the Dashi Empire. They also prepare for the worst. Someone was infected, his eyes turned red, he gritted his teeth and roared. Yes! Some people even collapsed at this critical point, threw away their weapons and ran away. After Zhao Kun finished shouting once, he shouted again, and then continued shouting. No one knew which guard ran away first. After the first one, the formation maintained by Zhao Kungan's team collapsed directly. When they got close to the Red Armor Army, those people were scared out of their wits. They didn't care about anything and didn't think about anything. They ran desperately. This run includes 80 to 90% of people. There are less than 10 people left behind Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kungan heard the noise behind him, but he didn't turn around and kept shouting and yelling over and over again. Chapter 67, Make way! Red armor blocks the road, no going ahead. Here it comes. The red armored army is about to come crashing down. Zhao Kungan grabbed Yuya's hand and prepared to put it into the magic ring. Let! At this moment, a deep male voice came from the red armored army. Let! Immediately afterwards, countless red armored soldiers shouted in unison. Buzz! Zhao Kungan subconsciously tilted his head, and the rumbling sound sounded like thunder in the sky in his ears. It made his brain buzz. Tramp, tramp, tramp! All the red armored army in front of Zhao Kungan's formation stopped advancing and stood still, while the rest of the red armored army continued to advance without any pause. After Zhao Kungan and his group passed by, the groups on both sides of the red armor army moved forward to fill the gap in the advancing battle formation. Keep standing still and replenish on both sides. In this way, the layers of red armored army bypassed Zhao Kungan and his group. It took an hour for this group of people to pass by. Zhao Kungan's cry and the imperial edict worked. Dead. Those who couldn't withstand the pressure and ran away, not a single one was left, all died, stabbed to death mercilessly by the red armored army with long hook sickle spears. Before those people died, they were all dumbfounded when they saw the red armor army bypassing Zhao Kungan and others. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have run away. If you don't run, you can survive. But if you run, you will leave the protection of your master and die. Some people also tried to beg for mercy, hoping that Zhao Kungan would speak up to save them. How big are their faces? Zhao Kungan ignored it. I can't speak at all. People who abandon their masters and run away at critical moments deserve to die. Those who wanted to seek refuge from Zhao Kungan and others and followed them were all killed by Yuya's order. Zhao Kungan didn't look back. There was no stopping either. This is very cruel. He was well aware of this. But if he didn't do this out of kindness, and the news of Hong Jia's transfer was leaked by people he didn't even know, then the whole Jinju Prince Consort's mansion would be the ones to die. The Emperor and the red-armored soldiers did not recognize those people. All we know is that during this road closure, only he, the Prince Consort Jinju, General Xiaoyong, and the prefect of Nanhuang City Zhao Kungan survived by upholding the Emperor's decree. It would be fine if nothing happens, but if something does happen, he and his family will be the first to be held accountable. Ding ding dang dang! After the Red Armor Army's vanguard had completely passed, Qi Baiqiang, the young guard and others behind Zhao Kungan could no longer hold their weapons, and they dropped them to the ground and collapsed. There are less than 10 people besides them. Dead. All dead. The Red Armor Army plowed the fields without any blind spots. Except for the parts pushed away by the heavy shields and the intestines hanging from the long hook spears, the thick layer of hail on the ground was all shattered by the army's passage. There was not a single complete corpse on the ground. Those corpses were crushed, and their bones were deeply stepped into the ground. On the wet ground, there were only puddles of flesh. Call! Zhao Kungan let out a long breath. He felt his face was a little itchy, so he wiped it. As a result, his hands were covered in blood and his face was splattered with blood. Yuya said, "The front army has passed, and the middle army is coming. It may be the heavy cavalry leading the way. We have to leave quickly, otherwise we will be trampled into the mud by the cavalry." "Sister Yuya, I can't walk anymore. My legs are weak." Xior had a sad face. He had already been frightened to the point of peeing in the south camp, and his clothes had only just dried, and now. Yuya looked down and squeezed Yushio's arm. "I can give you a quick death." Xior widened her eyes. She thought Yuya would say something comforting. Xior patted her big thick legs. "No, Sister Yuya, I suddenly feel that my legs are not so weak anymore. I can walk." Zhao Kungan turned around and looked over. Yuya, Yushio, Qi Baiqiang, the young guard who had given way to him before, and 4 guards who were not familiar to him. Including him, there are 9 people left. There were dozens of people, and only 9 of them were left. "Let's go, leave now." Zhao Kungan made the decision. Yuya is the understanding sister, so you have to listen to her. The scene just now was so shocking that Zhao Kungan hasn't recovered yet. As a human being on Earth, it was the first time for him to see such a bloody scene. Seeing it with his own eyes was completely different from watching it on TV. "Yes." Several people agreed. I hurriedly packed up my things, leaving behind anything I could, and headed quickly north. Once you are out of the area blocked by the march, you will be safe. If the Imperial Edict can pass the Red Armor Army's road clearing tests, it will definitely be able to pass the road closure on the other side. An hour ago. Holy shit! The fat county magistrate was dumbfounded. If you don't listen to the advice of the elderly, you will suffer the consequences. During the precious time of running away, the fat county magistrate still took the time to look back a few times to see what happened to those guys who did not listen to his advice. But when they saw that the Red Armored Army actually bypassed Zhao Kungan and his men who were standing still, those who ran away all died. He couldn't believe it. The Red Armor Army can actually stop. With the previous example of Zhao Kungan as a lesson, the fat county magistrate gritted his teeth and made a decision. He also took out the Imperial Edict from his body. If he could still run, he wouldn't do that. He also tried his best. Seeing the fat county magistrate stop, he was about to replicate Zhao Kungan's actions. The people around the fat county magistrate also stopped. "County magistrate, is this possible? It has to work, no matter how hard it is. Sooner or later they'll catch up, and if they catch up, it's death. Let's give it a try." The fat county magistrate had already run into purple. "I can't breathe well." This was because there were Yamen runners taking turns pushing him, otherwise he would have died long ago. The fat county magistrate held up the Imperial Edict and roared, "Shida is under the jurisdiction of Zhaochuan County. I am here by your majesty's order to come out of Shida to investigate the suffering of the people." The Yamen runners surrounded the fat county magistrate, trembling with fear. Not long after. The Red Armor Army is coming. They actually managed to bypass the fat county magistrate and his group. The fat county magistrate widened his eyes. "Fuck! This actually works!" After the Red Armor Army passed by, the fat county magistrate was lifted up by a dozen Yamen runners and thrown into the air. Ah! I survived! The county magistrate is mighty! You are truly wise, my lord! Ha ha ha, it's just SOSO. It seems that the position of county magistrate is somewhat useful. After surviving the disaster, the fat county magistrate was very happy. After a brief celebration, the fat county magistrate waved his hand and said, "All right, we're almost dead from running. Let's rest for a while. Then we'll get some firewood and roast something to fill our stomachs. We have the imperial edict in hand. Once the vanguard troops responsible for clearing obstacles have passed, everything will be fine. I almost died from running myself." "Yes, sir." The surviving yamen runners treated the fat county magistrate's words as if they were an imperial decree. They didn't mind the dirtiness and sat down on the ground to rest. While they were resting, Zhao Kungan and Yuya rode the BMW and took Shio with them. The three of them moved forward very fast. There are also 2 rideable horses. 3 people on 1 horse. They headed quickly north. "Faster! Faster!" Yuya's head was covered with sweat. "My lord, hold me tight." "Okay." Zhao Kungan agreed and hugged Yuya, who was sitting in the front driving the horse, tightly. Shio also hugged Zhao Kungan. 3 black lines appeared on Zhao Kungan's forehead, but he didn't say anything. After all, it's about escaping. About half an hour later, Zhao Kungan and 9 people on 3 horses arrived at the human wall blocking the road to the north of the Red Armor Army. A centurion, riding a war horse covered in a red visor, said in a heavy and hoarse voice, "The red armor blocks the road. No going forward. Retreat." Chapter 68 Escape. Zhao Kungan held the imperial edict high in his hand. His voice was cold and stern, with a touch of pretentious authority. "I am Zhao Kungan, the consort of the Jinju Emperor, the young general, and the governor of Nanhuang City. I am here by your majesty's order to conduct confidential matters in the southern camp. Retreat immediately." Zhao Kungan is a person who knows how to pretend. If he tells the truth that he went to the south camp to recruit 5,000 soldiers for the upcoming march to Nanhuang City, then it is estimated that these red-armored soldiers who are blocking the road will give him face, but not a lot of face. But at this sensitive time, saying that he was going to the south camp to handle confidential matters was a different matter. Confidential matters and military camp are very evocative. What Zhao Kungan did was to recruit soldiers, which could indeed be considered confidential. If the other party was not a red-armored general or a key figure, he would not dare to stop Zhao Kun after hearing what he said. In particular, Zhao Kungan was very powerful. There was a hint of anger on his face. "Wait a moment, I'll send someone to report," the centurion in charge of this area said. Zhao Kungan held up the imperial edict in one hand, took the horsewhip from Yuya's little hand with the other hand, and whipped the centurion. Bang! The whip hit the red-armored centurion's visor, making a loud noise. The centurion subconsciously reached out to block it. With his ability, he could easily grab the whip and even use it to pull Zhao Kungan off the horse. However, thinking of Zhao Kungan's great reputation, he subconsciously stretched out his hand and quickly retracted it. Yuya opened her little mouth but said nothing. Shio pressed her face against Zhao Kungan's back to prevent him from seeing her horrified expression. "My lord, what are you doing? The opponent is a red-armored general. If the other party is angry, he won't kill us all, right?" Shio was so scared that she wanted to. "Can you afford to waste my time, or can you, the red armor, afford to waste my time?" Zhao Kungan shouted angrily, holding the imperial edict in one hand and pointing it at the red-armored centurion. The red-armored centurion dismounted and walked to Zhao Kungan's side, receiving the imperial edict with both hands. But just as he was about to unfold it, he paused, then returned the edict with both hands. "Make way and allow your excellency to pass quickly. Military affairs must not be delayed." Seeing Zhao Kungan so confident, and having passed the road-clearing stage, he decided not to look at it anymore and not to anger this bad-tempered prince consort. This really delayed His Majesty's business, a matter of great military and national importance. He can't afford it. The entire Red Armor Army cannot afford it. No one would dare to say such a thing. That is a serious crime that will lead to the extermination of 9 generations of the family. As a centurion, he really didn't dare to bear the heavy crime of wasting His Majesty's time and the Dashi Empire's time. Military affairs really couldn't be delayed. What Zhao Kungan was talking about was his time. The centurion was just overthinking things. Zhao Kungan put away the imperial edict. Walk! 3 horses and 9 people passed quickly. After they were far away from the area blocked by the Red Armor Army, They were stopped and checked by the city guards and the hideous yet Song army at several intersections. Zhao Kungan took out the imperial edict, and these people all knelt on the ground. They didn't dare to say a word to the big shot, who was allowed to pass by the Red Armor army. They even gave Zhao Kungan and his men more horses. They stood up from the ground only after Zhao Kungan and his team had walked far away. So, the group consisted of 7 riders and 9 people. Zhao Kungan and Yue Yao were still riding together. Xior couldn't ride a horse, so she rode with Qi Baiqiang. The group continued to run until they saw the south gate of Shidu, then they slowed down. I understand now that I have truly survived this road closure, catastrophe, and escaped danger. The road is closed within the range of the character. Crackle! The fat county magistrate's runners found firewood and started a fire. It had just rained and hailed, and the firewood around was all wet. The Yamen runners had to work very hard to light the fire. County magistrate, look, I still have some roast chicken here. Okay, kid, you're running for your life and you're still reluctant to throw away the roast chicken. But that's fine, let's just have a simple meal. When we get down there, I'll ask the local county magistrate to treat us well. The fat county magistrate nodded happily. The roast chicken was also roasted on the fire along with the pancakes. Hot. It will be more fragrant. The imperial edict is so useful that they are now a little bit proud of it. The front troops clearing the road didn't do anything to them, so there will definitely be no problem if the rear troops are not responsible for clearing the road. Actually, there is nothing wrong with thinking this way. Mainly, the configuration of the Red Armor Army is somewhat different from that of the General Dashi Army. The center of the Red Armor Army is not infantry, but heavy cavalry. Super heavy cavalry. It is known as the human-shaped steel wall. An existence that can fight against the northern ice barbarians. Chilla, chilla. Under the scorching flames, the skin of the roast chicken began to sizzle with oil, and the rich aroma of chicken began to spread. The dry and hard cakes also began to become soft under the high temperature, giving off a pleasant wheat aroma. The fat county magistrate and the Yamen runners, who had been on the run for a long time, had not done so much physical activity for a long time. They were very hungry, and they began to swallow their saliva when they saw the food that was not uncommon for them, the officials' family members. It smells so good, sir, said a bailiff. It smells good. Tear off a chicken drumstick for me so I can taste the saltiness first. The fat county magistrate nodded. Okay. The Yamen runner who took out the roast chicken reached out and picked up the wooden stick used to roast the chicken and was about to tear it apart. But suddenly, the ground shook with a bang, and he lost his grip on the roast chicken, which fell directly to the ground. The ground is not clean at all. There is ice and blood on it. The roasted chicken is immediately dirty. Are you a loser? You can't even hold a roast chicken! The fat county magistrate said angrily with 3 black lines on his face. It just fell to the ground, so there's no dirt stuck to it. The bailiff smiled apologetically and quickly picked up the roast chicken. Master, it seems the ground shook just now, otherwise it wouldn't have fallen. A vibration? Don't bother trying to reason. Hey! What's that noise? The sound of war drums. The fat county magistrate looked helpless. He suspected that the boy had dropped the roast chicken on the ground on purpose. He was disgusted and decided not to eat it. But as he was speaking, the corners of the fat county magistrate's mouth twitched a few times, and the ground really shook. Unlike the footsteps of the red-armored vanguard army before, this huge vibration sound was very rapid and dense. The fat county magistrate slowly raised his head. He saw the dust. Dust covered the sky. Logically speaking, it had just rained and hailed, so the ground was very wet, and there shouldn't be so much dust. Unless... Shit! Heavy cavalry! The fat county magistrate cursed loudly, hurriedly took out the imperial edict from his arms and held it high. Boom, boom, boom! The earth-shaking sounds like the sound of war drums became more frequent and louder. Although the heavy cavalry's marching speed is not as fast as the light cavalry, it is much faster than the infantry. They came with great momentum, and their horses' hooves kicked up a cloud of dust. The fat county magistrate swallowed his saliva and shouted hurriedly. The county magistrate of Zhaochuan County, under the jurisdiction of Shidu, has been ordered by His Majesty to come out of Shidu to investigate the suffering of the people. Chapter 69 The Princess Gives Tea. Shidu is under the jurisdiction of Zhaochuan County, the county magistrate, and by His Majesty's decree. The fat county magistrate's eyes were red and he was roaring madly. Facing the overwhelming force of heavy cavalry, He was like a clown in front of the Qiantang River tide who refused to listen, standing there shouting stubbornly. But this time, the miracle did not happen. Tramp, tramp, tramp! The heavy cavalry army hardly paused. Pushed through smoothly. They heard the fat county magistrate's tragic and crazy roar, but they would not stop. No matter who is in front of you. Even the princes and nobles would not stop. The cavalry will advance fearlessly and will never stop until they reach their destination. If you block the way, there is only one word: death. Snap! The burning fire was kicked apart by the Hummer, and sparks from the burning wood flew everywhere. The fluffy, fragrant pancakes fell to the ground, trampled by countless horses' hooves. The juicy roast chicken, like the fat magistrate, was crushed to pieces by the war horses, leaving not a single intact bone. The yamen runners fled in all directions in panic. But without exception, they were all caught up by the heavy cavalry and horses and crushed into mud. They imitated Zhao Kungan and had a moment of luck. However, due to his own laziness and lack of respect for the road closure and march, he wasted his previous good fortune. Shidu, the residence of Prince Consort Junju. In the afternoon, Zhao Kungan and his group of 9 people rushed back. Looking at the familiar plaque of the mansion, Zhao Kungan looked at Yuya, Xior, the guards and others, and all of them showed sincere smiles on their faces. They were not in good condition, their clothes were dirty, splattered with blood, and their faces were also dirty. But indeed, they all survived. It's worth being happy. I'll go and tell the young lady. Your Majesty, please tell everyone. Yuya got off the horse first, helped Zhao Kungan off the horse, and said, Well, go ahead. Zhao Kungan knew that he was telling people to keep their mouths shut. If the secret of the Red Armor March were to leak out, it would have huge consequences that they could not afford. Shidu is about to undergo a big change. Many servants from Prince Consort Jinju's mansion came out to greet them. Seeing the miserable appearance of Zhao Kungan and the others, they were all a little confused. Prince Consort, didn't you go to the south camp to inspect the troops? How did it become like this? The old nanny was also there. Looking at Zhao Kungan's face covered with brown dried blood scabs, she walked quickly forward. Only after checking that Zhao Kungan was not injured did he feel slightly relieved. This is the princess's beloved one. It doesn't matter if all the guards on this trip die, but this, darling, must not have any problems. It's hard to explain in a few words. Zhao Kungan shook his head slightly. Don't worry, I'm glad you're alright. The old lady nodded. She treated Zhao Kungan very gently, like a kind grandmother. But then, the old nanny frowned, looked at the maids behind her, and said coldly, What are you still standing there for? Go forward and support the prince consort. Yes. Several maids who came to the door of the mansion immediately stepped forward and supported Zhao Kungan on both sides. In ancient times, it was definitely a pleasure. It was a kind of enjoyment to be supported by the thin maid. Although she was thin, she was definitely fleshy. Being supported, Zhao Kungan felt very soft, and there was a fragrant breeze around him. This is a real paradise, extremely comfortable. In the world of Earth, even a very big boss would not dare to hug so many women in public. And here, this is normal. All of you, follow me to the meeting room. Zhao Kungan looked at Xior and others. Yes. Several people agreed. The group soon arrived at the meeting room in the front yard. Zhao Kungan sat at the head of the seat, his voice stern. From now on, Xior, Qi Baiqiang, and the rest of you, you are not allowed to leave the meeting room even for eating, drinking, and going to the toilet. You must supervise each other and absolutely not say a word to anyone outside, not even a glance. This concerns the lives of our Jinju Prince Consort Mansion and all your relatives and clans. I will have Yuya deliver food, clothing, and other necessities until we leave for Nanhuang City. Let's set off together. Upon hearing this, Qi Baiqiang and several guards nodded. Road closed. It's so scary. They sensed the stakes. Yushio opened her eyes wide. Should I stay with them too? Do you have any questions? Zhao Kungan looked at Xior. Xior used her strong anus to slam Qi Baiqiang next to her. The strong girl said shyly. That's great. No, I mean, ha 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 ha, I will be shy. Are you shy when you're like this? Qi Baiqiang's whole body was stiff and he stood straight. The other security guards were all smiling. For them, being able to spend every day with a 200-pound beauty like Xior is something they would love nothing more than to be able to do. Okay, that's fine. Tell the kitchen to start stewing the meat. You all can go down. From now on, only the old lady and Yuya can enter this meeting room. Of course, the princess and I can also enter. Zhao Kungan waved his hand and asked the other servants to go down. Yes. The maids bowed and retreated. Only the old nanny, Zhao Kungan and others were left in the room. After a while, Li Lingwan and Yuya are here. Yuya held a large white porcelain teapot in one hand and a wooden tray with several cups on it in the other. Li Lingwan walked up to Zhao Kungan and looked him up and down carefully. Seeing that he was not missing any parts and was not injured, she breathed a sigh of relief. It's good that you are okay. If I had known that mad dog would be so eager to jump the wall, I would have gone to the military checkpoint for you. Wouldn't it be dangerous for you to go, silly? Zhao Kungan held Li Lingwan's little hand. Li Lingwan smiled but said nothing. Yuya put down the wooden tray, placed 9 cups, and poured fragrant hot tea. Her Royal Highness knows that you have been frightened during this trip, so she personally brewed some imperial tea, tribute from the southern vassal states, to calm your nerves. Seeing the tea, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became much more tense. People's expressions are different. 9 cups. Zhao Kungan's eyelids also twitched suddenly. This time, it's his turn. Li Lingwan smiled brightly, her hand in Zhao Kungan's big hand. She didn't mind Zhao Kungan's dirty and bloody body, and sat in his arms. Everyone has accompanied my husband through life and death. You have worked hard, try this tea. Zhao Kungan could tell that this was a kind of black tea. The tea soup was bright red, even redder than the one that resulted from drinking iced black tea and then getting a soothing internal heat. It was steaming and had a fragrance. 9 cups of tea would be nice. Thank you for the tea, princess. Yuya thanked him, picked up the tea naturally, blew on it, and then drank it all in one gulp. Xior and Qi Baiqiang held it up together. Qi Baiqiang swallowed it in one gulp. Xior took a few deep breaths, then gritted her teeth and drank the tea. Li Lingwan's gaze was very gentle, it could be described as tender as water. Her watery gaze swept over the people in front and looked at the guards behind. Are you dissatisfied with my tea's fragrance? Why don't you drink it? The young guard drank the tea in one gulp, and 2 other guards, after a slight hesitation, also drank the tea. The last 2 guards were left, their scalps tingling. One of them said, Your Highness, I'm not thirsty. I have a cheap stomach and can't drink such expensive tea. It would be a waste if I drank it. Let's give it to someone who enjoys tea. Okay. Li Lingwan was not angry and nodded slightly. Another security guard picked up the cup, which seemed to be very hot, and he accidentally dropped the cup on the ground. With a crack, the cup broke and the tea spilled all over the floor. The security guard was stunned. The tea remains clear and non-toxic. The guard immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Princess, please spare me. My hands are shaking. Chapter 70 Dragon Blood Spring Buds. Reward. It's just a cup of tea. If it's dropped, it's dropped. Li Lingwan was very magnanimous and didn't seem to care. She picked up the cup in front of Zhao Kungan, put it to her lips and blew gently, blowing it until it was at the right temperature for drinking. She held it with both hands and put it to Zhao Kungan's lips. My dear, let me cool it down for you. When talking to outsiders, Li Lingwan calls herself this palace, and is the princess who is high and mighty. When facing Zhao Kungan, she referred to herself as concubine, and I, without any hairs. Zhao Kungan took a sip. Ape. As soon as he took a sip, he could smell a strong smell of blood. If it weren't for his wife, the Princess Li Lingwan, holding the cup herself, Zhao Kungan would have vomited it out. But soon, he felt a sweet aftertaste in his mouth, and a slightly bitter aftertaste. After taking a sip of this red strange tea, Zhao Kungan actually felt that his esophagus and stomach were warm and comfortable as the tea flowed through them. The old nanny smiled and explained, My lord, this is Dragon Blood Spring Buds, a tribute from South Vietnam. 1 ounce of tea is worth 1,000 ounces of gold. If a martial artist drinks it, it can enhance their skills and strengthen their body. Even for ordinary people, it can strengthen their qi and blood, replenish their deficiency, and prolong their lifespan. A smile appeared on Yuya's usually calm face. These people had just returned from a life-or-death experience with the prince consort. How could Her Highness the Princess give them poison wine? That would be too heartbreaking. Besides, not everyone can drink that poisonous wine. This is a further test of these men. Their attitude towards drinking tea will determine their future destiny. Qi Baiqiang was shocked. So it's the legendary Dragon Blood Spring Bud! No wonder this tea is so strong and tasty. The taste of this tea makes my inner strength rise. Qi Baiqiang thanks the princess for the tea. Sure. Ah, it smells bad, but it's such a good thing. Did I drink it too hastily? I should have savored it carefully. The young guard Qin Weisher and the two tall guards Xu Qingzhou and Wu Junming, who had been drinking tea, were delighted when they heard this. Yi Fengmao, who made many excuses to shirk responsibility, and Zhou Pei, who pretended to be hurt and broke the teacup, were both filled with regret. A princess personally serves tea. They were both terrified, thinking that Her Royal Highness the Princess had bestowed upon them the so-called imperial tea in order to prevent anyone from revealing the fact that the road was closed, so that they would shut up forever. The only people who can keep secrets best are the dead. Yi Fengmao and Zhou Pei were also panicked just now. If you think about it carefully, if Li Lingwan wanted to kill them, they would die even if they didn't drink the tea. Zhao Kungan felt it carefully and found that the tea was indeed effective. He felt as if he wasn't so weak anymore. It was just recently paid off. Now, with the princess in his arms, Kungan Mini was actually a little restless. It works. Zhao Kungan quickly drank the tea in the cup in big gulps. Yuya, is there any more? If so, give me more. Yes. Yuya couldn't help but smile, came over with a white porcelain teapot, and poured Zhao Kungan another cup. I think the princess wouldn't feel bad if she let Zhao Kun drink the tea. It seems this tea has other supplementary effects. Li Lingwan clearly felt the change in her husband. She turned around to look at Zhao Kungan's expression and said with a sweet smile. Probably. Zhao Kungan looked straight into Li Lingwan's eyes. No one around them could understand the riddle they were talking about. Then drink more. Li Lingwan hugged Zhao Kungan's neck, her breath as sweet as orchid. Ahem. Zhao Kungan cleared his throat and nodded. Li Lingwan is a demon who eats people without leaving any bones behind. There are so many people around. Too much. After teasing her husband, Li Lingwan looked at everyone and said seriously, I have heard Yuya's detailed account of what happened on this trip. I am deeply moved that you are willing to live and die with your husband in the face of certain death. This small cup of imperial tea is just an appetizer for your reward. Everyone perked up. Li Lingwan. Yu Xiu. Xiu is here. Yu Xiu quickly stood up and respectfully performed a woman's bow. From today on, you are appointed as the female official of the Jinju Prince Consort's residence, in charge of all the maids, servants, and old women in the residence. Yes, thank you, princess. Li Lingwan. Qi Baiqiang. Exist. Qi Baiqiang bowed and clasped his hands together. Li Lingwan. From today on, Qi Baiqiang, you will be the general of the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion. You have 2 days to restore the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion to its 100 army strength, regardless of the cost. No mistakes are allowed. Yes. I will definitely live up to the princess's trust. Qi Baiqiang agreed loudly. He was in high spirits. Although the establishment of Jinju Prince Consort's mansion only has 100 soldiers, the general is in charge of 100 soldiers and the centurion is also in charge of 100 soldiers, but the name of the general sounds very domineering. Moreover, troubled times are about to begin. Once the times are chaotic, the value of this general will be very high. Now that the big stones are gone, the princes will definitely rise up and recruit soldiers. Qin Weisher, you are the personal guard of the prince consort, serving him at his beck and call. Xu Qingzhou, Wu Junming, you two will be the front and rear guards of the Jinju Prince Consort's residence, responsible for the security of the front and back yards respectively. Yi Fengmao, you are in charge of all the male servants in Prince Consort Jinju's mansion, including the servants, cooks, farmhands, and other menial servants. Zhou Pei, you will be the steward of the Jinju Prince Consort's residence. Li Lingwan spoke one after another and gave rewards to these people. Everyone was very excited. Yi Fengmao and Zhou Pei, in particular, doubted the princess's intentions and did not drink the cup of tea, but they were still valued. They could not believe it, and were even happier than the previous ones. Yuya is Li Lingwan's personal maid, and her status is higher than those people, so there is no need for her to be given a title. From then on, the establishment of Jinju Prince Consort's mansion was complete. Zhou Pei, a clever and calculating man, is the housekeeper and is considered the highest-ranking official in the mansion. Daily expenses, internal revenue, personal relationships, and management of internal treasury personnel. Zhou Pei was in charge of Yi Fengmao, who was in charge of the male servants, and Yu Xiu, who was in charge of the female servants. If the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion was a normal Prince Consort's mansion without ambitions, it would mean that Zhou Pei was given the greatest importance. Yi Fengmao and Yu Xiu were next, and they were lucrative jobs, while the others were all hard work. But there is something wrong with Prince Consort Jinju's mansion. They were about to move their entire government out of Shidu and head to Nanahuang City. Zhao Kungan was also rewarded by the emperor with a staff of 5,000 soldiers. When they officially set out, the 5,000 armored soldiers will be incorporated into the young brave General Zhao Kungan's army. Qi Baiqiang will then be immediately promoted to general under Zhao Kungan, in charge of the 100 armored soldiers of the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion plus the 5,000 armored soldiers of the young brave general's army, and in charge of 5,100 armored soldiers and other armed followers. Chen Weisher, the personal guard of the son-in-law, will be promoted to the commander of the personal guard battalion of General Zhao Kungan. Xu Qingzhou and Wu Junming will be promoted from lieutenant generals in the front and back yards to lieutenant generals in the left and right yards. These talents are truly valued. Zhou Pei and others were also considered to be valued, but as they were in charge of the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion, their degree of importance was much lower. They could live a rich life, but that was the upper limit of their wealth. Zhao Kungan continued. In addition, each person will receive 500 taels of silver and 3 pieces of gold jewelry. Qi Baiqiang and Yuya will receive an additional 100 taels of gold. Everyone saluted excitedly and shouted in unison. Thank you, Princess! Li Lingwan. Where is my husband? Everyone shouted again. Thank you, Prince Consort! Li Lingwan. Some things should be kept to yourself. I trust you. Yuya will stay for a while, and the rest of you can go and do your own things. Yes. Everyone retreated. In itself, the subordinates would not say much about the matter of the red armor blocking the road. There is no channel to say more. Li Lingwan already knew the background of everyone in the mansion clearly. With this reward in future, they will be even less likely to commit suicide. Your Highness, I'll go out too. Yuya felt that the atmosphere in the room was not right, and spoke with a red face. No. Li Lingwan shook her head slightly, looking at the closed door outside, and smiled. Yuya, it's your turn to receive the biggest reward. Yuya probably thought of something, and she panicked. Princess I. Li Lingwan. Don't waste time, my husband has to go see Master Zhang later. Chapter 71, Shidu Zhangji, Zhang Zhongshu. Call! In the carriage, Zhao Kungan took out from the god realm the Shimbao and Luwei Dihuang pills that he had secretly bought from a pharmacy on Earth, and took a handful of them. Then he took out the thermos cup filled with wolfberries and drank a few big mouthfuls of the wolfberry soup. Middle-aged people. No. Not yet. This daughter-in-law is too beautiful, and there are too many of them, so it is also a last resort. After taking the medicine and drinking the soup, Zhao Kungan breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little better. I'm so tired. Li Hongwen is the emperor. Can he hold his kidneys straight? I'm afraid it needs to be made up for. I care about him knitting. Well, I heard that he has more than 300 sons, so he must have a lot of tonics like dragon blood and spring sprouts. If I had the chance, I would have gone into the palace after the big rock collapsed. What is it like to have 300 sons? This doesn't even count as a daughter. The stretcher is not formal enough and has no face. The main thing is that the last specially made stretcher was left within the road closure area. Being carried on a small stretcher really lost the style of Prince Consort Jinju. After Zhao Kungan, the princess, and Yuya finished their business in the conference room, they got on the second largest and second most luxurious carriage in Prince Consort Jinju's mansion, which was harnessed by their personal guard Chen Weisher. Yuya knew that Zhao Kungan's buttocks were soft and couldn't stand the pain, so she considerately put 2 more layers of soft blankets in the carriage. 2 horses pulled this luxurious carriage, which was 3 meters long and 1 meter wide. Zhao Kungan lay in the carriage, swaying back and forth, feeling uncomfortable but not miserable. Their destination this time was the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Shidu's Shidu Zhangji headquarters. This was the first restaurant of the Zhang family in Shidu, and also the beginning of Zhang Zhongshu's legend as the richest man in Shidu. Of course, the Zhang family cannot compare with the Gu family. Queen Gu Jinhuang is the richest person in the entire Shi kingdom. Just based on their industries in Shidu, they may not be able to compare with the Zhang family in Shidu, but if all the industries in Shi kingdom are counted, Zhang Zhongshu and Gu Jinhuang are not in the same league. Zhao Kungan fell asleep in a daze. When he woke up again, it was Yuya who woke him up. My lord, we're here. The personal guard Chen Weisher was driving the carriage, and Yuya was sitting on a small stool in front of the carriage. Yuya stood up and called Zhao Kungan. Chen Weisher moved a stool to the side of the carriage to make it easier for Zhao Kungan to get off the horse. Zhao Kungan agreed and got out of the carriage. Since he was no longer pretending to be seriously ill, Zhao Kungan got off the car as usual. Ha 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 ha! A burst of laughter came from not far away. Brother Zhao, I've been waiting for you for so long, and finally you're here. Brother Zhao, you really made me wait so long, but it doesn't matter, it's good that you're here. Come on, the good wine, good food, and beautiful women are all ready, please come upstairs quickly. After the laughter, the person who made the laugh, a fat man in fancy clothes who looked to be about 50 years old, walked up to Zhao Kungan affectionately, and put his arm around his shoulders. The man was not as tall as Zhao Kungan, and it was difficult for him to lift his hand around Zhao Kungan's shoulders, which looked very funny. Over 50. Call me Brother Zhao? Zhao Kungan pursed his lips. I'm a little afraid of shortening my life. Looking at the man's face, Zhao Kungan recognized that this was Zhang Sai's father, the legendary richest man in Shidu, Zhang Zhongshu. Such a rich person. He is so approachable. Really? Anyone who can be rich in this world must be capable. The person who could condescend to call a boy in his 20s, who was his son's age, Brother Zhao, was definitely not a simple person. Go park the carriage, and I'll follow you, Prince Consort. Yuya said something to Qin Weisher and followed Zhao Kungan. Yes. The young guard Qin Weisher has now changed into a new set of fine cloth clothes. He is thin and small, and looks like a waiter, but he is very energetic. In his own words, I am the personal guard of the Prince Consort. Qin Weisher held his head high and chest out, then followed the restaurant staff to park the car. There was a smile on Zhang Zhongshu's face that seemed to be welded together, and the smile never stopped. In fact, he doesn't look good when he smiles. In fact, he looks very ugly, with a face full of wrinkles and wrinkles, like a dried old chrysanthemum flower. His smile was as ugly as the old eunuchs in the palace. Zhang Zhongshu was very perceptive and noticed Yuya had caught up with him. He immediately looked at Yuya with a smile and said, Prince Consort, this is Sister Yuya, the personal maidservant of Princess Jinju. Please meet her in person. Yes. Zhao Kungan nodded. After receiving Zhao Kungan's affirmation, Zhang Zhongshu was filled with excitement and bowed, saying, It's true that hearing about someone is worse than seeing them in person. Sister Yuya is as beautiful and generous as the rumors say. I, the humble Zhang Zhongshu, have met Sister Yuya. Who is your sister? If my father were alive, you would be much older than him. Yuya felt chills all over. But it's not a good idea to hit someone who is smiling, so she nodded slightly as a response. I really can't open my mouth. Zhang Zhongshu's voice was too corny, and she was being very considerate by not vomiting in front of him. Zhang Zhongshu saw Yuya's flat response and was not angry. He looked aside and called out, Chao Gua. Master! Suddenly, a man weighing more than 400 pounds walked out. The man was about 1.7 meters tall and weighed 400 kilograms. He looked like a sumo wrestler, a very tough guy. Zhang Zhongshu said with a smile, Go and invite Sister Yuya to a private room for tea. Be sure to serve her well, otherwise, you will be the only one who will be held accountable. Beauty trap? Zhao Kungan was stunned for a moment. In this world, fat is considered beautiful, or perhaps strength is considered beautiful. The Great Stone Empire suffered from a devastating environment, plagued by disasters and low food production. Recently, there were wars. Ordinary people simply couldn't get enough to eat, and countless people starved to death. Therefore, women consider fat beautiful, and men consider fat handsome. Ultimately, it takes strength to gain weight, so being fat is good. Being capable but not fat is considered unworthy of one's position. For example, Princess Li Lingwan of Zhao Kungan's family was not favored in the palace because she was not fat. Sister. The little brother, who weighed 400 pounds and was only 1.7 meters tall, looked at Yuya with a hushed voice and a shy face. Yuya drew out the long sword that she always carried with her. One word. Roll! Yuya herself is a thin person, so her and Li Lingwan's aesthetic tastes are both normal. I like big guys like Zhao Kungan. But I feel very disgusted with male pets, like Chao Gua. How can you be so mean, sister? I'm so sad, woo. Seeing Yuya being mean to him, Chao Gua actually wiped away his tears on the spot, acting like a tough guy and acting like a spoiled child. The tone of the voice was so sickening that Zhao Kungan felt he couldn't eat meat for 3 days. So disgusting. Yuya gritted her teeth, swung her sword and was about to go up and chop someone. She was really pissed off. I can't stand being disgusted. Ahem. Zhao Kungan stopped Yuya, snatched her sword and put it into the scabbard, patting her on the back. Calm down, find a clean private room and order whatever you want. I have something to discuss with Master Zhang, so you don't have to follow me. Before coming, the princess said that she came to receive gifts. Zhang Zhongshu will give you a big gift. No matter how they talked, the princess let him do as he pleased and gave him all the things he collected as rewards. Zhang Zhongshu's eyes rolled around, and seeing the affectionate attitude between Zhao Kungan and Yuya, he immediately slapped himself in the face. Oh, I'm really getting old and confused. Look, brother Zhao, I've made a mistake. Sister Yuya is your resident. I'm going to drink 3 cups as punishment. Don't blame me, brother Zhao. Chapter 72, Beauty Trap. He deserves to be punished, and this won't happen again. Zhao Kun nodded without any false politeness. What was he thinking of arranging that kind of service for his woman? Or I haven't done my homework well enough. Okay, please. Zhang Zhongshu smiled and made a gesture of invitation. In short, by sending Yuya away, his goal was achieved. Yuya. My lord, the princess instructed me before we left. I can ignore whatever you say, but I absolutely cannot stay more than 3 meters away from you. I must protect your safety. 3 feet, good. Zhang Zhongshu nodded and said, Sister Yuya is right next to the room where we are talking. Don't worry, Sister Yuya, I have a request for Brother Zhao this time and I will definitely not harm him. Then I'll be next door. Yuya's face showed no expression when she spoke to Zhang Zhongshu. She'll compliment that one. But when facing a cheap businessman, she won't resort to that trick. Scholars, farmers, merchants, and artisans. In this world, businessmen are the last of the 4 major groups of people. People in the palace have the arrogance of people in the palace. Zhao Kungan followed Zhang Zhongshu into room A of Tianzi No. 1, and Yuya was invited to room B of Tianzi No. 1, which was right next door. Zhao Kun was not worried that Zhang Zhongshu would do anything weird. His crossbow was already loaded with arrows. You can take it out from the magic ring at any time and kill people. This is preparation for the worst. We have made preparations for the worst-case scenario, so we are definitely not afraid of anything else. After the two entered the house, the people at the restaurant door closed the heavy door. Bang! After the door closed, Zhang Zhongshu clapped his hands. Pa! Suddenly, the lights in the dark room suddenly lit up. There were 10 beauties weighing over 300 pounds. Each of them took a tinder and lit an oil lamp in front of them. Sitting on the main seat at the top of the room was a 600-pound super beauty wearing a red gauze skirt. Ha 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 ha! Looking at the 10 top beauties and one super beautiful and super class beauty under the light of the oil lamp, Zhang Zhongshu laughed with satisfaction. It took him a lot of effort to find these beauties. Zhang Zhongshu grinned. My lord, you have come home to me. Don't hold it in. Let go. Let go as soon as possible and have fun. Everyone in the world knows that, first of all, it is not easy to be a son-in-law. You will be looked down upon and bullied. Secondly, it is not easy to be the son-in-law of the emperor. Which princess doesn't have a temper? If you become a lord, you will become the princess's slave for life. No matter how you are bullied, you can't resist at all. Especially, you have an ugly princess here, an ugly princess with a bad temper. Not long after you got married, you were beaten like that. Today, Prince Consort, these 11 are yours, all yours. They are all clean, no one has touched them, you can do whatever you want to do with them. Today, this is the secret between us. Prince Consort, do what you want to do first, and when you are done, we can talk about other things. Following Zhang Zhongshu's words, the beauty, the woman and the 10 beauties all started to flirt with Zhao Kungan in the field and make coquettish gestures. Zhao Kungan. What kind of lineup is this, old man? As long as you are a man, you will definitely not be able to pass this level of mine. Ha 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 ha. As long as you can't help touching them, I will give them to you. Then you, who are addicted to the land of tenderness, how can you not be used by me? Then do I still need to worry about my son's safety on the road to Nanwang City? As long as he can be sure that his son is safe in Nanwang City, or has faked his death and escaped. Li Hongwen. You dog emperor. Do you think you can really punish me? Li Hongwen. Do you think I've been the richest man in Shida for all these years in vain? Vomit! The sound of vomiting broke Zhang Zhongshu's inner anxiety. Ah? Zhang Zhongshu looked at Zhao Kungan. It was rare that he didn't keep a smile on his face. He was confused, very confused, and his eyes were confused. Facing such a group of beauties, Zhao Kungan vomited? Are you serious? Zhang Zhongshu opened his mouth but couldn't speak for a long time. He didn't know what to say. Because Zhao Kungan is not the type of person who would pretend to vomit. I really vomited. A lot. Some pills and wolfberries that have not been fully digested are vaguely visible. Who is it? No, why did he vomit? Master Zhang, we sisters won't take this job. It's too much of an insult. No, it's simply an insult. This is the first time a man has done this to me. That was a stunning beauty weighing over 300 pounds, and everyone was shocked. As a beauty. They have been famous since they were young, knowing their beauty. Even if they are women from the common people, they are pampered and have their own pride. If Zhang Zhongshu hadn't given too much, they won't appear here. But now seeing Zhao Kungan's humiliating appearance, they couldn't bear it anymore. At that moment, all 10 beauties left with cold faces. Outside the window not far away, a figure was looking at the scene inside the house through 2 small holes dug out by her fingers, with a knowing smile on her face. The prince consort is as chaste as a virgin, he deserves a reward. It seems there was indeed a misunderstanding regarding concubine N's matter. The prince consort even disdains such a stunningly beautiful woman, so how could he touch concubine N, who is also ugly? Damn concubine N! Anning Palace. H.U. H.U. Concubine N was watering the flowers when she suddenly sneezed twice. Who scolded me? Concubine N was angry. She sent someone to call Jing. Concubine N. Jing, is Xiaoxing buried? Someone just scolded me, and I'm wondering if Xiaoxing isn't dead yet. Jing's ability to tell lies was perfect. Empress N, don't worry. You may have caught a cold from walking in the garden so often. I buried Xiaoxing according to the highest folk customs. The funeral was very grand. Even if she dies, she will definitely thank you for your grace in the underworld. Without you, she would never have enjoyed such a funeral in her entire life. Concubine N waved her hand and said, Go away, that's good. Which bitch is scolding me again, Li Gushi's Gu Jin Huang? It must be you, the most despicable bitch. I'm sorry. Zhao Kun waved his hands dryly. He is professional. I really tried my best to endure it. But I really couldn't help it. With all those beauties and the top one on top, Zhao Kungan really couldn't handle it. I vomited out all the chocolate and ate treasure porridge I secretly ate last night. It's so unbearable. No problem. Zhang Zhongshu was extremely shocked. Zhao Kungan, you are really not an ordinary person. Faced with the temptation of such a beautiful and gentle place, he actually found a way to force himself to spit it out. I'm afraid there are not 10 people in the entire Stone City who can refuse 11 such beauties. My dear, the top one said, it's good that they've left. It's a little quieter here. Let me serve you. The top one is naturally more arrogant than those who weigh 300 kilograms. 600 pounds. One head is on top of those stunning beauties. She was confident that even if Zhao Kungan vomited, he would not do it to her. She is the most beautiful person among the people of Shidu, no doubt about it. In order to invite her, Zhang Zhongshu paid 50,000 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of fertile land. She is worth a fortune. Oh! Zhao Kungan looked at the top guy who was winking at him and acting coquettishly. He had already vomited out all the food he had eaten today. Damn, the leftover food has even come out. He vomited a huge pool. Chapter 73 Hongming Zia. Boom! Hongming Zia's face flushed red. She slapped the table in front of her, smashing it to pieces. She stood up suddenly, her hair standing on end with rage. The sandalwood table was sturdy, but it could not withstand Hongming Zia's huge weight. Smashed. It's broken. Oh. You actually vomited at the advances of this county lady. You vomited. You vomited. It can be seen that the 600-pound county lady was very angry. This was the greatest insult she had ever suffered in her life. I can't stand it. I can't stand it at all. Beauty is angry? If it were someone else, they might show some sympathy to the woman, but for Zhao Kun, it didn't work. Is Zhao Kungan feeling like vomiting? No, he doesn't want to. All the medicine I just took was wasted. The remaining medicinal power of the dragon blood and spring sprouts that I drank earlier that was not absorbed was also wasted. It's really disgusting. So, facing the top beauty who stood up and walked towards him aggressively, Zhao Kungan showed no mercy at all. I'm going to vomit, You county lady are nothing. Get out. If you keep talking, I'll chop you into pieces with my sword. It's not this woman's fault that she is beautiful. But she is so beautiful, with a body of 600 pounds, and she also uses that little clamp trick, which makes his disgusting father take the key to open the door for his disgusting mother, and the disgusting family, and the disgusting whole family is home. Zhao Kun just doesn't want to eat the fat meat. You! When Hong Mingxia heard the voice, her anger subsided a little, and she turned to look at Zhang Zhongshu. Master Zhang, I, the county lord, must be frank. I am not one of those ordinary beautiful women who are unwanted. I am the county lord, and I hold an official position. I came here because you offer me too much, but he doesn't want me and even humiliates me. Let me tell you, I will not return the 50,000 taels of gold and the 1,000 acres of fertile land you gave me. Zhang Zhongshu's face turned black. At this moment, he couldn't even pretend to smile. In this great stone empire, all men love money more than beautiful women. Zhang Zhongshu had previously considered that no matter how much money he offered, Zhao Kungan, the prince consort, would definitely hand it over to Princess Jinju upon his return, so the bribery would definitely not be very strong. Even if Zhao Kungan had amassed some private funds, they were brought here by Princess Jinju's men. How much could he have hidden away? But it's different with beauties. This is a free and easy scene, and all the benefits are given to Zhao Kungan, the young and brave general and the prefect of Nanwang City. In Shidu, a princess is a princess and a prince consort is a prince consort. But after leaving Shidu and arriving at Nanwang City, with 5,000 soldiers under his command, Zhang Zhongshu believed that Zhao Kungan would no longer have to look at the princess's face, so he stood up. Therefore, he wanted to have a good talk with Zhao Kungan, the currently lower-ranking son-in-law. For the sake of my son, the level of beauty must be raised to the highest level. Zhang Zhongshu spent a huge amount of money to hire a super beauty county lady with a hereditary title from a declining earl's family, 50,000 taels of gold and 1,000 acres of fertile land. But what Zhao Kun does is different. It's simply a complete loss. Zhao Kungan vomited directly. It's not just that I don't like beautiful women. It's simply disgusting to the extreme. Zhang Zhongshu waved his sleeves and shouted angrily. Get down! Get down! Zhang Zhongshu, a successful old businessman, usually has a smiling face, with a smile on his face almost all the time. But today, not only did he lose his smile, he also broke down in a rare way. Break the defense. Humph, no refund. Hong Mingxia snorted coldly, looked at Zhao Kungan in confusion, lifted her skirt, and pouted her mouth so much that a 22-inch tire could be hung on it. She was wearing wooden slippers the size of a wok and walked outside with footsteps that were as loud as an earth-shaking sound. Etc. Zhao Kungan took out some tissues from his pocket and wiped his mouth before calling for a halt. What? Regret it? Humph, it's too late to regret. This county lady will never give a second chance to someone who has humiliated her. Hong Mingxia raised her head and chin, looking very proud and arrogant. Zhao Kungan ignored Hong Mingxia. He looked at Zhang Zhongshu with disbelief on his face. She 50,000 taels of gold, 1,000 acres of fertile land? Zhang Zhongshu was puzzled. What do you mean, Prince Consort? Zhao Kungan walked forward and patted the shoulder of Zhang Zhongshu, who was a head shorter than him. Hey brother, you're so confused. If you have these for her, why don't you just give them to me? I have beauties at home. I just need those yellow and white things now. Ah? Zhang Zhongshu slapped his thigh and said regretfully, Brother Zhao, oh brother Zhao, I still don't understand you. If I had known you were such a straightforward person, why would I have taken such a roundabout way? Looking at Zhao Kungan's attitude, Zhang Zhongshu felt as if they were old friends. Who is he? He is the biggest profiteer in Shidu. It must be stingy. How can you get rich without being stingy? Hong Mingxia is indeed beautiful, but Zhang Zhongshu feels that the price is really not worth it. If it weren't for his only legitimate son, he would never use Hong Mingxia to bribe Zhao Kungan. Seeing that Zhao Kungan also felt it was not worth it, Zhang Zhongshu agreed very much. We've already agreed on something. How can you go back on your word? Hong Mingxia was anxious. Zhang Zhongshu, we have signed a written agreement. Although our Hongming Earl's mansion has declined, it is not completely without people in the court. If you dare not give us the rest, our Hongming Earl's mansion will definitely use all our strength to seek justice. Okay. Zhang Zhongshu smiled and clapped his hands. Since he no longer needed Hong Mingxia and could save a lot of gold, he would never be as polite to Hong Mingxia as before. Zhang Zhongshu smiled, then suddenly faltered. The document has my handwriting and that of my uncle, as well as fingerprints. County lady, go ahead and ask my uncle to sue me in the court. The more severe the accusation, the better. This will let all the civil and military nobles of the Dashi Empire see how powerful the Hongming Earl's mansion is, even selling daughters. I'm just a humble businessman with no reputation to begin with. Go ahead and make a scene until everyone in the world knows that your Hongming Earl's mansion is selling daughters. An expression of surprise appeared on Hong Mingxia's huge face. Before this, Zhang Zhongshu called her Sister County Princess, and was very respectful to her. Although he was the financial sponsor, he seemed to be very afraid of their Hongming Earl's mansion. But now, Zhang Zhongshu seemed to have become a different person. He was not afraid of the Hongming Earl's mansion at all. He was not afraid of their disturbance. Zhang Zhongshu was actually afraid of causing trouble, but he knew even more clearly that the more declining the aristocratic mansion was, the more it cared about face. If the matter of selling the county princess is brought out into the open, unless all the old antiques in the Earl's mansion are dead, otherwise, they will have to suffer in silence. Furthermore, at this point in time, the Emperor wanted to blackmail him even more and squeeze out all the money. Even if there was a commotion in the Earl Hongming's mansion, the money would not reach the hands of the Earl Hongming's mansion. Emperor Li Hongwen wanted to go crazy before he died, and he was very short of money. Hong Mingxia was already panicking. She was naturally well aware of the personalities of the elders in her family. She gritted her teeth and said, I am a hereditary county lady and official. You are selling your official position. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty will punish you? Chapter 74 Take. Official? Ha ha ha, great, county lady, you're still aware that you're an official? According to our Dashi law, buying and selling women who are officials is punishable by being cut in half. My county lady, that document doesn't just have my name on it, Zhang Zhongshu. Are you going to sacrifice your own family for the sake of justice and have your father, the next Earl of Hongming, be beheaded along with me? Zhang Zhongshu was very confident and sure, looking like a mature and dishonest businessman. It is too easy to treat a little girl like Hong Mingxia. It's all done. Once the money is spent, it is spent. You haven't done anything yet, but you still want to get all the money? It is definitely not easy to get Zhang Zhongshu's money. Hong Mingxia was shocked. She was completely controlled by Zhang Zhongshu. Zhang Zhongshu continued, What's with the most beautiful woman in Shide? It made my brother Zhao vomit. How can you be so shameless? Since it's been quite tiring for you to come here, you don't have to pay compensation. Just return the deposit and the receipt I gave you, and I'll pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, I will hold you accountable and make you pay compensation. You! Hong Mingxia's body trembled, his eyes were blurred with tears, and he cried. What a swindler! Zhao Kungan watched from the side and felt that Zhang Zhongshu looked familiar. Right. I remember now. Sima, the boss of the express delivery outsourcing company where he works, has the same attitude. Top level. Don't worry. I'll ask for some more money later to help you get revenge. As for speaking for Hong Mingxia and asking for money for her, Zhao Kungan is not so saintly. He needs money even more. Money is useful. Buy guns and cannons and vigorously develop Nanhuang City. Buy missiles and blow up the damn queenly goo to avenge my princess wife. Plop! Suddenly, Hong Mingxia knelt in front of Zhao Kungan. She has thought it through now. Zhang Zhongshu's change in attitude came from Zhao Kungan's attitude towards her. She had to make herself useful again before Zhang Zhongshu would continue to give her money. Hong Mingxia is well aware of the current situation in the Earl's mansion, which is too bad. Otherwise, he would never exchange her for gold. Master Jinju, I'm sorry for offending you just now. I beg you to accept me as your wife. I'm willing to follow you, even if it means just being a concubine. The Earl of Hongming's mansion cannot do without the gold and land. Zhang Zhongshu narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Kungan, waiting for Zhao Kungan's attitude. Feel sorry. Zhao Kungan shook his head. He couldn't find any reason to choose Hong Mingxia over more gold. The amount of gold that Zhang Zhongshu could take out, or the total amount of gold he was willing to pay, was limited. After taking 50,000 taels from Hong Mingxia, the amount he could get would definitely be much less. Without Hong Mingxia, Zhang Zhongshu can save gold and he can get more gold. Hong Mingxia. I can ask for less. Little? Zhang Zhongshu is a very unscrupulous businessman. When he needed Hong Mingxia, he gave her 50,000 taels of gold without blinking an eye. Now that he doesn't need Hong Mingxia anymore, he won't accept less. His gold is useful. Zhang Zhongshu! Hong Mingxia shouted angrily. My brother Hong Mingjingwe is now a centurion of the city guards and is deeply loved by the Grand Commander of the city guards. Although he is only a small centurion now, I advise you not to do anything too drastic as troubled times are about to break out. When he heard the word centurion, Zhang Zhongshu laughed disdainfully. His old mouth was grinning, and he was about to laugh out loud. But when he heard the 4 words, troubled times are about to arise, Zhang Zhongshu's pupils suddenly shrank, and the expression on his old face froze. After a few seconds, he regained his previous fake smile. Zhang Longshu was shocked. Not afraid of the centurion. But how could a daughter of a poor earl's family say these 4 words, troubled times are about to come? Who the hell spread this news? This is very unscientific. It would be fine if only the upper class knew the secret, and everyone knew it tacitly, but now, it seems that the emperor is about to die and troubled times are about to begin, is something that everyone knows. Although the emperor of Dashi has the word, when, in his name, he is actually an extremely powerful man. Why not ban this kind of statement? Do you really not care? Is there something else going on? But the emperor did arrange for his beloved daughters to travel to all corners of the empire to find a ray of hope after the destruction of their empire. Zhang Zhongshu was momentarily distracted. He was an old fox, and at once he thought of many things because of Hong Mingxia's words. Seeing that Zhang Zhongshu was intimidated by his words, Hong Mingxia smiled. Ahem. Zhang Zhongshu coughed twice and came back to his senses. This problem was too complicated, so he decided to deal with the current situation first. The descendant of a centurion in the Earl of Hongming's mansion was not enough to make Zhang Zhongshu afraid, even in troubled times. The Zhang family of Shidu has been able to gain a foothold in Shidu for so long, and not everyone can bully them. But Zhang Zhongshu was willing to make a good relationship because of Zhao Kungan. You don't need to return the deposit of 1,000 taels of gold. From now on, you belong to my brother Zhao. Pack your things and follow me, brother Zhao, to Nanhuang City. 1,000 taels? Hong Mingxia widened her eyes, which would not be easily noticed by others. Not to mention the good farmland, the difference was too big. 50,000 taels was less than 4,900 taels. 1,000 taels of gold is enough for your Hongming Earl's mansion to prosper for a few more decades. You chose to go back and gamble on whether your centurion brother can achieve great things in these troubled times and lead your Hongming Earl's mansion back to its former glory. A mansion where the servants' monthly salaries are paid by the master selling their dowries. Ha ha ha, an earl's mansion. Zhang Zhongshu's words were cold and harsh. Hong Mingxia felt very uncomfortable. She didn't know what Zhao Kungan was thinking, otherwise she would definitely feel even worse. Because Zhao Kungan's thoughts were even colder. Damn it. 1,000 taels of gold. Converted to Earth's weight, that's 500 kilograms. 50,000 grams. If 1 gram is 500, that's 25 million. That's not all, the price of gold has increased recently. Otherwise it's more money. To trade this for a woman is ridiculous. The 2-word poem says, not worth it. Hong Mingxia stared at Zhang Zhongshu intently, and finally, she closed her eyes. Okay. For the family. She risked her life. That's 1,000 taels of gold. No one except Zhang Zhongshu, a clumsy businessman, would spend so much money to marry her. The one I want to marry doesn't have that much gold. If there are those, I may not marry them. It all depends on their family background. Zhang Zhongshu laughed. Ha ha ha, congratulations, Prince Consort, you have won the title of the most beautiful lady in Shidu. Zhao Kungan glanced at Hong Mingxia, who looked aggrieved. Are you wronged by the market? I still miss the 1,000 taels of gold. If you give it to me, I can buy a lot of equipment. He was planning to make some extra money so he could go on a travel and accidentally drop some gold or pick up some unwanted metal scrap or something. Otherwise, if the money is too little, it is not worth the trouble of taking a flight. Naturally, the more money you have, the more enjoyable the trip will be. Just as Zhao Kungan was about to refuse, Zhang Zhongshu approached Zhao Kungan and whispered something in his ear. Zhao Kungan opened his eyes wide, nodded, and swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Okay, then I won't be polite. Chapter 75, Negotiating the Price in the Secret Room. Nanhuang City is a long way off, so keeping a top-tier beauty from Shidu by your side could be very useful along the way, even if the prince consort doesn't use her. Besides, the price has already been bargained down to 1,000 taels of gold, so the price-performance ratio is superb, and it's definitely worth it. Most importantly, I can't ask for the deposit that the Hongming Earl's mansion has taken in. It's easy to take it in, but it's hard to get them to spit it out. Zhang Zhongshu did this not for Zhao Kungan, but for his son. Disasters are raging in Dashi these days, and nearly every shop in the imperial capital, Shidu, is closed. Outside, chaos is raging. Bandits are everywhere. There are also generals from other camps who have their own troops and are self-reliant. They are officials during the day, but at night they change into armor and become big bandits, burning, killing, looting, and doing all kinds of evil. Ever since the emperor's health deteriorated, there was no suitable son to take on the role of crown prince. The emperor became obsessed with alchemy and had no time to deal with those matters. As a result, the bandit problem became more and more serious. The people cried out in grief, and the people were living in misery. With a county lady worth 1,000 taels of gold, if you encounter a difficult-to-talk-to camp commander or a big bandit, you can offer the beauty at the critical moment to save face, and maybe you can get through smoothly. After hearing what Zhang Zhongshu said, Zhao Kungan agreed. Maybe it will be useful. But unless it was absolutely necessary, Zhao Kungan would never use a woman as a pass. He is not a good person and can do anything unless it is absolutely necessary. Zhang Zhongshu said very experiencedly. Alright, you can go down now, pack your bags, and leave with my son Zhang Sai soon. Remember, you are actually the son-in-law's man, but on the surface, you are my son Zhang Sai's follower. After saying that, he laughed dryly at Zhao Kun. In this way, Zhao Kungan won't have to worry about how to explain to the princess. My lord, you've saved me a lot of money. Now, it's time for us to have a good talk. While speaking, Zhang Zhongshu glanced at a window not far away, intentionally or unintentionally. Zhao Kungan looked over belatedly and vaguely saw a black shadow outside the window quickly dodging to the side. Zhang Zhongshu made an inviting gesture and said, Please come into the secret room and talk. Good. Zhao Kungan shook his sleeves and followed Zhang Zhongshu to the side room. He saw Zhang Zhongshu turning a vase in front of the table. The sound of metal gears turning was heard, and the side in front of him slowly turned, revealing a dark hole. Zhang Zhongshu took an oil lamp and entered the secret room first. Zhao Kungan followed in. Such a keen perception. He actually discovered my presence. Outside the window, Yuya hesitated for a moment, then stopped following and returned to the next room. Tread! Yuya returned to the room and tapped her toes, but only a tiny sound was made. In the room, Chen Weishe was holding a pork elbow in his hand. He opened his mouth wide as he watched the crescent moon come back from the window like a ghost and land lightly on the ground. He was shocked. Yuya, who is not very tall, unexpectedly has such excellent skills. Shh! Yuya made a gesture for silence, closed the window, sat cross-legged on the mat naturally, and used a silver needle to test the food on the table for poison. Still testing for drugs? Chen Weishe opened his mouth wide. After he unloaded the carriage and tied up the horses, he was invited by the servants of Zhang's restaurant to have a meal here. I didn't think too much about it. I ordered some of the food I usually want to eat, which was delicious. As soon as the food arrived, we started to eat it with relish. Anyway, this restaurant is hosting them, so they don't have to pay for the meal. Seeing Yuya, who was obviously more skilled than himself and more cautious, Chen Weishe suddenly felt that the elbow meat in his mouth was no longer tasty. I am so bad. As the only personal guard of the prince consort, I should develop better skills and be able to protect the prince consort. I should also be more careful. Jiangji's people won't poison us. Eat it. I've made this a habit, just in case. Seeing Chen Weishe frozen, Yuya carefully checked the dishes, utensils, and water with a silver needle while speaking calmly. Habit. The personal guard Chen Weishe was shocked again. I will also develop this habit in the future. Chen Weishe. Sister Yuya, where did you buy this silver needle? Yuya was stunned for a moment. She looked at Chen Weishe carefully and found that he was sincerely asking for advice. Then she said, I'll give you a set when we get back home. Also, don't buy this thing outside. It's easy to buy fakes. Bring your own materials and watch the craftsmen make it. Yes, I appreciate your advice. Chen Weishe nodded seriously. Chen Weishe cherishes this opportunity because his fate was changed due to a road closure. On the other side, the secret room. When you first enter, it's narrow. After walking another 8 or 9 steps, the view suddenly opened up. Zhang Zhongshu put down the oil lamp and used the tinder to light the 9 candles on the candlestick in the middle of the secret room one by one. For a moment, the secret room was brightly lit. Zhao Kungan felt a little disappointed. He originally thought that Zhang Zhongshu's secret room would be like a treasure trove. But I didn't expect that there were shelves and shelves of account books inside. Sensing Zhao Kungan's expression, Zhang Zhongshu said with a smile, "Your Highness, this account book is extremely important. Furthermore, the money can't be left out in the open at our headquarters. Otherwise, if I kill Zhang and his son, wouldn't all the money be taken away? Then, the current emperor wouldn't have to go to so much trouble to appoint my son as the chief accountant of Nanwang City." As he spoke later, Zhang Zhongshu's words were full of obvious sarcasm. Mocking the current emperor in front of Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kun smiled dryly and said nothing. He couldn't reveal this attitude easily. Zhang Zhongshu didn't need Zhao Kungan to express his opinion. He said, "General Zhao, there are no outsiders in this secret room, so I will be frank with you." Zhang Zhongshu became serious and changed the way he addressed Zhao Kungan. He got serious. Zhang Zhongshu stroked his short beard and said, "We both know this. The imperial edict Li Hongmen gave you is asking you to watch over my son. If I don't obey in Shidu, my son Zhang Sai will very likely die unexpectedly. What I want to discuss with you is how much my son Zhang Sai's life is worth in gold. Just name a number. As long as it's reasonable, I, Zhang Zhongshu, will not bargain. Call the emperor by his name." Zhao Kun was silent for a moment. The true side of Zhang Zhongshu is truly terrifying. Letting him raise the price also involves business negotiation skills. If the price is lowered, Zhang Zhongshu will make money. If the price is raised, Zhang Zhongshu will say that the offer is inappropriate and will cut it down. Zhang Zhongshu had his business negotiation skills, and Zhao Kungan also had his way. "Master Zhang, disobeying the imperial edict of His Majesty is a grave sin that will bring damnation to all 9 clans. Everything I have was given by the princess and His Majesty. The princess and His Majesty have been very kind to me. What you ask me to do is to betray the princess and His Majesty's trust, abandon the princess and His Majesty's loyalty, and risk the extermination of all 9 clans. You name the price. If it's right, I'll bet everything I have, the lives and futures of all 9 clans, to protect the young master at all costs. Otherwise, he. Zhang Zhongshu stared at Zhao Kungan motionlessly. After listening to Zhao Kungan for a long time, he burst into laughter. Ha! This made him understand. This prince consort is also an old fox with many tricks up his sleeve. He cannot be easily fooled. Zhao Kungan also laughed along with Zhang Zhongshu. Ha ha! Lao Deng! Hongming Ziana, I just helped you save 49,000 taels of gold. You, old Deng, are so disrespectful that you actually want to save gold from me. You are so ugly, but you have wishful thinking. Chapter 76 300,000 taels of gold and 1,000,000 taels of silver. Zhang Zhongshu pondered for a moment and said, 200,000 taels of gold and 1,000,000 taels of silver. Boom! Although Zhao Kungan had already expected that this number would exceed Hongming Zia's worth, his heart still trembled when he heard the number Zhang Zhongshu said. What a lot of money! Cent. This is several times more than the reward the emperor gave before. Zhao Kungan tried his best to remain calm and said, I want 300,000 taels of gold. Zhang Zhongshu was stunned at first. A ruthless look flashed across his eyes for his son. He made the decision, and made it quickly. Zhang Zhongshu interrupted Zhao Kungan and said, All right. Then it's 300,000 taels of gold and 1,000,000 taels of silver. General Zhao, it's settled. A gentleman's word is as good as a whip. I will send someone to inform you tonight to pick up the money. This number is Zhang Zhongshu's limit. He was afraid that Zhao Kungan would add something later, and he was afraid that he would not be able to bear it, so he decided to suffer a short pain rather than a long one, and answer the question directly, leaving Zhao Kungan unable to say the rest of the words. Well, Zhao Kun nodded. Okay. The international silver price is so high that even a dog would shake his head. In this world, 1 or 2 caddies is equal to 10 taels of silver, and 1 tael of silver is equal to 1,000 copper coins. Zhao Kungan was quite satisfied with the figure. He wasn't greedy, it was more than enough. What he really wanted was 300,000 taels of gold, not the 1,000,000 taels of silver. 1,000,000 taels of silver for 100,000 taels of gold. According to the ratio of this dashi world, the exchange was equivalent. Back to Earth, that would be a huge profit. 1 million taels of silver is 5 million grams. The price of silver on Earth is 7.45 meters per gram, which is roughly equal to 37,250,000 meters. 100,000 taels of gold is 500,000 grams. If the Earth's golden armor is calculated at 500 meters per gram, that's 250 million meters. There's a huge difference between 370 million and 2.5 billion. Another very important point is that gold is an absolute hard currency on Earth. Compared with silver, it is definitely more than 10,000 times easier to sell. When you go overseas, you can use it directly as money or exchange it for local cash. Silver can't do that. Besides, it is easier to put it into the divine ring. 1 million taels of silver is too heavy, equivalent to 100,000 kilograms of earth, and will consume more mental energy. What Zhao Kungan didn't expect was that Zhang Zhongshu thought he was going to raise the price and actually answered the question. Give me both gold and silver. What else is there to say? After the confusion subsided, Zhao Kungan nodded and said, Master Zhang, you are truly a qualified businessman. I will do as you say. However, I am not like Hong Mingxia. I want the full payment. That's natural. Zhang Zhongshu nodded. He had already made preparations before Zhao Kungan came. He took out a conch from the corner of the secret room. General Zhao, this is the conch shell, a treasure of the Eastern Sea clan. Zhang needs you to record some treasonous words against His Majesty as collateral. As long as my son is safe, the conch shell will be safe. If my son dies, I will perish with you, General Zhao. Zhao Kungan took the conch and took a look at it. It looked like an ordinary conch until he looked inside the conch hole, which was as big as a child's fist, and saw a child's face. Oh shit! Zhao Kungan was so frightened that he almost dropped the conch. What is this go-ba thing? Zhang Zhongshu hurriedly followed to catch it, and only when he saw that the conch hadn't fallen did he breathe a sigh of relief. Don't be afraid, General Zhao. This isn't a child, but a special kind of sea worm refined by the Siren clan. It can record sounds and emit them. To record sounds, you need to feed it a special kind of worm, and to capture sounds, you need to feed it the same kind of worm. Ah. Zhao Kungan nodded. The world is big, and there are many mysterious things. And feed the bugs. It seems that it is not as good as a tape recorder. If it weren't for the chaotic times, I could use my identity as a Westerner to get some random things and sell them, and maybe I could make a fortune. No worse than the Gu family, the richest family in your country. But alas, chaos is about to break out. Forget it. Emperor Li Hongwen was gloomy and unstable, and Zhao Kungan had no intention of being loyal to him. It was good enough that he did not raise the banner of rebellion and split the land to become a marquis when Li Hongwen was in danger. Zhu Zhuyun almost beat him to death, and he hasn't fully recovered yet. So what do I say? This? Zhang Zhongshu was speechless for a moment. He thought for a moment and said, Just say whatever is dirty. Zhao Kungan nodded dryly. He knew how to do dirty things. He didn't even need to think about it. He just said, I want to fuck concubine. I want to sleep with Gu Jinwang again. Li Hongwen, I'm going to cheat on you. I want to rebel. I want to be the emperor. From now on, this country will not be called Dashi, but Tianzhao. Zhang Zhongshu's eyes widened for a moment. I was saying, fuck, in my heart. Zhao Kungan looked at Zhang Zhongshu. Is it dirty enough? It's more than just dirty. Zhang Zhongshu was frightened by Zhao Kungan's excessive swear words. Is it enough? Enough is enough. Zhang Zhongshu nodded repeatedly. He took out a small brocade bag from his arms, took out a white, crystal-clear insect from it, and fed it to the fist-sized conch. After feeding, Zhang Zhongshu nodded to Zhao Kungan. Zhao Kunganjiang repeated what he had just said. Good. Zhang Zhongshu put away the conch and nodded heavily. Zhao Kungan stretched out his hand. Don't worry, give me that thing first, and I will take the gold and silver tonight and give it to your people. He is not some rookie in the world. If Zhang Zhongshu changes his mind and directly threatens him with this thing, then it will be no fun. That's 300,000 taels of gold plus 1 million taels of silver, which can probably buy a small county town. Okay. After a slight hesitation, Zhang Zhongshu gave the conch shell to Zhao Kungan. When night falls, 7 identical carriages from Zhangji restaurant and Shidas set off together, heading in 7 different directions. Yuya and Chen Weishe were in different carriages. Zhang Zhongshu also left the restaurant early. As for Zhao Kungan himself, he followed an old man in hemp clothes who looked hunched over and was leaning on a cane in the restaurant, went down to the basement of the restaurant, and went to the suburbs through the secret passage in the basement. The old man in hemp clothes called himself Lao Song, and a wine gourd with a thick patina hung on his walking stick. Zhao Kungan respected him very much. According to his experience of watching TV dramas and reading novels, such old men must be quite awesome and must never be offended. The old man brought Zhao Kungan to an abandoned charity cemetery covered with cobwebs in the suburbs and lit the oil lamp inside. When the coffin was opened, it was full of gold ingots. Old Song said, "Here are 300,000 taels of gold. 1,000,000 taels of silver is too much. I will be joining our young master in the food delivery team and will bring it directly to you in Nanhuang City." Zhao Kungan nodded and said, "Okay, go back and report. I want to count the money." Coffin after coffin filled with gold. This is shocking. Points? Old Song grinned. He was very thin, with skin and bones, and his teeth were black and yellow. His smile was a little scary. He gave Zhao Kungan a pill and said, "Okay, count it. This is the antidote. Hold it in your mouth. You have to count it quickly. If you stay here for too long you will die. There is poison within a 10-mile radius. Don't worry, metal is not susceptible to this poison." Zhao Kungan waved his hand. "You can go out. I will give you the conch after you order. Gold, be safe if you are cautious." With all this gold, Zhao Kungan felt like he was going to be invincible. When he goes back, not to mention the village chief of the next village, even if he meets the county magistrate, he can gesture and call him little brother. Chapter 77 Collecting Gold. The hunchbacked and skinny old man, Lao Song, looked Zhao Kungan up and down. He was just an ordinary, slightly strong man. Under his long robe, the gauze wrapped inside could be vaguely seen, and the scent of herbs could be smelled. Not to mention 300,000 taels of gold. Even 3,000 taels of gold cannot be taken away in a short time. "I warned you, it's poisonous, hurry up." After Old Song finished speaking, he walked out of the charity cemetery. Since Zhao Kungan couldn't take all the gold away, he didn't have to worry about Zhao Kungan transferring the gold and not giving him the conch. In the future, their young master Zhang Sai will follow Zhao Kungan to Nanhuang City. The mountains are high and the road is long. When it comes to the gold issue, Zhang Zhongshu, the treacherous businessman, was honest for once and did not have any bad intentions. After all, his son will be in Zhao Kungan's hands later. Zhao Kungan put away the antidote and pretended to count. He only started to act after he heard the footsteps fade away and saw the hunchbacked old Song go outside the charity cemetery. 300,000 taels of gold is equal to 30,000 kilograms of the earth. That's a lot. Zhao Kungan took out a mask with a filter valve from the magic ring and put it on, then put on medical goggles, and then began to lie beside the coffins one by one, counting them carefully. The hunchbacked old Song stood outside the charity cemetery, facing the cold night wind. He took a sip of liquor and sipped it in his mouth. He also looked inside the charity cemetery. When he saw Zhao Kungan holding a lamp and really looking at the coffins one by one, and then lying beside the coffins, counting, he was stunned. A true number? Before coming here, Master Zhang Zhongshu said that this gold was a real gift. Old Song just ignored Zhao Kungan. "Just count them. Just don't take it away now. His master has other uses for this batch of gold from the charity cemetery." Hoo! Ahoo! Ahoo! In the dilapidated house of the charity cemetery, as more and more gold was stored in the magic ring, Zhao Kungan began to pant, and his panting became more and more severe. His face began to turn red and his vision began to go black. No. Even if it means fighting. You have to collect all the gold. Zhao Kungan's condition became worse as his mind controlled 10,000 kilograms of gold to enter the magic ring. He began to see dizziness. He gritted his teeth and continued to collect. Old Song outside the yard was a sensible man. Although Zhao Kungan worked for a long time, he did not urge him. He stood at the door by himself, leaning on his crutches and drinking wine, squinting his bloodshot eyes, and moving his ears to listen to the slightest movement around him. Zhao Kungan struggled to lift another 1,000 pounds. At this time, his brain began to ache. Just when he was about to give up and go back to the city to refresh himself before coming back to move, suddenly, there seemed to be a whoosh sound in his head, and in an instant, his fatigue and negative state of mind were swept away. Me? Is this a breakthrough in limits and upgrade? Is there such a good thing? Zhao Kungan rubbed his eyes, and his eyes seemed to have upgraded with his spirit and became more useful. His vision became clearer, his sense of smell became sharper, and his hearing became stronger. The speed of collecting gold has also increased. Zhao Kungan took more than 10 minutes to collect all the remaining gold. At this point, 300,000 taels of gold were successfully put into the divine ring. At this time, Zhao Kungan just felt his brain starting to feel dizzy, and he had not yet entered a state of overload. It seems my current energy is enough to support me to take or remove 20,000 kilograms of things into or out of the divine ring. Zhao Kungan took off his protective equipment and walked out of the charity cemetery. Here I am, General Zhao. Please check carefully. Is there anything missing? Looking at Zhao Kungan, Old Song asked with a smile showing his big yellow teeth. I understand. It should be about right. Zhao Kungan took out a conch shell from his arms and threw it to Lao Song. Old Song quickly raised his crutch, and the bottom of the crutch firmly supported the conch falling in the air. He raised his crutch, and the conch slid down steadily along his crutch and fell into Old Song's hand. Old Song said unhappily, General Zhao, this treasure cannot be thrown around. If it gets broken, it will be disgraceful for both your reputation and your dignity. Yeah, next time for sure. Zhao Kungan agreed readily. Sure enough, there is some skill involved. Okay, it's getting late. I'll take you away. Old Song saw clearly how Zhao Kungan entered and left the charity cemetery. Their gold was all large ingots, which were not easy to hide. Even if a few are hidden, it won't make any difference. In the end, Zhao Kun will be the one who gets it anyway. Let's go. Zhao Kun nodded. This time, they did not take the secret passage, but walked on the ground. The wind blew at night. The oil lamp that Zhao Kungan was holding was blown out several times, and he was too lazy to light it. His vision in the dark seemed to be much stronger. Old Song was a little surprised, but didn't say much. On the way, Zhao Kungan finally understood why Zhang Zhongshu dared to leave so much gold in this unattended charity cemetery. It's really toxic around here. Outside the charity cemetery, the poison is even greater. Seeing that Old Song took out the antidote and held it in his mouth, Zhao Kungan also took out the one that Old Song had given him earlier and put it in his mouth. On the road, every few meters you can see rotten corpses. There are piles of bones. Most of them came here and died because they didn't have the antidote. Out of the wilderness. On a narrow path by the river, a carriage had already stopped there early. Lao Song. General Zhao, please get in the car. Zhao Kun got into the carriage, while Lao Song drove the carriage. Old Song continued. My master will show the gold to the palace tonight, just for a quick glance. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, he has instructed me to tell you this. General Zhao can go and gather reliable personnel tonight, and will gather here tonight to begin moving the gold at midnight tomorrow. Zhao Kun was stunned for a moment. Who are you showing it to? Old Song smiled and said nothing. Obviously, this cannot be said to Zhao Kungan, an outsider. Zhao Kungan also smiled and said, I was too talkative. It's okay, let's go. Gold, I've moved it all. I'm afraid your master is in trouble. He wanted to be kind and said that his people had already moved out. But it seems that Old Song has a sense of pride in his bones. Then be proud. Zhao Kungan chose to keep quiet and bring people to move the gold tomorrow. Old Song drove a carriage to take Zhao Kungan to Prince Consort Jinju's mansion. Not long after the two of them left. There was a carriage that was as luxurious and large as the one used by Prince Consort Jinju in his mansion, and it stopped at the place where the carriage was parked just now. In front of the carriage, it was the chubby Zhang Zhongshu who was driving the carriage himself. After stopping the car, Zhang Zhongshu bent down and respectfully lifted the curtain for the people in the car. Your Majesty, we're here. Don't call me Prince outside. Just call me Masterly. A rough male voice accompanied by panting was heard from the carriage. The man inside seemed very weak, as if he was exhausted from sitting in the carriage. Zhang Zhongshu curled his lips and said, Yes, Masterly. Chapter 78 King Tian. A man's voice with a spitting sound was heard from the luxurious carriage. With great effort, Masterly, in the carriage got out. After coming out, he let out a deep hee-hee, and then spat out about 330 milliliters of rhubarb phlegm. Because the force was not strong enough, the yellow phlegm did not go far and landed on the shoes of Zhang Zhongshu, who was lifting the curtain in front of him. Zhang Zhongshu looked down and wanted to curse, but he still had a smile on his face. Li Haohai didn't take it seriously. He cleared his throat again and felt that there was less phlegm in his throat. He felt much more comfortable. Zhongshu, how far is it? It's just 300,000 taels of gold, and you hid it so far away. The flesh on Zhang Zhongshu's face trembled, and he smiled and said, Masterly, it's almost there, not far away. 300,000 taels of gold isn't a lot? Your breath is as big as your belly. Well, let's go. Li Honghai agreed. He was pot-bellied and weighed 360 kilograms. He used to be the most handsome man in the Dashi Empire, but there was nothing he could do. As he got older, he lost a lot of weight, and now he has fallen below the 400-kilogram mark of a handsome man considered a royal relative. Zhang Zhongshu immediately moved a stool and helped Li Honghai get out of the car. Zhang Zhongshu is a shrewd businessman. He planned to use one piece of gold for two purposes. His son's safety is of utmost importance, so Zhang Zhongshu will eventually give the gold and silver to Zhao Kungan, who holds his son's life in his hands. Shida's plan was to show the 300,000 taels of gold to his relative, Princess Ginkgo's father, Li Honghai, the king of Taiyan of the Dashi Empire. Yes. Just watch. After reading it, I will secretly transfer it to Zhao Kungan tomorrow. Zhang Zhongshu will use these 300,000 taels of gold to force Li Honghai to protect him at a critical moment. Only if he survives can Li Honghai know the new whereabouts of the gold, and finally obtain that batch of gold. The princess from Prince Consort Jinju's mansion is quite capable. Zhang Zhongshu was sure that Princess Jinju would hide the gold well. That way, it will be safe. Li Honghai looked at his big belly and lung disease, and it was difficult for him to breathe. But he was one of the four kings of the same age as the emperor of this generation, and he could stand before all the ministers in the Stone Emperor Palace during the morning court session every day. In the Shura field of the royal family, if you don't have some skills, you won't be alive until now, let alone be able to stand safely in your current position. It's just a marriage between two families. It is indeed not enough for the king of Taiyan to risk his life for him. But what if the temptation of 300,000 taels of gold is added? The most important thing is that the emperor's time is running out and he is about to die, but he still has no powerful son. It is very likely that the Li clan will eventually choose one of the four kings to inherit the throne. Fight against the evil queen Gu Jinhuan in the Gu family, and keep the imperial power in the hands of the Li clan. In this case, the king of Taiyan would be very short of money. That's where he comes in handy. Just like when Li Hongwen was still a prince, he relied on the power and money of his wife's family, the Gu family, and in the bloody battle for the throne, he stepped on the heads of countless brothers and stepped onto the throne of the emperor on the 99 steps. If Li Honghai wants to get to the top, he has to rely on his relative, a small but humble businessman who is the richest man in Shidu, to accumulate huge wealth for him. Zhang Zhongshu was confident that the lure of 300,000 taels of gold was enough to make them more deeply bound. My son has nothing to do with Zhao Kun anymore. He dared to deal with Li Hongwen without any worries. In troubled times, support King Taiyan and fight for it. Zhang Zhongshu lit a lantern and held it to illuminate the way ahead for Li Honghai. Li Honghai looked empty, and in fact, he was indeed empty. A few miles away. And also have to endure the poisonous gas. By the time they arrived in front of the charity cemetery, Taiyan King Li Honghai's flushed face was already sweating profusely, and his noble silk clothes were completely soaked with sweat. It is winter in Oishi now. Some parts of Li Honghai's gorgeous clothes were frozen. His breathing sounded like the steam chimney of an old steam train, whirring. But along the way, Li Honghai didn't say a word of tiredness or stop. Arrive. The gate of the Yizhuang courtyard had already rotted away on the ground. Standing in front of the courtyard, Zhang Zhongshu pointed inside and said with a smile, Masterly, 300,000 taels of gold, not a cent less, is hidden in the coffin inside. Ho ho ho. Li Honghai cleared his throat, which was filled with phlegm, and said, Zhongshu, you really know how to hide the gold. You hid the gold in this desolate charity cemetery, spread poison around it, and advertised it as a desolate place where evil beasts roam. It's really clever. It's just some tricks, not worth mentioning. Zhang Zhongshu smiled and waved his hand. Ongshu. Li Honghai suddenly put his hands behind his back and looked up at the gloomy sky. I want to be emperor. Zhang Zhongshu raised the corners of his mouth. Of course I know you want to be one. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made arrangements in advance to let my son hook up with your Ginkgo Princess Li Lingyu and marry into your family. But when Zhang Zhongshu heard the word, but, his heart suddenly skipped a beat, and he had a very bad premonition. Li Honghai slowly lowered his head and looked at Zhang Zhongshu. You will never know what a terrifying existence my 18th brother is. Everyone in the world thought he was going to die, that Dashi would be doomed without a successor. But no one in the world, including those alien races, could have imagined how terrifying he could be when he went crazy. It's too dark. Zhang Zhongshu couldn't see Li Honghai's face clearly, but he could feel the fear deep in his eyes. Zhang Zhongshu had a complicated expression on his face. The Gu family is about to return to the court and force Li Gu to be crowned as the crown prince. The chaotic world is about to begin. You're telling me now that you're afraid of Li Hongwen? Li Honghai shook his head. If the Gu family really had such great powers, how could they have been driven out of Shidu in such disgrace? He knows everything that everyone in Shidu does. He knows everything. He's the emperor, the most terrifying person in Dashi. Nothing can escape his eyes. Tap, tap, tap. At this time, noisy footsteps sounded from all directions. Zhang Zhongshu's face changed drastically. Li Honghai, what do you mean? A sincere smile appeared on Li Honghai's fat old face. Zhongshu, my good relative, I am very grateful for your 300,000 taels of gold. If you are alive, my 18th brother will be afraid of me, and then I will not be able to become emperor. I will be taken away with him when he goes crazy. You can go with peace of mind. When I ascend the throne, my good son-in-law Jamsai will be granted the title of Duke and Marquis, and the title will be hereditary. Let him and your descendants live a worry-free life. Ha ha. At the end of this speech, Li Honghai burst into laughter crazily. Li Honghai was indeed extremely afraid of Li Hongwen, so he planned to wait until his brother was dead before taking action. First of all, he had to ensure that he could survive the emperor's crazy reckoning before his death. Countless men in black came out of nowhere. Some of them pressed Zhang Zhongshu to the ground, while others rushed into the charity cemetery to move the gold. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Zhongshu laughed out loud, a miserable laugh. He boasted that he had planned everything, but he had no idea that this relative had a deeper plan than his. He truly deserves to be the king who survived the last battle for the throne among the princes. He was convinced. In the end, he, a profiteer, was unable to defeat those who played politics. I can only use my last resort. Your Majesty, without gold, the coffins are empty. At this moment, the person who rushed into the charity cemetery to move the gold ran out quickly with a very ugly look on his face. Zhang Zhongshu's eyes suddenly widened. Gold gone? That's great. We can still use it later. Chapter 79, Great Throw. Cool. Zhang Zhongshu's backhand is very powerful, but it can only be used once. Once he uses it up, he will completely lose the qualification to stand in the Stone City. This is a powerful backup plan that few people can come up with, paying money for life. As for whether it will be useful, it can be said that the current emperor of Dashi Empire, Li Hongwen, is coveting his family wealth. Deal with Li Honghai and sprinkle some water. The fat on Li Honghai's old face trembled slightly. His eyes were fixed on the charity cemetery, and he did not respond to his subordinate's report immediately. Not long after, another group of people came out. A burly man in black knelt on the ground and said, Your Highness, we've searched everywhere, but we haven't found even a single gold bean, let alone 300,000 taels of gold. But... Li Honghai's voice was terribly low. But what? Say it. There are new marks of gold ingots in the coffin inside. It seems that the gold inside must have been taken away not long ago. Hearing this, Li Honghai's throat began to make a ho-ho sound of phlegm rolling, and his eyes kept changing. Zhang Zhongshu narrowed his eyes. A smile returned to his face. This time, it wasn't a fake smile from a smiling tiger, but a playful smile. He is not a fool. This was mainly because there was too much gold, so he was cautious and afraid that the experts would have ulterior motives, so he did not bring any experts with him. In addition, Li Honghai looked very weak, and coupled with his self-confidence, he fell into Li Honghai's trap and was quietly followed by Li Honghai's men. Zhang Zhongshu was certain in his heart, and he also knew that Li Honghai knew that such an opportunity would only come once. Cool. If this happened under normal circumstances, 300,000 taels of gold would suddenly disappear. Zhang Zhongshu was so heartbroken that he almost died. But this time, seeing the expression on Li Honghai's fat face as he said, My concubine was enjoyed by a dog and she was pregnant, but the dog is better than him. Zhang Zhongshu felt great. Very great. Very great. It's better not to see. If the gold was still there, he would have to spend all his belongings to buy his life. then it's more than just a matter of 300,000 taels of gold. The scene was quiet. It was quiet for a full 10 minutes. At this time, some men in black were poisoned and started foaming at the mouth. This is because these men in black are physically stronger than ordinary men, otherwise some people would have been in trouble long ago. Now they are gradually unable to hold on. Both Zhang Zhongshu and Li Honghai took the antidote in their mouths, but neither of them had any reaction. King Tai and Li Honghai stood there for a full 5 minutes before making up his mind. Li Honghai, who was fat but not tall, took the sword from a man in black beside him and walked towards Zhang Zhongshu. At this moment, Zhang Zhongshu was still being pulled by the arms by 2 men in black and pressed to the ground. Zhang Zhongshu still looked at Li Honghai jokingly, although he was pinned to the ground. Li Honghai came with a sword in hand, looking very aggressive, but Zhang Zhongshu already knew the outcome. If he has 300,000 taels of gold, he will die. Because no one would know today that the 300,000 taels of gold fell into Li Honghai's hands. If there is no gold here, then all Li Honghai's plans will fail. Even if Zhang Zhongshu could be killed, he was short of money. Unless he stopped dominating the world, he would definitely need money. As the king of Shidu and Dashi, after Li Hongwen's death, he would not be able to avoid being dragged into the vortex of struggle if he did not fight for that position. Laugh! Li Honghai slashed out with a sword. The man in black who was holding Zhang Zhongshu down fell to the ground with his head. Blood splattered all over Zhang Zhongshu's face. Ha 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 ha! Zhang Zhongshu burst into laughter. The man in black on the other side trembled a little, but still gritted his teeth and continued to press Zhang Zhongshu's arm without moving. Laugh! Another man in black was also beheaded by Li Honghai. Some of the people in black around had numb expressions, while others had pity in their eyes, but they quickly disappeared. Li Honghai threw the blood-stained sword aside, bent down, and helped the laughing Zhang Zhongshu up. He also laughed. Ha 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 ha, Zhongshu, I was just playing a little joke on you. I hope you weren't scared, ha ha ha. Zhang Zhongshu bowed to Li Honghai and said with a smile. Ha ha ha, I wouldn't do that. Oh, how could there be no gold inside? Who took it away? Master Li, I might have misremembered where I put the gold. I hope you won't be angry. Ha! No, no. Li Honghai waved his hands vigorously. Zhang Longshu, we've been busy all night, so let's go have some drinks. Li Honghai nodded and said, Okay, okay. Let's go, let's go. Xingguola has just received new tea from the prefectures and counties below. I'd like to invite the secretary to taste it carefully. Let's have some wine and some tea. Excellent, excellent. Zhang Zhongshu applauded. The two of them acted like good brothers who hadn't seen each other for many years. Everyone in their hearts understands it tacitly. Shadowless. Before leaving, Li Honghai said something to the man in black who had knelt down to report to him before. The man in black had a cold look in his eyes and nodded slightly. Li Honghai and Zhang Zhongshu walked together towards the carriage. Wu Ying drew his sword. A massacre began. All other men in black were killed by Wu Ying. All those who were poisoned were stabbed by Wu Ying, one on the neck and one on the waist, ensuring that each person would be stabbed 3 times and there was no way they could be resurrected. After dealing with the people around him, Wu Ying quickly caught up with the 2 of them. Driving for 2 people. Shidu, the residence of Prince Consort Junju. Ouch. The carriage has arrived. Old man Lao Song let out a long cry. The horse stopped and halted steadily in front of the gate of Prince Consort Junju's mansion. The guards in front of the mansion immediately stepped forward to greet him. A servant brought a 3-step stool for getting off the car. Compared with the previous Jinju Prince Consort's mansion, the current Jinju Prince Consort's mansion is obviously more orderly and better managed. Thanks for your hard work. Zhao Kungan got out of the car and bowed to Lao Song. Before the peanut launcher was invented, Zhao Kungan always maintained awe for old men like Lao Song, who looked very much like the masters in TV dramas. Wait till you get it. Probably it's 10 steps or 3 steps. 10 steps, the gun is fast. 3 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. Prince Consort, you're back. The front yard Lieutenant General Xu Qingzhou led his men forward to welcome Zhao Kungan. I'm back. Zhao Kun nodded and looked towards the front of the mansion. At this moment, the missing guards on duty had been replaced by newcomers. They were all mighty and strong. Although they had lost a lot of armor and had not received new ones yet, they were wearing blue coarse cloth servants' uniforms, but they were holding long sticks and each of them had extraordinary momentum. This person was obviously hired at a high price and is even better than the previous one. From the current perspective, Qi Baicheng is qualified as the general. Tomorrow, don't forget. When they were about to enter the gate, Zhao Kungan suddenly turned around and said to Old Song, who was controlling the carriage, to turn around. Of course I won't forget. Old Song bowed to Zhao Kungan with a respectful attitude. Zhao Kun turned his head, smiled playfully, and strode into the mansion. If a person does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Sorry, brother Zhang Zhongshu. If the old dog you raised treats me as he does in public and is more respectful to me, I won't do anything bad to you. Ha! Zhao Kungan had just entered the mansion when he suddenly heard a series of feminine laughter. Xu Qingzhou said, Sir, the eunuch Changshu, the chief eunuch of the Imperial Household Department, came here not long ago. He said he must wait for you in the courtyard when you return. He held the hilt of the sword. As long as Zhao Kun gave the order, he would chop off the eunuchs without blinking an eye. As a member of the Jinju Prince Consort's mansion, he has already mastered this skill. When Changshu saw Xu Qingzhou's expression, he quickly took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Chapter 80. The Emperor borrows money. Well, Zhao Kun patted Xu Qingzhou dryly. He really doesn't have a habit of killing eunuchs. The main thing is that we have more contact. Furthermore, those eunuchs were too arrogant and too rude. He had always been very prudent. He would not kill them unless he could absolutely preserve his own strength and could no longer tolerate them. At the moment, it's about to take off. I will ask Zhang Zhongshu for an explanation tomorrow, and that means I can go back to Earth to spend money. Overseas consumption. A big spending spree. After this wave comes back. Not to mention princes and nobles, Li Hongwen would also be Shaoli. The heat power is so strong that it breaks the barrier. Yes. Xu Qingzhou understood what Zhao Kungan meant and let go of his hand. Zhao Kungan. What brings you here, Lord Changshu? Changshu glanced around. Let's go to the main hall and talk, Xu Qingzhou. You don't have to follow me. Zhao Kungan made a gesture of invitation. This eunuch in charge of ceremonies would not be very idle. If the emperor came to him, it must be because he had something to do, but it was not something particularly important. The important thing is that Yang Sun came in person. Okay, please go first, my lord. Changshu was flattered and quickly made a gesture to invite him in. He did not dare to walk in front of Zhao Kungan, the professional eunuch killer, for fear that he would chop off his head if he was unhappy. The main thing is, this guy killed 2 eunuchs and nothing happened to him. Zhao Kungan didn't bother to be polite with Changshu and walked in front. Soon after, the two entered the main hall. Zhao Kun waved his hand slightly, and the servants in the room immediately understood. After bowing, they walked out of the main hall and closed the 2 doors of the main hall. In his heart, Zhao Kungan nodded secretly. In fact, in this stone country, being an official, or a master, is quite pleasant. Feudal rule has made the people here more slave-like. Easy to use. What's the matter? Zhao Kungan checked the teapot on the table next to him and found it was still warm, so he poured 2 cups of tea and handed one to Changshu. Changshu took the tea with both hands, lowered his head, and leaned close to Zhao Kungan's ear. Your Majesty has a message for me to pass on. I kneel down and listen? Zhao Kungan stood up. No, no! Changshu waved his hands repeatedly. Just sit down, those empty formalities are not important. Besides, this is not an imperial decree, it is just a message to His Majesty. Okay, then go ahead. Zhao Kun sat back and took a sip of tea. During the day, when Zhao Kungan finished drinking dragon blood spring buds and was doing business with Li Lingwan, he asked when the ingredients were added to the tea. Li Lingwan replied that the mansion would not have that kind of tea at normal times. That kind of tea is not entirely bad. For people who practice martial arts, it has its unique benefits. It can make people become stronger and is very valuable. You can drink the tea you drink at home normally. Changshu leaned closer to Zhao Kungan's ear again. He thought for a moment, trying his best to suppress the strange expression on his face. Prince Consort, His Majesty said he wants to borrow money from you. The Emperor of the Great Sure Empire asked the consort of an unfavored princess to borrow money. Borrow money? Zhao Kungan sat up straighter after hearing this. It seems that the Emperor has really calculated everything. However, the only thing he couldn't calculate was that he had a magic ring and infinite space, so the gold was lost. Changshu also didn't understand why the Emperor would ask Zhao Kungan, a son-in-law, to borrow money. Is it because of the previous rewards? Although it is worth a lot. But it's not worth the king of a country asking. Zhao Kungan hesitated for a long time before agreeing. Okay. Everything I, Zhao Kungan, have is given to me by your majesty. What's mine belongs to your majesty. Eunuch Changsho, please tell your majesty that at midnight tomorrow, there will be a first batch of 300,000 taels of gold. Your majesty, please send someone to go with me to get it. There will also be 1,000,000 taels of silver, which will be in my hands when we leave for Nanhuang City. I will then hand it over to your majesty. In addition, there is a 600 gene super beauty, said to be worth 50,000 taels of gold. She will also be in the team leaving for Nanhuang City. I have never met her before, and I am willing to offer this best woman to your majesty. Eunuch, please remember, I am offering it, not borrowing it from your majesty. This whole world belongs to the king, and everything in the world belongs to the king. As long as your majesty needs it, everything will be yours. Since the emperor has already found out about this, then finding out what Zhang Zhongshu gave him must be a trivial matter. Anyway, we have already entered the divine ring, and tomorrow we will be alone, so we might as well be honest with each other and open our hearts. At this time, Zhao Kungan was feeling relieved. He was relieved that he had gritted his teeth and put all the gold into the magic ring. It turned out to be right as long as it was in the ring. Otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain in the chess game of these big shots. Changsho was confused. What did he hear? It was outrageous that the emperor asked a prince consort to borrow money. But this prince consort actually exists. 300,000 taels of gold, 1,000,000 taels of silver, and a 600-kilogram beautiful fairy. Oh my God! Even the princes standing at the front of the court wearing the royal robes with four-clawed dragon patterns could not produce so many things. Looking at the dazed Changsho, Zhao Kungan took another sip of tea and said, Eunuch, do you remember my unwavering loyalty to His Majesty? I remember. Changsho nodded. When it comes to delivering this kind of message, he would definitely not dare to make a single mistake. Before leaving, Changsho gave a thumbs up and said, Prince Consort, this is you. Changsho passed away not long ago. Li Lingwan is here. Behind her were Yuya and the old nanny. Li Lingwan heard what Zhao Kungan had said just now. She placed her hand on Zhao Kungan's shoulder and rubbed it gently, saying softly, My dear, you have done very well. Don't worry. Just keep these gold in the emperor's hands for a while. Sooner or later they will all be yours. Well? Well. The matter of the divine ring is too crucial and too important. Li Lingwan can't say either. Zhao Kungan could only nod with a sad face. It doesn't matter, gold and silver are all external things. As long as we can be well, that's all. Li Lingwan. My dear, I am relieved that you think so. The time for departure has been set. We will leave the morning after tomorrow. I have already arranged for the officials under Shidu to gather the relatives who are being taken away by the 200 soldiers as you promised. Gu Jinwang is about to return. We must leave before she comes back. I have to admit that I underestimated this bitch. What a pity! We will not be able to see the good show in Shidu. Okay, let's leave the day after tomorrow. Zhao Kun nodded. I originally wanted to knock Zhang Zhongshu. Now it seems that it is difficult to achieve. But Zhao Kungan was sure that Zhang Zhongshu would be more eager to give him gifts. This concerns Zhang Sai's life. Late at night. Imperial Palace, Imperial Study. That's what he said? Li Hongwen was wearing a bright yellow inner garment and sitting cross-legged on a large desk, his long hair, a mixture of white and black, somewhat unkempt. On the side, Jansen bent over, holding a plate in both hands. The plate was filled with scarlet margarine-like pills. Yes. Changsho knelt on the ground, not daring to raise his head, afraid to see the emperor in this state. Just now, he reported in detail what he saw and heard in Prince Consort Junju's residence, as well as Zhao Kungan's attitude and reaction. Chapter 81, The Loyal and Brave Marquis Zhao Kungan. Ha! Li Hongwen laughed. He laughed crazily, reached out and grabbed a handful of pills from the plate held by Yangsen and stuffed them into his mouth, filling his mouth. Li Hongwen's cheeks puffed up. As he chewed vigorously, his smile deepened. This kid Zhao Kungan is becoming more and more interesting. If I had known he was so interesting, I would have given him the princess born to the Gu family. A little prince consort, even if it was fake, made me feel relieved at this rare moment. If I could live a few more years, I would definitely let him live comfortably in Shidu, a glamorous and flattering minister favored by the emperor. Oh, what a pity, what a pity! I won't live long, I'm about to die, and pharmacists use pills are becoming less and less effective. As he laughed, the smile on Li Hongwen's face disappeared, and his crazy laughter turned into a low soliloquy. Later, Emperor Li Hongwen was stunned, and the imperial study fell into deathly silence. Hearing the voice, Janssen lowered his head even lower. Chansho, who was kneeling below, was even more silent. He bit the tip of his tongue with his teeth, and tried his best not to tremble with fear. Living with the king is like living with a tiger. This was not the first time they had dealt with the most arrogant emperor in the history of Dashi. Li Hongwen is going to be very angry today. There was a long silence. Hee ha 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 ha. The dazed emperor suddenly burst into laughter again. After laughing wildly, Li Hongwen knelt on the table and crawled a little closer to Yang Senior. What a great saying! All under heaven belongs to the king. What a great saying! All things in the world belong to the king. Good, good. Zhao Kungan, good. Janssen, tell me, does he look a lot like Gushir when he was young? Janssen lowered his head and dared not speak, looking at the emperor's distorted face so close to him. He understands Li Hongwen too well. Without waiting for Janssen's reply, Li Hongwen went berserk again. Gushir! Gushir! It's fine that those two old bastards, Gu Dingtian and Qin Wenjing, wish me dead, but you're just a commoner, a mere Hanlin Academy scholar, promoted by me. I handed over the 6 ministries to you and let you sit on the position of right prime minister. And you flatterer, betrayed me too. You wish me dead too. Li Hongwen grabbed Yang Sen's neck fiercely and shook it hard, and the veins on his head bulged. Janssen lowered his head, held the plate, and let Li Hongwen vent his anger. In the imperial study at night, the emperor's roar echoed back and forth in this empty hall. All the palace maids and eunuchs knelt on the ground, not daring to make even the slightest sound. Laugh! As he roared, Li Hongwen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood mixed with pill residue. Blood sprayed all over Yang Sen's face. His Majesty! Janssen cried out sadly. You must take care of your body! After spitting out a large mouthful of blood, Li Hongwen's flushed face turned pale. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, and his tired eyes gradually became clear from confusion. Li Hongwen said, Long life. The servant is here. Chansho immediately agreed and crawled forward a step. Li Hongwen. Announcement of the decree, Zhao Kungan, the consort of the Golden Pearl, the young general, the governor and lord of Nanwang City, has won my heart. He is hereby granted the title of General of Loyalty and Bravery, and further the title of Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery, with an allowance of 8,000 fiefs. He is also granted the Imperial Sword Dawn, and will accompany me at my morning court starting tomorrow. I am also given the silver armor Imperial Guard Tiger Talisman, and for that day, he will guard the east gate of the inner city. His Majesty. Janssen was stunned for a moment, then he frowned and took a step forward. Zhao Kungan was only a mere consort, but he was promoted too quickly. Moreover, the Emperor's Sword and the Imperial Guard's Tiger Talisman are of great importance. Chansho listened to Yang Sen's words and gritted his teeth, agreeing. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhao Kungan is a treacherous minister, and cannot be given important positions. Otherwise, I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the court tomorrow. And Your Majesty, Princess Jinju has requested permission to lead 5,000 soldiers to escort food and supplies and leave Nanwang City the next morning. Li Hongwen smiled, his eyes brightening. It's okay. Let Princess Jinju take the others away first, and leave my good son-in-law behind. When I'm done with this, I'll let that kid Zhao Kungan go. Looking at Li Hongwen like this, Yang Sen's eyes turned, as if he had thought of something. Janssen looked at Chansho and gave him a look. Those old guys, can they control Your Majesty? I was wrong. I'll go now. Chansho understood Yang Sen's expression and quickly agreed. Li Hongwen waved his hand. Chansho knelt and kept moving backwards with his legs. After moving a long way, he turned around on his knees, then stood up and strode away. Li Hongwen. Janssen, you should go there in person later. Janssen opened his eyes wide, and finally he whispered. Yes. Golden Pearl Prince Consort Zhao Kungan receives the imperial decree. Longevity comes riding on a fast horse. He was not very good at riding a horse. He hugged a strong royal guard and rode on the same horse with him. Before he even reached the door, Chansho started yelling. This time. Very urgent. Therefore, he no longer cared about the terrible things Zhao Kun did. Open the door. The gate of Prince Consort Jinju's mansion was opened immediately. The person guarding the door immediately went inside to report. Zhao Kungan was watching his men packing their luggage and putting various treasures into boxes. After hearing the report, Zhao Kungan and Li Lingwan looked at each other. Go ahead. Li Lingwan nodded. Zhao Kungan nodded and walked out quickly. Not long after the message was delivered, the imperial edict arrived. Zhao Kungan guessed that it shouldn't be a bad imperial edict. Golden Pearl Prince Consort Zhao Kungan receives the decree. Changshu held the imperial edict high in both hands and walked quickly into the residence of Prince Consort Jinju. Behind Changshu were two teams of people who had dismounted from their horses. One team is wearing golden armor. One team is silver armor. This is the Royal Guard, one of the powerful forces within the palace. They also brought things. Your Highness Zhao Kungan respectfully welcomes the imperial edict. Zhao Kungan took a few quick steps forward and then knelt on the ground. Long live the Emperor! Long live the Great Stone! The guards, servants, and slaves all knelt down and chanted. Long live the Emperor! Long live Dashi! Changshu read aloud. By the will of heaven, the Emperor decrees Zhao Kungan, the consort of the Golden Pearl, the young general, the governor and lord of Nanwang City, has won my heart. He is hereby granted the title of General of Loyalty and Bravery, and the additional title of Marquis of Loyalty and Bravery. He is granted 8,000 fiefs, and the imperial sword Dawn. Starting tomorrow, he will accompany the Emperor at morning court. He will also be in command of the Silver Armor Imperial Guard. Zhao Kungan's mind was completely confused. Not really. I just licked it a few times, and that's it? Wrong. Li Hongwen doesn't seem to be such a simple-minded person. Giving the military power of the Silver Armor Royal Guard to a prince consort with no background whatsoever is definitely problematic. I accept your order. Zhao Kungan kowtowed, raised his hands above his head, and took the imperial edict. No matter what, I will accept this imperial edict first. As for the specific situation, you will know after entering the palace. Please stand up, Lord Marquis. Changshu smiled and changed the way he addressed Zhao Kungan. Chapter 82 Tiger Talisman, Emperor Sword Dawn. Is this the Marquis? Zhao Kungan got up from the ground. Yuya stepped forward and handed over a bag of gold leaves. Zhao Kungan took the bag of gold leaves and threw it to Changshu. Changshu quickly caught it. My lord, no need for that. We really don't need this. Just don't chop off my head. Just take it if I give it to you. It's not a big deal. Zhao Kun waved his hands dryly. General. At this time, the commander of the silver-armored royal guards who came with Changshu presented a bronze tiger talisman in the shape of half a leopard with both hands. Zhao Kun nodded and took the tiger talisman. General! At this time, the commander of the golden-armored royal guards also stepped forward, holding a black sword in his arms. This is the Emperor's Sword Dawn. When presenting the black sword, the commander of the golden-armored royal guards knelt on the ground and raised the sword high with both hands. Good! Zhao Kungan put the tiger talisman into his pocket and took the long sword in both hands. The black sword was as white as charcoal, and it felt warm to the touch. How come this sword is still warm? Waiting for Zhao Kungan to take the sword, the commander of the golden-armored imperial guard stood up and said, General, this sword is the Emperor's Sword of Dawn, one of the weapons that can be carried into the Stone Emperor Palace. It is bestowed upon your majesty as a token of his majesty's recognition of you. Yuya pursed her lips and quickly took out 2 bags of gold leaves from her pocket. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Zhao Kungan bowed and gave the man a bag of gold leaves. After receiving the reward, Sun Chu, the young commander of the golden-armored imperial guards, immediately smiled and said, Thank you, General. My name is Sun Chu, and